Chapter 1. The beginning of the NBA Championship. Congratulations to the 1999 NBA Championship winner, Duncan. As the roar of the crowd surged around him, Wang Jie stood in a daze, watching Duncan raise the championship trophy and cheer jubilantly. Memories flooded back, and he realized he had traversed into the world of the NBA, embodying Jack Wang, a Chinese American, yet his name remained Wang Jie. I have crossed over. The Spurs waterboy. Wang Jie finally comprehended his predicament. He was a member of the NCAA championship team. Leveraging this title, he had been selected by the Spurs as the 60th pick. As a Chinese player, his physical attributes were rather mediocre, with only his mid-range and three-point shooting being passable, which barely secured him a spot on the roster. However, Wang Jie never anticipated that in his very first season, despite averaging less than a point per game only getting to play during garbage time, he would somehow end up with a championship ring. Ding. Championship system activated. Congratulations, host, on winning the 1999 championship. Based on your performance, the rating is as follows. Regular season averages of less than 1 point, 1 assist, and 1 rebound. Playoff averages of 0 points, 0 assists, and 0 rebounds. Resulting in a score of 1. Congratulations, host, on receiving the NBA minimum guarantee reward. What is a minimum guarantee reward? Aside from having 70 in three-point shooting, 70 in close shots, and 70 in mid-range shooting, all your other abilities are capped at 60. That after receiving the NBA minimum guarantee reward, they will reach 60. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the 1999 championship ring. Additionally, congratulations on randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. You have received a series of top-tier skills, the 5 consecutive unmatched. Due to the host's low score, it has been downgraded to a substitute level 5 consecutive unmatched. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 90 kilograms. Strength, 60 speed, 60 agility, 60 jumping, 60 stamina, 60 basketball IQ, 60 ball handling, 60 passing, 60 dunking, 60 layup, 70 mid-range, 70 three-point, 70 perimeter defense, 60 interior defense, 60 blocking, 60 stealing, 60 rebounding, 60 skills. White skill, I defense substitute level 5 consecutive unmatched. Wang Jie felt significantly stronger. Though he was rather speechless, that it was important to note that a score of 60 merely equated to an NBA Waterboys level, while 70 was the threshold for qualifying as a substitute. He couldn't fathom how his predecessor managed to secure a championship with such unimpressive skills without being cut from the team. After the championship celebration, events like the championship parade were virtually irrelevant to him. For the very next day, his agent, Thompson, informed him that he had been waived by the Spurs. Wang Jie was flabbergasted, just as he had claimed a championship. He was let go that he had been contemplating next year's resurgence of the Lakers and how difficult it would be to achieve another championship with the Spurs. With the system at my disposal, what do I have to fear? Wang Jie thought, invigorated by the notion of the system. Thompson immediately inquired if the Pacers or the Lakers are willing to offer a tryout opportunity. Wang Jie understood that to attain another championship, these two teams, both contenders for the finals, would significantly increase his chances of success. Not an issue, Jack. Wang. Although your performance this season has been less than stellar, you're still a member of the championship team. I believe these two teams will consider offering you a trial. Thompson promptly agreed. By the way, the rookie salary for the Spurs this year is only $360,000. After taxes, it amounts to over $200,000. Additionally, with the severance pay from your 22 contract, the total compensation comes to $300,000. Part of which is my commission, which I have already deducted. Thompson reflected thoughtfully. All right, that sounds acceptable. Wang Jie nodded in agreement. With their negotiations settled, Thompson immediately set about arranging opportunities for Wang Jie to audition with the two teams. During the off-season, Wang Jie remained in the same place, still serving as a water cooler attendant. Although he had garnered some fame from winning the championship, it was overshadowed by negative perceptions. He was regarded merely as a bench warmer, thus no invitations to play were forthcoming. As a result, he regrettably lost his chance to participate in the Sydney Olympics. Throughout the entire offseason, Wang Jie diligently practiced his shooting and ball handling skills, yet the results were disappointingly minimal, nearly causing him to abandon hope. However, he found solace in the fact that while his basketball skills may not have improved significantly, his physical condition had markedly enhanced. Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 93 kilograms, strength, 72 speed, 69 agility, 69 vertical leap, 66 stamina, 72 basketball IQ, 61 ball handling, 61 passing, 60 dunking, 60 layup, 70 mid-range shooting, 71 three-point shooting, 70 perimeter defense, 60 interior defense, 60 blocking, 60 stealing, 60 rebounding, 60. During the offseason, his basketball skills saw little enhancement, leading him to question his suitability for the NBA. Yet, his physical attributes surged significantly, with both strength and stamina reaching the level of an NBA rotation center, allowing him to contend against weaker starting guards and small forwards. It seems that next season, I will have to rely on my two skills. Wang Jie sighed inwardly. Defense, a technique that can infuriate opponents, reducing their shooting stability by 20. Substitute level 5, a remarkable ability that allows the binding of 5 substitute players each season. When all 5 substitutes are on the court simultaneously, both my attributes and those of the bound substitutes increase by 20. 5-time extraordinary is truly a divine skill. It's a shame it only enhances the attributes of substitutes. Wang Jie lamented to himself that it is important to note that a 20 increase is quite extraordinary. Should his close range and three-point shooting, currently at 70, see a 20 boost, it would soar above 84. Coupled with other skills reaching 70, he would undoubtedly meet the standards required of starting players. Beep, beep, beep. As the familiar Nokia tone echoed, Wang Jie swiftly retrieved his phone to answer the call. Jack Wang, I have good news and bad news, Thompson said with a smile. What's the bad news? Wang Jie inquired, furrowing his brow. The unfortunate news is that the Pacers have declined your application. The Lakers, however, have agreed to sign you, albeit with a minimum salary of $900,000 per year under a 21 guaranteed contract, Thompson remarked. And what is the good news? Wang Jie inquired. The Grizzlies, Wizards, Raptors, and Kings have all consented to offer you a guaranteed contract worth $5 to $6 million over 3 years, ensuring you receive an average of over 3 minutes of playing time each game in the first half of the regular season, Thompson explained. Wang Jie furrowed his brows. While $5 to $6 million was indeed double what the Lakers were offering, these teams were far from championship contenders, and even reaching the playoffs seemed a distant dream. Joining them would serve little purpose, as his potential for growth would be severely limited. For an average rookie, joining a weaker team might provide more chances for development, but for him, only a championship could unlock the skills necessary for enhancement. Thus, he felt compelled to pursue the highest probability of winning a championship. I am sorry, Thompson, but I wish to join the Lakers, Wang Jie sighed. Chapter 2. Selecting a candidate. What? Jack Wang, you must understand that as a second-year rookie, joining the Lakers playoff team might not afford you ample opportunity for growth, and the one you're guaranteed. Contract is exceedingly low, Thompson exclaimed in disbelief. That's all right, Thompson. I firmly believe that my abilities will earn me recognition with the Lakers, Wang Jie replied, shaking his head. He was well aware of the formidable prowess of the OK duo. Even if he joined the Pacers or other championship-contending teams, he had little confidence in leading them to victory. Thus, in pursuit of a championship, he was willing to accept the minimum salary. Very well. Jack Wang, since you've made your decision, I will communicate this to the Lakers. Await my good news. After a series of ineffective persuading attempts, Thompson could only nod in resignation. Wang Jie promptly signed a 21 minimum salary contract, with the final year being a team option. Thompson worked efficiently even with the Lakers. $900,000 a year was an improvement over his previous role as a water boy with the Spurs. The following day, Wang Jie began practicing with the team. Given his balanced attributes and shooting skills on par with a backup player, he exhibited only minor errors due to his inexperience. Phil Jackson observed Wang Jie with satisfaction, particularly noting his adaptability and proficiency in mid-range and three-point shooting attributes that rendered him a competent asset. Not bad, Phil Jackson remarked with a smile after watching the team's training session. Assistant coach Hamblin, looking perplexed, questioned, this Wang Jie possesses average skills. He has decent strength, but his ability to penetrate as a shooting guard is rather mediocre. That he appears to be quite unremarkable. Indeed, he is rather ordinary at best, a solid shooting backup. However, the key is that this fellow, earning only $900,000, can seamlessly integrate into the bench, making him a commendable choice for a minimum salary, Phil Jackson responded. Understood. Hamblin nodded in agreement. As time passed, the joint practices concluded and the preseason commenced. The first preseason game was against the Miami Heat, where Tim Hardaway and Anthony Mason proved to be no match for the Lakers. Even with Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant only playing for 2 quarters, the lead widened to over 10 points by the third quarter. Both teams continuously swapped in substitutes, and Wang Jie played for 10 minutes, scoring 4 points on 2 of 3 attempts while dishing out 2 assists before exiting the game. Although these statistics may seem modest, successfully making 2 baskets in just 10 minutes is quite commendable. Wang Jie refrained from utilizing the 5 consecutive unmatched skill to bind to the bench, fully aware of the significant turnover among the substitutes. He understood that trades could occur at any moment, and he might even find himself traded midway through a game he resolved to contemplate binding candidates only after the NBA trade deadline 3 months hence, as the 5 consecutive unmatched skill requires all 5 bound substitutes to be on the court simultaneously. As time passed, the formidable duo of O'Neal and Bryant continued to dominate, and Wang Jia's presence did not hinder their overwhelming performance against other teams. The preseason concluded with 4 victories and just 1 defeat. The sole loss transpired when O'Neal played less than a full quarter, resulting in a defeat to the Knicks. With the regular season commencing, after a month with the Lakers, Wang Jia transitioned from shooting guard to point guard, becoming Ron's backup. During this month, he served as Kobe's substitute as a shooting guard, but he quickly realized that Kobe was an unstoppable force, often remaining on the court for the full 45 minutes unless during garbage time. It seemed that he rarely left the floor, and even when he did, it was only for a minute or 2 before he returned. Throughout that month, aside from accumulating statistics during garbage time, Wang Jia felt unproductive and feared becoming irrelevant, prompting his proposal to play as a backup point guard. Ron, on the other hand, averaged over 20 minutes of playtime. Had Wang Jia been more capable, they might have shared playing time more evenly. Indeed, with just the first adjustment, Wang Jia entered the game and immediately made an impact, recording 2 points and 4 assists in his debut. It was inevitable, as both O'Neal and Bryant were the primary scorers, simply passing the ball to them guaranteed easy assists. As the season progressed and reached its midpoint, the team's general manager continuously made adjustments, allowing Wang Jia to become more acclimated within the Lakers. Additionally, as Ron Harper's backup, he received consistent playing time, which naturally elevated his standing, alleviating concerns about being pranked or sidelined. West, the general manager, stabilized the team's roster after numerous player trades. Wang Jia narrowly escaped being traded primarily due to his modest salary and limited prowess as a bargaining chip. He was not deemed valuable enough to attract superior players. Even for a player of comparable ability, it would require additional millions in contracts for other substitutes, making him less desirable as a trade asset. Ultimately, West decided against making any moves. With the final 15-man roster confirmed, Wang Jia sighed in relief and began to connect with 4 other capable substitutes with whom he had established rapport. He ultimately selected Fox, Fisher, Robert Horry, and AC Green as his binding partners, but he also realized that he seemed to have taken the place of the former player, Devin George, on the roster. George German is indeed a versatile talent, reminiscent of his current statistics. As time progresses, after 5 consecutive matches, Wang Jia observes that his participation remains confined to garbage time, where he occasionally steps in when others falter. This situation has begun to unsettle Wang Jia despite being relegated to garbage time. He has never shared the court alongside Robert Horry, Fisher, and 2 others. The skill known as 5 consecutive mastery has yet to be activated, and as a mere water boy, the effectiveness of his defense is inconsequential, but one must maintain a proactive attitude. Otherwise, even with impeccable defensive efforts, he risks being relegated to the bench. This realization stems from Wang Jia's painful experience. During a bout of garbage time, he successfully utilized his defensive prowess to thwart 2 offensive attempts, only to find himself replaced and reprimanded. It was then that Wang Jia comprehended his status as a mere substitute among substitutes, perpetually at risk of being traded, which stifled his confidence. He found himself hesitating to utilize his 2 latent skills, leading to considerable frustration. Fortunately, he discovered that after several months of training and competition, his physicality and skill set had seen slight enhancements, most notably in his passing, which improved by 5 points. This advancement was largely attributed to his frequent assists to the team's star players. Yet, even during practice matches, Wang Jia lamented that he had never had the opportunity to start alongside his chosen 4 teammates. This was primarily due to coach Phil Jackson's lack of consideration for Wang Jia's suggestions regarding team composition, resulting in a stern warning from assistant coach Hamblin to refrain from interfering with the head coach's lineup decisions. Chapter 3. The quintuple mastery crushes O'Neal and Kobe. As the season approached its midpoint, with a record of 58 wins and 9 losses, Wang Jia recalled that the Lakers had initially aimed for a 67-win season, with 15 games remaining to be. By this point, Phil Jackson had begun resting O'Neal and Kobe, with the latter playing a maximum of 30 minutes per game, while O'Neal was limited to just 20 minutes. This provided ample opportunity for substitutes to gain significant experience, and Wang Jia found himself on the court frequently. However, as the season neared its conclusion, his statistics remained those of a bench warmer, averaging 2 points and 5 assists, contributing primarily through passing without much substantive involvement. On this particular day during practice, assistant coach Hamblin organized a 15-minute intra-squad game involving the substitutes and coach Phil Jackson. If you lose by more than 10 points, prepare for double training tomorrow, Hamblin declared, knowing that the substitutes wouldn't be on the court for long, rendering additional training inconsequential. Did you hear that? If you can't win against the substitutes in this 15-minute game, don't expect to play against the Nets tomorrow, Phil Jackson asserted with a stern warning. Coach Hamblin, may I team up with Fox, Fisher, Robert Horry, and AC Green? I guarantee victory against O'Neal and Kobe, Wang Jie proclaimed with confidence. Hamblin regarded him with skepticism, noting that this was the third time Wang Jie had made such a request this season. Hamblin pondered for a moment. After all, it was merely an intra-team scrimmage. Though the lineup appeared rather unreasonable in his eyes, there was no need to escalate the matter unnecessarily. Very well. Should you lose, you can forget about playing. In the next 5 matches you will sit on the bench, Hamblin remarked with a nod. Not a problem, Wang Jie exclaimed enthusiastically to his 4 teammates. Brothers, let's tighten our defense and shoot decisively. Fear not in whatever you do. Just envision yourselves as Kobe and Shaquille. Hey, Jack Wang, don't be so serious. Rest assured, we shall support you, but if we lose, do not blame us, Fisher chuckled. All right, Wang Jie agreed readily. As Wang Jie and his 4 teammates took to the court, they simultaneously felt an exhilarating surge of strength, a wave of confidence rising from their very souls. I could overpower O'Neal. Wang Jie even developed a peculiar illusion. However, with his original strength of over 70, augmented by a 20% increase, he surpassed 87, qualifying him as a commendable starting center. Wang Jie was not significantly more formidable than the other 4 players on the court. While they may have exhibited some lesser statistics in their familiar domains, they proved to be exceptionally strong. The surging confidence surged through Wang Jie as he advanced to the half-court and made a pass. Robert Horry, feeling an invigorating warmth in his hands, seized the moment to shoot a 3-pointer without hesitation, leaving Kobe Bryant no time to contest the shot. Spectators on the sidelines widened their eyes in astonishment as Robert Horry effortlessly sank the ball, altering the score to 3-0. It dawned on Wang Jie that his skills were indeed remarkable. It is essential to note that Robert Horry's 3-point shooting ability boasted an impressive attribute of 83. And with a 20 enhancement, it reached its pinnacle, nearly comparable to that of Stephen Curry. Conversely, Kobe Bryant's pass was thwarted by the on-point defense of Fox, resulting in a missed shot. Shaquille O'Neal leapt into the air, poised to seize the rebound, but AC Green, with fierce determination, outmaneuvered O'Neal to snatch the ball away. Phil Jackson and assistant coach Hamblin watched in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they had just swallowed a goose egg. The situation on the court took a turn for the worse. O'Neal and Kobe found themselves being thoroughly outplayed by Wang Jie's quintet, who dominated the game, escalating the score from 5-0 to 10-4, and then to 33-28. The starting 5 of O'Neal and Kobe not only failed to triumph over Wang Jie's team by 10 points, but also suffered a 5-point deficit. A result that was particularly striking given Phil Jackson's fervent attempts to adjust tactics from the sidelines. At one point, the score lagged by 10 points. But thanks to Kobe's ability to exploit mismatches against Wang Jie, they managed to narrow the gap to 5 points. Wang Jie, however, wore a displeased expression. Facing Kobe's relentless offensive maneuvers was daunting. Even with 5 consecutive extraordinary enhancements, his defense barely reached the 70s, a statistic that might earn a starting position on some weaker NBA teams. This game imparted a valuable lesson to Wang Jie about the significance of defense, leading him to resolve to devote more time to honing his defensive skills. Hamblin, with his mouth agape, noted that throughout the match, he had made few adjustments, yet Wang Jie's 5 players erupted with an unyielding synergy. As if they were inherently destined to excel, each player adeptly alternating between penetrating the defense and shooting from the perimeter, transforming into embodiments of Kobe himself. Wang Jie successfully executed a 3-point shot and a 2-point shot, accumulating a total of 5 points and 8 assists. The standout performer was Robert Horry, who secured the highest score in the game, sinking 4 out of 5 3-point attempts for a total of 12 points. AC Green impressively grabbed 5 rebounds, demonstrating prowess on par with Shaquille O'Neal. After all, his rebounding statistics soared significantly, and his strength was undeniably formidable. With a sharp clap of his hands, Phil Jackson remarked, "Well done. The 5 of you performed admirably in today's practice. I will consider increasing your playing time in the upcoming games." As the match concluded, the 5 players felt the surge of energy dissipate, accompanied by a slight sense of fatigue. It seemed that such explosive performances came at the cost of stamina. Wang Jie pondered quietly. "Thank you, coach," the group exclaimed joyfully. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, along with the other starters, found themselves questioning their very existence, feeling as if their usual practices had turned into a trial by fire. Let us take a 10-minute break before another round, and this time, we'll make some substitutions. Phil Jackson declared before closing his eyes in contemplation. To him, it was merely a momentary outburst from Wang Jie and his teammates. Indeed, shortly thereafter, assistant coach Hamblin replaced Wang Jie, perceiving him as the weakest link among the five, despite his commendable scoring. Although his defensive matchups were adequate, he was still the least effective player within the group. Consequently, Wang Jie observed as Brian Shaw took the court, only to witness the other for being relentlessly dominated by O'Neal and Kobe. In just one quarter, the score escalated to 30-14, as O'Neal and his cohorts left Robert Horry and the others utterly bewildered. Robert Horry, who had just made 2 out of 5 three-point shots, was not performing poorly. Yet the rest of the team was overwhelmed on both ends of the court. Wang Jie was profoundly astonished upon witnessing this spectacle. The 5 substitutes, under the extraordinary enhancement of 5 consecutive victories, managed to outplay the starting members of the OK combination. Such a formidable improvement was truly astonishing. This realization brought a sense of relief to Wang Jie, even if the Lakers were to trade him elsewhere. He felt confident that as long as the head coach placed his trust in him, there remained a possibility of seizing the championship title from the Lakers. As time gradually passed, following the explosive performance of Wang Jie and his teammates, assistant coach Hamblin refrained from allowing the 5 players to regroup. Henceforth, at least one starter was always involved, diminishing the miraculous effect witnessed previously. Wang Jie was acutely aware of his shortcomings and dedicated himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Kobe, a relentless training fanatic, made a decisive move, leaving Wang Jie only to watch as Kobe executed a layup. However, he remained unfazed. After all, under Kobe's guidance and relentless challenges, his defensive prowess had significantly improved. As the playoffs commenced, his interior defense rating soared to 64, an increase of 2 points, while his exterior defense reached 68, marking a remarkable elevation of 6 points. His progress was truly commendable. Wang Jie is confident that next year his defensive skills will elevate to a commendable 70, at which point his defense will no longer pale in comparison to that of average starting players. Chapter 4. The Lakers' second season injuries subsequently. In the first round of the playoffs, the Lakers faced the Kings and triumphed with a score of 4-2, advancing to the next round. In the second round, the Lakers defeated the Suns 4-1, progressing to the Western Conference Finals. There, they encountered the Trail Blazers and ultimately emerged victorious with a narrow 4-3, securing the title of Western Conference champions. In the 1999-2000 NBA Finals, the Lakers faced the Pacers, who proved to be less formidable than the Trail Blazers. As a result, the Lakers effortlessly claimed a 4-2 victory over the Pacers, thus winning the NBA championship for the 1999-2000 season. Wang Jie gazed at the grand stage of the finals as Stern proclaimed the Lakers as champions, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the championship ring of the 2000 season and for randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. Furthermore, congratulations for acquiring a series of elite skills, enabling a guaranteed 18 points in a single match. However, it was detected that the host's performance rating was insufficient, resulting in a downgrade to a mere infusion of goji berries in a thermos. When consuming a cup of goji berry water from the thermos prior to the game, this skill can be activated, ensuring that all shots made will guarantee a total of 18 points, with no possibility of exceeding that total. Upon reading the explanation of this skill, Wang Jie found himself rather speechless. Was this not merely the ability of Goji Brother Wiggins? However, in comparison, it is evident that the previously unrestricted skill of scoring 18 points in a single game is far superior, while one could still score beyond those 18 points. This new skill does not allow for such flexibility. Nevertheless, even so, perhaps next year, with the utilization of this skill, it would not be an issue to significantly increase his playing time, even if he cannot secure a starting position. Wang Jie pondered quietly. Following the championship victory, he neither attended the press conference nor sought the limelight. As a substitute, his contributions were modest, averaging merely 4 points and 5 assists during the playoffs, firmly placing him in the realm of bench players. Consequently, only a few reporters casually inquired about him, and the conversation dissipated swiftly. The spotlight predominantly shone on the starters, such as Kobe and O'Neal, who exuberantly recounted their elation following the triumph. Wang Jie gazed at the exuberant crowd, secretly sighing as he shook his head and turned to leave. With the arrival of the off-season and the Lakers claiming the championship, Wang Jie's notoriety had only magnified. Albeit not in a favorable light, numerous endorsements had nonetheless come his way. Thompson was particularly elated. Initially, he had thought Wang Jie's move to the Lakers was inconsequential. Yet he was astonished to learn that Wang Jie had indeed clinched another title. Many businesses, perceiving Wang Jie's fortunate streak, eagerly approached Thompson, brandishing wads of cash. Originally, Wang Jie intended to dedicate the off-season to honing his defensive skills both in the paint and on the perimeter. But Thompson inundated him with offers to endorse a variety of products ranging from food and toys to an array of peculiar items. Wang Jie had no choice but to acquiesce, for the offers presented by these Huaxia merchants were simply too generous. Some even exceeded his annual salary with the Lakers. Although Wang Jie currently rents a spacious apartment and enjoys a life free from financial worries, he aspires for more, such as hiring a highly skilled trainer during the off-season, which proves to be quite a challenge. The finest trainers command fees during the off-season that surpasses annual salary from the NBA, a cost that is indeed beyond the reach of the average individual. As time gracefully flows by, Wang Jie spends his days either training or endorsing products. Under the tutelage of a proficient trainer, he perceives a notable enhancement in his defensive skills and has even mastered some subtle, concealed maneuvers, even with average defensive capabilities. These refined techniques can significantly amplify his defensive intensity. Wang Jie stands tall at 198 centimeters, weighs 93 kilograms, with attributes as follows: strength, 75, speed, 72, agility, 72, jumping, 69, stamina, 75, basketball IQ, 65, ball handling, 64, passing, 67, dunking, 61, layup, 73, mid-range, 74, three-point, 73, perimeter defense, 70, interior defense, 69, blocking, 61, stealing, 61, rebounding, 61, skills, white skill, defensive gaze, bench level 5, unmatched excellence, and goji berries steeped in a thermos. Wang Jie gazed at his data, nodding in satisfaction. Now, he merely had to await the arrival of the season. With this thought, he allowed himself to relax. Wang Jie is also devoid of romantic entanglements. Even when he occasionally ventures out for leisure, he remains remarkably discreet, to the extent that no one recognizes him. As the season commenced, Wang Jie exhibited an astonishing performance during the preseason, achieving a commendable tally of 10 points and 5 assists, with an impeccable shooting accuracy of 100%, all while averaging just over 10 minutes of play time per game. Wang Jie refrained from exerting himself too much, fully aware that his limit was a mere 18 points. Exceeding this would be unwise. Should he falter, it would be rather awkward if, in subsequent games, his scoring was required but he failed to deliver. Thus, whenever possible, he opted to pass, demonstrating a commendable sense of rationality in his gameplay. Phil Jackson held a favorable impression of Wang Jie, and both Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant expressed their satisfaction with him, as he did not monopolize the ball and managed to convert the few opportunities he had to shoot. However, in the first game of the regular season, Kobe sustained a shoulder injury that necessitated a period of rest, likely causing him to miss 5 games. Naturally, with Kobe sidelined, the point guard position could not be filled, leading to the new Lakers, Isaiah Ryder and Ron Harper, stepping in to take his place. Indeed, Ron Harper found himself confined to the bench, while veteran Derek Fisher ascended to the starting role. The starting lineup consisted of Derek Fisher, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Rick Fox, small forward, Horace Grant, power forward, and Shaquille O'Neal, center. Wang Jie remains a substitute, yet he harbors no complaints. The regular season has only just commenced. And without Kobe, the team has struggled, boasting a record of 5 wins and 3 losses, placing them second, with the Spurs in the lead. Finally, in the 9th game, Kobe rejoined the team, and a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone. As anticipated, this was followed by a series of consecutive victories, with Wang Jie averaging 8 points and 6 assists per game. His commendable performance prompted Phil Jackson to extend his playing time to 15 minutes. Although Wang Jie boasts a perfect shooting percentage, the playing time and ball distribution are predominantly concentrated among the starting 5, resulting in most of his shots occurring during garbage time. The competition for the point guard position is fiercely contested. Ron Harper has been relegated from the starting lineup, while veteran Derek Fisher outperforms him in both assists and scoring, with Harper only excelling in rebounding. Furthermore, Ron Harper's playing time has been further curtailed by Wang Jie. As their minutes are now comparable, yet Harper averages a mere 4 points, 1.6 assists, and 3.5 rebounds per game. Undoubtedly, Derek Fisher remains the more formidable player, averaging 12 points, 5 assists, and 3 rebounds. Wang Jie exhibits greater shooting precision and a higher assist count than Ron Harper, though he struggles with rebounding. It is not for lack of effort. Rather, he simply cannot compete in that regard. His rebounding statistics stand at 61, while both Fisher and Harper boast figures exceeding 80, illustrating a significant disparity in their capabilities. As time gradually passes, the Lakers' joy is short-lived. Shaquille O'Neal suffers from a back injury, and Fox sustains an ankle injury, with substitute Robert Horry also sidelined. The team's performance begins to decline, yet Kobe remains on the court, maintaining a reasonably good win rate, 5 losses out of 10 games. Upon O'Neal's return to health, the team erupts, achieving 9 victories against a single defeat. Chapter 5, Victory 100 Starters. Halfway through the season, Wang Jie quietly revels in his ability to remain with the team, benefiting from his low salary and high energy. However, after a game, Fisher suffers a severe ankle injury, and after medical evaluation, it is determined that he will require several months for recovery. Although concern is etched on Wang Jie's face, he secretly rejoices, with Fisher sidelined. His playing time is bound to increase significantly. Indeed, while Phil Jackson initially allows Ron Harper to start, Wang Jie finds himself on the court for nearly 22 minutes, far surpassing his previous appearances in garbage time. Essentially, it is as if both Harper and Wang Jie have played 2 full quarters. Wang Jie diligently passes the ball and faithfully executes Jackson's triangle offense, only opting to shoot when absolutely necessary, such as when no passing options are available. Phil Jackson's demeanor towards Wang Jie grows increasingly benevolent, particularly as his playing time expands and the team achieves consecutive victories, with Wang Jie averaging an impressive 12 points and 12 assists per game. Meanwhile, Harper, despite starting, struggles, averaging only 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 rebounds, performances that, in Jackson's eyes, are utterly inadequate, marked by excessive attempts yet minimal scoring, leaving him far behind Wang Jie. In just the 3rd game following Fisher's departure, tensions between Wang Jie and Ron Harper escalate. After today's practice concludes, Harper, with a somewhat grim expression, calls out, "Hey, rookie, come over and practice with me." Wang Jie felt a profound sense of helplessness. He currently had no means to activate Wiggins' extraordinary skill of infusing goji berries in a thermos. The game of one-on-one was hardly a serious competition. "No, Ron, your skills far surpass mine. Lately, I've merely been fortunate." Wang Jie hastily shook his head in refusal, his countenance reflecting humility. "Nonsense. I insist on playing against you." Ron Harper stubbornly insisted, dragging Wang Jie into a game of 11-point one-on-one. As anticipated, aside from employing a mere glare to defend against Ron Harper, who scored 5 out of 10 attempts, Wang Jie managed to sink only 4 shots, while being thoroughly overwhelmed on both offense and defense by the furious Ron Harper. Once the game concluded, Wang Jie felt a sense of dejection. He recognized the disparity between himself and Ron Harper. He was merely slightly stronger, while in other aspects, he fell short. Nevertheless, Ron Harper's triumph over Wang Jie did not diminish Phil Jackson's unwavering admiration for Wang Jie's commitment to strategy. Everyone in the team was aware of Wang Jie's recent defeat. "Hey, King Jack, I can see it clearly. You need not hold back. If you possess the skill, let it shine," Shaquille O'Neal, the team leader, declared. Other teammates, including Kobe, also rallied to Wang Jie's defense, leaving him speechless. He was holding back. He genuinely lacked skill. Ron Harper was infuriated, and seeing this, Wang Jie quickly interjected, "Ron is indeed very skilled. I was merely fortunate on the court." The following day, during the Lakers match against the Raptors, Phil Jackson appointed Wang Jie to start. This decision made Wang Jie secretly anxious. If Phil Jackson insisted on giving him extensive playtime, his average of 18 points would be exposed, making him a target. Fortunately, Phil Jackson did not grant him excessive minutes. It was solely his performance that earned him a starting position. This season, Wang Jie was still bound to the other 4 substitutes of the 5 legendary skills, resulting in his elevation to a starting role. Ron Harper was also among his bound companions, serving as a substitute this season, which allowed for binding opportunities. Although their relationship was tense, Ron Harper possessed commendable abilities. However, Wang Jie had little opportunity to showcase the 5 legendary skills. as either he or Ron Harb would undeniably be a starter until the return of Old Fish Fisher. This thwarted Wang Jie's proposal of having all 5 substitutes play together. As time passed, with Wang Jie's inclusion, his average statistics of 14 points, 10 assists, and 1 rebound began to captivate the entire nation of China. Previously an unheralded substitute, the Lakers, being last season's champions, naturally attracted attention. With Wang Jie starting this season, his fame skyrocketed, and he began to garner a modest reputation domestically. Headlines such as NBA starter Wang Jie scores 14 points per game with 100 shooting accuracy, and Chinese players can excel in basketball, 3rd season as Lakers starter, proliferated, leading to Wang Jie's name becoming widely recognized across the country, and an influx of endorsement opportunities began to pour in like a flurry of snowflakes. Wang Jie believed that having sufficient funds was adequate, so he chose only a few endorsements with shorter contractual durations and higher remuneration, as he was confident in his future performance. As for Thompson, I shall refrain from endorsing food products and shampoos. These items are prone to unforeseen issues, Wang Jie remarked. No problem. The fees for these 2 endorsements are not substantial, with the exception of the dairy products which command a slightly higher rate. Thompson nodded, his face beaming with a smile, aware that he would earn a commission from Wang Jie's endorsements. By the way, Wang Jie, Nike and Adidas wish to invite you for endorsements, both offering 6-year contracts worth $8 million. What are your thoughts? Thompson pondered before speaking. The offer is far too low. I would consider $8 million, but I want you to decline on my behalf, without hesitation. Wang Jie responded decisively, dismissing the proposal. He believed that within a mere 6 years, he could easily secure a contract worth $80 million. All right, Thompson gasped, wishing to advise Wang Jie against being overly ambitious. Yet he merely nodded in agreement. Among agents, Thompson was not particularly distinguished, possessing limited resources. However, his professional acumen was commendable, and he worked diligently. Notably, Wang Jie was performing exceptionally well among the signed athletes, having achieved back-to-back championships, thus Thompson naturally deferred to Wang Jie's judgment. As time passed, the playoffs of 2001 finally arrived. Veteran Fisher returned to the team after missing the last several games, reclaiming his position as a starter. Unfortunately, upon his return, Wang Jie's playing time dwindled again to around 15 minutes, as Fisher had just recovered from his injury and his performance was less than stellar. The team awkwardly ended the regular season with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses, concluding the season with the Lakers at 62 victories against 18 defeats. In comparison, the standings were as follows: Philadelphia 76ers, 56 wins, 27 losses; San Antonio Spurs, 57 wins, 26 losses; Portland Trail Blazers, 52 wins, 32 losses; Golden State Warriors, 51 wins, 31 losses; New Jersey Nets, 52 wins, 30 losses; Miami Heat, 49 wins, 33 losses; Detroit Pistons, 48 wins, 34 losses; Milwaukee Bucks, 47 wins, 35 losses; Washington Wizards, 45 wins, 37 losses despite a lower winning percentage due to injury setbacks compared to the previous season. The Lakers still stood firmly at the top, being the only team to achieve 60 victories. As the playoffs approached, Phil Jackson urged his players, "Everyone, stay sharp. We must not underestimate our opponents in the upcoming first match." After delivering his message, he allowed the players a few days to rest and prepare for the playoffs. Chapter 6. The third championship. During the playoffs, Wang Jie was once again afforded the opportunity to come off the bench. His skill in brewing goji berries in a thermos had earned him Phil Jackson's trust, enabling him to play for 20 minutes in a game. While Ron Harper's playing time was curtailed to merely 10 minutes, Wang Jie undoubtedly lived up to Phil Jackson's expectations. The already formidable Lakers were further bolstered by Wang Jie's remarkable shooting ability. In the first round of the playoffs against the Timberwolves, Wang Jie averaged 10.5 points and 1 rebound per game, leading the team to a resounding 4-0 sweep over the Timberwolves. The disparity between the Timberwolves and the Lakers, where Wang Jie played, was stark. Whenever he took to the court, the Timberwolves would falter, with the point differential soaring into double digits. In the second round of the playoffs, the Lakers faced off against the Mavericks. Once again, upon Wang Jie's entrance, the Lakers quickly established a lead of over 10 points. His skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos seemed almost unfair. As soon as he found a favorable position, he would pass the ball, and if pressured, he would shoot. Regardless of whether it was a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer, his shots were guaranteed to find the basket, even when defenders were nearly blocking his face. In this round, Wang Jie averaged 12 points and 7 assists per game, ranking third in scoring behind Kobe and Shaquille. Derek Fisher, affectionately known as Old Fish, trailed in fourth place with an average of 9 points, though he also contributed an average of 5 assists and 3 blocks. However, their shooting styles were distinctly different. Fisher averaged 10 attempts per game, boasting a 2-point shooting percentage of 49 and an impressive 3-point percentage of 57, showcasing his prowess. Yet, comparisons can be daunting. Wang Jie averaged only 6 attempts per game, but achieved an astounding 100 shooting percentage for both 2-pointers and 3-pointers. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed, eliminating the Mavericks with a decisive 4-0 victory. In the Western Conference Finals, Wang Jie faced off against the San Antonio Spurs, who had similarly triumphed over their opponents with a significant margin, showcasing their formidable strength. However, the Spurs were no match for Wang Jie's Lakers. As the game commenced, Wang Jie was elevated to a starting position, with his playing time modestly increasing from 20 minutes to 22 minutes. After all, the seasoned Derek Fisher was also a force to be reckoned with, and many strategies required his adept execution for greater flexibility. Wang Jie's ability to secure a starting position is largely attributed to his astonishing performance and efficiency. Ron Harper, now rendered speechless, reflects on his journey. In his inaugural season, he was a starter, yet in the subsequent season, old veteran Fisher claimed that role. Subsequently, Wang Jie surged past both of them to become the starter. Ron Harper is left in a state of impotent fury, uncertain of whom to direct his ire towards. Presently, his average playing time hovers around a mere 5 minutes, akin to the garbage time that Wang Jie once occupied. Wang Jie emerged as a starter, approaching the match against the Spurs with earnest resolve. This was a team destined for multiple championships, a youthful and vigorous version nonetheless. As he dribbled past the half-court, he spotted Kobe signaling for the ball and promptly passed it to him. With the second-in-command requesting the ball, how could he refrain from delivering? If he neglected to pass, he risked being traded next season, jeopardizing his chance at basking in the glory of a championship. Shortly thereafter, Shaquille O'Neal found an opening and also called for the ball, to which Wang Jie immediately complied. Unfortunately, O'Neal was swiftly fouled, stepping to the free throw line where he converted 1 out of 2 attempts. As the game progressed past the halfway mark, he was met with defense from Porter, and Wang Jie frowned, noticing that David Robinson was not providing assistance. O'Neal was being fiercely guarded by Duncan, while Kobe faced double coverage. In that moment of uncertainty, Wang Jie decided to take matters into his own hands, launching a 3-pointer over Porter. Swish! The ball rippled through the net. Frustration crept over Popovich. He had altered his lineup twice. Even if O'Neal could be targeted with the hack-a-shack strategy and Kobe occasionally faltered, if they could neutralize Wang Jie's seemingly feeble passing, he would inevitably resort to shooting, and his shots would find their mark. Popovich, undeterred, compelled Wang Jie to take on Porter and even Robinson, resulting in 3 consecutive contested 3-pointers that propelled the score to 9-4. In the aftermath, Popovich hesitated to restrict Wang Jie's passing, which offered some respite. Yet, ultimately, their efforts were in vain, as Duncan recorded an impressive 28 points and 8 rebounds, yet still failed to salvage the team's fortunes. Wang Jie played for 2 quarters, scoring an impressive 18 points and providing 10 assists before being substituted. By the end of the second quarter, the disparity between the two teams had surged to 15 points, nearly resulting in a blowout. As the game concluded, the Lakers had 3 players scoring in double digits, with O'Neal and Kobe each exceeding 28 points, complemented by Wang Jie's 18. Duncan was left to contend with the overwhelming force alone. In the subsequent 3 games, the scenario remained unchanged, leaving Popovich in a state of exasperation. Whenever Wang Jie started, by the end of the second quarter, even without imposing restrictions, the score gap was substantial. Ultimately, the Spurs were swept 4-0 by the Lakers. The Lakers, now Western Conference champions, faced the Eastern Conference champions, the 76ers, led by Iverson. In the first game, Iverson's 76ers made a furious charge, briefly taking the lead against the Lakers. However, Wang Jie answered back with several decisive 3-pointers, reclaiming the lead. In just 2 quarters, the score widened to a 5-point advantage for the Lakers, which persisted even after Wang Jie left the court. O'Neal and Kobe then dominated the game, and the following 3 matches unfolded in a similar manner. Despite the league's attempts to favor the 76ers in hopes of prolonging the series for financial gain, they were thoroughly outmatched. Even the officiating could not assist the 76ers in achieving victory. In the end, the Lakers triumphed 4-0 against the 76ers, And when Stern announced that the 2000 to 2001 championship trophy would be awarded to the Lakers, the entire arena erupted in jubilant cheers. As Wang Jie took his position as a starter for the team, his statistics, trailing only behind O'Neal and Kobe, revealed an impressive average of over 15 points and 10 assists per game, placing him firmly in third. The three of them, each grasping the championship trophy, momentarily exuded the aura of a triumvirate. The flashes of numerous cameras illuminated the scene, and Wang Jie, standing at the forefront for the first time, felt a twinge of unease. He had not anticipated that his 5 consecutive stunning performances would falter so abruptly. While Wiggins' remarkable skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos proved to be unexpectedly advantageous, gradually, Wang Jie began to shed the title of a mere champion sidekick. At this press conference, he finally shared the spotlight with Phil Jackson. Both Kobe and O'Neal were brimming with excitement, having navigated through 16 playoff games without a single defeat. Their dominance was unprecedented in the annals of NBA history. As the coach and the star players concluded their remarks, reporters eagerly turned their attention to Wang Jie. Jack Wang, this marks your 3rd championship victory. With 3 championship rings now in your possession, what are your thoughts? One journalist inquired. Wang Jie glanced around, noticing he was surrounded by foreign journalists. It was evident that the domestic audience held a limited understanding of the NBA, perhaps awaiting a transformative moment following Yao Ming's entry. What are my thoughts? I have never experienced defeat in a championship since joining the NBA. Winning a championship has become a familiar routine for me, Wang Jie remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. Chapter 7. The decisive kill. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for indeed, Wang Jie had single-handedly forged a mobile dynasty, possessing one more championship ring than the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the illustrious Kobe Bryant. Subsequently, Wang Jie refrained from being overly exuberant and responded with composure, recognizing that he lacked an emotional trigger system to provoke anyone. Many have suggested that you merely rode the coattails of the Spurs and the Lakers to achieve your championships. What is your perspective on this? Indeed, I was not the core player for either the Spurs or the Lakers, and I do have my shortcomings. However, I have been continuously progressing, have I not? Wang Jie replied with a smile. This sentiment rings true. Since embarking on his NBA journey, Wang Jie had ascended from being a mere benchwarmer to becoming a substitute for the Lakers in his 2nd year, eventually earning a starting position in his 3rd year, a remarkable progression, to say the least. As the interview concluded, Wang Jie eagerly sought a quiet place to meticulously review the rewards for the season. Congratulations, host, for receiving the championship reward, the extraordinary skill of turning defeat into victory. The rating has been slightly adjusted to the skill decisive kill. Congratulations on achieving a score of 70 in both the regular and playoff seasons, granting you an additional skill enhancement. The system has detected that your only skill, the defensive gaze, has been upgraded from white to green. With the green defensive gaze, you can influence your opponent's performance, reducing their shooting stability by 30. Wang Jie finds himself at a loss for words. His defensive prowess cannot be showcased under the tutelage of Phil Jackson, as opportunities are simply non-existent. Should he exhibit a lack of defensive zeal, there are others eager to take the court. After all, if he displays an earnest effort, even if he fails to thwart the opponent, he cannot be held accountable. Conversely, should he falter in his defensive commitment, reducing stability by 20 or 30% cannot guarantee that the adversary will miss their shots. Once the opponent scores, Phil Jackson will undoubtedly confine him to the bench for the entirety of the match. In the final minute, when the team finds itself trailing, a game-winning shot can be activated, disregarding any defensive measures, ensuring a successful basket while circumventing the constraints of other skills. Wang Jie sighed upon witnessing this skill. Although the game-winning shot could bypass the 18-point limitation imposed by the skill of brewing goji berries in a thermos, the final clutch shots were never attributed to him. Whenever the Lakers had the opportunity for a game winner, it was seldom Wang Jie who took the shot. Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant had claimed nearly 80% of those decisive moments, leaving none for Wang Jie, who had never attempted a game-winning shot. He mused to himself that this was far inferior to the previous skill of brewing goji berries in a thermos. Yet, he was aware that the limitations of that skill were too stringent, making it difficult for him to average above 18 points. If he were to strengthen his abilities and lead the team single-handedly in the future, that skill might become obsolete. After all, as a core player, averaging 18 points would be quite insufficient compared to the likes of Duncan, Iverson, Kobe, and O'Neal. At that moment, Wang Jie was oblivious to the regret echoing among the Spurs Popovich and others. Who would have guessed that a bench warmer, merely a substitute, would rise to become the third key player in the Lakers' championship victory? The management was facing a storm of criticism from fans questioning why they had let Wang Jie go. They lamented the absurdity of a 2-2 minimum salary contract, which had been voided after the championship. It felt as though they were treating Wang Jie as a vital contributor to the title. In truth, his skills had been lacking at the time. With numerous turnovers and an inability to accumulate meaningful statistics during garbage time, he had never even participated in the playoffs. What was the point of keeping him around? The Spurs general manager was seething with frustration. Nonetheless, he thought it best to let the matter rest. The decision had been made, and with time, the uproar would surely fade. Meanwhile, Wang Jie was busy once again following his championship victory. His personal three-peat had catapulted him to fame, and now as a starter, he found himself in high demand among various merchants. His endorsement fees skyrocketed, and during the off-season, he earned a staggering $8 million, which, when converted at the 1:8 exchange rate, amounted to over 60 million yuan. With such wealth, Wang Jie immediately invested half in purchasing dozens of properties across several major cities, including the capital. The remainder was channeled into stocks of Matai. He was not well versed in the stock market and feared potential traps. However, he was confident that Mutai stocks would continue to rise in value. Once the off-season concluded, Wang Jie took a 2-week vacation in several tourist cities before resuming his training. Despite his focused efforts to enhance his defensive skills during the off-season, his improvements were modest. With only a 1-point increase in both interior and perimeter defense, Wang Jie, height, 198 centimeters, weight, 93 kilograms, strength, 76, speed, 73, agility, 73, jump, 70, stamina, 77, basketball IQ, 70, ball handling, 68, passing, 69, dunking, 62, layup, 75, mid-range, 75, three-point, 74, perimeter defense, 71, interior defense, 69, blocking, 61, stealing, 61, rebounding, 63, skills, green skill, eye of defense, bench level 5, consecutive mastery, brewing goji berries in a thermos, game-winning shot. As the off-season drew to a close, Wang Jie had the opportunity to train alongside Kobe Bryant for a period, and both were quite pleased with the experience. Kobe felt that his shooting accuracy had improved, while Wang Jie sensed an enhancement in his defensive skills. Although the statistics did not reflect any significant growth, he remained confident that with diligent practice, incremental improvements in his attributes would not be long in coming. In 2001, the Los Angeles Lakers quietly commenced their third season, with Wang Jie and the other starters playing 2 quarters in the preseason, which they completed undefeated before transitioning into the regular season. Despite the preseason being less competitive, where Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant averaged less than 2 quarters per game, they still emerged victorious. However, as the regular season began, the 2-time defending champions found themselves targeted by their opponents. Initially, they enjoyed a streak of 7 consecutive wins, but soon, O'Neal faced relentless fouls, and his free throw performance left much to be desired. In one game, he attempted 10 free throws without scoring a single point. Even with the opposing team having 3 players fouled out, the Lakers suffered a defeat. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. For O'Neal, scoring a free throw truly depended on fortune. However, Wang Jie also noticed that in this regular season, the Lakers had become the target of every team. It seemed that no matter the opponent, they were all disinclined to see the Lakers continue their reign as champions. After all, the Lakers were formidable, having not lost a single game in the playoffs. How were the other teams supposed to respond? They might as well raise their hands and surrender. Consequently, Wang Jie observed that each match for the Lakers felt as if they were facing playoff-level intensity, playing with extraordinary ferocity. Phil Jackson, too, was disheartened. Yet his aspiration for a championship and to establish a Lakers dynasty prompted him to strategically rest his starters, allowing the bench players more time on the court. Except for Kobe, everyone else expressed their delight, with Wang Jie himself not exceeding 20 minutes of playtime. Wang Jie remained indifferent, believing that the sooner the game concluded, the better. Nevertheless, the Lakers continued their streak of victories, suffering only a single defeat in December against the Supersonics. Chapter 8. Preparing for the Western Conference Finals in the 2001 draft, the underwhelming Kwame Brown was selected as the first overall pick by the Wizards. The Lakers made no alterations to their roster, opting not to make any selections, even if they had the opportunity. Wang Jie's opinions would likely have fallen on deaf ears within the management. That year saw the emergence of stars like Tony Parker, Pau Gasol, Joe Johnson, Zach Randolph. And the draft's biggest surprise, second-round pick Gilbert Arenas, all making their mark in the NBA. Had Wang Jie been part of the Lakers management, he might have advocated for the acquisition of Arenas, believing it to be a lucrative decision. Unfortunately, the management's willingness to heed his counsel was non-existent. Reaching out to them was a futile endeavor. At best, he might have exchanged a few words with Phil Jackson, yet such an interaction would yield no substantial impact. If Wang Jie had been in the position of Shaquille O'Neal or Kobe Bryant, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Wang Jie had already begun to formulate certain aspirations in his third year. He yearned for the championship and desired a measure of authority within the team. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, despite Wang Jie's prowess, his influence would not be as potent even if he were to join another team as a starter or even a core player. Consequently, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. Had the Lakers not traded him during the 2001 to 2002 season, he was confident in his ability to triumph over the formidable Kings in the Western Conference Finals, relying solely on his skills. However, following a substantial enhancement in his capabilities over the previous season, it was inconceivable for the Lakers to part with him unless they were utterly irrational. As time meandered on, and with the regular season reaching its midpoint, Wang Jie felt a sense of relief. This season, the Kings were more formidable than the Lakers. Had it not been for the referees, under league directives, granting the Lakers an excessive number of free throw opportunities in the Western Conference Finals, their victory would have been unattainable. This was also the reason Wang Jie hesitated to pursue opportunities elsewhere, even if he were to join the supposedly stronger Kings. He was certain that if one of his substitutes were to foul out during a critical moment, the chance for a last-second shot would be obliterated. Moreover, should the score gap widen, he would be left without the opportunity to execute a decisive play. As for Wiggins' unique skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos, Wang Jie believed that an average of 18 points would prove insufficient if he were to foul out in the final quarter. He would lack the opportunity to make enough shots to secure victory, thus failing to capture the championship, although it may seem somewhat timid. The Lakers' pursuit of a three-peat could not afford any missteps. Stern would never allow the Kings or any other team to claim the title. However, after establishing the Lakers dynasty, the privileges would no longer apply, and at that point, he could contemplate joining another team. As the season commenced, Kobe had begun to spread his wings, entering into a subtle competition for ball control with Shaquille O'Neal. Nevertheless, both were focused on the monumental endeavor of securing a third consecutive championship for the Lakers dynasty and thus refrained from overtly clashing over possession. Were it not for Wang Jie's foresight into the impending turmoil over ball control in the following season, which would ultimately lead to the Spurs claiming the fourth championship, he might have remained oblivious to the burgeoning discord between Kobe and Shaquille. Wang Jie remained indifferent, continuing to serve as a starting player with an average of 15 points per game, maintaining a flawless shooting percentage from both 2-point and 3-point range. As the season reached its halfway mark, the head coach contemplated several times increasing Wang Jie's playing time. According to the wisdom of Zen master Phil Jackson, if Wang Jie could score a maximum of 18 points in just 2 quarters, how splendid would it be if he played the full 4 quarters, potentially amassing 36 points? Yet, Wang Jie refrained from attempting any shots beyond 18 points. Even when he entered the game in the third quarter, he exhibited an unwavering propensity for passing the ball, often disregarding opportunities that could easily lead to turnovers. While Kobe and Shaquille, the two prominent stars, were quite pleased, Phil Jackson's expression betrayed his discontent. In the fourth match, Wang Jie pretended to be exhausted, sitting on the bench with a bitter smile. Was it that he refrained from shooting? If he did, it would likely result in a series of dismal misses, leading to even greater misfortune. Although he had no trouble passing to Kobe and Shaquille, there were moments when it was evident that his decisions were illogical. "Why didn't you take the shot yourself?" Phil Jackson inquired. "Coach, I've never played this long before, and I feel utterly drained. I can hardly see the basket," Wang Jie lamented, using fatigue as an excuse. Consequently, in the following season, Phil Jackson subjected him to an intense regimen of physical training. Nevertheless, Wang Jie continued to average around 15 points per game, often reserving 3 to 5 points for later, just in case he had to re-enter the game, so as to avoid the criticism of faltering in the second half. Wang Jie's fame continues to escalate, with a considerable number of basketball enthusiasts expressing their desire for him to remain on the court. After all, his average of 15 points per game, while not comparable to the likes of Kobe and Shaquille, is noteworthy, especially considering that the scoring averages of those two titans are nearly double his. Yet, Wang Jie occupies minimal ball-handling responsibilities, and his astonishing 100 shooting accuracy in the NBA has left numerous teams in awe, with many exclaiming that it is akin to a glitch in the game. If Phil Jackson were to allow Wang Jie and Kobe to swap ball control, no team in the league could possibly defeat the Lakers. As the regular season swiftly drew to a close, Shaquille sought various justifications for his absence, citing injuries that led to over 20 games of rest in preparation for the playoffs. Nonetheless, the Lakers concluded the regular season with a formidable record of 65 wins and 17 losses. The Kings, boasting a record of 60 wins and 22 losses, should have matched the Lakers with an equal win-loss ratio, but Wang Jie's last-minute three-pointer catalyzed a robust comeback, leading to the Kings suffering 2 defeats against the Lakers. Despite this, the Kings remained a formidable force. As the playoffs commenced, facing the 8th-seeded Jazz, Wang Jie clocked out after just 2 quarters, and the Lakers swept the series 4-0, offering the Jazz no opportunity for resistance. This overwhelming dominance once again sent shockwaves throughout the league, prompting all playoff teams to exclaim that the Wolf was at the door. Even more daunting was the second-round matchup against the Mavericks. Despite facing formidable adversaries in Nowitzki, Nash, and Finley, the Lakers triumphed with a flawless 4-0 sweep, rendering the Mavericks utterly powerless. Championship. The Lakers fans were enraptured as the team showcased their terrifying prowess once more, inciting wild enthusiasm among their supporters. Leading up to the finals of the playoffs, the Lakers were brimming with confidence, and Wang Jie even received a message from his agent. Thompson, I am currently preparing for the Western Conference Finals. All endorsements can wait until the off-season, Wang Jie replied while exercising and holding his phone. I understand. Wang Jie. Just now, Lakers general manager West informed me that he wishes to discuss an early contract extension with you. What are your thoughts? Thompson inquired. Wang Jie pondered. As we approach the Western Conference Finals, I find it unnecessary to dwell on these matters. This year, West has exercised the team option on my 2-1 contract without granting me any salary increase. Next season, once I secure the championship, my market value will undoubtedly soar. Jack Wang, the general manager, has informed me that the team's salary cap for next year is quite constrained. Kobe and Shaquille are earning exorbitant salaries in the hundreds of millions, and the most we can offer you is a $12 million 2-1 contract, Thompson remarked. What? Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback. He understood that he could not compare to Kobe's $10 million a year or Shaquille's nearly $20 million. Yet he found the prospect of a mere $400,000 mid-level contract utterly unacceptable. Chapter 9, the 4th championship, contract negotiations. It is worth noting that, as a point guard, Old Fish Fisher had already been relegated to the bench by him. Back in '99, when he served as a backup for Ron Harper, he secured a contract worth over $3 million a year. Jack Wang, you should tell Lakers general manager West that I deserve at least $9 million a year, Wang Jie declared with displeasure. Even Ron Harper, who had been dissatisfied with his role in the Lakers and demoted to the lowest tier of substitutes, had previously secured a salary significantly higher than Wang Jie's. Of course, the Lakers had intended to trade Ron Harper primarily due to his high salary and limited utility, and the two parties quickly reached an agreement to complete the trade. All right, I will continue discussions with the general manager, Thompson reluctantly nodded. The Western Conference Finals commenced swiftly, and Wang Jie was astonished to find himself relegated to the bench by Phil Jackson. In the first game of the Western Conference Finals, he remained seated throughout, while Old Fish Fisher took the starting position. He only played for 10 minutes in the final quarter, yet Wang Jie still managed to score 3 three-pointers, amassing 9 points and 5 assists. Ultimately, the team launched a counterattack, defeating the Kings and securing victory in the first game of the Western Conference Finals. Despite Wang Jie's absence for the first 3 quarters, the contest was fiercely contested, with the Kings even momentarily surpassing the Lakers. Phil Jackson recognized this and concluded that the team might struggle without Wang Jie. Thus, he conveyed his concerns to General Manager West, who deliberated carefully. However, he realized that if they were to sign Wang Jie for 3 years at $27 million, with the final year being a player option, it would likely necessitate releasing at least one solid starter, if not 2 or 3 substitutes, such as Old Fish Fisher. This would complicate the team's efforts to build a complete roster. Upon learning this, Phil Jackson fell silent. He understood that even if the Lakers retained Wang Jie under such circumstances, Their incomplete lineup might not guarantee a championship next season. Let us give it a try. Let Wang Jie start and only play one quarter to see how it goes, West suggested. If Wang Jie can lead the team to victory even in a single quarter, perhaps he would reconsider his reluctance to accept a pay cut. I could find a suitable backup for old Fish Fisher, and we could still contend for the championship. Facing the Kings, Wang Jie was under immense pressure. Fortunately, Phil Jackson granted him only a single game of playing time, during which he averaged 10 points and 5 assists. After 4 games, the Lakers secured a 3-1 lead in the series. The Kings, with the relentless playmaking of Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Vlade Divac, pressured the Lakers significantly. Had it not been for Wang Jie's efforts in the first quarter, where he extended the lead to over 5 points, the Lakers would not have achieved a 3-1 standing. Ultimately, in Game 5, they suffered a defeat, as the Kings fiercely overcame the Lakers, bringing the series to 3-2. However, in the subsequent Game 6, Phil Jackson felt it was time to take no chances. The prospect of jeopardizing the Lakers' championship legacy was too great. Thus, Wang Jie was given the opportunity to play for 2 quarters in this crucial match. Wang Jie delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 18 points, including a decisive 3-pointer in the final minute of the last quarter. The Kings and the Lakers engaged in an intense battle. However, the Lakers ultimately triumphed with a score of 120-117, clinching the series 4-2 against the Kings. Throughout the match, Wang Jie was seen wiping away perspiration. And over the course of the 6 games, it seemed that the referees inadvertently favored the Lakers. Although the bias was not overly apparent, the statistics reveal the truth. The Lakers averaged 15 free throws per game, and even after excluding the fouls from the hack-a-Shaq strategy involving Shaquille O'Neal, they still averaged 10. In stark contrast, the Kings averaged a mere 6 free throws, highlighting a significant disparity. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. Although the victory was somewhat hard-fought, he ultimately emerged triumphant. He won. Kobe was filled with exhilaration. Wang Jie was speechless. Throughout this year, the league has been unwavering in its support for the Lakers' Kobe and O'Neal, an unstoppable force. Ultimately, the Kings were left to depart in disappointment. As they exited, numerous fans of the Kings and various star players filed complaints against the officiating in the Western Conference Finals. Shortly thereafter, the referees faced legal action and were apprehended, shouldering all consequences for Stern. Alas, it was all too late. The Lakers triumphed, not needing the referees' assistance to extend the series to a decisive 7th game. In fact, during the final quarter of that 7th game, the referees ceased their pretense and donned Lakers jerseys to join the fray against the Kings, affording the latter a modicum of dignity. As for the finals, the Nets, who had defeated the Pistons 4-2, faced a crushing blow, being swept away 4-0. Despite their formidable strength in the Eastern Conference this year, the Nets stumbled significantly against the unreasonable Lakers. I hereby declare that the 2002 championship belongs to the Lakers, with O'Neal earning the Finals MVP. As Stern made the announcement, Kobe glanced at O'Neal's face, which radiated excitement, and a flicker of jealousy crossed his own features as he contemplated whether he too might seize the Finals MVP next season. Wang Jie calmly raised the championship trophy, and alongside Kobe and others, participated in the press conference. Wang Jie was also approached by reporters, and to his delight, he noticed a beautiful reporter with yellow skin among the attendees. He immediately pointed her out to pose a question. "Hello, I am reporter Fan Bing. As a person of Asian descent, what are your thoughts on securing the championship for the 4th time?" The beautiful reporter Fan Bing inquired with a smile. Wang Jie gazed at the beautiful reporter Fan Bing, finding her exceedingly pleasant to behold. With a smile, he remarked, "Of course, I am immensely happy. As a starting member of the Lakers, I feel a profound sense of pride and honor." When asked about his contract year and whether he would remain with the Lakers next season, he confidently replied, "Certainly, if the Lakers general manager can offer me a maximum contract, I would unhesitatingly stay to assist the Lakers in establishing a second dynasty." He nodded affirmatively, recalling the championship triumph and the new skills he now had the opportunity to acquire. If it weren't for the gathering crowd, he would have eagerly returned to check on them. "Hello, I noticed that before each game, you drink a cup of goji berry tea. May I inquire about its benefits? Is it considered a banned substance?" After the interview concluded, a Caucasian reporter took over, adopting a more incisive tone. Wang Jie responded, "I apologize, but whether it's the Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals, I have undergone drug testing. During the playoffs, I averaged less than 20 minutes of playtime per game. Using banned substances would be futile. This is basketball, not a 100-meter sprint. Wang Jie shook his head in resignation. If running could be enhanced by performance-enhancing drugs, it would indeed be beneficial, but in basketball, such substances are utterly useless. The aggressive white reporter pressed on. So you admit to using performance enhancers? Wang Jie responded firmly. I have made myself abundantly clear. No one would resort to such measures on the grand stage of the finals. Even if someone did use them, they could never transform into a player like O'Neal. Next question. Regarding your astonishing achievement of maintaining a shooting percentage of 100 for 2 consecutive seasons, shattering numerous records, it seems unlikely that anyone will surpass you in the future. Can it be inferred that simply granting you ample scoring opportunities would yield even greater results? Wang Jie shook his head. Not necessarily. My high shooting percentage is a result of taking fewer, yet more judicious shots, combined with a touch of luck. As the interview concluded, Wang Jie felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he hastily departed to review the skills he had acquired from the finals. Chapter 10. The Unfathomable Congratulations, Host, on acquiring the championship ring for the 2001-2002 season. You have randomly obtained a top-tier skill. And congratulations on receiving the elite skill Godly Descent. Your rating has been detected at 75, now adjusted to Unfathomable. Given that you have averaged double digits in both the regular season and playoffs, you have been rewarded with an upgrade to your skills. The unique green skill Victory has now been enhanced, and the green skill Eye Defense has been upgraded to the blue skill Eye Defense. The blue Eye Defense skill triggers when the host fixates on an opponent, reducing their shooting stability by 40. Wang Jie, filled with resignation, acknowledged that a 40% decrease in shooting stability was indeed formidable. However, to the outside world, such an assessment was far from favorable. Soon enough, an unflattering label of lackluster defense would be affixed to his reputation. Well, I shall instead unveil my new extraordinary skill, the Unpredictable Phantom, he mused, shaking his head. The Unpredictable Phantom could be activated at will, enhancing all attributes by 20% for the current match. Yet, for the subsequent game, this boost would revert to a 20% reduction without the need for activation. Note, when employing the Unpredictable Phantom in conjunction with the skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos, scoring would still be capped at 18 points. Seeing this, Wang Jie felt somewhat helpless. The skill he possessed seemed to mirror the art of soaking goji berries in a thermos. Had he remained with the Lakers, his enigmatic abilities would likely pale in comparison to the simple act of brewing goji berries. After all, Wang Jie had a limited amount of ball possession with the Lakers. Even if he made a few shots, neither Kobe nor Shaquille would be pleased. What a mystery. Wasn't he rather easy to decipher? It would be more memorable to call it God one moment, Ghost the next. Wang Jie sighed in exasperation. It seemed inevitable that he would soon depart from the team. He mused internally. Thompson, please assist me in reaching out to the Spurs and inquire if they would be willing to sign me for the upcoming season. Wang Jie was acutely aware that should the Spurs claim victory in the championship next season, signing with them would be the most advantageous choice, allowing him to bask in effortless glory while simultaneously soaring to new heights. All right, Thompson hesitated for a moment, but ultimately consented. In his view, although Wang Jie had not yet been named an All-Star or awarded Rookie of the Year, since his rookie period had elapsed, he still held multiple championship titles. Time passed slowly, and soon Wang Jie received word that the Spurs had agreed, albeit they were only willing to offer a contract of $5 million per year. That is far too little. Even if I were to sign for just 1 year, the minimum should be $7 million. After all, I am the one who will help them secure the championship. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. This offer was less appealing than remaining with the Lakers. Despite the fierce competition for ball possession between Kobe and Shaquille this season, he retained confidence in his ability to step up and clinch the championship when it mattered most. Thompson promptly made contact, but ultimately, negotiations fell through. The Spurs refused to increase their offer, as signing Wang Jie would require them to clear out 2 key substitutes, a sacrifice they deemed excessive. To the Spurs, this cost was already considerable. Further cuts would dismantle their roster, and retaining their current players would incur a hefty luxury tax, something the shareholders were unwilling to accept. Consequently, Wang Jie instructed Thompson to inquire with the Kings, Nets, Timberwolves, and other playoff teams. During the offseason, he became a free agent, a coveted catch in the open market. Not only were these playoff teams pursuing him, but even those that missed the playoffs were eager for his talents. Regrettably, even the less competitive teams required consideration. He would only join if granted authority over draft and trade decisions, effectively taking on the role of player general manager. After all, with well-chosen teammates and a compliant team, he was confident he could elevate even the weakest of squads. Unfortunately, while these playoff teams chased after Wang Jie, his tendency to pass the ball was perceived as merely riding on the coattails of others. Without Kobe and Shaquille, achieving a perfect shooting percentage was an unattainable feat. Thus, they were reluctant to invest too heavily, especially when Wang Jie boldly requested a maximum salary of $10 million per year, which frightened off a significant portion of interested teams. It is worth noting that this figure was comparable to the amount Kobe received when he joined the Lakers as a second option. With that budget, one could pursue all-star caliber players like Kobe. Clearly, Wang Jie, as a third option, was not worth such a price. Jack, I have gathered numerous offers, among which the Trail Blazers present the most lucrative one, as they are willing to extend a maximum salary contract to you. However, it must include a 2-2 arrangement with team options for the third and fourth years, Thompson remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. The Trail Blazers had endured a tumultuous season, acquiring Pippen, yet they faltered in the first round of the playoffs. Without Jordan, Pippen's performance was severely lacking, and the team faced an exorbitant penalty exceeding $50 million due to surpassing the salary cap. However, financial resources were indeed plentiful. The Trail Blazers, despite their struggles, had engaged in numerous questionable maneuvers this season. Is there anything else? Wang Jie inquired. Yes, to a lesser extent, there is the Nets. They already have Kidd and are willing to pay an additional $9 million in luxury tax to sign you. But they are only inclined to offer a 1-1 contract with a team option for the second year, Thompson replied. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. This year, the Nets boasted formidable strength and had claimed the Eastern Conference championship. Regrettably, they succumbed to the Spurs in the finals, losing 4-2. I will sign with the Nets, but only for 1 year, Wang Jie declared. No problem. Thompson promptly rushed to negotiate with the Nets. 3 days later, Thompson called back. Jack Wang. The Nets are absolutely unwilling to budge. They insist on a 1-1 contract unless they reduce the salary by $1 million, Thompson lamented. Reducing by $1 million means it's $8 million. Very well. The Nets management seems to have some discernment, certainly better than the penny-pinching Spurs and Lakers. Wang Jie remarked with a twitch of his lips. As Thompson elaborated, Wang Jie grasped that despite his considerable fame both in China and abroad, to the managers here, notoriety alone could not fill the belly. Based on Wang Jie's physical assessment data, his static talents were commendable, a notable advantage of the yellow race. Yet his dynamic abilities were rather mediocre. Furthermore, his anomalous shooting accuracy of 100 led teams that had studied him to believe that he would only shoot when assured of success, otherwise passing the responsibility to his teammates. During the off-season, Wang Jie engaged in numerous endorsements, earning over $10 million in a single break. With such substantial wealth amassed, why quibble over a few $1,000,000? The only pursuit worthy of his effort was the championship title. Wang Jie was suddenly enlightened, contemplating that as long as his salary for the upcoming season was not excessively low, he could indeed consider joining the Pistons. After all, having secured a championship, his market value would undoubtedly soar once more, allowing him to command a higher endorsement fee without any issue. Chapter 11. Signing with the Nets in those years, the Lakers, having been elevated by the league to achieve a three-peat and establish a dynasty, were abruptly betrayed by the very organization that had once championed them. In 2002, the league introduced rules such as the 3-second defensive violation and the legalization of zone defense, which had a profoundly negative impact on the Lakers, particularly affecting an interior player like Shaquille O'Neal, who found himself severely constrained. This marked the beginning of the decline of centers in NBA games. Ultimately, many teams ceased to require a center, especially those like O'Neal, whose slower pace rendered them virtually obsolete in a league increasingly favoring speed and agility. This was also a reason why Wang Jie was reluctant to remain with the Lakers, although staying with the team would still afford him opportunities to compete for a championship. The fierce competition for ball control between O'Neal and Kobe Bryant would undoubtedly create an uncomfortable environment for him. Conversely, the Nets presented a different scenario. Historically, the Nets had never clinched a championship and were still without one even in 2024, with their best achievement being an Eastern Conference Finals victory. The team atmosphere was positive, with Jason Kidd as the leader, an amiable figure who did not monopolize the ball and was an exceptional passer, forming a perfect synergy with Wang Jie, who was known for his scoring prowess. However, the two promising rookies, Martin and Jefferson, displayed talent that rivaled that of established stars. Both young players entered the league at their peak and possessed formidable abilities, and crucially, Kidd complemented them remarkably well. It could be confidently asserted that the Nets were destined to claim the Eastern Conference title this year, yet they often faced sweeps in the finals, which made them acutely aware of Wang Jie's formidable potential, thus prompting their eagerness to sign him for a year in pursuit of the championship. The Spurs were equally aware of Wang Jie's unanswerable prowess and sought to recruit him as well. Coach Greg Popovich had discussed the matter with management on 3 occasions, but in an effort to avoid incurring luxury tax, the final offer was limited to a maximum of $500,000 for a 1-year contract. Having already secured a championship, the Spurs management, while yearning for a second title, was not overly anxious, especially not to the extent of the Nets. As time passed, Wang Jie was diligent during the off-season, focusing on physical training. He had already facilitated the transition of relevant matters between Thompson and the Nets, reaching a verbal agreement that as soon as the trade market opened, he would promptly sign the contract. At that point, Wang Jie would become a starting player for the Nets. However, given that the point guard, Kidd, was the team's leader, it was clear that he could not usurp Kidd's starting position. Therefore, he would likely take on the role of shooting guard or small forward. As time progressed, the draft commenced, and the Nets secured the 24th pick. Being a fan of the game, Wang Jie was well aware that this year's number 1 pick, Yao Ming, was entering the NBA. The 9th-ranked Stoudemire was also making his debut, representing 2 significant talents. Yet, neither of these prospects had any bearing on the Nets. The most crucial player, however, was Carlos Boozer, selected 34th overall in the 2nd round, a gem overlooked by many. If the draft were to be redone, he would undoubtedly rank 3rd, highlighting his status as a dark horse. Most importantly, the Nets' late first-round pick at 24 was perfectly positioned to secure him. Upon this realization, Wang Jie promptly instructed Thompson to get in touch with Byron Scott. Shortly thereafter, Byron Scott received a message from Wang Jie. Select Carlos Boozer at the 24th pick. You cannot go wrong, trust me. Wang Jie's words quickly reached Byron Scott, who graciously agreed to assist in notifying the team's general manager, Ron. Unfortunately, not long after Wang Jie's message was relayed, Byron Scott regretfully informed him, I'm sorry, Jack Wang. The management has deliberated and come to a decision. While Carlos Boozer is indeed a commendable player, we do not lack for forwards. Ultimately, Wang Jie was left disheartened as the Nets declined his request and chose an obscure center instead. Wang Jie could only express his helplessness with a sigh. Yet he understood that what he truly needed was a championship. Adding Carlos Boozer would merely enhance the depth of the bench. He was disinclined to concern himself with the future of the Nets. After all, it is inherently challenging for players to influence the management. With a shake of his head and a dismissive wave of his hand, he chose to dwell no longer on the matter. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets signing of Yao Ming, who entered the NBA as the 1st overall pick, swept across the Asian market like a tempest, resulting in numerous Chinese media outlets forging broadcasting agreements with the NBA. It is essential to note that Wang Jie's circumstances were starkly different from those of Yao Ming, and even more unfortunate was the case of Yi Jianlian, who, upon entering the NBA, could only muster a performance as a bench player, while the team's overall results remained mediocre. Wang Jie enjoys a far greater fame than the majority. Yet when juxtaposed with Yao Ming, his prominence pales in comparison to that of Yao Ming, who clinched the 1st overall pick in the NBA draft upon his arrival. After all, Wang Jie is a naturalized American citizen, and his life and work experiences cannot be equated with those of the native-born Yao Ming. Yao Ming's consecutive championships in the domestic CBA, coupled with his participation in the NBA draft, naturally garnered him more attention from his homeland. Certainly, Wang Jie might contemplate changing his nationality to represent his country in the Olympics, which would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise in his fame. This opportunity was presented in 2002, shortly after Yao Ming's entry into the league, when staff from the Chinese Basketball Association reached out to Thompson, expressing hopes that Wang Jie could join the association. Given Wang Jie's immense fame, having averaged double digits in scoring with a flawless shooting percentage during the regular and playoff seasons for 2 consecutive years, he has already etched an indelible mark in history. However, with such notoriety also comes an influx of skepticism and criticism. Wang Jie remains unconcerned, particularly as the reputation of the champion is most prominent. It is Yao Ming who will ultimately attain the championship through his prowess. Indeed, Wang Jie merely spent his 1st year with the Spurs and subsequently drifted through the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years with the Lakers until he grasped the championship. Were I in his position, I too could have navigated my way to such success. This sentiment is shared not only among fans but also by numerous teams, as many have witnessed Wang Jie's frantic passing after crossing half-court. The crux of the matter is that, despite Wang Jie's passing skills significantly improving during his time with the Lakers, the quality of his passes remains mediocre. Had he not favored passing over holding the ball to take shots, the OK combination and Phil Jackson would have raised their concerns long ago. Immediately following the conclusion of the draft, Wang Jie signed a one-year contract with the Nets, and both parties expressed great satisfaction. Wang Jie is confident in his abilities, aware that he will undoubtedly excel. The general manager of the Nets has observed Wang's exceptional performance with the Lakers and is eager to recruit him in a bid for the championship. However, the general manager harbors uncertainties about Wang's potential, fearing that he may become a burdensome contract. Upon learning that a one-year agreement is on the table, he wholeheartedly supports it. "Jack Wang, are you certain you only wish to sign a one-year contract?" Thompson inquired hesitantly, his concern evident, given that Wang is a late-blooming rookie. "Indeed," Wang Jie affirmed with a nod. "I graduated from university at 22, joined the Spurs at 23, and have now competed in the NBA for 4 years. This is my 5th year. Yet, I firmly believe that my prime has yet to arrive." Chapter 12. The unstoppable force against the Lakers' dynamic duo. Wang Jie is acutely aware that he is now 28 years old, yet his physical attributes, once quantified, remain largely stable, exhibiting only a gradual improvement. In 2 years, to the outside world, he will be perceived as a veteran in the NBA at the age of 30, and it is likely that his prowess will begin to wane. This is, indeed, a significant reason why the general manager of the Nets is hesitant to offer him a long-term contract. However, Wang Jie's fervent desire ensures he can still secure a favorable deal. "Well, you are quite confident, young man. I have faith in you, and may our collaboration be fruitful." With Wang Jie's signing with the Nets, he dedicated himself to rigorous training during the off-season, taking merely a week for leisure. Were he an ordinary individual, he would likely have succumbed to the tedium. Yet, witnessing the gradual enhancement of his attributes with the assistance of his trainer brings him immense joy, regardless of the specific skill set, even those pertaining to a center. Notably, during his time with the Lakers, he was tasked with engaging in extensive drills aimed at significantly boosting his stamina and strength, resulting in a palpable increase in his capabilities. In fact, Wang Jie feels that he could hold his own against some starting centers on less competitive teams. As the offseason drew to a close, Wang Jie surveyed his attributes with satisfaction, nodding in approval, even without the aid of a system. His skills would suffice to secure him a place as a backup in the NBA. Wang Jie's profile: height, 198 centimeters, weight, 97 kilograms, strength, 80, speed, 75. Agility, 74, vertical leap, 71, stamina, 80, basketball IQ, 73, ball handling, 69, passing, 71, dunking, 63, layup, 77, mid-range shooting, 76, three-point shooting, 75, perimeter defense, 73, interior defense, 70, blocking, 67, stealing, 62, rebounding, 66. Skills: blue skill, eye for defense, backup level, 5 consecutive exceptional plays, infusing goji berries into a thermos. Game-winning shot, unpredictable. Wang Jie shook his head. This was already the 5th season, and although he had acquired numerous skills thanks to winning the championship, his attributes had not seen significant enhancement. Nevertheless, during the off-season, his strength and physique reached 80 points, meeting the standards for a starting center, and his interior defense had elevated to that of a reliable substitute, a considerable improvement in his overall prowess. "Hey, Jack Wang, welcome to the Nets." Kid greeted warmly upon Wang Jie's arrival at the court. "Wang Jie," he smiled, "I'll be counting on you to look after me from now on." "Not a problem, Jack Wang. Here in the team, we are all brothers, and everyone gets along splendidly," Kid replied, putting an arm around Wang Jie as they entered together. "Wang Jie, we have an intra-squad practice today," Byron Scott said with a broad smile, inviting Wang Jie to join. After a session of practice, Wang Jie did not utilize any of his skills. Although he contributed to the team led by Kid in defeating Team B, his performance was not particularly outstanding. He made 8 out of 13 shots, including 1 three-pointer, scoring a total of 17 points. However, Byron Scott furrowed his brow, constantly jotting down notes from the sidelines. Despite Wang Jie's respectable shooting percentage, especially benefiting from Kid's passes that required minimal adjustment upon reception, the practice concluded. All right, that will be all for today, Byron Scott announced with a cheerful expression, dismissing the team. Wang Jie discovered that the atmosphere within the team was remarkably pleasant. Both the newcomers and veterans, including the head coach Byron Scott, maintained a cordial demeanor. Although he occasionally exhibited seriousness, it never escalated to the point of reproach. Rather, he demonstrated considerable patience. However, Wang Jie was aware that despite Byron Scott's adept management of team dynamics, he had not heard of any commendable strategies from him in his previous life, suggesting that his capabilities as a head coach were rather limited. Thus, even though Wang Jie's performance was not particularly stellar when the preseason commenced, he was still granted the opportunity to start in place of Jefferson. On that day, Wang Jie showcased his skills with astonishing prowess, experiencing a 20% surge in all attributes. Wang Jie possesses remarkable attributes: strength, 96, speed, 90, agility, 89, jumping ability, 85, stamina, 96, basketball IQ, 87, breakthrough, 82, ball control, 83, passing, 85, dunking, 77, layup, 92, mid-range shooting, 91, three-point shooting, 90, perimeter defense, 85, interior defense, 84, blocking, 80, stealing, 74, rebounding, 79. In the first preseason game against the venerable Los Angeles Lakers, both teams initially intended to casually practice their lineups. However, Wang Jie erupted with fervor, declaring to Kid, "As long as I am on the court and am not double-teamed, pass me the ball. Trust me, I will deliver." Kid's demeanor hardened. Fully aware that playing against his former team is a coveted opportunity for many players, allowing them to demonstrate to their old franchise the folly of their decision. After all, during the offseason, the Lakers declined to offer Wang Jie a maximum contract, leaving numerous Lakers fans with a sense of regret and making Kid acutely aware of the situation. Consequently, Wang Jie transformed into a diminished yet formidable amalgamation of Kobe and Shaquille, holding his own against Kobe on both ends of the court. Simultaneously, Wang Jie relentlessly shot, drove, passed, and defended, even managing to secure a rebound while contending with Shaquille. Shaquille's expression turned a shade of green, astonished that after just one season away, Wang Jie's strength had nearly matched his own. Wang Jie's strength in 1996, though incomparable to the peak Shaquille O'Neal, still presented a formidable challenge. As O'Neal has slightly diminished from his zenith, his power now rests at 98. Although a gap remains, the heavier O'Neal is clearly outmatched by the agile and remarkably leaping Wang Jie. Consequently, despite the combined efforts of Kobe and O'Neal, the score at halftime stood at 70-62, with the Lakers trailing the Nets by 8 points. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the deficit had escalated to double digits, prompting a visibly displeased Phil Jackson to substitute players, while Scott could barely contain his delight. Ultimately, Wang Jie amassed an impressive 39 points, along with 6 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, showcasing a shooting accuracy of 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc and 15 out of 20 in 2-point attempts, all achieved within 3 quarters. Had he played the full game, his extraordinary performance would undoubtedly have surpassed 50 points. This exhilaration surged through Wang Jie as he realized that while those stronger than him could not match his speed, and those faster lacked his power, his shooting percentage had reached an all-star caliber, significantly enhancing his prowess. Of course, Kobe also exhibited remarkable strength, scoring 26 points in 3 quarters, largely due to Wang Jie's formidable defense, which forced Kobe to miss several shots. Had it not been for O'Neal's overwhelming rebounding ability against Martin, the duo of Kobe and O'Neal would have posed little threat. As the fourth quarter concluded, Wang Jie felt his body swiftly regain its former state, the exhilarating sensation of flight fading away. In the end, the two teams triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 116-110. With a sigh of relief, Wang Jie closed his eyes, taking a moment to attune to his body amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd as he departed. Shortly thereafter, in the next match against the New York Knicks, Wang Jie consumed a cup of goji berry water before the game, inadvertently activating the skill of the goji berries steeped in his thermos. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him, reminiscent of his initial days as a mere water dispenser administrator upon his arrival. Nevertheless, he resolved to shoot 4 3-pointers before exiting the game. Wang Jie pondered silently. Chapter 13. The 2003 playoffs commence. Although Wang Jie participated in only one quarter of the game, he impressively garnered 15 points and 3 assists, fueled by the goji berries steeped in his thermos. Moreover, he only started for 1 quarter, while Jefferson and other teammates played the remaining 3. This arrangement made Wang Jie feel exceptionally comfortable with the Nets, leading him to believe that if the team were to offer him a maximum salary extension, he would gladly remain for another year. After all, the Nets' strength is quite comparable to that of the Pistons for the upcoming season, and with Wang Jie on their roster, victory would be assured. Furthermore, although coach Byron Scott may lack certain capabilities, he possesses one commendable trait. He is receptive to advice, particularly valuing the opinions of his players. Of course, while Byron Scott cannot oblige those who desire more playing time, he certainly will cater to those who do not seek it. Following this, the regular season unfolds. November 7th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Wizards. November 9th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Clippers. November 11th, 8:30 p.m., Celtics vs. Nets. November 13th, 4 p.m., Nets vs. Wizards. November 15th, 8:30 p.m., Nets vs. Magic. November 17th, 8:30 p.m., Heat vs. Nets. November 20th, 4 p.m., Nets vs. 76ers. November 23rd, 8:30 p.m., Hawks vs. Nets. November 26th, 7 p.m., Nets vs. Heat. Wang Jie, with remarkable prowess, navigated through challenges, securing an impressive 10 consecutive victories until he encountered the Spurs, who, utilizing a strategically sound lineup, managed to narrowly defeat him in a single match. At this juncture, the Nets boasted a commendable record of 10 wins and 1 loss, claiming the top position in the league, while the Spurs and the Kings, both with 9 wins and 2 losses, occupied the second spot. The Mavericks trailed closely with a record of 8 wins and 1 loss. It became evident to all teams that Wang Jie was akin to a game-breaking anomaly. When in peak form, he resembled Michael Jordan, dominating both offensively and defensively against opponents. During weaker moments, he would initiate the game with 3 consecutive three-pointers, proving that even when faced with 2 or 3 defenders, he remained unstoppable, often propelling his team to an early lead of 9-2 or, in some cases, a staggering 9-0, effectively ending the contest within 2 quarters. Even when faced with potential comebacks, Wang Jie's mere presence on the court ensured immediate scoring, frequently delivering 2 or 3 three-pointers that would halt the opposing team's momentum. His streak of victories continued, and players like Kidd were not overly exerted, accepting losses when they were due. However, halfway through the season, they achieved an extraordinary record of 38 wins and 3 losses, leading the league with a significant margin over the Spurs, who stood at 33 wins and 8 losses. This remarkable performance left the entire league astounded, especially considering that prior to Wang Jie's arrival, the Nets' record of 50 wins was already deemed commendable. Wang Jie joined the Nets, and by the midpoint of the season, they achieved an impressive 38 victories. If this winning percentage persists, could they not reach a staggering 76 wins by season's end? In an instant, all evaluation agencies raised the championship odds for the Nets, marking them as the foremost team to watch. As the latter half of the season commenced, the trade market closed, and the team's lineup became increasingly stable. The starting lineup featured Jason Kidd, point guard, Corey Keatles, shooting guard, Wang Jie, small forward, Kenyon Martin, power forward, and Jason Collins, center. Nevertheless, in the second half of the season, the Nets continued their relentless pursuit of victory, with Wang Jie supporting the bench players Haggis, Rogers, Williams, and Mutombo, forming an unbreakable quintet. With the team consistently winning, Wang Jie, as a starter, partnered with Kidd, ensuring that he did not encroach upon Kidd's role. After all, Wang Jie had yet to unleash his full potential, as their opponents were already overwhelmed, rendering it unnecessary for him to showcase his extraordinary skills alongside the substitutes. As the season concluded, the Nets' formidable dominance persisted. Kidd recorded impressive stats of 19 points, 10 assists, and 5 rebounds, yet it was Wang Jie who emerged with the most remarkable figures, relegating Kidd to the second position within the team. In the regular season, Wang Jie achieved an impressive average of 24.5 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. Although these figures may not rival the likes of superstars such as Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, Jason Kidd excelled in orchestrating the game with remarkable efficiency. Among the 5 starters, 4 players, excluding the center, averaged double digits, while both Jefferson and the bench player Harris also contributed similarly. This collective strength rendered the Nets exceptionally formidable. Despite resting several key players towards the latter part of the regular season, which resulted in a few additional losses. The Nets still managed to conclude with a staggering record of 73 wins and 9 losses, significantly surpassing the 72 wins achieved by Jordan's team in the past. The second-ranked Spurs could only muster 60 wins against 12 losses, placing them a full 12 games behind the Nets. At this juncture, the general managers of the Spurs and the Lakers were undoubtedly filled with regret had they known of Wang Jie's prowess. They would not have hesitated to invest those few $1,000,000. Kidd and head coach Byron Scott were overjoyed. The mere addition of Wang Jie had propelled the Nets to unprecedented heights, etching their name into history and garnering a substantial following among fans. As an Eastern Conference team, the Nets secured the top seed in the playoffs, with the Pistons trailing far behind at 49 wins and 33 losses. The Pacers and the 76ers followed in third and fourth place, respectively. In the Western Conference, the Spurs, Kings, and Mavericks held the top positions, while the weakened Lakers found themselves languishing in fifth place. However, Wang Jie remained undistracted by these standings, focusing instead on preparing for the upcoming match against the Magic. The Magic were no weak opponents. In Wang Jie's estimation, they were the strongest team in the East apart from the Pistons. At this time, Tracy McGrady was at his peak, showcasing abilities far exceeding those displayed during his later years with the Rockets. This season, McGrady averaged an astounding 32, 1 points, 6, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, earning the title of scoring champion and a well-deserved spot on the NBA's first-team All-Pro, alongside the accolades of scoring champion and first-team honors. This season, Wang Jie averages 24, 5 points per game, a considerable disparity compared to McGrady. Undoubtedly, this is primarily due to the unpredictable nature of his skills, exhibiting brilliance one moment and mediocrity the next. If he were to maintain his excellence consistently, the gap in his average points would not be so pronounced. Indeed, as the playoffs commenced with the first game, Wang Jie and McGrady began to alternate in a frenzy of scoring. Wang Jie and Kidd have long shared a profound understanding, especially as Wang Jie has become accustomed to the rhythm of playing one match and resting for another. Thus, Kidd continuously passed the ball to him. Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of shots as both teams began to engage in fast breaks, resulting in an exhilarating display of basketball. In the final minute of the last quarter, the score stood at 122-118, with the Nets leading the Magic by 4 points. T-Mac, under Wang Jie's defense, had only managed to score 28 points, while Wang Jie had reached 30 points. The gap between them was minimal, especially with the ball now in T-Mac's possession. However, Wang Jie was not alone. His teammates, including Kidd, also contributed with double-digit scores or were close to it. In contrast, T-Mac's teammates were lacking in support, clearly unable to keep pace. As the final minute approached, Wang Jie activated his clutch skill, launching a three-pointer over T-Mac's defense. Swish. The score ballooned to 133-126, widening the gap to 8 points. Grant Hill and Mike Miller held their heads in disbelief. T-Mac managed to sink another three-pointer. Yet the game concluded with the score fixed at 135-129, marking the first victory of the playoffs for Wang Jie's team. Wang Jie finished with a remarkable stat line of 40 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds, simultaneously setting a new scoring record for himself. T-Mac, while also impressive with 35 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds, found himself at a noticeable disadvantage compared to Wang Jie. Wang Jie, I will defeat you in the next game, T-Mac declared, drenched in sweat, his face set with determination. All right, my friend, I shall grant you that opportunity. Wang Jie replied with a smile. T-Mac did not respond, turning away to leave. Although Wang Jie had been known to play hard one game and rest the next, with appearances limited to a mere 1.5 quarters, no one doubted his commitment during the playoffs. In Game 2, hosted at the Nets Arena, Wang Jie took to the court after sipping goji berry water. Upon crossing half court, T-Mac immediately approached, ready to defend. However, Wang Jie, standing just beyond the three-point line, did not take a jump shot or attempt to drive. Instead, he leaped effortlessly into a three-point shot, slightly leaning back as he released the ball. T-Mac was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and could only shout, "Rebound." Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, with the referee signaling its validity. T-Mac quickly advanced past half-court, retreating as he faced Wang Jie and employed his skillful eye defense. He penetrated the three-point line and executed a graceful pull-up jumper, which elicited a tinge of envy from Wang Jie, who pondered why the system had not bestowed upon him the skill for pull-up jumpers. Clang. Awkwardly, Wang Jie diminished McGrady's shooting stability by 30%. Moreover, as McGrady perceived Wang Jie's indifference in defense, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him, leading him to recklessly strike the rim. Kidd seized the rebound and passed it to Wang Jie, who advanced past half court and dished it to Martin, who effortlessly executed a jump shot beneath the basket. In the subsequent play, Wang Jie crossed half court while Kidd penetrated the paint, with McGrady steadfastly guarding Wang Jie. However, Kidd retreated to the perimeter, setting a screen for Wang Jie while simultaneously handing him the basketball. As McGrady circled around to defend, Wang Jie, observing the rapidly approaching McGrady, launched the ball towards the basket in what appeared to be a haphazard throw. Remarkably, the ball seemed to possess a mind of its own, swishing through the net for 3 points. Shortly thereafter, McGrady, finally breaking through Wang Jie's watchful defense, managed to score a 2-pointer. Wang Jie then surpassed half court once more, sinking another 3-pointer, leaving McGrady astonished. With a whistle from the referee signaling a timeout, the Magic team was compelled to regroup. In less than 5 minutes into the game, Wang Jie had achieved a flawless 3-point shooting record, hitting 3 out of 3 attempts, complemented by Martin's 2 points, resulting in an overwhelming score of 11-2, leaving the Magic team understandably anxious. Wang Jie returned to the bench and glanced at the Magic's Doug Rivers, who was animatedly urging everyone to pay attention to Wang Jie's 3-point shooting. When the timeout concluded, Wang Jie took a seat on the bench, and Jefferson substituted in for him. McGrady was taken aback by Jefferson, who was matched up against him, and feeling overlooked, he shot a furious glance at Wang Jie, who was resting with his eyes closed on the bench. However, Kidd had no intention of engaging in a star duel with McGrady. Once Wang Jie was off the court, Kidd reverted to his original form, swiftly revitalizing the team's overall offense with his remarkable passing and leadership. Under his guidance, although each player's individual scoring was modest, they were all presented with ample opportunities to score. Consequently, when McGrady finally managed to sink a basket, several defenders immediately rose to challenge him. As the final quarter approached, despite McGrady's fervent efforts to narrow the gap to 5 points, they ultimately succumbed to a disappointing 120-115 defeat. In the third game at the Magic's home ground, Wang Jie, through his unpredictable prowess, enhanced his attributes by 20%, decisively overpowering McGrady and securing victory. The Nets achieved a 3-0 lead, directly obtaining match point. Although the Magic were formidable, they were utterly incapable of thwarting Wang Jie's nets. McGrady, observing Wang Jie, felt a sense of helplessness, as historically no team had ever overturned a 3-0 deficit. Advancing to the playoffs, reaching the second round seemed increasingly difficult. Indeed, in the fourth game, even though Wang Jie only scored 21 points, having nearly exhausted his energy, he barely managed to defeat a Magic team that had lost its fighting spirit. The Nets triumphed 4-0 over the Magic, advancing to the next round. The 76ers, who also defeated the Hornets, began to clash with Wang Jie's Nets. In the first round, Wang Jie smiled at the 185 centimeters tall Allen Iverson across from him, while his defender was Keith Van Horn. However, Van Horn was swiftly overwhelmed by the activated prowess of Wang Jie, either being outmaneuvered or facing a barrage of 3-point shots. By the end of the third quarter, the point differential had swelled to 15, with Wang Jie feeling that this matchup was even easier than against the Magic. After all, the Magic's regular season struggles were largely due to Grant Hill and the center's injuries, which did not reflect their true strength. In the second game, Wang Jie casually sank 3 3-pointers, and even without his presence on the court, the 76ers were unable to withstand a crushing defeat under Kidd's offense. The subsequent games, G3 and G4, were also swept clean, with the Nets advancing 4-0 to the Eastern Conference Finals. Ultimately, in the finals, Wang Jie played all 4 games, sweeping the Pistons 4-0. This year, the Pistons' prince was still a rookie, far from the maturity and steadiness he would display the following year, especially with Rasheed Wallace set to join the Pistons and address their final shortcomings. This season, the Pistons' interior was notably weak, allowing Wang Jie and his teammates to dominate the boards, resulting in numerous second-chance opportunities. Wang Jie, despite his own rebounding challenges, managed to average 3 rebounds per game, while the more adept passer, Kidd, averaged 10. It could be said that as long as the Pistons failed to hit their shots, the basketball would invariably fall into the Nets' possession, making the game exceedingly effortless. This season, the Pistons' strength was inferior to that of the Magic and the 76ers. If one were to reorder the standings of the 3 teams, Wang Jie believed the Magic should rank first, the 76ers second, and the Pistons at the bottom. However, no one anticipated that the following year, the Magic would bolster their interior by acquiring Rasheed Wallace, ultimately overwhelming the Lakers to clinch the championship, epitomizing the triumph of an underdog team devoid of any star players. Meanwhile, in the West, the Lakers faced off against the Spurs in the second round. Shaquille O'Neal was severely restrained, and Kobe Bryant was embroiled in a fierce battle for ball control with O'Neal, who was also dealing with lingering effects of an injury. This culminated in the Lakers' defeat, 2-4, to the Spurs in the second round, with the Spurs subsequently becoming the Western Conference champions. The Lakers' general manager was filled with regret, pondering whether they could have won another championship had Wang Jie not departed. This year, with Manu Ginobili joining the Spurs, the team's roster became complete, significantly enhancing their strength, evidenced by their overwhelming path to the Western Conference title. At this moment, Coach Popovich confidently declared before the game that he would defeat the Nets to seize the championship. Wang Jie similarly expressed at the pre-game press conference that although the Spurs possess formidable strength, he has confidence in his ability to triumph over them. Wang Jie was acutely aware that the Nets had managed to secure 2 victories against the Spurs, albeit with a slight advantage owing to the home court officiating. Jefferson, Collins, and Martin found themselves overwhelmed and physically dominated by Duncan and Robinson in the paint. Chapter 15, Spurs 2, Nets 1, the pivotal Game 4. Ultimately, the trio proved to be inexperienced compared to Duncan and his compatriots, struggling to secure rebounds, reminiscent of the Pistons' lack of resistance against the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals. However, witnessing Kidd orchestrate plays with multiple teammates scoring in double figures was certainly a more favorable sight compared to the Pistons' inability to both defend and shoot effectively. In truth, the Nets and Spurs share striking similarities, both relying on their rosters to execute fluid gameplay. Nonetheless, it is evident that the Spurs formation is primarily defensive, whereas the Nets adopt an offensive stance. Given the parity in their lineups, one might expect an evenly matched contest, yet Kidd and Duncan's scoring prowess diverges significantly. Furthermore, the players receiving Kidd's passes are not on par with their Spurs counterparts, and the moment Popovich alters his strategy, Scott's inability to adapt leaves him floundering under the pressure of the new formation. In the first game of the finals, Wang Jie unleashed his formidable skills, experiencing a surge in physical prowess and overwhelming strength. Following the opening tip, Duncan secured the first basket, quickly followed by a fast break that put the Spurs ahead 2-0. Wang Jie, undeterred, felt his immense capability rendered him unfazed even in the face of Duncan. Shortly thereafter, he received a pass from Kidd and, under Bruce Bowen's defense, executed a three-pointer that shifted the score to 3-2. Observing Wang Jie's defensive prowess, Bowen attempted a three-pointer of his own, only to have it thwarted by Wang Jie's effective contest, resulting in the ball ricocheting off the rim. Wang Jie surged into the penalty area, resolutely nudging the ball to Kidd despite Duncan's imposing presence. Such formidable strength. Duncan was taken aback, never expecting Wang Jie to possess greater power than him. A center known for his prowess, aside from O'Neal, he feared no one in terms of strength. However, Wang Jie had already executed a fast break, and throughout the match, despite the tactical pressure, he dominated both offensively and defensively, utterly dismantling the Spurs with a final score of 113-109. Wang Jie concluded the game with an impressive tally of 36 points, 7 assists, and 10 rebounds, achieving a double-double. Kidd also performed admirably, contributing with 22 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds. As for Martin and Jefferson, they too reached double figures in scoring, yet their rebounding statistics left much to be desired. In the second quarter, still on the Nets' home court, Wang Jie experienced a noticeable decline in physical condition, his abilities diminished by 20%. After sipping a cup of goji berry water, he managed to sink 3 three-pointers. The third shot was nearly distorted by the pressure from Bowen and the defensive effort of Jackson. One could surmise that a different player would have faltered, perhaps missing entirely, yet Wang Jie succeeded. The arena erupted in cheers, prompting Coach Scott to substitute him shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, the Spurs quickly caught up, leveling the score at 9-6 at the onset of the second quarter. Wang Jie once again graced the court with 3 exquisite three-pointers, surpassing the Spurs by 5 points before promptly leaving the game. However, during the third quarter, the Spurs not only caught up, but also took a 2-point lead, leaving Wang Jie speechless. Indeed, Martin and Jefferson were repeatedly subdued under the formidable presence of the Spurs' twin towers, Duncan and Robinson. struggling to secure rebounds unless Duncan was out of position. At this juncture, Kidd and his teammates were drenched in sweat, with only Wang Jie remaining unscathed. The other 4 starters, having played 3 exhausting quarters, were visibly fatigued. As anticipated, in the fourth quarter, Wang Jie sought to bring in substitutes for a brief respite. Yet Coach Scott, in a misguided move, insisted on sending Kidd back onto the court for assistance. The result was the failure to activate the fabled 5-man lineup, culminating in an undeniable defeat with a score of 120-112. Wang Jie, this is the playoffs. I hope you can take it more seriously, Scott remarked after the second game. Coach, do you trust me? Wang Jie inquired. Of course, I believe in you, Scott replied. I will regain my stamina and defeat the Spurs in the next game, Wang Jie asserted. Very well, I believe in you, Scott responded. However, in the subsequent match, I must take the substitutes onto the court. Kidd and the other starters cannot play, or we will surely lose, Wang Jie insisted. Not a problem. Scott eventually nodded in agreement. Game 3 was held in the Spurs city, with both teams currently tied at 1-1. In the third match of the finals, Wang Jie once again unleashed his extraordinary skills, executing fervent shots and securing rebounds. By the end of the 4 quarters, Wang Jie noted that Coach Popovich was astute. Upon realizing the futility of containing him, he directed Duncan to assist in defending Bowen. Duncan was named to the all-defensive first team this year, while Bowen secured a spot on the second team, whereas Wang Jie did not make it onto any of the all-defensive teams, nor was he selected as an all-star player. Wang Jie's shooting accuracy, which once surpassed 90, has been steadily declining. In a moment of carelessness, after successfully maneuvering past Bowen, he was nonetheless thwarted by Duncan's formidable block. Wang Jie felt a touch of embarrassment. It appeared that with a shooting proficiency not exceeding 95, it would be quite challenging to surpass the likes of Duncan and Bowen. Consequently, Wang Jie fervently passed the ball to his teammates, adopting a selfless role. However, the shooting accuracy of his companions during this match was evidently lacking. Even after several timeouts, their efforts bore no fruit, as the Spurs adjusted their strategy to tightly restrict the Nets, imposing immense defensive pressure. Ultimately, even in the final minute of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie exhausted all his might, including his best shots and last-second attempts. Nevertheless, under the formidable defense of the Spurs' Twin Towers, the Nets succumbed to a narrow defeat, ending the game at 102-101. In this match, Wang Jie impressively amassed 28 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists, achieving a triple-double. Regrettably, his teammates faltered, with Kidd contributing merely 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists, the duo accounting for nearly half of the team's total score. On the opposing side, Duncan scored 22 points, while Tony Parker erupted with 20 points, alongside Jackson and Rose, both of whom also reached double figures, effectively overwhelming Wang Jie's teammates. With the series now at 2-1, Wang Jie sighed. He had exerted considerable effort, yet the final foul by Martin allowed Duncan to secure the victory from the free throw line. It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Martin lamented, cradling his head in despair. It's all right. Your last foul wasn't particularly obvious. The fact remains that this is the Spurs' home court, Wang Jie replied, shaking his head in a comforting manner. As they approached Game 4, Scott inquired, Wang Jie, how can we secure this elusive victory? For the championship, I am open to your suggestions. In truth, Wang Jie had contemplated utilizing the bench during the previous match, but the teams had been in a relentless struggle until the end, with the Nets initially dominating the Spurs, only to be unexpectedly overturned in the final moments. All right. Our stamina is limited. We are fatigued after the third game of the finals, and the Spurs are equally worn out. You'll start in the first quarter, and I will begin with the bench in the second quarter, Wang Jie proposed, nodding affirmatively. Sounds good. Scott hesitated momentarily, questioning, will this really work? Have no worries, Wang Jie assured him confidently. As Game 4 commenced, both teams took to the court. The Spurs were taken aback to find that Wang Jie was not in the starting lineup, much to the shock of Coach Popovich. Meanwhile, Kidd led the team, struggling to thrive under the rebounding threats posed by Duncan and Robinson. The first quarter ended with the Nets trailing 18-22, a deficit of 4 points. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jie sighed in relief. Fortunately, Kidd was not entirely unbeatable, merely being suppressed throughout the game. Chapter 16. The 5 unparalleled warriors of fury. In the second section of G4, Wang Jie took to the court alongside 4 substitutes, which elicited a chuckle from Spurs coach Popovich, who perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Consequently, the starting quintet, including Duncan, remained on the floor despite having played a quarter. Scott, observing the unfolding situation, valiantly stifled his impulse to replace the starters and instead scrutinized the game, resolving to substitute them at the first sign of calamity. Yet, the situation on the court defied all expectations. Upon his entry, Wang Jie assumed the role of point guard, while Harris, Rogers, Williams, and Mutombo erupted with fervor. It appeared as though the four, with Wang Jie orchestrating their plays, were each manifesting the relentless intensity of Wang Jie himself, storming the Spurs' interior defense. In a remarkable display, Mutombo snatched 5 consecutive rebounds from Duncan, fervently closing the scoring gap. By the end of the quarter, Wang Jie had amassed 5 assists, while the other 4 collectively contributed an impressive 24 points. Meanwhile, the Spurs managed a mere 12 points, resulting in a sudden 8-point disparity. With Wang Jie's team leading by that margin, both Popovich and Scott were left astounded. It was noteworthy that Harris and Mutombo were seasoned veterans. Yet one was scoring explosively while the other dominated the boards, with the remaining duo exhibiting formidable prowess. In the third quarter, Wang Jie also launched 3 three-pointers, further extending the lead to 15 points. However, true to his reputation as a future multi-championship coach, Popovich and the Spurs discerned that Wang Jie appeared fatigued and sluggish. They relentlessly targeted him, causing considerable frustration for Wang Jie. Wang Jie felt a profound sense of frustration, particularly as the 4 substitutes were exhausted by the final quarter. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to replace him with Scott, whose performance was notably hindered by the constraints imposed by Guei, resulting in a 20 decrease in his stamina, reducing it to a mere 64, almost on par with that of a mere water cooler attendant. Consequently, he too found himself breathless after just 2 quarters. Meanwhile, as Wang Jie stepped off the court, Duncan and his teammates rallied their spirits and fervently closed the gap, narrowing the score difference to just 7 points with 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Wang Jie realized that this situation was untenable. Losing another round would prove disastrous. He promptly requested Scott to substitute him into the game. Wang Jie had just replaced Jefferson on the court, and upon his entrance, he effortlessly sank a 3-pointer amidst the formidable defenses of Duncan and Bowen, once again extending the lead to 10 points. The previously spirited Duncan and his teammates felt a twinge of discouragement. However, this was merely the beginning. Duncan responded by scoring another basket, only for Wang Jie to turn around and deliver yet another 3-pointer, further widening the gap. In a frenzy, Duncan and Bowen relentlessly targeted Wang Jie, compelling him to pass to Kidd and Martin. Fortunately, during this quarter, they performed adequately, ensuring they did not lag behind. As the game approached its final minute, both teams exchanged points, yet the Spurs managed to close the gap to a mere 5 points. As Wang Jie dribbled past half-court, he launched the ball towards the hoop. Weakened as he was, under the dual pressure from Bowen and Duncan, he found himself unable to make the shot, rendering his attempt futile. It would have been better to throw it as soon as he crossed half-court. What? Bowen gasped, his mouth agape, for this was the finals. Should he fail to score, the blame would undoubtedly fall squarely on him. Meanwhile, Scott rose to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. Was it conceivable for a rational mind to attempt a shot from the midcourt in the finals? Popovich wore a broad smile, exuding an air of complete control over the situation. With a swish, the smile did not fade but rather shifted. Scott jubilantly shouted, "Great shot." Yet, Popovich's expression darkened. The home crowd of the Spurs was momentarily stunned into silence, leaving only Scott's exuberant voice echoing throughout the arena. In an instant, Wang Jie had narrowed the deficit to 8 points, and shortly thereafter, he received a pass from Kidd and sank another 3-pointer. Ultimately, the Spurs managed to close the gap by 5 points. However, the game concluded with a 5-point difference, marking the end of Game 4. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. He was uncertain what to do if another loss were to occur. The pivotal Game 5 was upon them, and both sides understood that the victor would significantly enhance their chances of success. They all diligently prepared, with the main players seizing the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate. However, Wang Jie brimmed with confidence. To him, triumphing over the Spurs in this match seemed inevitable, while the true challenge lay in how to conquer them in Game 6. Indeed, as Game 5 commenced, Wang Jie unleashed a familiar surge of energy. The Nets entered the second quarter with a slender 2-point lead. Yet, once again, he found himself constrained by Duncan and Bowen. In the second quarter, Wang Jie took to the court with 4 substitutes, who subsequently erupted in performance. Thanks to his extraordinary skills, Wang Jie was not affected by the 5 consecutive enhancements of his abilities. Nevertheless, with a 20 increase in strength, he and the 4 substitutes relentlessly challenged Duncan and his cohorts. Duncan and Robinson soon realized that Wang Jie and his teammates had elevated their defensive prowess to an entirely new level. Every shot they took found its mark, and the rebounds were consistently claimed by Wang Jie and his companions. This quarter proved to be a veritable torment for Duncan and his team. Popovich frantically adjusted his strategies. But against 5 opponents of nearly all-star caliber, no amount of alteration could alter the outcome. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets had surged ahead of the Spurs by 8 points, and by the end of the third quarter, they had bewilderingly extended their lead to 20 points. It is worth noting that Wang Jie was merely guiding a group of substitutes, and to dominate Duncan and his team in such a manner was nothing short of a bloodbath. As the fourth quarter commenced, the starters returned to the court, Wang Jie included. Unfortunately, the veterans like Mutombo had exhausted their stamina. Even if they could continue, it was prudent to rest them to prevent injuries. Ultimately, although the Spurs managed to close the gap by 5 points in the final quarter, it was already too late to alter the outcome. In the end, Wang Jie led his team to a resounding victory over the Spurs with a score of 130-115, showcasing an impressive performance with 8 players scoring in double figures. Wang Jie astonishingly recorded a formidable stat line of 40 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds. Had it not been for the presence of substitutes and the rebounding prowess of Mutombo and others, coupled with Wang Jie's shooting from both the perimeter and the paint, he might have secured a double-digit rebound count. As Wang Jie clinched the match point with a 3-2 victory, the finals Game 6 commenced. However, due to the unpredictable side effects experienced in the previous game, his attributes were diminished by 20% this time. Nevertheless, Wang Jie, starting the game, managed to sink 2 3-pointers before being substituted out by Duncan and Bowen, who effectively contained him. With their defense, Wang Jie was prone to mistakes, resulting in turnovers. Consequently, in the second quarter, Wang Jie teamed up with the bench players. Despite facing relentless pressure from Duncan and his teammates, the other 4 players were still able to score effortlessly and secure rebounds. Although Wang Jie struggled defensively, he offered assistance when necessary. In this quarter, with Wang Jie leading the bench, Duncan hesitated to assist defensively. Wang Jie continuously passed the ball, finding openings to make 2 more 3-pointers, which deterred Bowen from leaving him unguarded. By the end of the second quarter, Wang Jie had led the substitutes to surpass the Spurs by 3 points, leaving the fans in a state of bewilderment. While he was initially overwhelmed by Duncan and Robinson, his bench performance allowed him to dominate over the Spurs stars. However, the Spurs proved to be formidable opponents. In the third quarter, Wang Jie's stamina waned significantly, forcing him to rely on his skillful defensive instincts. Despite managing to thwart several shots from Duncan and Parker, the duo of Duncan and Robinson capitalized on their opportunities, securing rebounds. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Nets held a 5-point lead over the Spurs, allowing Wang Jie to take a breather. Chapter 17. We are the champions of 2003. In the final quarter, the atmosphere turned serious. Duncan and Robinson unleashed their full intensity, while Bowen resorted to increasingly aggressive tactics. Fortunately, Kidd managed to keep the deficit to just 1 point after 10 minutes, maintaining a slender lead for the Nets. Scott, observing from the sidelines, recognized that the Nets were not a match for the Spurs unless Wang Jie was on the court. Wang Jie took to the court after a brief respite of 10 minutes, substituting for seasoned veterans whose physical exertion had taken its toll, causing their attributes to wane despite a potential 20 boost. The decline in stamina was palpable. However, the opposing Spurs, led by Duncan and Robinson, were equally drenched in sweat, utterly fatigued. Fortunately, the Spurs were still a youthful team, their vigor allowing them to withstand the onslaught from Wang Jie and his teammates. Coach Popovich strategically targeted Wang Jie with a defensive ploy that initially proved effective. Yet, as 3 minutes elapsed, Wang Jie scored 9 points from 3 attempts, and his teammates also contributed, turning a 1-point deficit into a 4-point lead. In the final 2 minutes, the Spurs managed to sink 3 2-pointers, narrowing the gap to 2 points. In the last minute, Wang Jie assisted Rogers, who smoothly executed a mid-range shot, extending the lead back to 4 points. The Spurs called for a timeout, and shortly after, they executed a tactical maneuver to break through Wang Jie, scoring 2 points off the backboard. With only 52 seconds remaining, Wang Jie composed himself, allowing the clock to tick down. In the final 30 seconds, he passed to Mutombo, who, with a powerful roar, emphatically dunked the ball over Duncan, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the fans. Wang Jie was acutely aware that this match was a must-win. Otherwise, the G7 showdown against the Spurs could spiral into chaos. There was a distinct possibility that Popovich might resort to unscrupulous tactics on their home court. Even the risk of a foul play lingered in the air. Regardless, Wang Jie had employed his unique skill of infusing goji berries in a thermos, rendering him immobile for that quarter. However, it was evident that Popovich was taken aback. He harbored similar thoughts, yet Wang Jie's defensive prowess rendered him cautious. What if an injury sidelined him and a stronger opponent took the court? The other four substitutes had shown bursts of energy, yet none were focal points, and substituting starters for the opposing team's reserves would be a grave miscalculation. Ultimately, Popovich had no choice but to call another timeout and bring Jin Billy into the fray. With a swift defensive maneuver, Jin Billy executed a pick-and-roll, sinking a three-pointer, showcasing his reputation as a clutch player and narrowing the score to a mere point. With only 20 seconds remaining, the atmosphere grew tense. No one anticipated such a close contest between the two teams. At Wang Jie's behest, Scott substituted in the starters, energized from their rest. Kidd and his teammates entered the game with vigor. Kidd skillfully maneuvered past half-court, only to be fouled by his counterpart, Jackson, leading him to the free throw line. Brimming with vitality, Kidd converted both attempts, extending the lead to 3 points. Yet, turning back, the crafty Jin Billy found a sliver of space amidst the Spurs formation and, facing Wang Jie, launched a three-pointer that leveled the score, igniting a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Many fans shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfolding drama. In a swift sequence, Kidd skillfully maneuvered, drawing Parker and others away before executing a pick-and-roll with Martin, delivering the ball to Wang Jie, who had evaded Bowen. Having had little respite, Bowen was fatigued and barely reacted in time. With just 3 seconds remaining, Wang Jie, without even jumping, seized the ball and took a decisive step back, launching a seemingly arbitrary shot towards the basket. Bowen leapt, nearly obscuring Wang Jie's entire frame. But Wang Jie's three-pointer was as precise as if it had been equipped with a GPS system. With a resounding swish, the three-pointer found its mark. The red light illuminated, and the referee signaled the basket's validity. Wang Jie had executed a last-second triumph over the Spurs. Frustrated, Popovich slammed the tactical board in exasperation. The foolish management had, in their attempt to save $3 million, nearly undermined the Nets' championship victory, which had been largely propelled by Wang Jie's brilliance. Amidst the raucous atmosphere at the Brooklyn Nets' home ground in New York, the fervent cheers of the city's fans erupted in jubilant celebration. Wang Jie erupted into laughter, having utilized all his skills for the first time, experiencing an exhilarating sense of fulfillment. Moreover, Scott's reluctance to alter his strategy, in contrast to Popovich's emphasis on team basketball, imparted a feeling of being intellectually outmatched. Nevertheless, Wang Jie ultimately clinched the championship through his unyielding prowess. After embracing Duncan, Wang Jie awaited the words "the future is yours." But Duncan and his companions departed with a hint of disappointment, leaving the stage of celebration to Wang Jie and his teammates. Congratulations to the New Jersey Nets for winning the 2002-2003 championship. As Stern's voice resonated, a wave of jubilation swept through the crowd. At this moment, a lingering question remained regarding the recipient of the FMV award, as data indicated that Wang Jie far surpassed his teammates. Wang Jie averaged an impressive 32 points, 4 rebounds, and 8 assists, significantly overshadowing the second-ranked Jefferson, who recorded 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. As for the third-ranked Kidd, his primary role was ball control. And due to Wang Jie playing several quarters alongside the bench players, Kidd's attempts were drastically reduced, resulting in an average of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists. This year, Kidd not only became the assist leader in the regular season, but also claimed the title in the playoffs. The selection for FMV was marred by Wang Jie's lack of confidence, stemming from his yellow skin and his ongoing negotiations with sneaker giants like Nike and Adidas, which led to a protracted refusal to sign a 6-year, $50 million shoe contract. This situation could potentially result in the FMV of the finals being awarded to someone else. However, in the end, Stern triumphantly declared, "This year's FMV of the finals belongs to Wang Jie." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Wang Jie immediately took Kidd and Jefferson to lift the FMV trophy together. "Jefferson, you will undoubtedly be an all-star player in the future," Wang Jie exclaimed with a smile. "Kidd, Thank you for your contributions to the team. I believe half of our championship success is thanks to you. Wang Jie also recognized his good fortune in securing a championship with a Nets team devoid of superstars. This realization brought him quiet joy, as the FMV of the finals would ensure that the championship skill rating would remain intact. Congratulations on achieving outstanding results in both the regular season and playoffs, and congratulations to the host for an elevated rating, as well as for acquiring the golden passive skill. Unbreakable. Unbreakable. When the host suffers a malicious foul, Unbreakable automatically activates, rendering the body as resilient as diamond. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie was filled with elation. It is well known that diamonds are over 10 times harder than steel. Anyone who dares to commit a foul against him would essentially be striking a diamond. During the finals, Wang Jie hesitated in the face of Bowen's defense, often refraining from leaping, and even when he did, he had to remain cautious. This greatly hindered his performance on the court. Otherwise, he would have effortlessly triumphed over the Spurs long ago. Chapter 18. The Pistons Decline. Wang Jie, having no time to appreciate the championship reward, promptly proceeded to an interview. Wang Jie, this marks your 5th season acquiring a championship ring. And you have also received the FMV award for this game. What are your thoughts? Inquired a blonde reporter eagerly. Of course, I am incredibly thrilled. This is my 5th championship ring, yet it is my first time receiving the FMV award, and I feel absolutely ecstatic. Furthermore, I would like to address those who label me as merely a championship slacker. Indeed, I am not only a slacker of championships, but also of the FMV accolade. Without my teammates, I would never have attained this FMV. Wang Jie humorously remarked. Laughter erupted among the crowd. After all, the finals MVP is not an honor that can be easily attained through mere idleness. In truth, Wang Jie did exhibit a hint of nonchalance, as it would indeed be challenging to secure the MVP honor in a different context. Do you feel any regret about not achieving a 100 shooting percentage this season? A reporter asked. Not at all, especially since my shooting percentage remains commendable. I would rank first in the entire league, Wang Jie responded with a smile. Your voting numbers this season were relatively low, and you did not participate in the All-Star game. Do you have any regrets? I believe next season may yield a substantial number of votes, Wang Jie replied with a grin. Do you think you can win the championship next season? Absolutely. Since joining the NBA, when have I failed to clinch a championship? Wang Jie nodded with a smile. You have only signed a 1-season contract with the Nets. Will you remain with the team next season? I would consider staying if the Nets are willing to offer me a maximum contract, Wang Jie said with a chuckle. In reality, next year, as the Nets kid faced injuries during the playoffs leading to a defeat against the Pistons, Wang Jie remained confident in leading the Nets to a championship, knowing he was merely supporting the team, while Kid could play casually. Additionally, with ample rest during the regular season, injuries would likely be avoided in the playoffs. Moreover, next year, the Nets owner faced a financial crisis, which could lead to the entire team being sold. Signing Wang Jie this year would incur substantial luxury taxes, meaning that at least one starter or several substitutes would need to be traded come next season, casting doubt on Wang Jie's prospects of being re-signed. With the interview concluded, Wang Jie departed the press conference and returned home to Brooklyn in his driver-esque car. Lying in bed, he decided to check the championship skill rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2002 to 2003 championship. Congratulations on randomly acquiring a top-tier skill. Congratulations on receiving a top-tier skill from the Rules series, Rejuvenation. The host has achieved an FMV rating of 89. Based on this rating, it has been slightly adjusted to Flashback. Rejuvenation. This skill can be executed for a single quarter, allowing the player's abilities to revert to the peak season's rating of 110. Flashback. While the host is on the court, they may designate an aging teammate to perform at their peak season capabilities for 1 quarter, including overtime. Wang Jie felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the skill of Revival. This meant he could indeed request the team to acquire a veteran of superstar caliber, who could step in during crucial moments, greatly benefiting the team, particularly now that he is with the Brooklyn Nets, where a seasoned player like Mutombo resides. The prospect of having him on the court in the 4th quarter is enticing. His defensive prowess and rebounding skills are reminiscent of a historical legend. With this thought in mind, Wang Jie promptly communicated with Thompson, insisting that if the Nets wished to retain him, they must not trade Mutombo. He recalled that the Nets had been considering a buyout of Mutombo's contract due to his high salary and underperformance this season, planning to clear him from the roster with a payment for breach of contract. However, if Wang Jie could utilize the Revival skill, enabling Mutombo to relive his peak performance for just 1 quarter, it would undoubtedly elevate the team's success to new heights. Wang Jie felt quite satisfied with his skill rating this time. The decrease in skills aligned with his expectations. He began to pay attention to teams lacking star players, particularly the Pistons, who were dubbed the People's Team for the upcoming season. After the Nets season concluded, Wang Jie opted out of his contract, and immediately, Thompson informed him that his phone had been inundated with calls, with the Knicks expressing the greatest interest in him. Wang Jie has secured a substantial 7-year contract worth $120 million from the Knicks, with the team committing to build around him as the cornerstone of their franchise. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie was greatly intrigued and immediately requested the rights of trade veto, draft selection, and trading authority, preparing to assume the dual role of general manager and player. However, the New York Knicks were only willing to grant him the trade veto rights. Even with Wang Jie's willingness to reduce his salary and contract duration, the team's general manager firmly rejected the proposal, asserting that the Knicks were not in want of financial resources. Realizing the situation, Wang Jie understood that the Knicks, being financially robust, would not willingly relinquish their authority to a player. Are there any other teams? Wang Jie inquired. Yes, the Lakers, Rockets, Spurs, Clippers, Bucks, and Cavaliers, Thompson responded, naming each team. Stop. You might as well say that every team has invited me. What about the Detroit Pistons? Wang Jie interjected after listening for a while. Haha. Jack Wang, you are indeed the most sought-after player this offseason. Of course, they have made an offer. Only the Timberwolves haven't T. As Garnett's $28 million salary has nearly consumed all of their cap space, Thompson chuckled. The Pistons have a decent salary situation and are offering you a 3-year contract worth $36.8 million, Thompson continued. Negotiate with the Pistons for a 1-year contract of $10.8 million and request that the team acquires a seasoned veteran, regardless of who it is. I will join, Wang Jie stated resolutely. Wang Jie expressed his demands, noting that while the Nets were a formidable team who would want to exhaust themselves in relentless competition. The following day, he received a call from Thompson. Hello, Jack Wang. I have inquired thoroughly. The general manager of the Pistons conveyed that Coach Larry Brown remarked upon your mediocre defense. Should you join the Pistons, you would only be a bench player with a maximum annual salary of $8 million for 1 year, Thompson stated, his voice laced with frustration. Bench player, you say? Wang Jie pondered. The Pistons bench seemed quite commendable, with solid defenders and formidable scorers like Oker and Williams. If he were to collaborate with these substitutes, it would certainly be a more potent combination than teaming up with the Nets reserves. Is there a possibility of trading for a seasoned veteran on a minimum salary to bolster the team? Wang Jie inquired. That was declined. And even if they accepted, oh my goodness, Coach Larry Brown of the Pistons is notoriously difficult to work with. Are you certain you wish to join his team? Thompson replied. Very well, Wang Jie mused. It was true, Coach Brown had a reputation for being a graveyard for newcomers. Although Wang Jie was not a novice. Poor defensive performance in the Pistons would lead to misfortune, as it was widely known that Larry Brown favored strong defenders. By the way, the Nets have turned down your request and indicated they can no longer afford Mutombo's salary, Thompson lamented. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the Nets are willing to offer you a 1-year max contract once again. Chapter 19. Recruiting veterans. Wang Jie contemplated for a moment. Even in his absence, the Nets and the Pistons battled fiercely in the second round, concluding with a score of 4-3. The Pistons' formidable defense and youthful vigor ultimately led to the Nets' downfall in overtime. Had he been present, coupled with the Nets' commendable performance, it would have been prudent to remain with the team. Thompson conveyed to the Nets that while the draft picks are of no consequence, they currently lack any opportunity for selections this year. In order to negotiate a trade, the team requires a formidable veteran on a minimum salary. Anyone will suffice, Wang Jie asserted. Thompson inquired, Jack Wang, why is it imperative for you to have a veteran this season? Because I prefer it, Wang Jie replied, rolling his eyes. He could hardly admit that his skills could rejuvenate a veteran's career. Last season, the Nets were champions, thus a veteran would surely find the prospect enticing. Acquiring a minimum salary veteran is hardly a challenge. Thompson promptly agreed. Isn't the Spurs financially constrained? Are they genuinely interested in me joining? Wang Jie asked. Indeed. The Spurs have offered an annual salary of $8 million, hoping for your inclusion, Thompson replied. Stingy. Never mind, I might as well stay with the Nets, Wang Jie retorted. Bemused. During the off-season, he had inquired around and discovered that the teams willing to offer him a maximum contract were primarily those that wouldn't even reach the playoffs. Among the more promising options were the Heat and the Cavaliers. The Heat, this year, were set to draft Wade. Even as a rookie, Wade already exuded star potential. Moreover, Wang Jie still had a chance to contend for the championship. The Cavaliers, with LeBron James, presented a compelling opportunity. Although LeBron was still somewhat inexperienced, his prowess was undeniable. And Wang Jie's addition would only enhance their prospects. Didn't the Rockets extend an invitation? Wang Jie pondered. This season, Yao Ming had significantly matured, and possessing a center like Yao could facilitate many opportunities. Joining the Rockets might indeed lead to a championship. They did. But they are only willing to offer a 3-year contract worth $25 million, or $7 million for a single year, Thompson lamented. Wang Jie found himself at a loss for words, as it was evident that the Rockets management had already initiated discussions with McGrady, showing little regard for his own situation. Resigned, he decided to extend his contract with the Nets for another year. The teams he aspired to join either refused to offer a maximum salary or did not afford him the status he desired. With no viable alternatives, he concluded that renewing with the reasonably performing Nets for another year would suffice. Consequently, Wang Jie instructed Thompson to engage in negotiations with the management, ultimately securing a successful 1-year contract extension with the Nets, while also retaining the right to veto any trades. Wang Jie let out a sigh. Yet upon reflecting on his newfound ability to shine once more, he found no cause for trepidation when facing the Pistons. The entire NBA was abuzz as Wang Jie extended his contract with the Nets for another year, prompting the team to boldly declare their championship aspirations. The Nets were indeed astute in their calculations. During the off-season, Wang Jie found himself in a predicament when the Nets offered him a mere $100,000 as a veteran minimum contract, leaving him with the authority to decide whom to sign. $100,000? That seemed rather paltry. After contemplating, Wang Jie voiced his thoughts to Nets general manager Ron. The team lacks funds, Ron lamented. Let us clear some contracts and increase it to $150,000 to entice Karl Malone. Wang Jie replied. Karl Malone is certainly a fine choice. I had already considered inviting him before you mentioned it, but he seems to favor the Lakers Showtime combination and has turned us down. Ron expressed his dismay. Very well, Wang Jie nodded. Let us inquire about Johnson. Johnson? Magic Johnson? Are you jesting? He's nearing 40, Ron exclaimed incredulously. Let us ask him if he'd be interested in joining the Nets for a chance at a championship, Wang Jie insisted. Reluctantly, Ron followed through with the inquiry, only to swiftly receive a refusal, for Magic Johnson was already adorned with multiple championship rings. Left with no choice, Wang Jie continued his search, even reaching out to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Michael Jordan, but alas, they too declined, as the allure of the Nets was insufficient. Jordan felt the weight of age and the limitations of his body, contemplating retirement this year, and was unwilling to join the Nets. Wang Jie was at a loss for words, suddenly recalling the wager he had placed with Kenny Smith last year regarding the legendary Charles Barkley. Despite being a historical icon, Barkley had signed a contract with the TNT commentary platform, leaving one to wonder whether he would be willing to return to the court. Contemplating this, Wang Jie promptly remarked, Charles Barkley, I heard that last year he kissed the rear end of a donkey named Kenny Smith. How about inviting him to win a championship? Charles Barkley? He has been retired for 4 years, and at just 40 years old, he has ballooned in size. Can he still play basketball? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't care. It's worth asking, Wang Jie replied. All right. Ron thought of the immense prestige and fanfare Barkley would bring to the team, enhancing ticket sales. It was indeed an enticing prospect, and he immediately agreed. At that moment, Barkley was taken aback by Ron's call, repeating his inquiry thrice. God, buddy, are you sure you haven't invited the wrong person? It's me, Charles Barkley, not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Indeed, it is you. I can only imagine your desire for a championship ring. How about joining us, the Nets, in our quest for a championship title? Ron suggested. To be honest, I have grown weary of my friends teasing me about my lack of a championship. I need to think this over, Barkley responded. Wang Jie received news that Feiju Barkley is contemplating his future. Following this train of thought, Wang Jie extended invitations to the soon-to-retire brothers, Malone, Stockton, and Ewing. However, in the end, Stockton indicated that he might consider playing for 1 more year, while Ewing expressed concerns about his age and the severity of his knee injuries. Deciding against continuing his basketball career, Wang Jie discovered that among the stars he consulted, only Barkley and Stockton expressed any ambition for the championship. The others declined. There were also some veteran players still eager to secure a championship, yet their demands were substantial, making it challenging to select anyone on a salary of $1 million. Throughout the offseason, Wang Jie diligently trained to enhance his skills, particularly improving his ball handling, basketball IQ, and passing abilities, thanks to kids' mentorship. As time ticked away, Wang Jie contemplated the possibility that if the offseason concluded without agreement from the two, he might have to recruit one or two competent veterans during the regular season. When the offseason came to an end, Stockton ultimately chose to retire, opting for a well-deserved rest, with the potential of reconsidering a return if he felt revitalized. Consequently, only the flying pig, Barkley, remained. Barkley expressed his interest, revealing he had been in negotiations with TNT. Given that Barkley earned significantly more with TNT than he did playing basketball, he was reluctant to leave, hoping the company would allow him a year of unpaid leave to pursue a championship before resuming his work. Ultimately, TNT reached an agreement with Barkley, allowing him to join the Nets for the playoffs while continuing his commentary during the regular season. Upon learning this, Wang Jie was elated, especially since Barkley only requested a veteran's minimum salary of $1 million for the year and would only participate in the playoffs, amounting to just 16 games, which meant the team would only need to pay him $160,000. This effectively saved Wang Jie $84,000 for the team. Chapter 20, The Worm. Rodman. As the preseason commenced, Wang Jie received a call from Thompson. "Jack Wang," Thompson exclaimed. As Wang Jie shot hoops while clutching his phone, he inquired, "Thompson, what new endorsements do you have?" "Well, it seems that several well-informed individuals in the NBA have learned of your desire to secure a championship, and Dennis Rodman has reached out, hoping to join. If you decline, he plans to sign with the Tijuana Dragons of the American ABA Development League next week." Rodman? The Worm Rodman? Wang Jie expressed his surprise. Amidst his pursuit of numerous star veterans, he had indeed overlooked him. Rodman, a figure from the same era as Jordan, played the power forward position and was renowned for his fierce defense and rebounding prowess. Now, at 43 years old, he was still playing basketball. "Of course, it's possible, but the Nets have granted me only one slot. You need to discuss this with General Manager Ron," Wang Jie promptly replied. It is important to note that Rodman, as a power forward, could perfectly fill the void left by Barkley during the regular season. "Ron, as you know, while Barkley has agreed to join the team, he is only willing to participate in the playoffs. Now, we have an opportunity with someone named Dennis Rodman who is willing to join us for the regular season. I believe we should extend him an opportunity. My agent mentioned that he would even accept a super minimum salary of just $360,000 a year," Wang Jie elaborated. "Oh my. For years ago, Rodman was deemed too frail and aged to compete in the NBA. We already have Barkley taking up one roster spot, and adding Rodman means we would only have 13 spots left on our 15-man roster." Although Ron did not outright refuse, his reluctance was palpable in his tone. Wang Jie paused momentarily, acknowledging that while Rodman was indeed a bargain, he occupied a roster spot. He suggested releasing the player who had ranked last in the previous season, one who had barely seen the court outside of garbage time, and whose contract was even more exorbitant than Rodman's. "Let us just cut him," Wang Jie asserted after a moment of contemplation. Ron hesitated, recognizing that the notorious Rodman appeared to have little future ahead of him, while the player who had finished at the bottom last season had performed dismally. Yet, he pondered, what if one day that player tapped into his latent potential? "Trust me, his talent is mediocre at best. He is likely just a bench warmer," Wang Jie remarked about a name he had never heard before, indicating that the player's prospects were indeed bleak. "Fine, I shall address this matter immediately," Ron replied, somewhat exasperated, noting that Rodman himself was also merely a substitute. Nonetheless, out of respect for Wang Jie, he ultimately acquiesced. As time drifted by, the 2003 season for the Nets commenced. Wang Jie, having undergone rigorous training during the offseason, has further elevated his prowess. Standing at a height of 198 centimeters and weighing 97 kilograms, his attributes include strength, 81, speed, 76, agility, 75, vertical leap, 72, stamina, 83, basketball IQ, 79, dribbling, 75, passing, 78, dunking, 68, layup, 79, mid-range shooting, 78, and three-point shooting, 76. His defensive skills are noteworthy as well, with outside defense, 75, inside defense, 73, blocking, 69, stealing, 65, and rebounding, 69. His skills include the blue skill Eye of the Defender, the golden skill Unbreakable, and the substitute level 5 consecutive mastery. alongside Wolfberry infused in a thermos, game-winning shot, unpredictable, and return of the light. As the preseason unfolds, all players are honing their skills. The absence of veteran rebounder Mutombo is felt, yet the arrival of Rodman brings a vibrant flair. With his multicolored hair and distinctive voice, Rodman's fashion sense is so striking that one might mistake him for a celebrity. Unfortunately, his performance in the preseason has been lackluster. Averaging only 10 minutes on the court, struggling to move, jumping low, and failing to execute defensive strategies, leading to consistent breakdowns in his gameplay. One might wonder if this aging veteran still has fuel in his tank. Both Kidd and the head coach expressed their dissatisfaction with Rodman's integration, especially with the looming presence of the playoffs and the formidable Barkley. The addition of two extraordinary talents raises questions about the difficulty of their championship aspirations. The regular season opener pits them against the reigning Western Conference champions, the Spurs. Such an exhilarating start has filled the Nets' home arena with enthusiastic fans. Go Nets! The crowd erupted with cheers as the Spurs took the court, met by a chorus of boos from the opposing fans. As the game commenced, it was evident that the Spurs' overall strength had diminished somewhat, particularly after the retirement of Robinson, whose prowess was sorely missed by the backup center. Nevertheless, Wang Jie did not resort to his unpredictable skills. Instead, he employed Wiggins' technique of soaking goji berries in a thermos. In the fierce battle that ensued over 3 games, Wang Jie, in the starting lineup, scored 9 points before taking a rest in the first quarter, leaving Kidd to lead the team while Wang Jie was substituted for Jefferson. Unfortunately, Jefferson and Martin struggled to contain Duncan, finding it challenging to secure rebounds or effectively defend against his shots. However, with Robinson absent, both were able to make more successful attempts and managed to gather a few rebounds beyond Duncan's reach. In a notable incident, Wang Jie invited Robinson through his agent. But alas, Robinson declined. After all, the last time he won a championship was in 1999, when he and Wang Jie, who had just entered the NBA, celebrated together, regrettably. Their interaction had been cut short as Robinson had just crossed over, and he was released before they could speak. As the second quarter concluded, the Nets trailed the Spurs by 2 points, with Popovich wearing a slight smile, calmly observing the court. Scott remained composed, believing that as long as Wang Jie was on the court, a turnaround was inevitable. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets were down by 3 points. Kidd's playmaking facilitated comfortable shooting opportunities for Jefferson and others, resulting in a commendable shooting percentage. The third quarter concluded with 4 players scoring in double digits, with only Wang Jie and the starting center remaining unaccounted for. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie took to the court, and at his behest, the formidable Rodman also joined the fray. Jack Wang, while I possess confidence, entering the game this early may lead to a swift defeat, Rodman admitted, slightly bashful. No worries. Wang Jie replied with a smile, just give it your all, and channel the spirit of the rebounding king you once were. Understood. Upon entering the game, Rodman felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, instantaneously enveloping him in confidence. I feel like the rebounding king I once was, Rodman exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Rather than substituting Martin, who was performing well, Rodman replaced the center Collins, who had struggled against Duncan. With a resounding thud, Rodman collided with Duncan midair. Using his superior rebounding instincts, Rodman seized the rebound and swiftly flicked the ball away. Wang Jie received the ball and assisted Martin with a deft floater that swished through the hoop, narrowing the deficit to a mere point. The roar of the crowd erupted as Rodman made a powerful play, electrifying the entire Nets audience. Throughout the game, although Kidd orchestrated the offense with remarkable fluidity, generating numerous open shots with a shooting percentage surpassing that of the Spurs, he struggled against Duncan, who single-handedly dominated the paint. Chapter 21. The All-Star Weekend commences, however. Once the fourth quarter began, Rodman entered the game and immediately subdued Duncan. Despite failing to score, Rodman amassed an impressive stat line of 3 rebounds, 1 block, and 5 assists within just 5 minutes. Notably, he also managed to emphatically block Duncan while he was momentarily distracted. Duncan, who had already scored 18 points by the end of the third quarter, found himself scoreless in the first 5 minutes of the fourth, thanks to Rodman's exceptional defense. Duncan furrowed his brow beneath the basket. Had Rodman maintained a serious defensive stance, Duncan would have undoubtedly managed to score. Yet, Rodman, a legendary player from the previous century, employed various subtle tactics that made Duncan uncomfortable, reminiscent of facing his teammate Bowen, albeit Bowen with rebounding prowess. With Rodman's arrival, the Nets swiftly countered the previously dominant Duncan, executing a 6-0 run and taking a 5-point lead. How could this be? The 43-year-old Rodman still had the agility to snag rebounds? His speed and strength were astounding. What an incredible sight. Spurs coach Popovich widened his eyes in disbelief. Everyone watched in astonishment as Rodman's defensive prowess and rebounding frenzy unfolded. By the end of the quarter, Rodman had secured 5 rebounds, both offensive and defensive, which effectively translated to an additional 10 points for the Nets. Moreover, Rodman had successfully limited Duncan, the Spurs' primary scoring threat, to a mere 3 of 9 shooting, with only 6 points in the final quarter and a shooting percentage of 33.3. Meanwhile, Wang Jie sank 4 3-pointers in the final period, culminating in a perfect score of 21 points for the game. Consequently, the Nets triumphed over the Spurs with a final score of 110-102, securing a resounding victory. As the game concluded, Rodman felt utterly drained, as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him exhausted and gasping for breath as he sat on the court. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jie furrowed his brow and hurried over to inquire about the situation. Only after Rodman assured him that all was well did he feel a sense of relief. Subsequently, the powerful synergy between Wang Jie and Rodman significantly bolstered the team, leading the Nets to a remarkable winning streak. Although Rodman appeared only in the final game, his presence often resulted in the opposing team being utterly dismantled. The formidable trio of Kidd, Wang Jie, and Rodman proved to be an indomitable force, complemented by adept players like Martin and Jefferson, rendering them virtually unbeatable, even against the Lakers, who were destined to claim the Western Conference title. Not even the formidable quartet of O'Neal, Bryant, Payton, and Malone could withstand their might. The team achieved an astounding 22 consecutive victories in the regular season, only to falter against the Denver Nuggets due to fatigue from travel and the challenges of high-altitude air. This left every team in awe of the Nets' terrifying prowess, while Rodman's 43-year-old return astonished many. Particularly noteworthy was Rodman's performance in the final quarter, where he seemed to defy gravity. Any rebound he targeted invariably ended up in his hands, averaging 2 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. His all-around statistics were impressive. Although his scoring ability was somewhat lacking and he often focused on passing, his assists remained commendable. One could speculate that had he played a full 4 quarters, he might have secured 20 rebounds in a single game. Of course, this represents Rodman's peak performance, even during his prime. His effectiveness would wane in the latter stages of a game, diminishing his rebounding prowess. Nonetheless, the peak Rodman in just a single quarter was truly terrifying. As he became more familiar with the team, his synergy with his teammates became remarkably seamless. In no time, Nets general manager Rod was so elated that his smile seemed to warp his face. Coach Scott was similarly ecstatic, as the performance of a minimum salary veteran playing an average of 12 minutes per game was nothing short of extraordinary. As time progressed, the All-Star weekend approached, with Meta World Peace Pistons, Kevin Garnett, Timberwolves, Ben Wallace, Pistons, Bruce Bowen, Spurs, and Kobe Bryant, Lakers, being named to the All-NBA first team. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd, Nets, Doug Christie, Kings, Tim Duncan, Spurs, Andrei Kirilenko, Jazz, and the Worm Rodman, Nets, earned spots on the All-NBA second team. Wang Jie's defensive prowess, despite being occasionally sublime and at times lackluster, does not qualify as top tier, as he did not even make it to the second-string roster. The starting lineup for the Eastern Conference included Vince Carter from the Toronto Raptors, Shaquille O'Neal of the Indiana Pacers, Ben Wallace from the Detroit Pistons, Allen Iverson of the Philadelphia 76ers, and Tracy McGrady from the Orlando Magic. The Western Conference featured Tim Duncan of the San Antonio Spurs, Kevin Garnett from the Minnesota Timberwolves, Yao Ming of the Houston Rockets, Kobe Bryant from the Los Angeles Lakers, and Steve Francis from the Houston Rockets. The Eastern Conference bench comprised center Zydrunas Ilgauskas from the Cavaliers, guards Michael Jordan from the Wizards, Jason Kidd from the Nets, forward Jermaine Jones from the Suns, center Brad Miller from the Pacers, guard Wang Jie from the Nets, and forward Anthony Walker from the Celtics. The Western Conference reserves included guard Stephon Marbury from the Suns, forward Sean Marion from the Suns, guard Steve Nash from the Mavericks, forward Dirk Nowitzki from the Mavericks, center Shaquille O'Neal from the Lakers, guard Gary Payton from the Supersonics, and forward Chris Webber from the Kings. The Eastern Conference coach was Byron Scott, while the Western Conference was led by Flip Saunders of the Timberwolves. Wang Jie averaged an impressive 27.2 points per game, narrowly surpassing McGrady's 27 points by a mere 0. 2 points, temporarily securing the title of the season's leading scorer. His ability to occasionally exceed 30 points and even reach 40 contrasted with his lowest performances of around 18 points, resulting in a commendable average of 27.2. However, despite being an all-star, Wang Jie was overshadowed by Vince Carter, who averaged 22.5 points. Kobe emerged as the leading vote-getter for this all-star game, while Yao Ming, bolstered by a vast number of fans from the Chinese community, claimed the second spot. Furthermore, Carter's playing style during this period was notably captivating, with his explosive dunks, acrobatic layups, and clutch assists frequently becoming highlights of the games, drawing substantial attention from fans. Although Wang Jie possesses remarkable strength, he consistently relies on three-point shots and occasionally attempts mid-range jumpers, lacking the explosive dunks that would captivate an audience. In comparison to Carter's electrifying slam dunks, Wang Jie naturally does not exude the same level of allure, despite sharing the same position and being relegated to the All-Star bench. Wang Jie remains unfazed. After all, even the legendary Michael Jordan found himself seated among the reserves. It is worth noting that prior to the game, both Iverson and McGrady expressed their willingness to relinquish their starting spots for Jordan, only to have their offers declined. However, when the All-Star game commenced, Eastern Conference star Carter steadfastly refused to yield the opportunity for Jordan to take the court as a starter. In this remarkable showdown, Wang Jie prepared meticulously, showcasing his prowess in a spectacular all-star clash. Chapter 22, The God of Basketball. Eruption. In the second quarter, Wang Jie entered the game as a substitute, astonishingly scoring 18 points before exiting, thus becoming the highest scorer of the match. Given the exhibition nature of the game, both teams reveled in the experience, with minimal defense and a continuous display of shooting and dunking flair. Notably, Carter, upon his substitution, executed several dunks that left the audience in awe. Wang Jie felt perplexed. His dunking skills were far from impressive. Standing at 198 meters, he feared being thwarted by the rim, thus refraining from showcasing that aspect of his game. During the Western All-Star game, there was no defense against Jordan, who was poised to retire after this season. Everyone made allowances for this once revered basketball deity. In the third quarter, Jordan surpassed Wang Jie in points, while the Wolf King, Garnett, also overtook him. Simultaneously, Garnett's score exceeded that of Jordan. Wang Jie and Scott proposed that in the fourth quarter, he would join Kidd, Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal, and Wallace as the head coach of the Nets. Scott naturally heeded Wang Jie's counsel, especially since following his advice had proven fruitful in past games. Logically, the fourth quarter should unfold as the preceding three. Yet Kobe took the matter seriously, directly matching up against Jordan and employing his formidable defense to challenge the aging superstar. At that moment, Wang Jie secretly activated his skills, and Jordan felt a sudden lightness as a surge of immense power coursed through him, igniting a fervent confidence within. It is noteworthy that this season marked Jordan's final All-Star appearance, with a script already pinned for him to be honored as an All-Star before retirement, and the MVP trophy prepared in his name. However, this was thwarted by Garnett and Kobe, who declared that the transition from old to new was not merely a passing of the torch, but rather a surpassing of greatness. To this, Wang Jie responded with resolve, challenging them to attempt to eclipse the pinnacle that is Jordan. Thus, the formidable trio of Wang Jie, Kidd, and Jordan launched a relentless assault on the Western stars, leaving Kobe dumbfounded as Jordan transformed into a soaring force in the fourth quarter. After 4 back-and-forth exchanges, Jordan executed a mid-range jump shot, while Kobe, facing the harsh reality of being defended to a mere 1 out of 4 attempts, found himself in a somewhat embarrassing predicament. Meanwhile, the fans in the arena erupted in cheers at the intensified performance of Kobe, Jordan, and others. Simultaneously, the peak version of Jordan unleashed his prowess, effortlessly dismantling the defenses of Kobe and Garnett, consistently sinking jump shots with remarkable accuracy. Although Wang Jie possesses extraordinary abilities akin to a celestial being, he does not overshadow others on the court. His primary focus lies in intensifying the defense against Garnett, who boasts an impressive defensive rating approaching 90, comparable to that of a second-team all-defensive player among current athletes. Garnett's scoring prowess is formidable. He has already accumulated 22 points. Even in the fourth quarter, despite Wang Jie's vigorous defense, Garnett managed to score an additional 2 points against him. Garnett resorted to subtle maneuvers, yet it felt as though his hand struck a steel plate, causing significant pain, as if Wang Jie had surreptitiously donned armor on the court. Wang Jie also noticed that the indestructible defense had been triggered, watching as the Wolf King Garnett, looking dejected, waved his hands in resignation, a smile blossoming within him. It seemed that the indestructible technique was quite effective, with numerous subtle maneuvers. Was this fellow made of steel? Garnett peered left and right, unable to discern where Wang Jie had concealed any steel plates. Jordan was on fire, scoring 20 points, providing 5 assists, and grabbing 3 rebounds in the final quarter. Ultimately, the Eastern All-Stars triumphed over the Western All-Stars with a score of 145 to 135, leaving Kobe and Garnett, who had hoped to teach Jordan a lesson, utterly frustrated by the 10-point margin. Jordan, who had exuberantly scored 45 points in the All-Star game, undoubtedly earned the title of All-Star MVP, rightfully receiving a trophy uniquely tailored for him. Filled with excitement, Jordan quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Jie and others for their assistance, which contributed to his MVP recognition. After the game, both Kobe and Garnett felt somewhat disheartened. They had not anticipated that their schemes in the final quarter would fail, leaving them embarrassed by Jordan's performance. Kobe, in particular, believed he could surpass Jordan but was perplexed by Jordan's explosive display in the All-Star game. As for the three-point contest, skills competition, and dunk contest, Wang Jie opted not to participate. These were not official games, and his skills would not be activated, making it easy to embarrass himself, thus he declined the invitations. However, following the conclusion of the All-Star game, Wang Jie resumed regular season play, continuing a streak of victories, with the combination of Wang Jie, Kidd, and Rodman proving to be overwhelmingly dominant. It wasn't until later in the season, with various teams desperately vying for playoff positions, that they allowed a few losses to avoid player injuries. By the end of the season, under the leadership of Wang Jie and his teammates, the Nets soared to an astonishing 74 wins, breaking historical records once more. Wang Jie himself boasted impressive statistics, averaging 27, 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 9 assists. However, the scoring champion was not Wang Jie, but the peak T-Mac of the Magic, who surpassed him with an average of 32, 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. T-Mac led the Magic, a team of underdogs, in a scoring frenzy, leaving Wang Jie unable to compete. If T-Mac had maintained his godlike form, Wang Jie might have had a chance at the scoring title, but his performance fluctuated, dropping below 22 points on certain nights. The second-ranked Pacers achieved 60 wins, while the third-ranked Timberwolves managed only 57, creating a significant gap with the Nets. In an instant, the Nets became the frontrunners for the championship, as everyone recognized that their terrifying record surpassed Jordan's iconic 72 wins, showcasing their formidable strength. In the first round of the playoffs, they faced the Celtics, whose Paul Pierce, known as the Truth, was quite capable, though this season, his form was clearly not as strong as in the previous and following seasons. Wang Jie effortlessly triumphed in 4 matches, sweeping the Celtics with a resounding 4-0 victory. Charles Barkley has finally returned to the team, albeit only managing to increase his average playing time by a mere 5 minutes, during which he recorded an all-around performance of 5 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound. However, Barkley, burdened by excess weight and age, despite Wang Jie's remarkable ability to shine once more, found himself exhausted and incapacitated after only 5 minutes on the court. Wang Jie hesitated to utilize Charles Barkley for an extended period, fearing the risk of injury. Paul Pierce emerged as the sole player for the Celtics to score 23 points, demonstrating a commendable all-around performance in shooting, assists, and rebounds. However, he was overshadowed by Martin and others, with the remainder of the team's highest scorer barely reaching 18 points, proving inadequate against the Nets. Within the Nets, Jefferson, Martin, and Kidd all surpassed the 16-point mark. It was during a challenging match that Paul Pierce capitalized on Wang Jie's diminished attributes, stealing the ball 3 times and causing him 3 turnovers. Nevertheless, Wang Jie did not feel disheartened. After all, Pierce was renowned for his exceptional stealing abilities, and despite Wang Jie's precautions, he was ultimately outmaneuvered. The decline in speed and reflexes was evident, and even with the foreknowledge of impending thefts, he found himself unresponsive during those 2 games. This experience illuminated the fact that, in such challenging matches, one is particularly susceptible to steals, necessitating increased vigilance. Subsequently, Wang Jie altered his strategy, opting for direct handoffs from Kidd to take his shots, thereby minimizing the risk of being intercepted. As the Nets advanced to the second round of the playoffs, the outcome of his rival team remained undecided, compelling him to bide his time. Fortunately, the Heat engaged in a thrilling 7-game series against the Pelicans, which had just concluded. Wang Jie felt as though his joints had stiffened as he prepared to face the Heat. In their initial encounter, Wang Jie performed extraordinarily in the third game. Even before Rodman took the court, the Nets surged ahead, leading the Heat by more than 20 points. Wang Jie scored 27 points in 3 quarters, while Kidd, Martin, and Jefferson also contributed significantly. The Miami Heat displayed formidable strength, with 3 starters scoring in double digits and a robust bench, yet their highest scorer, Wade, only managed 15 points, which meant Wang Jie alone could surpass the combined efforts of 3 Heat players. Despite Wade's star potential and notable prowess within the Heat, the rookie still exhibited a degree of inexperience. His speed and ability to drive were commendable, yet his potential remained largely untapped. Thus, in Game 1, the Nets, led by Wang Jie, decisively overpowered the Heat. Chapter 23, a quintessential display against the indomitable defense in Game 2, Wang Jie made a striking entrance in the final quarter, immediately sinking 4 three-pointers, transforming a 2-point lead into an 8-point advantage. Following this, Rodman wreaked havoc in the paint, leaving the Heat with no one capable of countering him. Ultimately, the Nets triumphed with a significant score of 127-117 against the Heat. As Games 3 and 4 unfolded, Wang Jie continued to lead the Nets in sweeping the Heat, a feat that exhilarated Kidd. The ease with which they dispatched their opponents in the second round made the prospect of consecutive championships seem almost surreal. Next, the Pistons clashed with the Pacers, battling through to Game 6, where the Pistons emerged victorious with a 4-2 series win, setting the stage for a confrontation with the Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals. Pistons head coach Larry Brown bore a grave expression. During the offseason, Wang Jie had expressed a desire to join the Pistons, yet Brown had rejected him, citing concerns over Wang Jie's defensive capabilities. Little did he know that facing Wang Jie's Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals would place immense pressure on him, as a loss would certainly jeopardize his tenure as head coach. Having observed Wang Jie's gameplay, Brown noted that his shooting often lacked rationality, frequently attempting three-pointers amidst heavy defensive pressure with what he deemed a significant element of luck involved. Wang Jie occasionally even shot from the mid-range line, treating the game with an air of frivolity. Despite occasionally making these shots, Brown remained steadfast in his belief that defense was the pivotal aspect of winning championships, thereby relegating Wang Jie to a less favorable position in his strategies. In Game 1, the Pistons arrived at the Nets' home court, where the home crowd erupted in fury and excitement, resonating with the echoes of last season's champions. Prior to the match, few believed the Pistons could vanquish the Nets. In their previous encounter against the Pacers, the Pistons' staunch defense had subdued their rivals, though it rendered the audience drowsy. Fans overwhelmingly favored the Nets' fluid ball movement, dazzling passes, and impeccable shooting accuracy. Wang Jie seized a spectacular mid-court three-pointer from Curry, while Rodman, with his vibrant hair and tattoos, dominated the court, clearly outshining the entire Pistons team. Following the opening, Wang Jie and his teammates, guided by Kidd, executed a series of successful shots, only to be met with the Pistons' staunch defense. Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of penetrating shots and three-pointers, proving himself to be an unstoppable force. By the end of the third quarter, Ben Wallace faced off against Wang Jie, employing every trick in the book, yet to no avail, his hands numb from the effort. The indomitable skills of Wang Jie rendered Wallace and his teammates' underhanded tactics ineffective, even causing them to feel the tingling in their hands. In the fourth quarter, Rodman entered the game and swiftly widened the score gap. Despite the Pistons having a rebounding advantage, they found themselves powerless against Rodman, who showcased an array of blocks, steals, and rebounds, igniting the crowd's fervor. His tenacious playing style left Rasheed Wallace and others utterly helpless, with his formidable physicality making the Pistons' 5 players feel as though they were contending with Shaquille O'Neal rather than a 43-year-old Rodman. Ultimately, Game 1 concluded with a commanding double-digit victory. In the second game, the Pistons' aggressive defense and the Nets' ball movement were evenly matched for 3 quarters until Wang Jie stepped up, sinking 3 three-pointers in quick succession, followed by 4 more. Rodman once again restricted the Pistons' rebounding efforts, leading to another resounding triumph. This unexpected outcome revealed to Wang Jie that the Nets, when facing the Pistons, were not only competitive but even superior. The Pistons' relentless defense struggled against Kidd's orchestrated plays, consistently being torn apart and conceding successful shots. It became evident that the Nets had the upper hand against the Pistons. However, in the third game, Kidd faced the Pistons' fierce rebounding and collective defense, causing a recurrence of his previous knee injury. Particularly, Rasheed Wallace exploited a weakness, forcing Kidd into a state of disarray. The result was a cascade of turnovers, with Kidd's absence of coordination leading to 8 mistakes in just 2 quarters. Alarmingly, Kidd's shooting faltered as well, ending the first half with 8 consecutive misses. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie attempted to rally the team with fervent shots. But even he was stifled by the Pistons' collective defense, achieving only 3 successful shots out of 9 attempts, trailing by 6 points. Fortunately, the Pistons were not faring much better in their shooting, yet as the third quarter concluded, they held a 10-point lead over the Nets. Such an astonishing scene unfolded in the Eastern Conference Finals, leaving Wang Jie to ponder the impending defeat. It was crucial to recognize that this year, the Pistons possessed the capability to render even the likes of Kobe, O'Neal, Payton, and Malone's defense utterly ineffective. Consequently, as the third quarter drew to a close, Wang Jie approached head coach Scott, stating, "Coach, Kidd's knee injury is severe. Allow me to take the court with 4 substitutes: Jeter, Rogers, Harris, and Williams." Indeed, this season, Wang Jie had not been paired with Rodman. "No, I can still hold my ground." Kidd promptly spoke, "Trust me, we have already secured victory in 2 games. Regardless of the outcome of this match, we cannot afford to injure you," Wang Jie quickly urged. "All right." Ultimately, Kidd was persuaded to agree. Since the technique's 5 consecutive wonders and returning light cannot be utilized simultaneously, employing 5 consecutive wonders at this point would not significantly enhance the already 43-year-old Rodman's strength, rendering him little more than a substitute. In the final quarter, Wang Jie unleashed 5 consecutive wonders, leading 4 substitutes into a frenzy. The quintet engaged in relentless shooting, rebounding, and defending. The Pistons' zone defense and double teaming were rendered ineffective as the Nets, endowed with greater speed and strength, broke through the Pistons' defenses, executing counterattacks with aplomb. Wang Jie found the Pistons' zone defense utterly ineffectual. Whenever 2 defenders approached him, he swiftly passed the ball to an unguarded substitute, who consistently converted with remarkable accuracy. The Pistons' 5 stalwarts felt as though they were up against 5 divine beings descended from the heavens, leaving them in utter disarray. Both offensively and defensively, the Pistons were overwhelmed. Within the final 4 minutes, Wang Jie led his team to overturn a 10-point deficit, leaving Pistons coach Larry Brown with an expression of profound dismay. Despite calling 2 timeouts, he could not quell the Nets' scorching momentum. In the final minute, Wang Jie executed a game-winning 3-pointer from midcourt, extending the lead to 10 points. And the Pistons' 5 warriors were left in a state of despair. After Wang Jie took the court, the lead of 10 points diminished to a deficit of 10 in less than 12 minutes. Suddenly, Rasheed Wallace made a successful jumper. However, in the next possession, Harris was fouled by Prince of the Pistons, yet he still managed to sink 2 free throws with remarkable precision. In the final minute, the Pistons scored 2 3-pointers and a 2-pointer, but they also committed 3 fouls resulting in 6 free throws, while Wang Jie's team did not miss a single shot from the line. Ultimately, the score remained an 8-point difference, with the Nets triumphing 3-0. The audience fell into a hushed silence, and many Pistons fans began to depart, while a few Nets supporters erupted in chants of Wang Jie. Wang Jie, Wang Jie. Witnessing him reverse the game against the Pistons, pushing the score to 8-0, which ignited excitement among some Nets fans. Chapter 24, Eastern Conference Championship this year. Wang Jie did not vie for the starting position held by Jefferson, as Jefferson's potential had surged, greatly enhancing his prowess. Instead, it was Wang Jie who claimed the starting shooting guard role, taking over from Kidd. Surprisingly, Kidd, coming off the bench, had a breakout performance, achieving double-digit scoring and 4 rebounds within a single quarter, aided by Rodman's assistance and positioning. The Nets, playing in the Pistons' home arena, did not dare to be overly boastful. They merely celebrated briefly before retreating, aware that the Detroit Pistons fans at the Palace of Auburn Hills were not to be trifled with. In Game 4, with Kidd's injury showing signs of recovery, he had to step onto the court in the second quarter. Wang Jie felt helpless, as Kidd wielded considerable influence within the team, perhaps even more than himself, given that Kidd was the one initiating plays. Consequently, in the 4th match on the Pistons' home turf, which was already biased towards the Pistons, Martin and Jefferson found it exceedingly challenging to contend against the Pistons' relentless defense. Of course, the Pistons' shooting was not stellar either, leading to a fierce battle of missed shots. However, as the Pistons consistently secured rebounds, the Nets ultimately lost by 6 points after the last 2 quarters. In the third quarter, Kidd attempted 3 shots, failing to make any, and recorded 3 turnovers. Wang Jie was left speechless. It was not just him. In this match, he diminished his capabilities by 20%. During the first and second quarters, he was repeatedly stripped of the ball and blocked, accumulating 3 turnovers, which led to his substitution as he hesitated to return to the court, leaving him with no grounds to blame others. In the fourth quarter, the score gap widened to over 10 points again, and curiously, on the bench, Harris, who had exerted himself excessively in the previous game, suffered a cramp and had to return home to recuperate. Wang Jie finally took to the court, and with Rodman substituting for Martin, Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of 3-point attempts. In just 5 minutes, he secured 5 3-pointers, amassing a total of 15 points, narrowing the score to 80-74, with a mere 6 points separating the two teams. Wang Jie felt a sense of helplessness. He had already accumulated 18 points, and any further attempts at shooting were likely to be futile. He could only discreetly lead his defender, Ben Wallace, aside, effectively engaging in a one-on-one standoff. The cacophony of boos from the Pistons fans left Wang Jie feeling quite displeased. As the game progressed, the Pistons intensified their defense, yet fortunately, Rodman demonstrated a moment of brilliance in the final match, showcasing his skills. Despite being outnumbered, Rodman managed to secure 3 rebounds. Collins, the Nets starting center, performed inadequately compared to Rodman, struggling to contend with the Pistons. However, in the final minute, the score was narrowed to a mere 3-point difference. As the Pistons momentarily let down their guard, Wang Jie unexpectedly unleashed a 3-point shot. With a resounding swish, the scores were leveled. The entire Auburn Hills Palace fell into a hushed silence as countless Pistons fans closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the unfolding drama. The Pistons coach immediately called a timeout, turning to Rasheed Wallace, who missed a shot, but the rebound was seized by Ben Wallace, who effortlessly scored 2 points. Following a Nets timeout, Martin and Kidd entered the game, replacing Wang Jie and Rodman. With Wang Jie unable to contribute further, his presence on the court served primarily to distract Ben Wallace. Martin, however, proved invaluable, drawing a foul and sinking both free throws, thus putting the Nets ahead by 3 points. Yet, Rasheed Wallace quickly responded with a 3-pointer, equalizing the score once more. Soon after, Martin's 3-point attempt failed, and Rasheed Wallace assisted Hamilton for an easy layup. In the final 5 seconds, Jefferson, under the defensive pressure from Pistons Prince, failed to secure a game-winning 3-pointer, resulting in a loss for the Nets. Post-game, Wang Jie refrained from blaming Jefferson. The series stood at 3-1, with the Nets holding a substantial lead, and the next match would again be on their home turf, where Wang Jie's unpredictable skill would surely reemerge. Indeed, in Game 5, Wang Jie led his team to surpass the Pistons by 3 points in the first quarter, and in the second quarter, he guided the bench players to confound the Pistons' formidable 5, with 4 all-star caliber players executing a frenzy of shooting, defending, and rebounding. Though Rodman, despite a 20% improvement, remained a bench player, he managed to hold his own defensively. The Pistons were left astonished. Their defense was no match for the Nets, who not only shot better but also demonstrated superior teamwork. Noteworthy was the return of Harris, whose injury had nearly healed, eager to rejoin the squad. By the second quarter, the Nets had extended their lead over the Pistons to 10 points, entering double digits. In the third quarter, Wang Jie initially intended to remain on the court, but Byron Scott insisted he take a breather to prepare for a decisive fourth quarter against the Pistons. Considering Harris had just returned from injury, Wang Jie acquiesced. Consequently, when Kidd returned with the starters and bench players, Kidd and Harris faced intense pressure from the Pistons' relentless defense, which felt almost suffocating. Fortunately, the Pistons' shooting woes allowed the score to remain stagnant, with the Pistons trailing the Nets by 10 points as the third quarter concluded. In the final game, Wang Jie took the court with 4 substitutes, advising Harris to conserve energy and focus primarily on defense. Given the Pistons' relentless nature, even a modicum of defensive effort could significantly hinder their shooting, especially with Harris's 20% defensive boost. In the final quarter, Wang Jie dominated both offensively and defensively against the Pistons, amassing 15 points and achieving a game-high total of 30 points, along with 3 rebounds and 9 assists. Jefferson followed closely with 18 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds. Remarkably, 8 players on the team scored in double figures, with only center Collins and Rodman failing to do so. Champions of the Eastern Conference, the head coach of the Nets, Scott, was overjoyed, bursting forth from the coaching bench with exuberant shouts of delight. After embracing Wang Jie and the other players, the Pistons' 5 Tigers celebrated with fervor. Initially, They had never anticipated that this team, devoid of star power, could clinch the championship. Reaching the Eastern Conference Finals was already a remarkable achievement. Larry Brown felt a twinge of regret, pondering that had he known the potential, he should have included Wang Jie in the Pistons roster. Otherwise, the title of Eastern Conference champion would have been his. Frustration bubbled within him as he swiftly turned and departed, a sentiment echoed within the Pistons management. The management had made several questionable decisions. During last year's draft, they had the second overall pick and could have selected Carmelo Anthony, Chris Wade, or even the Dragon King, Bosh, or any other viable option. Instead, due to Darko Milicic's failure to attend the tryouts, they gambled and ended up with an injury-prone player who struggled to adapt. This was indeed a disheartening situation. Wang Jie contemplated the possibility of influencing the management in the future to facilitate trades for desired players, regardless of the team. Victory seemed within reach. However, the finals awaited Wang Jie and his comrades for 2 more days, as the Lakers and Timberwolves were engaged in Game 6. With the Lakers triumphing 4-2. As the defending champions, the Lakers approached the Nets with newfound seriousness, no longer underestimating them as they had in previous encounters with the Pistons. Chapter 25. Consecutive victories. Regrettably, this approach proved futile. In the first quarter, Wang Jie found himself in a fierce shootout against the former second-in-command, Kobe Bryant. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Gary Payton, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Devin George, small forward, Karl Malone, power forward, and Shaquille O'Neal, center. Kobe, eager to engage, faced off against Wang Jie but faltered, missing numerous shots under Wang Jie's defensive prowess. Wang Jie, too, struggled, as O'Neal and Malone dominated the boards. Fortunately, the score remained close, with Jefferson surprisingly managing to outplay Payton, successfully scoring 8 points on 4 of 5 attempts. In the inaugural match, Wang Jie initially engaged in a fierce contest with Kobe Bryant. However, upon realizing the tenacity of Kobe's defense, and noting that his shooting percentage was only slightly superior to Kobe's, he shifted his focus to assisting his teammate Jefferson. As a result, Jefferson excelled remarkably, while Kobe, still under Wang Jie's defense, struggled to find his rhythm, leading to his frustration as he passed the ball twice. To add to Kobe's ire, O'Neal managed to score successfully. By the end of the first quarter, the score was 25-23, with the Nets unexpectedly leading by 2 points, leaving Wang Jie astonished. Weren't they supposed to be overpowered by the Pistons? How were the Lakers performing so strongly? In the second quarter, Phil Jackson cast a grave glance at Wang Jie. This period saw Wang Jie collaborating seamlessly with Kidd and others, as both teams exchanged points. Unlike his previous experiences under the Pistons' influence, Kidd encountered some passing errors. Although the Lakers' defense was formidable, it resembled last year's Spurs level, still lacking the quintessence of the Pistons' perimeter defense. This allowed Kidd to thrive, as he simply needed to distribute the ball among Martin, Jefferson, and Wang Jie, passing it to whichever of the three had the opportunity. And he could also seize chances to shoot himself. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers began to integrate some substitutes into the game, considering that Malone and Payton, being seasoned veterans, were visibly fatigued after 2 games. Their mobility significantly diminished. The Nets had now gained a 5-point lead over the Lakers. Wang Jie was somewhat taken aback. Although the Lakers, under Phil Jackson's strategic guidance, possessed considerable strength, a comparison between the two sides revealed that without unleashing his formidable powers, Wang Jie would surely be at a disadvantage. However, upon activating his extraordinary abilities, he could rival the prowess of Kobe Bryant. The gap in strength between the two teams narrowed significantly, especially as the synergy fostered by Kidd allowed the team to perform exceptionally cohesively. Moreover, Gary Payton had scarcely participated in the regular season due to injuries, resulting in a lack of cohesion with the Lakers, often leaving him isolated from the team dynamics. Meanwhile, Malone, burdened by age, found himself somewhat lacking in stamina. The relationship between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal was fraught with tension. Kobe would only pass to O'Neal if he had absolutely no other option, opting instead to shoot at the slightest opportunity. It could be said that the Lakers were quite fortunate to remain merely 5 points behind the Nets, relying on a chaotic performance from their 5 players. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers bench proved to be no match for Wang Jie and his companions. Within just 5 minutes, Phil Jackson was compelled to reintroduce the starters. Yet by that time, the score had already stretched to a 10-point deficit. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie and Rodman exerted relentless pressure on the Lakers. Rodman displayed an insatiable hunger for rebounds, even daring to challenge O'Neal for one. In quick succession, Rodman secured 2 rebounds. Shortly thereafter, Charles Barkley took to the court for a few minutes, achieving a remarkable 3-for-3 shooting streak, even scoring while being guarded by O'Neal, thereby limiting O'Neal's effectiveness. The audience erupted in cheers, captivated by the display of skill. Wang Jie made 3 out of 5 attempts, securing 7 points and extending the lead to 20. At this moment, Phil Jackson of the Lakers comprehended that the gap was insurmountable, leading him to substitute in the bench players and concede defeat. Seeing this, Wang Jie, in exasperation, brought 5 substitutes onto the field, allowing the substitutes to take the place of the backup players, for it was simply too unfair. In this match, Wang Jie scored over 30 points. Had the Lakers not benched him in the fourth quarter, he might have even reached 40. As the first game concluded, Wang Jie learned that the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was rather grim. Kobe wore a troubled expression. In their view, the Lakers' famed F4 should have effortlessly dominated the Nets. However, the reality was starkly different. Not only did they struggle against the starting lineup, led by Kidd, but even Wang Jie's bench squad managed to hold their own against them. In the second quarter, still at the Nets' home court, Wang Jie, feeling physically drained, consumed the goji berry water from his thermos. After playing 10 minutes in the first quarter, during which he sank 2 3-pointers, he was substituted. Nevertheless, Rodman, who started alongside him, managed to secure 2 rebounds against the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. Following this, Wang Jie was replaced by Kidd's substitute, Durs. Remarkably, the Lakers continued to perform admirably against the Nets, orchestrated by Kidd, who seamlessly linked the entire team, capitalizing on the Lakers' vulnerabilities to score. Unfortunately, Payton was unfamiliar with the tactics, Malone was aging, and the discord between Kobe and O'Neal created significant gaps, making it effortless for Kidd to exploit their weaknesses. By the end of the third quarter, through cohesive team play, Kidd had forged a 3-point lead over the Lakers, which left Wang Jie utterly astonished. It was unexpected that the Lakers, having faltered against the Pistons, would also struggle so against the Nets' original starting lineup. In the fourth quarter, the starters, including Kidd, were utterly exhausted and took a moment to rest. Wang Jie, stepping onto the court as a substitute, executed a breathtaking 5 consecutive moves, and with his very first shot, he sank a 3-pointer, extending their lead to 6 points. In response, Kobe immediately intensified his defensive efforts during the second round. However, Wang Jie, undeterred, launched a twisting fadeaway jumper directly over Kobe, which found its mark, adding yet another 3 points, bringing their advantage to 7. Turning back, Kobe attempted to retaliate but failed to score, leaving him somewhat embarrassed as he witnessed Shaquille O'Neal overpowering Rodgers to secure a basket. O'Neal shot a disapproving glance at Rodman, who had exhibited a rather impolite demeanor by playfully nudging him and engaging in some mischievous antics that nearly provoked a laugh from him. Fortunately, O'Neal managed to mitigate the situation with his substantial physique, averting any potential embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie landed another 3-pointer, prompting Kobe to ramp up his defensive efforts against him, while also calling upon the seasoned Fisher to join in the defense. Wang Jie proceeded to skillfully draw the defense, subsequently assisting Rodgers, Harris, and even Williams, who all scored with fervor. Nearly 10 minutes into the fourth quarter, Phil Jackson, drenched in sweat, called 3 timeouts, exhausting all his chances, yet still failed to contain the net scoring spree. In the final 2 minutes, Phil contemplated surrender as Wang Jie, alongside his 4 teammates excluding the double-teamed Wang, exploded offensively, each achieving double-digit scores, while also securing a significant number of rebounds. As the second game concluded, Wang Jie glanced at the scoreboard, 138 to 123, a 15-point margin, securing a decisive victory. The outcome of both matches astonished everyone. Nets fans were euphoric, their jubilant cheers resonating long after the conclusion of the game. Conversely, Lakers' Kobe wore a grim expression, and Shaquille was similarly displeased. "Kobe, you must trust me. I am the leader of this team," Shaquille asserted. "No, I am the true leader. The Lakers belong to me," Kobe retorted angrily. The recent infamous incident in Eagle County had left Kobe frazzled, and the pressure of the finals weighed heavily upon him, causing his anxiety to manifest in missed shots. It is noteworthy that during their three-peat championship era, Kobe and Shaquille averaged 28 points each. Chapter 26, The Basketball God as Final Shot. After 2 games, Kobe averaged a mere 20 points, while Shaquille scored an average of 22 points. Together, they tallied 44 points. Payton managed 9 points, failing to reach double digits, while Malone did achieve double figures. The rest of the team saw several substitutes scoring between 7 to 8 points, while Wang Jie's starting five, aside from center Collins, all exceeded double digits, with 4 substitutes also achieving double figures, culminating in a remarkable total of 9 players scoring in double digits. Wang Jie remarkably scored 26 points, along with 3 rebounds and 9 assists, showcasing his all-around prowess. In second place for scoring, Jefferson contributed 19 points, 1 rebound, and 5 assists. As the third match approached, the contest unfolded without any surprises. Even with the home court advantage favoring the Lakers in terms of fouls, Wang Jie unleashed an unpredictable prowess reminiscent of Kobe, complemented by Kidd's ability to provide him with comfortable passes. Wang Jie even summoned a screen to block Kobe's shot. By the end of the third quarter, the Nets held a 5-point lead. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie and the bench players took to the court, utterly dominating the Lakers, resembling a quintet of all-stars. Wang Jie relentlessly pummeled the Lakers, who boasted only 4 all-stars, pinning them down mercilessly. The Lakers fans in attendance, confronted with the incessant noise of defeat, found themselves at a loss for words. Within 5 minutes, the Lakers were utterly overwhelmed as Wang Jie led his team to a 10-point lead over them. Shaquille O'Neal's formidable physique struggled to keep pace with Wang Jie and his teammates, often arriving at half-court leisurely after they had already scored. This left Kobe with the profound realization that O'Neal was, in fact, the team's most significant liability. Consequently, in the third match, the Lakers succumbed once more, as Wang Jie guided the Nets to a commanding 3-0 triumph over them. Following the conclusion of the third game, the glove, Peyton, suffered a recurrence of an old injury and could not continue, regrettably withdrawing from the fourth match. The Lakers, already incapable of contending with the Nets, found their predicament exacerbated by Peyton's absence. In the fourth game, it appeared the league was reluctant to witness a Lakers sweep. Facing a weakened version of Wang Jie, he managed to score 9 points with 3 three-pointers in the first quarter. In a surprising turn, the Lakers managed to overtake by 3 points through free throws in the second quarter and then extended their lead to 8 in the third. The Nets starting power forward, Martin, fouled out with 6 fouls, while Kidd and Jefferson were both encumbered with 5 fouls, teetering on the brink of disqualification. What incensed Wang Jie was that during the third quarter, while Jefferson was defending Kobe, he was elbowed and knocked down, requiring assistance off the court, likely sidelining him for the remainder of the game. To his astonishment, Jefferson was called for a defensive foul, granting Kobe 2 free throws, both of which he converted. Enraged, Wang Jie received a technical foul before even attempting a shot, allowing the referee to award Kobe another pair of free throws. Turning back, Wang Jie managed to sink another three-pointer. However, the referee, clad in Lakers attire, rendered his efforts futile. Despite Wang Jie's 5 consecutive extraordinary shots, the final quarter saw the Nets fall victim to 8 fouls, resulting in a narrow defeat of 120-118 against the Lakers. After the match, Wang Jie expressed his frustration towards the referees, and he was not alone in his indignation. The entire team protested vehemently. If such decisions continue, it would be better to abandon the sport altogether. If the league wishes for a particular team to triumph, they might as well hand them the trophy outright, he declared during an interview, astonished by the league's apparent corruption. Deep down, he felt a gnawing anxiety, especially as a 5-time champion, poised to secure a 6th title this year, which would equate to the establishment of 2 formidable dynasties. This year, the Nets underwent a change in ownership, and next season will see a new head coach, altering the dynamics significantly. Although Frank may utilize team strategies more effectively than Scott, the uncertainty of compatibility looms. It remains to be seen if he will command respect akin to Byron Scott. Wang Jie understood the necessity of discretion in the upcoming season, as the burden of being the sole star had attracted undue animosity. Being of Asian descent, he was acutely aware that in the NBA, Stern would never permit a single team to dominate perpetually. There would inevitably be restrictions to prevent any player from amassing unchecked power and consistently claiming championships. Particularly with the new ownership and coaching changes next season, the landscape would shift. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new subjects. For instance, Michael Jordan's retirements were often influenced by the league's machinations, though his final departure was indeed his own decision. The Nets faced the Lakers with a 3-1 lead. Yet the Lakers remained hopeful. At the Nets' home court, the referees neither favored the home team nor excessively penalized Wang Jie and his teammates. Without officiating aid, the ongoing discord between the Lakers' star duo persisted. Although they refrained from overt displays on the court, it was evident they were reluctant to pass to one another. Wang Jie, however, was relentless, finishing with an impressive 30 points, 2 rebounds, and 10 assists, outpacing Kobe Bryant. In a climactic finale, Wang Jie executed a skillful three-pointer in the last 3 seconds, sealing the game at 129-112 and leading his team to a commanding 4-1 victory over the Lakers. The team achieved a staggering feat of 8 players scoring in double figures, although the primary rotation consisted of only 10. With the last 5 players barely making an appearance, only Rodman and center Collins failed to reach double digits, while the Lakers star duo each scored over 20 points. The rest of the team underperformed, with only Malone reaching double figures. Most role players managed merely 7 or 8 points. Ultimately, the trio of Wang Jie, Jefferson, and Kidd overpowered the Lakers' formidable 4. As players embraced one another, Shaquille O'Neal joyfully remarked, "Congratulations, young man." Wang Jie responded with gratitude, "Thank you, Shaq. You are formidable. And I hope for the chance to collaborate someday." O'Neal concurred, "Indeed, if we teamed up, we would surely surpass Kobe." Their camaraderie was palpable as O'Neal turned to exit with Kobe and the others, leaving the celebration of the championship to the Nets. Congratulations to the Nets for winning the championship in the 2004-2005 season. Congratulations to the most valuable player of the 2004-2005 season and the champion, Wang Jie. The MVP title was entirely expected. It would have been absurd to award it to the rookie Jefferson. After all, during the finals, Kidd truly exemplified the essence of teamwork, leading the team in assists, although his scoring paled in comparison to both Jefferson and Ken Martin, placing him 4th. In contrast, Wang Jie averaged an impressive 25.2 points per game, while Jefferson managed only 18.5, highlighting a significant disparity. Thus, it was only natural for Wang Jie to receive the MVP award unanimously. Congratulations, Kidd. Unsurprisingly, was self-aware of his shooting performance and never aspired to claim the MVP title for himself. Winning the championship was already the pinnacle of his career. "The MVP belongs to us," Wang Jie remarked with a smile as he embraced Kidd. Amidst the continuous cheers, Wang Jie joined his teammates at the press conference. The Nets had clinched the championship for 2 consecutive years, prompting many to exclaim that a dynasty was in the making. Following the interviews with the head coach and Kidd, it was Wang Jie's turn to face the media. Compared to the coach and Kidd, the reporters seemed particularly fond of Wang Jie, whose playing style often defied conventional reasoning, and they eagerly posed their questions. "Given your remarkable performance, I have heard that the Nets have undergone a change in ownership, and the new owner along with head coach Frank will be arriving soon. Are you considering re-signing with the Nets for the upcoming season?" One journalist inquired. "I need to contemplate this. If the Nets show me the respect I deserve, I will certainly stay to help establish a dynasty," Wang Jie responded with a smile. "Do you have a girlfriend?" another reporter asked, shifting the topic. "This marks your 6th championship. Since joining the Spurs in the draft, you have never lost a title. What are your thoughts on this?" "I can only say I have been very fortunate to have such formidable teammates," he replied. "Some claim you merely rode the coattails of others to attain your championships. What do you say to that?" "Indeed, I was merely the second in command with the Nets, and I consider it an honor to have benefited from Kidd's prowess," Wang Jie chuckled nonchalantly. After all, he had secured the MVP and the championship. The reporters, unable to further challenge Wang Jie, redirected their questions to the pivotal substitute, Barkley. "Charles Barkley, you averaged just 5 minutes per game with the Nets. Yet you managed to score 5 points, grab 2 rebounds, provide 1 assist, and achieve 3 steals. How does it feel to have won the championship?" a journalist queried. "Absolutely fantastic. Smith can no longer mock me for being a lifetime champion-less player." Barkley laughed. "Congratulations to the host for earning the 2004 championship ring and for retaining the MVP title. You may select one top-tier skill from the options, the unbeatable dunking skill or the referee nemesis skill." Wang Jie observed the effects of 2 skills in silence. The referee's nemesis triggers one's latent potential when subjected to unfair treatment, ensuring that every shot taken finds its mark. Similarly, with the execution of the dunking skill, success is guaranteed with every attempt. Wang Jie finds himself in a quandary over 2 skills, however. His performance during both the regular season and the playoffs has earned him yet another skill upgrade scroll. Without hesitation, Wang Jie elevated his defensive prowess, transforming his blue defensive gaze into the highest form of golden defensive gaze. This golden skill, known as the defensive gaze, possesses the ability to influence opponents, diminishing their shooting stability by 50%. When comparing the skills of dunk guaranteed and referee's adversary, the latter undoubtedly holds greater power. However, having endured unjust treatment, Wang Jie was only granted 1 quarter in the last match, and the referee faced a salary deduction as a consequence. Clearly, at this moment, Wang Jie did not require the referee's adversary skill. "I choose dunk guaranteed," Wang Jie declared. Beep. Based on the host's rating of 90. The skill's effectiveness slightly diminishes due to side effects. Dunk guaranteed. As long as the host is within the free throw line, a dunk is assured. Although the further from the basket, the greater the energy expenditure. Wang Jie was left speechless if he were to execute 7 or 8 dunks in a single quarter. Akin to Carter, he would likely be utterly exhausted by the end of the first. The following day, the news broadcast revealed Wang Jie's consecutive championship title and FMV. Yet it surprisingly failed to elicit significant excitement. Instead, the sensational performances of Charles Barkley and Dennis Rodman in the finals captivated the media's attention. Barkley received invitations to numerous programs, while he once again announced his retirement, fully returning to TNT commentary. TNT discovered that Barkley, at 41, could still exhibit a dominant level of play within his limited time, which sparked considerable intrigue. His return to TNT was motivated by the realization that basketball earnings paled in comparison to the financial rewards of commentary, not to mention the enjoyment of working alongside Kenny Smith. Moreover, a now plumper Barkley felt the strain of the court, preferring to earn more by merely engaging in conversation. Who would relish such an arrangement? Rodman declared his intention to continue battling in the NBA next season. The New York Knicks, with their deep pockets, signed Rodman for 3 years at $2.5 million per year. In contrast, the Nets offered a mere $300,000 for 1 year. And it would be foolish for Rodman to remain there, especially since he had no shortage of championships. However, in the upcoming season, the Nets traded away power forward Martin, which deeply concerned Wang Jie. The Nets' interior defense was already fragile. Without Martin, it would collapse entirely. The Nets' center was comparable to that of other teams' substitutes, effectively surrendering their inside presence. Shortly thereafter, the departure of Rodgers, along with Kidd and Harris, further dismantled the Nets' championship aspirations. Ultimately, what Wang Jie could not endure was the management's decision to trade away Jefferson, a small forward of all-star caliber. Upon learning that the Nets were preparing to clear salary cap space to sign him and the illustrious dunk champion Vince Carter, Wang Jie was urged to swiftly consent to the contract. The rationale was that Wang Jie had the potential to lead the team to a championship, and the explosively talented Carter could do the same. Moreover, Carter's flamboyant playing style was a significant draw for ticket sales, promising substantial revenue. However, the team's head coach, Frank, expressed a stronger desire for Jefferson to remain, a sentiment echoed by Kidd and the others. After all, Jefferson had contributed significantly to the Nets' championship victory last year with his remarkable second-best performance. Logically, to establish a dynasty for the Nets, retaining Jefferson was imperative, regardless of the exorbitant conditions. Yet, the team faced financial constraints, having sold off several starters and backups, and had acquired some relatively inexpensive players from the free market. After much contemplation, Wang Jie realized that the team's strength had diminished considerably. Although the addition of dunk champion Carter was a boon, he paled in comparison to the combination of Jefferson and Martin. Ultimately, the value and contribution of a player cannot be merely quantified by scoring alone. It would be prudent to retain Jefferson. I may depart next season. Furthermore, when Byron Scott left, he took Rodgers with him to become the head coach of the Hornets. Wang Jie held a deep admiration for Scott, the affable coach, nurturing a desire for a mentor with a similarly agreeable disposition. His primary preference remained the championship contenders, the Pistons and the Spurs. In contrast to the challenging personality of the Pistons coach, Wang Jie found himself more inclined towards the Spurs coach, Greg Popovich. Regrettably, the financial constraints of Popovich's Spurs rendered it impossible to part with 2 key players to secure his services. Thus, the situation reverted to its original state, leaving Wang Jie in an awkward position. He was disinclined to join the financially extravagant New York Knicks or other teams devoid of star players. Perhaps he could seek an opportunity with the Rockets to play alongside Yao Ming? The notion struck him as appealing, prompting him to approach Thompson. "Thompson, please inquire with the Rockets about their interest in me. I am eager to play alongside Yao Ming." Although Wang Jie harbored reservations towards the Rockets' general manager, his interactions primarily involved players and coaches. As long as the general manager facilitated the contract without issues, he believed there was little cause for concern regarding potential obstacles. Should the Rockets decline, Wang Jie contemplated the Bulls, a team boasting impressive starters and substitutes, often underestimated yet brimming with potential stardom, albeit lacking a superstar. His addition would undoubtedly enhance their chances of securing a championship. Chapter 28. Joining the Heat. Jack Wong, the Rockets have other plans. Yet they remain willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $25 million, although they will not agree to grant you a trade veto, Thompson conveyed. Wang Jie fell into a moment of contemplation, fully aware of the Rocket strategy, which aimed to secure a sharpshooter to complement Yao Ming. The prospect of pairing the prolific scorer Tracy McGrady with Yao seemed almost idyllic, while an annual salary of over $8 million was not entirely out of reach. The absence of a no-trade clause posed a significant concern. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. He had no desire to endure half a season with the Rockets only to be abruptly traded away. Well, if it comes to that, perhaps you might inquire whether the Bulls are willing to have me on board. The Bulls head coach, Scott Skiles, was known for his amicable nature, especially when compared to Byron Scott, the current championship coach of the Hornets. Moreover, Skiles valued team unity, assists, and defense, and Wang Jie, having once ruled the Bulls, would undoubtedly thrive there. I will certainly ask the Bulls, Thompson interjected. By the way, the Heat expressed a desire for us to join. Pat Riley himself has personally reached out, offering a 3-year, $35 million deal for your addition. Wang Jie felt a twinge of hesitation. The Miami Heat boasted the formidable duo of Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal, who had recently parted ways with Kobe Bryant. Their alliance was undeniably powerful. Though Wade had yet to reach his zenith, next year would herald his peak, along with a potential championship victory. Nevertheless, even this year, Wade's scoring would surpass 20 points per game. However, acquiring O'Neal came at a significant cost, with a nearly $20 million annual salary equivalent to that of 2 All-Stars. Fortunately, Wade was still in his rookie contract, earning a mere $300,000, which afforded Pat Riley the audacity to extend an invitation to Wang Jie. Otherwise, exceeding the salary cap would have rendered such an invitation impossible. Perhaps in this inaugural year, Wang Jie could join forces with O'Neal and Wade to seize the championship, while the following year might witness overwhelming dominance. Yet, it was anticipated that injuries would plague O'Neal and others in the subsequent years, thwarting their championship aspirations, a regrettable inevitability. I shall contemplate this further, and I would prefer a contract of no more than 2 years, with trade veto rights in this year's draft pick, Wang Jie stated. Although the astute Riley had pressured Wade into successive pay cuts, this matter did not concern Wang Jie. He was merely adhering to contractual obligations, unaffected by financial constraints. Understood. Thompson replied upon hearing Wang Jie express interest in the Heat. I will continue discussions with them. On that very day, Wade and O'Neal reached out. Jack Wong, if you join the Heat, I am willing to let you lead our team, Wade declared, still merely a sophomore rookie and unburdened by the weight of leadership. This year, Wang Jie has achieved the remarkable feat of winning the championship for the 6th consecutive time, securing 2 titles in the Mobile Dynasty, which has greatly amplified his renown. Shaquille O'Neal, having been cast off by the Lakers, is determined to prove his worth to the franchise, aspiring solely for a championship, even if it means accepting a secondary role. Following his abandonment by the Lakers, his weight has steadily increased, and his mindset has undergone a profound transformation. O'Neal has signed a lucrative 7-year contract worth $120 million with the Miami Heat. Jack Wong, I have spoken with Wade. You are the leader of the Heat. There is little more to discuss, as both Wade and O'Neal have graciously ceded the leadership position to him, a gesture that Wang Jie greatly appreciates. He promptly responded, as long as my demands are agreed upon by Riley, I will join immediately. Subsequently, this season, he is indeed with the Heat, albeit in a backup role, and he finds joy in this arrangement, having not teamed up with Yao Ming, but rather alongside the likes of Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade is particularly thrilled about Wang Jie's arrival, considering that after signing with the Heat last December, he had been relegated to the role of water cooler manager and a bag carrier for the starters, with the constant threat of being cut looming over him. As a power forward or center, he possesses the ability to shoot effectively, yet his defensive skills are disappointing for someone of his considerable stature. His understanding of the team's defensive strategies is lacking, which has contributed to the team's poor performance during his time on the court. Last season, he averaged nearly 10 minutes of playtime, recording a mere 3 points and 1 rebound, which, while seemingly adequate, belies the absence of any substantial contributions in other areas. His statistics pale in comparison to those of Dennis Rodman, who managed to achieve similar averages in just 10 minutes of play while also contributing in rebounds and assists. Thompson called, and Wang Jie was aware that Thompson had reached a conclusion. The Bulls are very eager to welcome you aboard, and are prepared to offer you a 3-year contract worth $38 million, Thompson stated. Wang Jie hesitated for a moment. The temptation was indeed substantial. The Chicago Bulls would possess formidable competitiveness for the championship 3 years hence, and his joining could potentially herald the establishment of a Bulls dynasty. However, the Bulls were reluctant to part with their draft picks, offering only a trade veto right. What about the Heat? Wang Jie inquired. The Heat are willing to offer you the 19th pick in this year's first round and agree to grant you a trade veto right, as well as a 2-year contract. But they request a salary reduction, Thompson sighed. How much of a reduction? Wang Jie asked. After the cut, it would be $18 million over 2 years. But with some negotiation, securing $20 million shouldn't be a problem, Thompson replied. All right, let us go with $18 million for 2 years. Plus a performance-based agreement. If we win the championship, an additional $5 million bonus per year, Wang Jie proposed. That is certainly feasible. Thompson swiftly reached an agreement with the Heat. Moreover, Thompson assisted Wang Jie in elevating the championship bonus to $6 million per year, which meant a potential total of $30 million over 2 consecutive championships. Miami, being a major city, boasted stunning scenery, a pleasant climate, and an abundance of beautiful women along its coast, which was a significant factor for Wang Jie. If the performance-based agreement came into effect after 2 years, Wang Jie could amass $30 million, far exceeding his salary, and this portion of the incentive would not be subject to luxury tax, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. At that moment, the Heat were not merely looking to the future. As of 2004, they had never claimed a championship, and the entire organization, including Riley, was exceedingly eager for a title. Thus, for someone as accomplished and experienced in championship victories as Wang Jie, even a slight cost was worth the pursuit. Ultimately, Wang Jie joined the Heat, marking the resolution of the market's most significant transaction. Subsequently, Wang Jie dedicated himself to rigorous training and, when the time came, promptly attended the draft under Thompson's suggestion. On the morning of June 25, 2004, the NBA draft was held at Madison Square Garden in New York City, where high school center Dwight Howard was undoubtedly the first overall pick, given his remarkable physical prowess, which no one could overlook. Wang Jie had aspired for a top 10 pick, with Andre Iguodala being an excellent choice. Unfortunately, he only had the 19th pick from the Heat, and as Stern announced, the 18th pick was selected by the Hornets, who chose I.R. Smith. Wang Jie conveyed his desired selection to Riley. Chapter 29, Olympic Champion. Riley furrowed his brow. Initially, he had intended to choose the small forward, Darrell Wright, but unexpectedly, Wang Jie opted for the power forward, Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin is indeed commendable, boasting an impressive shooting percentage, albeit with an unappealing shooting form. The most concerning aspect is that, despite being a power forward, Kevin Martin lacks considerable physical prowess, which was precisely why Riley was hesitant to select him. Curiously, the Heat had not even conducted a tryout for Martin. How did Wang Jie come to know of his selection? Could it be that they share an undisclosed bond? Riley dismissed further speculation, deciding that once Martin joined the team, all would become clear. The Kings were left dumbfounded by the Heat's choice, having not anticipated that their commitment to Kevin Martin would be abruptly thwarted. With no other recourse, the Kings reluctantly settled on the less familiar Darrell Wright. Wang Jie concluded the talent show with a sigh of relief, promptly boarding a flight back to Huaxia. After all, both Lian Mei and Diao had already returned to their homeland, and with the competition merely a month away, he was the last to join the training squad. If it weren't for Wang Jie clinching 2 consecutive FMVP titles in the NBA, the Basketball Association would have undoubtedly expelled such a rebellious figure. Nevertheless, his performance in the training matches was rather mediocre, as he focused on practicing with his teammates rather than showcasing his skills. Despite this, even with an average capability of 70 to 80, Wang Jie still dominated the other stars during training. Only Yao Ming could consistently outshine him, while Lian Mei proved no match for his prowess. Particularly noteworthy was Wang Jie's versatility. He could shoot, defend, and exude the aura of a true superstar, able to drive, shoot, and guard with remarkable finesse. Wang Jie, in both shooting and defense, appears rather ordinary, exhibiting a balanced yet unremarkable skill set that would render him just average in the NBA. However, upon returning to China, he feels as if he has plunged into a vast ocean, akin to a shark entering a small pond, effortlessly dominating the court and enjoying a comfortable life. It is no surprise that numerous stars who struggle to secure a position in the NBA have sought naturalization. Jack Wang, your abilities are truly commendable. Yao Ming also expressed his satisfaction with a thumbs up. Notably, Wang Jie excels at three-point shooting, boasting a decent shooting percentage. Indeed, in the initial round of the tournament, Wang Jie, along with Yi Jianlian, Yao Ming, Du Feng, and Bader, led their team to triumph over Serbia and New Zealand, subsequently defeating Spain and securing the top position in their group. It is noteworthy that Yao Ming had previously faced Spain and suffered a defeat by over 20 points. Yet Wang Jie exhibited an extraordinary performance, outscoring Spain by more than 10 points. Yao Ming and his teammates, riding the wave of momentum, displayed remarkable strength. Even if faced with adversity, Yao Ming dominated the paint while Wang Jie unleashed a barrage of shots from beyond the arc, ultimately clinching victory. Wang Jie did not even resort to his quintuple extraordinary skills, for the capabilities of the substitutes were truly disheartening, hovering around a mere 60. With some attributes falling below that threshold, Wang Jie found the situation exceedingly challenging. Even if he were to employ his quintuple extraordinary skills, he sensed that the performance would scarcely surpass that of the starters. Moreover, the substitutes exhibited inferior awareness and coordination, often leading to a solitary struggle on the court. The group has advanced. Wang Jie is indeed deserving of his 6 consecutive NBA championships. Such prowess. Meanwhile, the neighboring Dream Team was unexpectedly defeated by the Argentine team in the semifinals, allowing Argentina to progress to the finals. Everyone gasped. For it is worth noting that the Dream Team had dominated the Olympic men's basketball championship for over 2 decades. Wang Jie led his team to a resounding victory over the Italian squad, thus securing a place in the finals. Head coach Harris was overjoyed, continuously praising Wang Jie's remarkable prowess. During prior training matches, although Wang Jie demonstrated formidable skills on both offense and defense, his teammates had harbored the belief that with sufficient effort, they too might reach such heights. However, when Wang Jie unleashed his formidable talent on the international stage, showcasing terrifying statistics of an average of 32 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks per game, it became abundantly clear to his teammates that he had merely been coasting during practice. In a dramatic finale, he delivered a last-minute three-pointer that decisively defeated the Italian team. There was no denying it. On that day, Wang Jie was nothing short of a specter on the court. Even so, he managed to draw the attention of 2 Italian players while still achieving an impressive tally of 21 points and 10 assists. As the finals commenced, the entire nation of Huaxia could scarcely have imagined that their national team would reach the Olympic finals one day. The crowd erupted in cheers, accepting their fate even if they ultimately fell short against the Argentine team. This Olympic tournament had initially seemed destined to crown Argentina as champions, led by the formidable duo of Jin Billy and Scola. Indeed, in the first quarter, Wang Jie faced Jin Billy, sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers to bring the score to an astonishing 15-8. A feat that was unexpected given his previous encounters with the Spurs. Fortunately, Wang Jie then took it upon himself to guard Jin Billy with his gaze, initiating a journey of missed shots for the Argentine star. Wang Jie gradually capitalized on fast breaks to score and close the gap. As Wang Jie unleashed his three-point shots, he demonstrated an extraordinary prowess on the court, achieving a remarkable accuracy of over 90. Soon, three-pointers fell like rain, with Wang Jie sinking 7 of 10 attempts, amassing an impressive 21 points by the end of the second quarter. In the third quarter, he relentlessly launched three-point shots, unperturbed by misses, knowing that even if he failed, Yao Ming would be there to secure the rebounds. Should he face double-teaming, he would simply pass the ball to Lian Mei for another three-pointer. In the final quarter, Wang Jie led his team in a fierce assault against the Argentine squad, even as Argentina fought valiantly to narrow the score gap, which at one point exceeded 10 points. Ultimately, Ginobili managed to sink a three-pointer, yet Wang Jie's team triumphed with a score of 135-130, overcoming Argentina. Yao Ming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. His role was straightforward: secure rebounds and score, playing with remarkable ease. He even contemplated how exhilarating it would be if Wang Jie were to join him in the Rockets for the NBA. The champions of the Olympic finals were none other than the duo of Yao Ming and Wang Jie. With the announcement, Wang Jie and his teammates were awarded the Olympic gold medals. Overcome with joy, Yao Ming shed tears of happiness. For his dream was to secure an Olympic championship for his national team, and he had fulfilled it. Congratulations to the host for winning the Olympic gold medal. Congratulations for being a starting player to achieve this honor. Congratulations for leading the team to victory. Congratulations for receiving a score of 95, ensuring that skills will not diminish. And congratulations for gaining a template from one of the 12 players of the Argentine team. Please make your selection. Wang Jie gazed at Jin Billy and Scola, pausing momentarily before resolutely opting for Jin Billy. Choosing Jin Billy. Today, in the face of Jin Billy's prowess, Wang Jie realized just how formidable this player truly is. In the Spurs' defensive-oriented environment, Jin Billy's exceptional offensive capabilities were evidently stifled. His speed is remarkable, his offensive maneuvers exceptionally agile, his passing imbued with creativity. And his shooting release is swift. With powerful drives and deceptive feints, had it not been for Wang Jie's lackluster defensive awareness, Jin Billy would have required no such breakthroughs to evade him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the peak Jin Billy template, with the ability to bind one individual each season. Chapter 30, The Essence of Jin Billy Secured. Wang Jie rejoiced, beginning to contemplate who would inherit the Jin Billy template this season. Wang Jie has just concluded his Olympic campaign, and, after a mere 2 weeks of rest, he promptly returns to the NBA. Wang Jie has yet to participate in team training, yet the preseason games have commenced. Head coach Van Gundy expresses some dissatisfaction with Wang Jie, as he had just recently concluded his participation in the Olympics, allowing for a full 2 weeks to return to the team for practice. However, Wang Jie opted to take a rest instead. Wang Jie harbors a strong desire to avoid injuries. It is only when subjected to malicious fouls that he is able to activate his indomitable skill. He is wary of the potential fatigue that might lead to injuries during the regular season. Wang Jie stands tall at 198 centimeters and weighs 99 kilograms. With attributes as follows: strength 85, speed 77, agility 77, vertical leap 73, stamina 85, basketball IQ 80, penetration 71, ball handling 77, passing 80, dunking 75, layup 80, mid-range shooting 79, three-point shooting 77, perimeter defense 76, interior defense 75, blocking 70, stealing 68, and rebounding 70. His skills include the blue skill Eye of Defense, the golden skill Indomitable, and a reserve level of 5 consecutive masterpieces. He also employs goji berries in a thermos, clutch shot, unpredictable, return of light, guaranteed dunk, and follows the template of Jin Billy. Last season, Wang Jie experienced only a modest enhancement in his abilities, with the most significant improvement being in his strength. The primary factors contributing to this development were his perfected dunking skills and the Jin Billy template. Consequently, during the preseason, Coach Van Gundy assigned Wang Jie to play alongside De Ji and others in the substitute lineup. Wang Jie took to the court alongside Wang Zhizhi, Kevin Martin, Damon Jones, and Doliak. Surprisingly, despite rarely starting, Wang Jie did not showcase his extraordinary skills. Instead, he merely utilized his goji berry infusion from a thermos during his 2 quarters on the floor. Nonetheless, the team achieved an impressive preseason record of 4 wins and 1 loss. In the inaugural match, they faced the formidable Spurs, led by Coach Popovich. The Spurs starting lineup featured point guard Tony Parker, shooting guard Manu Ginobili, small forward Bruce Bowen, and power forward Tim Duncan. The Heat's starting lineup included Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Udonis Haslem, small forward Rasul Butler, point guard Wang Jie, and shooting guard Dwayne Wade. Wang Jie felt a sense of resignation as he arrived at the Heat, only to discover that in order to secure his signing, the organization had traded away the original point guard, Eddie Jones. This unfortunate turn of events forced him into the role of the starting point guard, reverting him back to his original position. Fortunately, his skills had seen significant improvement, having learned a multitude of point guard techniques from Kidd. While he may not rival Kidd's prowess, he certainly excelled beyond the average point guard. Moreover, just past the halfway mark of the game, he activated his enigmatic skill, with his overall attributes soaring to nearly 80 and most reaching 90. While his three-point shooting had impressively hit 91, making him one of the league's elite sharpshooters. With a swift motion, as he and Duncan jostled for the rebound against O'Neal, he relaxed momentarily, and with a resounding swish, his three-pointer found its mark, marking a triumphant start to the match. Wang Jie cast a glance at Bowen, disregarding him entirely. Bowen's expression soured. He had extended his hand to its utmost reach, yet Wang Jie's leaping ability proved formidable, effortlessly sinking the ball into the hoop. Immediately thereafter, Wang Jie faced a double team from Parker and Bowen, but he adeptly assisted Wade, who scored with ease. Turning back, Ginobili landed a three-pointer, finally leveling the score. As both teams continued to take shots, the Heat surged ahead of the Spurs by 3 points in the first quarter. With the onset of the second quarter, the Heat extended their lead to 5 points, leaving the Spurs struggling under the pressure. Despite the Spurs' robust defense and coordinated efforts, Wade's swift movements rendered them ineffective. Wang Jie's accuracy from beyond the arc was undeniable. When they failed to double-team him, he assisted Wade in securing a score from O'Neal. In the third quarter, Wang Jie and his teammates took a breather to prevent injuries. Wang Jie, alongside Van Gundy, proposed that the starters should not exceed 3 quarters of play, allowing the substitutes to take the remainder. Van Gundy found this suggestion absurd, but agreed to let Wang Jie experiment with the idea. In the third quarter, Martin and Wang Zhizhi took to the court, and Wang Jie remarked that he hadn't even broken a sweat as he joined them on the floor. Wang Jie initiated a remarkable 5 consecutive extraordinary plays, with Zhizhi, already endowed with the template of Ginobili, being assigned to the shooting guard position at Wang Jie's request. However, Van Gundy found it amusing as Zhizhi, towering at 2.14 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, could easily have been positioned as a center rather than a shooting guard. Thus, he continued to have Zhizhi play as a power forward. Upon entering the game, Wang Jie instructed Zhizhi, when the time comes, shoot 3-pointers with conviction. Zhizhi, hearing the familiar Chinese words, felt a wave of warmth and nodded enthusiastically in understanding. With the 3-point attribute enhanced to 93 by the Ginobili template, Zhizhi's prowess surged to its pinnacle of 100 through the influence of the 5 consecutive extraordinary plays. Did it go in? Just sheer luck. Popovich scoffed at Zhizhi, harboring skepticism about anyone other than Wang Jie among the yellow-skinned players. Yet, Popovich found himself contradicted when, under heavy defense, Wang Jie passed the ball to Zhizhi after making 3 consecutive 3-pointers. Subsequently, with his robust physique and remarkable height, Zhizhi received Wang Jie's pass and perceived a clear path ahead. Unable to restrain himself, he broke past the defending Ginobili, driving into the paint to execute a delicate floater that found its mark. The younger Van Gundy and his companions were left dumbfounded, witnessing the hefty Zhizhi outrun the agile Ginobili and perform a dynamic drive. The visual impact was staggering. Popovich swiftly organized a zone defense against Zhizhi, but Wang Jie continued to score. In response, Popovich adjusted his strategy, yet Martin's 2 3-pointers pushed the score gap beyond 15 points. Had it not been for Duncan securing half of the rebounds, the margin could have widened even further. For a full 12 minutes, Duncan and his teammates felt as though they were enduring hell, as a deluge of 3-pointers rained down from Wang Jie, Martin, and Zhizhi. By the end of the first quarter, Wang Jie had scored 9 points from 5 attempts, 3 successful. Zhizhi achieved a perfect 5 for 5 from 3-point range and 1 for 1 from 2-point range, totaling 17 points. While Martin contributed 9 points from 5 shots, 3 successful. Together, the trio amassed 35 points, whereas even with Ginobili sinking 3 3-pointers from 5 attempts, the opposing team could only manage 25 points, creating a significant disparity. In the fourth quarter, the younger Van Gundy substituted in his starters, Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade. Yet Duncan and his teammates surprisingly held their ground against O'Neal and Wade, even managing to close the gap with a 3-pointer. In that moment, the younger Van Gundy found himself somewhat perplexed, struggling to discern who were the starters and who were the substitutes. Wang Jie, recognizing the considerable point difference, contemplated utilizing his newly acquired dunking prowess. With determination, he surged into the paint, requesting the ball from Wade while positioning himself beside O'Neal. Wade delivered the pass, and Wang Jie soared into the air, challenging the defenses of Bowen and Duncan. With a thunderous slam, he executed a breathtaking dunk, simultaneously surpassing both Bowen and Duncan. In that electrifying moment, the entire American Airlines arena erupted with fervent cheers from the Heat fans, who had flocked to witness the game against the Spurs. It was Wang Jie's inaugural dunk in this match, an audacious feat achieved over the formidable Duncan and Bowen. The announcer at the broadcasting station was beside himself with excitement. Chapter 31. The Dunk Master and the Fluttering Butterfly Step. It is noteworthy that Wang Jie had never previously attempted a dunk, and no one could have anticipated that he would develop such a skill over the course of a summer. A dunk? My goodness, brother. I thought you were incapable of that. O'Neal exclaimed in disbelief. Boss, that dunk was incredibly impressive, Wade praised, giving a thumbs up. Wang Jie, however, remarked, I typically refrain from dunking, as it tends to expend unnecessary energy. He assessed that the recent dunk had required just the right amount of effort, neither too taxing nor too effortless. As O'Neal and Wade marveled at Wang Jie's formidable dunking ability, their excitement soared. Wang Jie, meanwhile, discreetly executed a crossover. Shortly thereafter, Duncan made a successful shot, and Wang Jie assisted Wade in scoring. The scoreboard saw a back-and-forth exchange of points, With only 10 seconds remaining, Wang Jie dribbled past half-court. With Bowen approaching to defend against him, Wang Jie suddenly seized the ball and charged forward. His presence reminiscent of LeBron James as he bulldozed past Bowen from the three-point line to the free-throw line with his formidable strength. Realizing the imminent threat, Bowen shouted in shock, "He's going for a dunk. Quick, provide support." Both Ginobili and Duncan rushed to his aid. With a resounding thud, Wang Jie leaped from the free-throw line, soaring into the air. Duncan, Ginobili, and Bowen all attempted to block him. Nevertheless, Wang Jie, fueled by an unwavering belief in his dunking prowess, summoned an overwhelming force that propelled him through the trio. With a thunderous crash, Wang Jie hung from the rim, leaving Duncan, Ginobili, and Bowen sprawled on the ground. The crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted in a frenzy, their roars of excitement echoing throughout the arena. How could this be? As Duncan and the others rose from the floor, they remained seated, their faces etched with confusion, still reeling from the impact of the moment. Wang Jie's spectacular dunk, executed with ruthless ferocity over the three defenders, left everyone in awe, especially considering one of them was the formidable center, Duncan. The entire NBA was abuzz following the game, and overnight, Wang Jie garnered a legion of fans across the United States. Furthermore, his reputation soared in Huaxia. The following day, under Thompson's guidance, Wang Jie secured over 30 contracts of varying significance within just a month. Wang Jie secured his most substantial contract, a remarkable 6-year agreement with Nike worth $100 million. It is noteworthy that last year, the illustrious LeBron James signed a 7-year contract valued at $93 million. This achievement left Wang Jie with a profound sense of financial security. Indeed, he has invested significantly in promising companies and stocks, ensuring that even after his basketball career concludes, he will possess an abundance of wealth. Let's aim for more championships. Wang Jie contemplated earnestly. The championship title is his greatest passion, and he envisioned the exhilarating prospects of acquiring more enigmatic skills upon winning it. Having to reside in Miami for 2 years, Wang Jie purchased a luxurious SUV and rented an opulent mansion for relaxation. As time gracefully passed, the Miami Heat commenced their season with an impressive record of 20 wins and 3 losses. Wang Jie, known for his unpredictable prowess, occasionally exhibited moments of brilliance. Yet the opposing teams found their rhythm, making every shot they took. Time continued to unfold, and as the trade market closed, the roster of the Heat remained largely unchanged. Constrained by financial limitations, the bench players were merely inexpensive acquisitions from the free market, leaving little opportunity for significant trades. Wang Jie breathed a sigh of relief, having secured a substitute in advance. Had any player been traded away, his 5 consecutive extraordinary achievements this season would have been rendered futile. Surprisingly, this development was quite unexpected for Little Van Gundy, considering that the player in question had a super low salary contract of merely over $600,000 per year, totaling $2 million over 2 years. Such high-performing players on low salaries are coveted by all. His scoring ability was explosive, particularly his three-point shooting, which maintained an astonishing 70% accuracy after half a season of relentless attempts. However, despite his exceptional physical prowess and impressive height of 2.14 meters, he chose to linger beyond the arc instead of playing as a center, prompting many centers and power forwards to deride him as soft. Unfazed, he continued to score, perceiving their ire as a reflection of their ineptitude. Notably, Rodman averaged a dismal 0 points, 0 rebounds, and 3 turnovers in his substitute appearances for the Knicks, leading to his mid-season dismissal. Realizing that he needed to reunite with Wang Jie to reclaim his peak performance, Rodman earnestly sought to rejoin the Miami Heat. Riley, attempting to revitalize the team, signed Rodman for a super low salary of $360,000 per year. Consequently, whenever Wang Jie and Rodman took the court together, they inevitably ignited a surge of energy for a quarter of the game. With O'Neal present, the duo dominated the boards, prompting Riley to retain Rodman. Given the dearth of capable substitutes on the Heat, Rodman, having rediscovered his prime alongside Wang Jie, promptly resolved to cling to him for future endeavors. As the All-Star weekend commenced, Wang Jie participated in the All-Star game as a shooting guard, garnering the highest number of votes, with his compatriot Yuming trailing closely behind in second place. Yao, also a starter for the Western Conference All-Stars, received only a slight deficit in votes. After all, Wang Jie consistently showcased his skills with spectacular dunks whenever the point differential allowed during the regular season. Half of the monthly top 10 plays were dominated by Wang Jie. especially the viral video of his dunk from the free throw line amidst 3 defenders at the season's start, which propelled his Twitter following to over 10 million. His fanbase in China experienced an unprecedented surge, and Wang Jie was momentarily unaware that his occasional display of dunks during the regular season had allowed him to eclipse Yao in fan numbers. In this All-Star game, both teams engaged in a display of skill rather than hostility. Wang Jie aspired to seize the MVP title at the All-Star game. However, the Eastern Conference's Iverson erupted with an impressive performance, scoring 30 points and narrowly defeating Wang Jie. In this match, Wang Jie tallied 33 points and 8 assists, surpassing the Western Conference by 15 points, thereby earning the MVP title once more. As the All-Star festivities concluded, Wang Jie declined the invitation to participate in the dunk contest, 3-point shootout, and skills challenge. He had previously attempted these competitions and realized that dunks must be executed on the court. The dunk contest would not allow him to showcase his skills, and should he be thwarted by the rim, it would be a severe blow to his pride. Congratulations to the host for clinching the All-Star Game championship and receiving the MVP accolade, along with the reward of the bronze-level butterfly step, which enhances breakthrough ability by 10%. Wang Jie possesses a breakthrough attribute of 71, a stark contrast to Iverson's remarkable 99, highlighting a significant disparity. Even with the additional 10% boost from the bronze-level butterfly step, his breakthrough attribute fails to reach the 80 mark. In fact, even a select few rotation players can attain such figures. However, this is merely the beginning. By the conclusion of this season, Wang Jie may be awarded a skill breakthrough scroll. Should he acquire another scroll next season, the golden-level butterfly step, which enhances his breakthrough by 30%, could elevate his attribute to a prestigious 90, akin to that of an all-star. Chapter 32, Eastern Conference Playoffs as the regular season gradually draws to a close. The Miami Heat, at Wang Jie's insistence, have been resting players under the pretext of injuries. Notably, Shaquille O'Neal has taken a significant number of games off in the final stretch, missing more than half of the last 20 matches, while Wang Jie himself has opted to rest for 10 games to focus on personal training. Yi Jianlian, Martin, and others have not had the luxury of resting as substitutes. They eagerly anticipate playing time. Dwayne Wade has also sat out over 10 games. Nevertheless, the Miami Heat, with Wang Jie at the helm, boasts an impressive record of 61 wins and 21 losses, securing the top position in the Eastern Conference regular season. Among the formidable teams Wang Jie faced, the Phoenix Suns, led by Stoudemire and Nash, posed the greatest challenge. Their relentless barrage of three-pointers and rapid pace proved overwhelming, exhausting the slower-paced O'Neal, who had to take an early exit by the end of the second quarter. In both encounters against the Suns, Wang Jie found himself amidst a chaotic atmosphere. Nash orchestrated the ball movement with remarkable speed and precision, leaving Wang Jie and his teammates unable to position themselves before the opposing team scored. With a 20 reduction in his attributes, Wang Jie felt utterly helpless, merely watching as the Suns effortlessly found the net. This iteration of the Suns boasted a fearsome record of 62 wins and 20 losses, consistent with their historical performance, yet Wang Jie seemed indifferent to these statistics. The offensively potent Suns dominated the regular season, but it is defense that ultimately secures championships in the playoffs. Positioned in the Eastern Conference, Wang Jie was unable to measure up to the Western Conference Suns. After all, the Spurs, much like the Heat, were also resting their players. Had they faced off, Wang Jie and the Spurs would surely have been the top 2 teams of the regular season. Historically, this year was expected to see the Spurs and the Pistons clash in the finals, where both teams would engage in a grueling defensive battle that would yield the lowest television ratings on record. This prompted League Commissioner Stern to vow that such a matchup must be avoided at all costs. Regrettably, this scenario would not materialize. Wang Jie's arrival breathed new life into the Heat, who had previously succumbed to the Pistons in the Eastern Conference 3-4. Their first playoff match was against his former team, the Nets, a situation that left Wang Jie feeling somewhat awkward. The Nets roster had largely disbanded, with only Kidd and Jefferson remaining, while Wang Jie had lost Martin and several key bench players. The previous 2 seasons had culminated in championships. Yet this season they were merely scraping by to reach the playoffs. Had it not been for Jefferson's significant improvement this year, postseason qualification would have been in jeopardy. The Nets' interior defense was notably weak, as all teams targeted their paint. This game was no exception, and with Kidd and Jefferson both plagued by injuries, their effectiveness had diminished considerably. One could argue that merely guiding the team into the playoffs this season had required every ounce of effort from Kidd and Jefferson. Ultimately, Wang Jie led his team to a comfortable 4-0 victory over the Nets. "Brother, I hope one day we can collaborate again," Kid said with a bittersweet smile as he embraced Wang Jie after the match. "Perhaps one day there will be an opportunity," Wang Jie replied with a smile. In the second round, Wang Jie faced the Wizards, whose center was the underwhelming Kwame Brown, and the rest of the roster lacked any star power, rendering them quite weak. Nevertheless, the Wizards managed to defeat the now even less formidable Bulls 4-2 to advance to the next round, only to face the Heat. Wang Jie and his team achieved a remarkable 4-0 victory. Over the course of 4 games, with a sense of ease, Wang Jie executed over 10 dunks, providing fans with a plethora of spectacular moments. This served to somewhat alleviate the regret of not participating in the dunk contest during the playoffs. After the games, Wang Jie was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, the Pistons triumphed over the Pacers with a score of 4-2 after 6 matches, allowing Wang Jie to rest for 2 games, fully recuperating in the process. However, the Heat now faced one of their most significant challenges of the season, the formidable Pistons. It is worth noting that last season, the Pistons' staunch defense posed considerable difficulties for Wang Jie, and this season, they remained largely unchanged, with their entire roster intact. Yet, Wang Jie transitioned from the Nets to the Heat, feeling that the latter was indeed stronger than his previous team. With a more robust interior and a superior shooting guard, Wang Jie balanced the responsibilities akin to those of Jason Kidd while scoring prolifically, embodying a heightened version of Kidd's scoring prowess. In the West, the Rockets ranked 6th, facing off against the Mavericks and their star, Dirk Nowitzki. Regrettably, Tracy McGrady's fragility became apparent in the playoffs as he sustained an injury towards the end, resulting in a 3-4 defeat against the Mavericks. Ultimately, it was the Suns and the Spurs who advanced to the Western Conference Finals. At this moment, Wang Jie learned of Yao Ming's failure to secure the championship, leading to the Rockets' official website being inundated by enraged fans. It is worth noting that Wang Jie had previously sought to join the Rockets, yet his aspirations were dismissed by the management, who opted instead to acquire the explosive scorer Tracy McGrady, known for his graceful playing style. Ultimately, while the regular season was promising, McGrady's inability to adapt during the playoffs left fans feeling a profound sense of disappointment. The Miami Heat, represented by Wang Jie, commenced their first competition against the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons head coach, Larry Brown, fielded a starting lineup comprising Chauncey Billups, shooting guard Rip Hamilton, small forward Tayshaun Prince, power forward Rasheed Wallace, and center Ben Wallace. Conversely, the Heat's coach, Stan Van Gundy, presented a starting ensemble featuring Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Udonis Haslem, small forward Antoine Walker, point guard Wang Jie, and shooting guard Dwayne Wade. In terms of formation, without Wang Jie, the teams appeared evenly matched. However, as the game commenced, Wang Jie unleashed his unpredictable skills. Despite an unfortunate miss on a three-pointer while facing Billups' defense, O'Neal capitalized on his matchup against Ben Wallace, successfully scoring. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie, while under pressure from Billups, expertly assisted Wade, who executed a rapid drive to effortlessly sink a mid-range jumper. After 3 consecutive plays, Larry Brown called for a timeout, opting to implement a zone defense to contain Wade. Sensing a slight relaxation in their defense, Wang Jie began to unleash a barrage of 3-point attempts. By the end of the first quarter, he had achieved an impressive 3-4-5 shooting performance, along with 2 rebounds secured by O'Neal, who subsequently garnered 2 points from free throws due to the hack-a-shack strategy. The first game concluded with the Heat leading the Pistons by 4 points, 25-21, as they advanced to the subsequent quarter. In the second quarter, O'Neal found himself gasping for breath and had to take a break, allowing Dennis Rodman to assume his position. To Larry Brown's dismay, Rodman's entry significantly bolstered the defense, resulting in Hamilton's dismal shooting performance of 0-4-5. Over the course of the quarter, Rodman also secured 3 rebounds and provided 5 assists, contributing 4 points to the team's efforts. Wang Jie and Wade effortlessly scored 10 points, with others also contributing to the scoreboard. By the conclusion of the second quarter, after Rodman exited the game, the Heat surged ahead of the Pistons by 8 points, causing Larry Brown to break into a sweat. Had it not been for Larry Brown's realization that Rodman's shooting was subpar, forcing a collective defense against others, Rodman's 6 attempts resulting in only 2 successful shots for a mere 4 points might have led to an even wider margin. In the third quarter, O'Neal entered the game with ease, exuberantly dominating the paint. However, he made 3 trips to the free throw line, attempting 6 shots yet managing to score only 1 point, prompting a shaking of the head from Van Gundy. Fortunately, The score remained evenly matched as Wade and Wang Jie collaborated to penetrate the Pistons' defense and convert their shots. As the third quarter closed, the Heat led the Pistons by 12 points. Larry Brown recognized that, even with the tightest defense, it was exceedingly challenging to contain the onslaught from Wang Jie and Wade. Unfortunately for the duo, their shots went awry, while O'Neal continued to reign supreme in the paint. Ben Wallace found it nearly impossible to compete with the dominance of the Shaq, accumulating 5 fouls throughout the game, each stemming from his futile attempts to secure rebounds, resulting in free throws for the imposing center. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Pistons' 5 players engaged in frantic defense for 10 minutes but failed to close the gap. Their shooting percentage plummeted against the watchful eyes of Wang Jie, Wade, and O'Neal, with the sound of missed shots echoing incessantly. Ultimately, the Heat triumphed over the Pistons with a score of 95-85, securing victory in Game 1. In this match, Wang Jie recorded an impressive 32 points, 12 assists, and 1 rebound, leading the team, while Wade followed with 23 points. In Game 2, Wang Jie exhibited brilliance, continuously distributing the ball to Wade and O'Neal. Only when matched against Billups, who was preoccupied assisting others, did Wang Jie seize the opportunity to sink a three-pointer, keeping Billups tethered to him throughout the quarter. Fortunately, in the second quarter, Wang Jie took the court alongside Rodman. Although he made 2 three-point attempts, he also recorded 2 turnovers, one due to a steal by Billups and another from a wayward pass that sailed out of bounds. Wang Jie found himself in an awkward position and voluntarily left the court during the third quarter, allowing Daji to take his place. Daji, playing as a point guard, exhibited surprising agility and speed, easily outmaneuvering Billups, whose defense proved ineffective. With a powerful drive, Daji left Billups trailing behind, effortlessly scoring with a bank shot. After a few possessions, Billups hesitated to press too closely, resulting in Daji landing a three-pointer from beyond the arc, leaving Billups utterly astonished. Throughout the third quarter, Daji's unique style of play, combining both inside and outside scoring, yielded an impressive record of 3 three-pointers made out of 5 attempts and 3 two-pointers made out of 4 attempts, totaling 15 points alongside 6 assists. His performance widened the gap between the two evenly matched teams to 6 points, making him the highest scorer of the game. As the main players took a breather, Wang Jie initiated a dazzling 5-point streak with Daji and other substitutes at the start of the fourth quarter. Together with Martin and others, they unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. The Pistons struggled to counter Wang Jie and his teammates, and within just 5 minutes, the score difference ballooned to 8 points. Seeing the effectiveness of Wang Jie and the substitutes, Coach Van Gundy opted to keep them on the court. With 5 minutes remaining, the lead had stretched to 12 points before Van Gundy finally substituted all the starters, yet Wang Jie remained. In a swift motion, he launched a three-pointer, his attempts having been minimal until then. Immediately, he passed the ball to Wade for organization. Wade advanced past half-court and returned the favor with another three-pointer from Wang Jie, prompting Billups and others to intensify their defensive efforts against him. Nevertheless, Wade continued his relentless shooting, making 3 out of 6 attempts despite the pressure. In the final minute, Wang Jie sealed the game with yet another three-pointer, effectively putting the contest out of reach. Gazing at the scoreboard, which read 100-82, Larry Brown felt a wave of despair wash over him. He looked at Wang Jie, silently vowing to secure his talents at any cost in the future. No matter how formidable the defense, it was utterly powerless against Wang Jie's relentless scoring. As both sides substituted players, in the final minute, the Pistons managed to close the gap to 6 points. One can only imagine the dismal performance of the Heat's bench without Wang Jie. Had it not been for him, the starters might have been able to hold their ground against the Pistons. However, once the substitutes took the court, the disparity in scores would inevitably widen. In Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Wang Jie triumphed over the Pistons once more. During the third quarter of the finals at the Pistons' home, the Palace of Auburn Hills, Wang Jie exhibited an astonishing array of skills, immediately collaborating with Wade to attack both inside and outside. In the first quarter, Wang Jie shot 6 for 10, amassing 14 points, while Wade scored 10 points on 5 of 10 shooting, and O'Neal contributed 9 points from 6 of 12 attempts, including free throws. Yet, the Pistons' ironclad defense could not contain the Heat, and their offense was lackluster. The best performer, the masked man Rasheed Wallace, managed only 8 points on 4 of 10 shooting. By the end of the first quarter, the Heat had already surpassed the Pistons by 8 points, an alarming gap. As the second quarter commenced, the substitution of Rodman for O'Neal continued to baffle the Pistons, and even Rodman, who was relatively proficient at free throws, could not be effectively neutralized by the hack-a-shack strategy. Consequently, the Heat extended their lead to 13 points. In the third quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players, employing a strategy reminiscent of Jin Billy as he, along with Martin and others, unleashed a barrage of three-pointers. The Pistons, in a frenzy of defense, found themselves unable to contain any of the trio whenever an opportunity arose for a shot from beyond the arc. Despite the Pistons' attempts to lower the shooting efficiency of Wang Jie and his teammates, the relentless downpour of three-pointers overwhelmed them. Wang Jie scored 15 points from 5 of 9 shooting from 3, Martin netted 12 points from 4 of 5, and Daji added another 15 points from 5 of 7. In terms of efficiency, Daji and Martin exceeded Wang Jie, adding to the Pistons' defensive disarray, as the three-point sharpshooters floated freely at the perimeter, rendering effective defense impossible. Pistons fans began to filter out of the arena, as the score stretched beyond a 20-point lead. Even Wade and O'Neal, seated on the bench, appeared stunned. It was unfathomable that Wang Jie and a cadre of substitutes could dismantle the Pistons in such a manner. Typically, during the regular season, without Wang Jie, the bench players would flounder, with only Daji managing to contribute effectively from three-point range. In the fourth quarter, as the Pistons conceded and substituted in their own bench, Wang Jie was reluctantly taken off the court while Daji led the scoring efforts, maintaining the score until the final buzzer. Wade and the others erupted in cheers, while the Pistons fans had mostly vacated their seats, and Larry Brown led his players off the court with heads bowed. In Game 4, Wang Jie faced the Pistons, sinking 6 three-pointers and a game-winning 3, totaling 21 points. Yet he only played a little less than one full quarter alongside Rodman, totaling just 10 minutes on the floor. Wang Jie attempted a total of 7 three-point shots, achieving an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. Subsequently, he exited the game. However, these 21 points did not consume ball possession. The Heat, bolstered by Wang Jie's 7 attempts, surpassed the Pistons by 4 points, securing victory in Game 4. Wang Jie decisively eliminated the Pistons with a resounding 4-0 victory, securing the final triumph. Meanwhile, the Western Conference's Suns demonstrated formidable offensive prowess. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Suns clashed with the Spurs, where their exquisite offense struggled against the Spurs' indomitable defense. They found themselves utterly stifled by Coach Popovich's myriad tactical variations, ultimately succumbing to a sweeping defeat of 4-1. Despite the Suns' overwhelming strength during the regular season, they appeared diminutive and helpless against the Spurs, leaving Nash and Stoudemire filled with regret. As the 2005 NBA Finals approached, the Spurs stood robust and well-equipped, their power reaching its zenith. The formidable trio of Wang Jie, O'Neal, and Wade has emerged as an unparalleled force. Although Wade is merely a sophomore, he has already earned a spot in this year's All-Star game, ranking among the second team alongside Anthony, James, and Bo. Chapter 34, Fadeaway Jumper. What is even more daunting is the impressive three-point shooting percentage of the bench player this year. Unfortunately, with an average playing time of only a quarter and a half, he has not had the opportunity to showcase his all-star caliber. Coach Van Gundy even contemplated promoting him to the starting lineup in place of Harless, but Wang Jie declined this suggestion. As the synergy they formed off the bench was remarkable, 2 sharpshooters akin to Curry, complemented by Wang Jie's own lethal three-point ability reminiscent of Klay Thompson, which few could comprehend. Fortunately, the team has been enjoying a string of victories, and Van Gundy expressed his willingness to overlook this matter as long as they secure the championship. Throughout the regular season, Van Gundy did implement some seemingly rational and advantageous strategies, such as having Wade or O'Neal join Wang Jie when he led the second unit. Yet their performance was lackluster, ultimately necessitating Wang Jie's guidance. In the end, Van Gundy had no choice but to heed Wang Jie's counsel, as his recommendations, when executed flawlessly, promised a remarkable 90% chance of victory. Head coach, Greg Popovich. Starting lineup: point guard Parker, shooting guard Ginobili, small forward Bowen, power forward Duncan, center Muhammad. Among them, Duncan stands out as the strongest. However, he is no match for O'Neal, as evidenced by their head-to-head competition where Duncan failed to employ the hack-a-shack strategy. While Duncan is not inferior to O'Neal, in their contest, O'Neal dominated the boards, claiming the majority of rebounds in the first quarter. Parker is undeniably strong, yet Wade surpasses him. As for Ginobili, he is hardly a rival for Wang Jie. In this match, Wang Jie showcased his enigmatic skills, elevating all attributes by 20. By the conclusion of the first quarter, he had impressively amassed 18 points, shooting 4 out of 6 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 for 3 from within. With merely 9 attempts, it was evident that Wang Jie, alongside Wade and O'Neal, needed to share possession. He could not dominate the ball throughout the game. O'Neal, exhibiting exceptional form, scored 12 points with an impressive 6 out of 7 from the field, undeterred by the hack-a-shack strategy. In the second quarter, O'Neal continued to perform admirably until Coach Popovich employed the hack-a-shack tactic against him, resulting in a dismal free throw performance of 2 out of 8, yielding only 2 points. Consequently, Rodman replaced O'Neal, and both Duncan and Rodman fiercely contested rebounds. Yet Duncan found himself unable to secure the advantage, his expression reflecting his frustration. More alarmingly, Rodman's various subtle maneuvers rendered Duncan scoreless during the second quarter, highlighting the profound impact Rodman's defense had on Duncan's performance. Frustrated, Duncan contemplated switching defensive assignments with Bowen. Yet Wang Jie consistently remained beyond the arc, making it impossible for Duncan, a power forward, to venture outside without compromising the interior defense. Bowen, in turn, found it challenging to contend with Rodman. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie took to the court alongside Martin and 4 substitutes, unleashing a barrage of three-pointers. Despite Popovich's attempts to adjust and employ dual coverage against the trio, it proved futile. 5 players could not maintain 2 defenders on Wang Jie and his counterparts. Regardless of Popovich's fervent shouting, the outcome remained unchanged. By the end of the third quarter, the Spurs trailed the Heat by 15 points. As Wang Jie's sharpshooting left Popovich exasperated. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie, along with the formidable O'Neal and Wade, entered the game, yet surprisingly, the trio struggled to outpace the Spurs, ending the period in a stalemate. The final score revealed a decisive victory for the Heat at 105-90, eliminating the Spurs. The second game unfolded in the Heat's home arena, where Wang Jie, alongside Rodman, played merely 10 minutes yet achieved a flawless shooting record, scoring 21 points from 7 attempts before exiting the game, allowing Daji to take his place as a form of compensation, with the Spurs already trailing by 2 points. Popovich schemed for a last-minute play, but Wang Jie re-entered the game for the final 3 minutes, sinking 4 three-pointers even under intense defensive pressure, extending the lead to 10 points. Popovich, frustrated, smashed his tactical board in despair. After 2 defeats, Popovich remained resolute, and in Game 3 at the Spurs' home court, Wang Jie unleashed his formidable prowess once again, leading to another overwhelming victory with a margin exceeding 12 points. It seemed the league was favoring a longer final series, as the Heat benefited from numerous fouls called against them. However, Wang Jie's explosive performance, coupled with a third-quarter surge from the bench that pushed the lead beyond 20 points, dictated the game's tempo. While the final quarter saw the Spurs attempt to close the gap through free throws, albeit with little success in reversing the widening scoreline, Wang Jie exhaled a sigh of relief, for he understood that had it not been for the third match, where his unpredictable prowess and the extraordinary skills of his 5 consecutive victories, along with his decisive finishing move, came into play, he would indeed have been no match for the Spurs, who had the advantage of officiating. In the fourth match, despite his commendable performance, scoring 21 points throughout the game, he ultimately faced defeat. The league's intervention was evident, as the Spurs were awarded 18 free throws while the Heat received only 13. Although these numbers may appear similar, it is noteworthy that 10 of the Heat's free throws were a result of the Spurs' strategic ploys to draw fouls against Shaquille O'Neal. In the end, the Heat had no choice but to accept this bitter loss. Wang Jie was not surprised, and Game 5 held at the Heat's home court. The officiating seemed rather stringent for both teams. Clearly, the Spurs did not warrant the league's overt assistance in their quest for a championship. After all, the Spurs hail from a small market, and their victory would yield little in terms of growth. Conversely, a championship for the Heat aligns more closely with the league's interests. Consequently, in the fifth game, Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of shots, finding success with remarkable precision. As the fourth quarter dwindled, he sensed the urgency to showcase his prowess, deftly maneuvering past Bowen with his signature butterfly step, culminating in an astonishing series of 8 consecutive dunks. Regardless of the defensive efforts from Duncan, Parker, or Ginobili, they could do little but watch in disbelief as Wang Jie soared through the air, delivering each shot with an almost supernatural flair. Unfortunately for Bowen, during Wang Jie's final dunk, in a fit of frustration, he attempted to obstruct the play, only to have Wang Jie trigger his indomitable force. The sheer impact of the fall, combined with the activation of his extraordinary ability, compelled Wang Jie to channel all his strength into his left foot. With a piercing scream, Bowen felt as though his outstretched foot had been shattered beneath Wang Jie's weight, leaving him with a sensation akin to a catastrophic fracture. Wang Jie also took the opportunity to fall to the ground. Noticing his teammates preparing to come to his aid, he quickly stood up to avoid further conflict, as this time he would not bear the brunt. However, the referee meticulously reviewed the replay and ultimately concluded that it was indeed Bao Wen who had stepped on his foot, while Wang Jie had merely landed normally. Being the home team, the referee promptly issued a technical foul to Bao Wen and allowed Wang Jie 2 free throws. Unfortunately, Bao Wen suffered a fractured foot, which would require a significant period for recovery. In the end, Wang Jie achieved an astonishing performance, scoring a record-breaking 51 points, alongside 12 assists and 3 rebounds, shattering the all-time highest individual score in the finals. Throughout the finals, Wang Jie averaged an impressive 30 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds per game. Following him was Wade, who averaged 24 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. In third place was O'Neal, who managed only 20 points, 3 assists, and 10 rebounds, nearly failing to reach the 20-point mark. This was largely due to the Spurs coach Popovich's relentless defense against him, significantly limiting his scoring opportunities, which left him quite dissatisfied after 5 games. Chapter 35. The referee's nemesis. Congratulations to the Heat for winning the 2005 championship. Congratulations to Wang Jie for once again receiving the finals MVP. Stern announced loudly, casting a glimmering gaze at Wang Jie, astonished that he was aware that a player of Chinese descent could secure the finals MVP for 3 consecutive years, and furthermore, clinch 7 championships in total. This realization sparked within him a sense of urgency to implement certain regulations to prevent such consecutive triumphs. Following Wang Jie's championship victory, he chose to forego any celebratory parades, finding them rather tedious and chaotic. This year, the Heat relinquished their draft pick to the Lakers, a consequence of their trade for Shaquille O'Neal. Consequently, Wang Jie had no draft picks to leverage, receiving only the last selection of the first round, which is virtually equivalent to a second-round pick, leaving him with limited options. This year is a relatively weak draft class, with only Chris Paul standing out, albeit selected at a lower position by the discerning Hornets. Congratulations to the host for earning the regular season MVP, for exceptional playoff performances, and for receiving the choice between a green skill for a fadeaway jump shot or a skill upgrade scroll. Wang Jie glanced at the skill of the fadeaway jump shot, which could reduce the likelihood of being blocked by 20. Alternatively, he could utilize a skill upgrade scroll to enhance his existing white floral butterfly step. Unfortunately, the white floral butterfly step offered minimal improvement for breakthroughs. Wang Jie found himself facing formidable opponents, and he seldom attempted to penetrate, as it could lead to a waste of energy unless in a critical match. Ultimately, he opted for the silver fadeaway jump shot skill, which would indeed diminish the chance of being blocked. After all, it was a silver skill, while using a skill breakthrough scroll would only elevate the floral butterfly step to silver status. Moreover, during intense matches, Wang Jie often struggled to find opportunities to shoot and resorted to passing, as his height of less than 2 meters made him susceptible to blocks against various defenses. However, possessing the fadeaway jump shot skill would render his moves harder to block, akin to Kobe, who, with his golden fadeaway jump shot skill, rarely faced such challenges. Wang Jie possesses the skill of a backward jump shot, which enhances his ability to evade being blocked, allowing him to shoot with greater composure. After reviewing the basic rewards, Wang Jie turned his attention to the championship rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the championship ring from the class of 2005. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring a top-tier skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Rule Series skill, Referee's Nemesis. It has been detected that the host is participating in the finals as FMVN, with a rating of 94, resulting in a slight decrease in ability. Referee's Nemesis. When the host's team faces an unjust penalty, the next shot attempted by the host will invariably succeed. Wang Jie was overjoyed. Having been one of the 2 contenders deemed adversaries by the referees last season, he unexpectedly secured a position this season. Should the referees render unjust decisions in the future, Wang Jie would undoubtedly be able to employ the skill to hold them accountable. Wang Jie attended a press conference. This marks your 7th consecutive championship win and your 3rd consecutive title with FMVN. What are your thoughts? He was asked. I have no particular feelings. It's as simple as eating and drinking. I hope the league has more competitors, rather than the playoffs and finals being dominated by the same few teams every year. Wang Jie replied with a hint of arrogance. After all, with Wade reaching his peak next year and both he and O'Neal capable of clinching a championship, the combination with Wang Jie would be virtually invincible. Will you remain with the Heat next season? Of course, I have signed a 2-year contract with the Heat. As long as the management does not consider trading me, I believe I will stay with the team, Wang Jie said with a smile. What about the following season? A reporter inquired. That's difficult to answer. We can discuss that when the time comes. Do you have a girlfriend, Wang Jie? Another reporter asked. Let us stick to basketball-related topics. How do you find me? He jested. Very beautiful. Hey, brother, how about we hit the nightclub for a drink? O'Neal said with carefree excitement after winning the championship. It should be noted that without O'Neal's support, the Lakers wouldn't have even made it to the playoffs, let alone win the finals. This revelation allowed O'Neal to vent his frustrations, while Kobe, upon discovering that the championship went to the Heat, angrily threw the remote control at home. Shaq, I will prove that I can still win the championship without you. Kobe roared, disregarding Vanessa's attempts to comfort him, and headed straight to the court to practice relentlessly. That night, Wang Jie indulged in a night out at the nightclub with O'Neal and others. The following day, he glanced at the blonde woman who was washing up, smiled, greeted her, and turned to leave. I have extended my stay until noon tomorrow. You can remain as long as you wish. Thank you, he replied. Wang Jie then returned to his homeland to train with Yu Ming and others in preparation for the Asian Championship. It turned out that with Yu Ming leading the team to a decisive victory, the addition of Wang Jie would face no obstacles whatsoever. Wang Jie and Yao Ming collectively scored over 60 points, culminating in a decisive victory against Lebanon with a score of 95-65 in the finals. The margin of victory reached an impressive 30 points, securing Wang Jie the title of World Championship champion. However, he realized that perhaps due to the relatively minor nature of the event, there were no rewards associated with it. Quietly, Wang Jie resolved to abstain from such small competitions in the future, aspiring instead to compete directly in the Olympics and the NBA. Following the Miami Heat's championship triumph, Wang Jie and Riley discussed the upcoming season, asserting that neither Rodman nor Martin would be available for trade. Riley concurred, emphasizing that even without trades, the team could strengthen. Many players expressed their desire to join his squad in pursuit of a championship title. Additionally, Stern implemented new regulations stipulating that members of championship-winning teams could receive a salary increase of 10% in their second season, with further raises possible for consecutive championships. This meant that Wang Jie, with a yearly salary of $12 million at the maximum, could see an 80% increase in his wages for the following season through this salary increment, potentially securing a contract exceeding $20 million. It could be asserted that, aside from Kevin Garnett, no player, including Shaquille O'Neal, earned a higher annual salary than Wang Jie. During the off-season, Riley made bold moves, parting ways with last season's champion member Damon Jones and acquiring small forward James Posey, as well as the exceptional playmaking point guard Jason Williams, known as White Chocolate. He subsequently brought in veteran point guard Gary Payton, renowned for his championship aspirations, along with power forward Antoine Walker and solid rebounder Udonis Haslem. As Wang Jie led the Heat to an astonishing 20 consecutive victories, he suddenly realized the overwhelming strength of his team. The head coach was Stan Van Gundy, and the starting lineup comprised Wang Jie, Dwayne Wade, James Posey, Shaquille O'Neal, and Jason Williams, with the bench featuring Wang Jie, Gary Payton, and Haslem, alongside center Alonzo Mourning. As the season progressed, the excitement reached a fever pitch, with Wang Jie's team achieving an unprecedented 40 consecutive wins. Regardless of whether it was the starters or the bench players, they consistently outperformed their opponents. Chapter 36, a terrifying regular season with 82 wins. It could be said that almost every team in the league fell to defeat, and even with O'Neal sidelined for 5 games due to injury, it did not hinder Wang Jie's team from their remarkable triumphs. Wang Jie frequently achieves impressive statistics, often surpassing 30 points and occasionally nearing 20. Similarly, Dwayne Wade consistently scores over 30 points, while Shaquille O'Neal routinely exceeds 20. Together, these three often account for the entirety of the opposing team's points, rendering the rest mere supporting players. At the zenith of his prowess, Wade's speed is akin to lightning, and his shooting is both swift and precise, making him nearly impossible to defend against. During their 5 consecutive victories, Alonzo Mourning and Udonis Haslem matched the caliber of Tim Duncan, raining three-pointers as if they were an enhanced version of Ray Allen. Alarmingly, veteran Gary Payton managed to score and assist in double digits within a single quarter. With a remarkable 40-game winning streak, the Miami Heat's dominance suffocated every team in the NBA. If not for Wang Jie often easing off, the score would frequently widen to 20 or even 30 points by the end of the third quarter. As the All-Star game commenced, Wang Jie, Dwayne, O'Neal, and Williams formed an all-star starting lineup, with LeBron James, Allen Iverson, and Shaquille O'Neal coming off the bench. Meanwhile, the Western Conference All-Stars featured Yao Ming, Rockets, Tim Duncan, Spurs, Tracy McGrady, Rockets, Kobe Bryant, Lakers, and Steve Nash, Suns, in the starting positions. Wang Jie understood that, on paper, the West appeared stronger. However, once the game commenced, he unleashed his full skill set, allowing the East to surpass the West by a margin of 10 points. Wang Jie once again clinched the All-Star Game championship, earning a skill upgrade scroll as a reward, which filled him with delight. Without hesitation, he enhanced his butterfly step to silver level, increasing his breakthrough ability by 20. After all, his silver fadeaway jump shot was already sufficiently effective, eliminating the urgency for further advancement. As the All-Star Game concluded, a profound silence enveloped everyone. The NBA is on the brink of its grand finale. Amidst the tumultuous excitement, the crowd erupted in exclamations of disbelief. After all, a team had triumphed over the 5 most formidable All-Stars of the West, with the Miami Heat emerging victorious. Many clutched their heads in astonishment, following Wang Jie's astounding 60th consecutive victory. He realized that each game had ignited the ire of the referees multiple times. Teams across the league raised their grievances to Stern, asserting that if this continued, they would no longer participate, suggesting that future championships should simply be awarded to the Heat. Faced with this dilemma, Stern had no choice but to instruct the referees to exhibit some leniency towards the other teams. Ironically, this concession only fueled Wang Jie's fervor for three-pointers. Whenever his team faced injustice, he would respond with a pristine shot from beyond the arc. He often launched shots from midcourt, undeterred by the presence of 2 or 3 defenders, as no one could withstand the wrath of an aggrieved Wang Jie. Consequently, the remaining 22 teams found themselves powerless under the league's intervention as the Heat continued their relentless victory march, achieving an astonishing record of 82 wins. After all, even if a team managed to score 2 free throws, they could not compete with Wang Jie's return of a three-pointer unless they were to foul him out. Yet, Wang Jie refrained from any dangerous maneuvers. At times, to avoid fouls, he would shoot with a lean back, barely leaving the ground, executing his shots with remarkable precision. As the regular season concluded, jubilant Heat fans cheered wildly. Wang Jie had once again evolved, leading his team to a crushing superiority over 81 other teams. The Heat boasted at least 7 All-Stars along with 3 near All-Stars, and even the league's finest players, when assembled, could hardly rival them. A frustrated Popovich, who had narrowly missed championships, lamented this dominance. The terrifying achievement of 82 wins sent shockwaves throughout the NBA. It was the finest record in basketball history, unmatched by anyone. Save for ties, Wang Jie had previously led his team to 73 and 74 wins, while the illustrious Jordan set the standard at 72. Never had there been such exhilaration. The Heat's regular season record of 82 wins. "I believe this is divinity manifested in basketball," exclaimed several passionate Heat fans during street interviews. Not only was the NBA in a frenzy, but a multitude of local fans were equally enthralled, fervently discussing the historic achievement of 82 wins. Do you know about the Heat's 82 wins? How could I not? Even though I don't play basketball, it's simply extraordinary, 82 games without a loss. Wang Jie forever. What does forever mean? I heard Wang Jie once mentioned it during an interview, signifying an eternal deity. As the playoffs commenced, every team felt the immense pressure of facing the Heat. The first playoff match was against the 39-win, 43-loss Bucks, resulting in a series of 4 games, each one a massacre. In a remarkable display of dominance, Wang Jie led his team to a resounding 4-0 victory over the Bucks. The team showcased an overwhelming superiority, both inside and outside the paint, with each game resulting in surrender before the midpoint of the third quarter. The Bucks' prized center, Andrew Bogut, garnered Wang Jie's disdain as he was effortlessly subdued by the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, Dennis Rodman, and Walker. Over the course of the 4 games, Wang Jie averaged 2 emphatic dunks over Bogut, provoking the latter to resort to petty antics. However, Wang Jie's indomitable skill left Bogut feeling as though he was attempting to grasp an unyielding steel plate, nearly fracturing his fingers in the process. The victorious Heat, well-rested, faced the young and vigorous Bulls and triumphed once again with a commanding 4-0 sweep, despite the Bulls being significantly stronger than the Bucks. Boasting a roster filled with prodigious talent, including 5 potential All-Stars in their starting lineup, they were still subjected to the relentless prowess of Wang Jie and his teammates. This was not a contest of formations, but rather a display of sheer strength. In the final encounter, the Heat squared off against the Pistons, whose formidable starting lineup featured Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Rasheed Wallace. This quintet's staunch defense proved utterly ineffective against the unpredictable brilliance of Wang Jie. The peak performance of Dwayne Wade and the formidable presence of O'Neal, Walker, and Rodman. Meanwhile, the sharpshooting prowess of Mourning and Martin off the bench propelled the team to a staggering lead exceeding 20 points in the opening game. Wang Jie continues to lead his team to a resounding 4-0 victory over the Pistons. In contrast to the previous two seasons, the Pistons appear to have diminished in strength as their roster ages. As the finals commence, it comes as a surprise that the Mavericks' Nowitzki has triumphed over both the Suns and the Spurs to advance to the Western Conference Finals. Under the leadership of Wang Jie, the Heat faced off against the Mavericks, quickly realizing that the Mavericks were formidable opponents. In the first quarter, Wang Jie activated his skill, divine unpredictability, resulting in a 20 increase in all attributes. However, he only managed to secure a mere 3-point lead against the Mavericks at the end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, Wang Jie substituted Rodman for O'Neal, yet the advantage remained at just 6 points, with only an additional 3 points gained. All teams in the league were observing the finals, intent on discovering strategies to counter the Heat. However, during the third quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players onto the court, and with a flurry of three-pointers, the score gap widened significantly. Maverick star players, Nowitzki and Harris, unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts as well, showcasing their own shooting prowess with a 40% success rate. Yet, in the face of Wang Jie, Martin, and others, they experienced a devastating onslaught, with 8 out of 10 shots made, concluding the third quarter with a lead exceeding 20 points. In the final chapter, ironclad defense for the 8th championship, Nowitzki of the Mavericks struggled to find the basket in the fourth quarter and was reluctantly benched as they conceded defeat. In the second game, the Mavericks opened with 3-point attempts, but O'Neal, Rodman, and Walker dominated the boards. Despite the Mavericks' commendable shooting percentage, Wade and O'Neal matched their performance. As the game approached its final minute, Wang Jie's clutch shot propelled the Heat to an 11-point victory. This season had been overwhelmingly dominant, leading the Heat to the championship, bolstered by Wang Jie's unreasonable skill enhancements, rendering the Mavericks powerless to resist. In the third game, Wang Jie repeatedly executed his butterfly step, delivering thunderous dunks that stretched the lead to over 30 points, amassing a remarkable 48 points, the highest in the game. By the fourth game, the Mavericks had lost their spirit, while Wang Jie effortlessly scored 21 points, securing yet another victory over the Mavericks. Ultimately, Wang Jie led the Heat to a resounding 4-0 triumph over the Mavericks, clinching the championship. The Heat celebrated their consecutive championship victory amidst the fervent cheers of countless fans. The management, led by Riley, was elated but soon faced the dilemma of negotiating contracts for Wang Jie and the others, which would undoubtedly come at a steep price. As Stern took the stage with a composed demeanor, his heart was tumultuous as he announced, "Congratulations to the Heat for winning the championship. And congratulations to Wang Jie for securing his 4th Finals MVP." Amidst the ongoing cheers, Cavaliers' LeBron James exhibited an envious expression, reflecting on the 3 years he had failed to even reach the finals, while Wang Jie celebrated his 8th championship and 4th Finals MVP award. In this series, Wang Jie averaged 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. Wade followed closely with an average of 25 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists, while O'Neal averaged 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 1 assist. After completing the interview, Wang Jie learned that Peyton, Walker, and Mourning believed they had secured the championship and were preparing to retire. The sudden departure of these 3 key substitutes significantly weakened the Heat's strength. Moreover, since the trio was earning veteran minimum salaries, their retirement would not impose a substantial financial burden. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Riley decided against renewing the contract of the most expensive player, Wang Jie, with O'Neal still on the team. His nearly $20 million annual salary consumed almost half of the salary cap. Additionally, retaining Wang Jie would effectively seal the salary cap, necessitating the removal of either 2 starters or 1 starter along with several substitutes, which would leave the roster incomplete. Thus, it remained uncertain whether they could contend for the championship in the upcoming season. Wang Jie received the news that the Heat's management was unwilling to extend a maximum salary contract, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the regular season MVN, and congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade scroll. Wang Jie pondered for a moment and realized that the fadeaway jump shot would be more advantageous for him. He believed that after participating in numerous matches, coaches would undoubtedly identify his weaknesses. Therefore, enhancing his fadeaway jump shot skill would enable him to shoot without being blocked during unpredictable games. Golden fadeaway jump shot reduces the probability of being blocked by 30. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the championship ring from the 2006 season. Congratulations to the host for randomly obtaining a top-tier skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the elite skill, Ironclad Defense. The host's score has been detected at 98, and the skill's effectiveness will not be diminished. Ironclad Defense, when there are 3 interior or perimeter defenders with a rating of 90 or above on the court. Ironclad Defense can be triggered, enhancing the entire team's interior and perimeter defensive capabilities, including steals and rebounds, by 20. Note, this skill cannot be used simultaneously with the 5 consecutive legendary skills. Wang Jie opened his mouth wide. It was evident that a team's defensive capability exceeding 90 could only refer to the Pistons. Not merely 3, but perhaps 5 players might boast defensive ratings above 90. Subsequently, the Spurs' Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili could also potentially surpass the 90 mark in defense. However, Wang Jie realized that only the Pistons could provide him the opportunity to showcase his ironclad defensive prowess. Wang Jie shook his head, acutely aware of Larry Brown's obstinate nature, which would likely disapprove of his inclusion. During the off-season, Wang Jie refrained from participating in competitions and informed the Basketball Association that, aside from the Olympics, he had no intention of engaging in any other events, deeming them trivial. The leaders of the Basketball Association were furious, bluntly asserting that Wang Jie was disregarding the rules, thereby jeopardizing their prospects for advancement. However, Wang Jie had ascended to become the foremost active NBA basketball star, possessing formidable skill and unparalleled fame, surpassing even the likes of Kobe, Yao Ming, and Shaquille O'Neal, having secured 8 championships and 4 Finals MVP awards. Whispers began to circulate that Wang Jie might indeed be the god of basketball. Yet, the system delivered grim news to Wang Jie due to his overwhelming prowess. He was stripped of rewards from the regular season, playoffs, and any other accolades, with only championships and Olympic victories qualifying for skill rewards. He had lost several avenues for enhancing his skills, prompting a sigh of resignation, though he did not dwell on it. Presently, Wang Jie felt an unsettling chill at the pinnacle of success. The previous season boasted an astonishing record of 82 wins in the regular season and 16 in the playoffs, without a single defeat, leaving him with a sense of finality. The lack of challenge and consistently winning rendered the game somewhat mundane. Nonetheless, Wang Jie quickly regained his focus, spurred by a call from Thompson. "Jack Wang, congratulations on securing your 8th championship," Thompson exclaimed with a smile. "Perhaps one day you will surpass Bill Russell's 11 titles. I appreciate your kind words." Wang Jie felt a surge of ambition. If others had 11, he must aim for 12 championships. Wang Jie stands at a height of 198 centimeters and weighs 99 kilograms, with attributes as follows: strength, 87, speed, 80, agility, 80, vertical leap, 77, stamina, 88, basketball IQ, 85, breakthrough, 81, ball handling, 80, passing, 85, dunking, 80, layup, 80, mid-range shooting, 80, three-point shooting, 80, perimeter defense, 80, interior defense, 80, shot blocking, 75, stealing, 75, rebounding, 73. His skills include silver-level butterfly step, gold-level fadeaway jumper, golden skill I defense, golden skill indestructible, bench-level 5 consecutive masterpieces, goji berry steeped in a thermos. Clutch player, unpredictable, moment of light, guaranteed dunk, referee's adversary, Jin Billy template, and ironclad defense. After 2 seasons of rigorous training, Wang Jie's attributes have nearly all surpassed 80. Even without any skills, he could confidently secure a starting position in several teams, and as a well-rounded starter. "Jack Wang, do you wish to pursue a maximum salary next season, or are you open to a pay cut?" Thompson inquired. "Certainly, I seek the maximum. A mere $2 million per year pales in comparison to Kevin Garnett's $28 million with the Timberwolves. There is no reason I should be overlooked." Wang Jie smiled as he expressed his joy. Even more delightful was the fact that he had helped the Miami Heat secure consecutive championships, accumulating a total of $10 million in bonuses. While this sum was merely a figure to him, it nonetheless brought him happiness. "Jack Wang, you are absolutely right. However, the team's extending invitations are rather lackluster. The best among them are the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks." Chapter 38. Joining the Pistons, it seems I can only choose between these 2 teams. Has the Bulls not extended an invitation? Wang Jie inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. They have, but they expect you to accept a pay cut, Thompson replied. In that case, I shall opt for the Detroit Pistons, Wang Jie declared. The last time the Pistons claimed a championship was in 1989 and 1990, which was over a decade ago. Since the management had decided to pay the luxury tax, they were determined to invite Wang Jie to join their ranks. Given the respect the Pistons were showing him, he was more than willing to accept, as it also presented an opportunity to test his defensive prowess. Wade was quite reluctant upon learning that management had let Wang Jie go. Wade, you are also a superstar. The Heat is your team. Remember, you are the cornerstone of this franchise, but never accept a pay cut. You have already earned 2 championship rings. Honor does not require pursuit. What you need is greater financial compensation. Do not let loyalty be your downfall, Wang Jie said before turning to leave, feeling that his advice had been imparted. Though he knew Wade might not heed it. Such was the nature of the Heat's management. Kindness often invited exploitation. If Wade were to assert himself, the management would undoubtedly think twice before treating him in such a manner. Watching Wang Jie depart, Wade's expression showed a flicker of confusion, uncertain of Wang Jie's intent. A pay cut? How could that be? With you gone, I stand as the team's greatest star. It is not my salary that should be diminished. Wade shook his head, pondering. In truth, the Pistons' invitation to Wang Jie was not solely driven by their desire for a championship. The league was also subtly encouraging this move. They had observed that Wang Jie favored joining playoff contending teams, and any team he joined would experience a remarkable enhancement. However, the Pistons, known for their defensive prowess, might expose more vulnerabilities with Wang Jie on board, as his strengths lay more in offense than defense. Thus, the league aimed to diminish Wang Jie's influence on the court, weakening his prowess, even discreetly indicating to the Pistons that the luxury tax associated with signing Wang Jie would be waived. Consequently, Wang Jie, unable to resist the allure of a maximum salary, ultimately joined the Pistons, aligning perfectly with the league's intentions. Wang Jie and the Pistons have signed a 1-year contract, featuring a maximum salary of $22 million for the duration of the year. After Wang Jie successfully signed with the Pistons, Sanders, beaming with joy, inquired, Jack Wang. I truly hope the season commences soon. Together, we shall establish a Pistons dynasty. However, during the off-season, I hope you can enhance your defensive skills. No problem, Mr. Sanders. I believe I will, Wang Jie nodded with a smile. Once the regular season begins, I will make it known to everyone how well I and my teammates synergize. Little did he anticipate that the Pistons had changed coaches, appointing the previously dismissed coach of the Timberwolves, who appeared quite amiable. Certainly more so than the notoriously stern Larry Brown. The off-season swiftly concluded, during which Wang Jie traveled to numerous destinations, indulging in delectable cuisines and allowing himself to unwind. The long-standing tension dissipated almost instantaneously, granting him ample time to contemplate the path ahead. How many championships can my career claim? 20 or 30? Wang Jie mused, envisioning the possibility of forming a commentary trio with Barkley and Smith at TNT post-retirement, or perhaps even becoming a basketball coach. As time gradually passed, the regular season commenced, and Wang Jie practiced with his Pistons teammates. However, during the off-season signings, Ben Wallace's salary had soared into the millions, leaving the management with insufficient funds to retain him, ultimately leading to his departure, where he was signed by the Bulls for over $10 million a year. Meanwhile, Rodman felt his physical condition deteriorating following the last season. He required extended recovery periods and even suffered injuries during the off-season. By the end of the break, he expressed to Wang Jie his desire to retire. Wang Jie, feeling helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce to Rodman's retirement. Fortunately, the seasoned veteran Chris Webber, one of the illustrious 4 great forwards, decided to join the Pistons for a minimum salary in pursuit of a championship. It is noteworthy that Chris Webber, alongside Nowitzki, Duncan, and Garnett, is celebrated for his versatility, capable of both attacking and defending with great proficiency. However, this refers to the peak of Chris Webber's career. His statistics have since experienced a significant decline. In comparison to the immobile Rodman, Webber's metrics predominantly hover around the 70s and 80s, with a few reaching the 90s, ensuring his ability to start without any issues. Consequently, he has joined the Pistons as a backup power forward. After Wang Jie joined the Pistons, he was unexpectedly appointed as the starting center due to the absence of a traditional center, leaving him somewhat astonished. Sanders, playing center presents a considerable challenge for me, Wang Jie admitted awkwardly. However, the team lacked a center. Sanders replied helplessly, we can't possibly rely on a substitute. Their current center frequently stayed on the perimeter, neglecting to secure rebounds. Rasheed Wallace possesses exceptional athleticism. He excels at blocking shots, stealing the ball, and grabbing rebounds. I could manage the power forward position instead, Wang Jie suggested. All right, let us give it a try. Sanders promptly consented. During the preseason, the starting lineup experimented, achieving a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. As the regular season commenced, head coach Philip Sanders announced the starting lineup: Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Wang Jie. In their first regular season game, they faced the Bucks, whose starting lineup included Maurice Williams, point guard, Michael Redd, shooting guard, Charlie Bell, small forward, Ruben Patterson, power forward, and Andrew Bogut, center. The Pistons' anticipated starting lineup consisted of Richard Hamilton, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Wang Jie. This match took place at the Pistons' home court, the Palace of Auburn Hills, where the crowd erupted with exuberant cheers. Wang Jie can also feel the fervor of the fans in the Automobile City. When Wang Jie and his teammates take to the court, he silently resolves to uphold a steadfast defense. Since Sanders took the helm, the team has continued to implement the Pistons' renowned tenacious defensive strategies and collaborative tactics. As Wang Jie and his teammates took to the court, their tenacious defense propelled the defensive skills of all 5 players by an impressive 20%. The Bucks' Williams, upon crossing half-court, was swiftly intercepted by his counterpart Billups, who snatched the ball away with remarkable agility. Williams felt merely a fleeting shadow of a hand, and before he knew it, the ball had vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. Billups promptly passed the ball to Wang Jie, who rushed to the nearby basket and effortlessly scored from close range. Throughout this match, Wang Jie refrained from employing any extraordinary abilities or skills, relying solely on his exceptional defensive prowess. Consequently, the Bucks resorted to frantic offensive and defensive maneuvers. In the opening match, Wang Jie made 3 out of 5 two-point attempts, while Hamilton also scored 3 out of 5. The entire team collectively amassed 16 points. Despite the modest total, Wang Jie contributed significantly during the first quarter with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Not only Wang Jie, but the other 4 Pistons players also recorded several rebounds, steals, and blocks. Chapter 39, Terrifying Defense. Particularly notable was the Bucks center Bogut, who appeared utterly bewildered. Throughout the entire quarter, he failed to secure a single rebound and was instead subjected to a series of steals and blocks. Upon the arrival of Wang Jie, the new Pistons quintet emerged, elevating their defensive prowess to unprecedented heights. Their cohesive interior and exterior defense left no room for error, rendering the Bucks scoreless in the first quarter despite their head coach utilizing 3 timeouts in a futile attempt to halt the onslaught. The opening quarter concluded with the Pistons leading 16-0, as both teams struggled to find their rhythm, until Wang Jie and Hamilton capitalized on the opponent's frail defense to net some points. However, as the second quarter commenced, the Bucks finally managed to scrape together some points. Yet, by the end of the fourth quarter, the Pistons' relentless defense had rendered even the home crowd drowsy, as their formidable defense often thwarted the Bucks' 3-point attempts and penetrations, leading to numerous airballs. The most alarming aspect was their propensity to force turnovers and blocks with alarming ease. As the final whistle blew, the Pistons had effectively rendered the Bucks incapable of self-sufficiency, boasting a staggering 72-22 lead, a gruesome slaughter of their opponents. In the aftermath, every team facing the Pistons seemed to undergo a baptism of fear, as their intimidating defense left an indelible mark. The overwhelming nature of their defense, coupled with their uncanny ability to force turnovers and secure rebounds, suffocated every challenger. In their 22nd regular season match against the Cavaliers, the Pistons were initially expected to succumb to the prowess of LeBron James, who had significantly developed his skills, averaging 27 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. However, confronted with the Pistons' frenzied defense, LeBron was limited to a mere 14 points and 3 assists, with the entirety of his team's scoring resting solely on his shoulders. More alarmingly, he faced 3 blocks and 3 steals throughout the game, leaving him bewildered. The Cavaliers, despite being the highest-scoring team with a total of 38 points, found themselves utterly stifled in the face of the Pistons' relentless onslaught. Wang Jie recorded a humble stat line of 15 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds, seemingly falling short compared to LeBron James. However, both Rasheed Wallace and Hamilton also contributed with double-digit scores. The final score was a staggering 70-38, marking yet another brutal massacre on the court. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie led his team against the Heat, his former team, opting not to employ the hack-a-shack strategy against Shaquille O'Neal. Nevertheless, O'Neal's average of 10 rebounds plummeted to just 3, as he found himself outmatched throughout the game, with Rasheed Wallace firmly contesting him for several rebounds. Even Hamilton, the small forward, managed to secure a steal from him. Dwayne Wade also struggled significantly, despite his impressive speed. He found it challenging to locate the basket amidst the defense, relying solely on his instincts to determine whether his shots would find the mark. By the end of the game, Wade had accumulated 22 points, O'Neal managed 16, and the Heat totaled 60 points. Under the leadership of Wang Jie, the Pistons executed an aggressive defensive strategy, though their shooting accuracy faltered. However, in the final minute, Wang Jie utilized his clutch skills to extend the lead to 10 points, effectively sealing the victory. The Pistons triumphed over the reigning champions, the weekend Heat, with a score of 70-60, much to the excitement of Saunders. "It's settled. The championship is secure," he exclaimed joyfully. Following this, Saunders began to experiment with various lineups, incorporating substitutes and attempting different formations, while Wang Jie practiced numerous strategies with the team. Yet, this experimentation revealed significant flaws in certain lineups, resulting in some losses. Ultimately, after an 82-game regular season, the Pistons finished with an impressive record of 70 wins and 12 losses. While this was not as formidable as the Heat's unbeaten 82 wins from the previous year, it nonetheless secured the top position in the league. In second place were the Mavericks, led by Nowitzki, with a record of 66 wins and 16 losses, a mere 4 games behind, igniting a glimmer of championship hope among many for the Mavericks. As the playoffs commenced, the Pistons' defense overwhelmed the Magic, leading to a decisive 4-0 sweep, with the opposing team averaging fewer than 30 points per game, leaving them utterly bewildered. In the second round, the Pistons faced the Bulls, where their relentless defense once again resulted in a 4-0 victory. Notably, in the second quarter, Hamilton's substitution proved formidable alongside Wang Jie, while Chris Webber, empowered by Wang Jie's resurgence, wreaked havoc in the Bulls' interior defense. Webber's prowess in both scoring and defense, augmented by a 20-point defensive boost, elevated his defensive attributes beyond the 100 mark. The Bulls' starting lineup included Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, Kirk Hinrich, Ben Wallace, and Jay Brown. Among them, Ben Wallace found himself overwhelmed, questioning his abilities as he faced the seemingly evolved prowess of his former teammates. Despite being the center, he observed Wang Jie and others snatching rebounds from above him, infuriating Coach Skiles to the extent that he substituted Wallace for a forward. After a dismal performance with no rebounds and 6 turnovers in just 1 quarter, Wallace felt utterly ineffective, resembling a mere oversized presence on the court. "Brothers, why do I feel like you were merely acting before? If you were this strong, why would I have joined the Bulls?" Wallace lamented. "Ahem, we've always been this strong. You just happened to encounter us in a game now," they replied. Hamilton bypassed and spoke. After reminiscing, the 4 matches concluded, showcasing the Bulls' commendable prowess, with the final score resting at 70-75, marking the Bulls' highest scoring achievement. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Pistons confronted the Cavaliers, led by Coach Mike Brown. The starting lineup included LeBron James, Larry Hughes, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Drew Gooden, and Eric Snow. Initially, LeBron James attempted to penetrate the basket, but was thwarted by Rasheed Wallace's formidable block. Subsequently, Wang Jie received a pass and elegantly maneuvered past Drew Gooden, effortlessly scoring. Soon after, Sanders initiated a fierce combined defense against James. As the sole superstar on his team, LeBron faced relentless targeting, managing only 10 points and 6 assists throughout the game. Larry Hughes, the second highest scorer, contributed a mere 8 points, resulting in the Cavaliers scoring only 48 points across the 4 quarters. In contrast, Wang Jie, faced with Gooden, unleashed a flurry of shots, accumulating 24 points, 2 rebounds, and 8 assists. Ultimately, in Game 1 of the Eastern Finals, the Pistons dominated the Cavaliers with a staggering 88-48 victory, a 40-point margin. Despite Wang Jie's less imposing presence, 4 of the starting 5 managed to score in double digits, while the bench also contributed. In the second game, Mike Brown discerned that the Wang Jie observed last season bore little resemblance to the player of this season. It appeared that Wang Jie had been invigorated by the Pistons' ethos, embracing a tenacious defense, albeit slightly inferior to his teammates. Notably, Wang Jie employed a keen defensive strategy, yielding impressive efficiency despite the perception that he was vulnerable. Chapter 40. The 9th championship. The league recognized that Wang Jie's integration into the Pistons had indeed curtailed his scoring capabilities, yet simultaneously elevated his defensive prowess. Remarkably, Wang Jie earned a spot in the all-defensive second team this year, while the other 4 starters achieved recognition in the first team, with bench player Chris Webber also making the cut. A single team boasting 5 members on the all-defensive first team instilled fear across the league. In the face of such relentless defense, LeBron James, leading his team alone, found himself outmatched by Wang Jie's Pistons, scoring in double digits under intense scrutiny. LeBron showcased his formidable strength. Unable to penetrate the defense nor withstand it, the Cavaliers ultimately succumbed 4-0, allowing the Pistons to advance to the finals. Familiar circumstances arose as they faced the Spurs, coached by Greg Popovich. The starting lineup featured Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen, Francisco Elson, and Manu Ginobili. In the first quarter of the finals, Wang Jie led his team in a frenzied contest of missed shots as both sides intensified their defensive efforts. The Spurs' formidable starting 5 were no less adept defensively. The first quarter concluded with a score of 18-14, with the Spurs trailing by 4 points. As the second quarter began, both Popovich and Sanders adjusted their strategies. Hamilton was substituted for a larger player, enhancing their defense as the new player barreled into the paint, scoring over Duncan. Chris Webber replaced Rasheed Wallace, returning to his peak form, exhibiting robust defense and potent offense, ultimately emerging as the highest scorer of the quarter. This shift led to a significant downturn for the Spurs, as the second quarter ended with a score of 40-28, widening the gap to 12 points. The starters returned for the third quarter, reigniting the familiar clash of missed shots, leading some fans in the stands to doze off. By the fourth quarter, the Spurs conceded by substituting in their bench. Wang Jie secured victory in Game 1, with the Pistons bench faltering somewhat, yet they still managed to maintain a 10-point lead, winning 80-70. The subsequent 4 quarters showcased the Pistons' embodiment of exceptional defense. Duncan, overwhelmed by Hamilton's steals and blocked by Wallace, Webber, and even the larger player, found himself in a precarious position. Each member of the Spurs experienced multiple blocks and steals, evidencing their defensive lapses. As the finals concluded, the Pistons triumphed 4-1 against the Spurs, with one game marked by the Spurs' explosive performance, which was aided by the Pistons' off night. Once the match concluded, Tony Parker, utterly exhausted, remarked that Wang Jie and his teammates were beyond human. As Wang Jie heard the incessant cheers of the fans, he looked up and was taken aback to discover that the arena for the finals was not filled to capacity. Previously, the aisles had been teeming with enthusiastic supporters. Yet now, while the seats appeared occupied, the aisles were conspicuously empty. Clearly, even for the finals, the attendance to witness the clash of iron was disappointingly sparse. Stern, emerging with the championship trophy, wore a complexion tinged with anger. The Pistons and Spurs' relentless defensive battle had resulted in the finals achieving a record-low viewership this year. Stern silently vowed that he would never allow both the Spurs and the Pistons to appear in the finals simultaneously in any future season. The 2007 Finals championship was claimed by the Pistons. Congratulations! Wang Jie was awarded the 2007 Finals MVP. Unsurprisingly, despite his lack of scoring efficiency, Wang Jie managed to secure the highest points of the game with 22, surpassing the second-place scorer, Hamilton, by 4 points. Moreover, in the final minute of each match, he showcased his skills to deliver a decisive shot, ensuring at least one basket. As the season concluded, Wang Jie glanced at his scoring average, feeling somewhat disillusioned. He mused that perhaps he should have employed the strategy of soaking goji berries in his thermos, averaging 18 points, and then adding a last-minute three-pointer for a total of 21, dedicating the remainder of the time to defense instead. Throughout the award ceremony, Stern's expression remained dark as he congratulated Wang Jie once more, his mind already pondering how to restrict Wang Jie in the upcoming season. If Wang Jie continues to remain with the Pistons, then next year, the cunning old fox, Popovich, will undoubtedly be unwilling to relent, making them formidable contenders for the Western Conference Championship. At that point, they may once again contribute to the finals' lowest viewership ratings, with the league only profiting once a year. And even that may not be substantial. This cannot stand. Some of the stronger teams must be bolstered, Stern mused. However, let us first observe. As Wang Jie has only signed a one-year contract with the Pistons, perhaps he will join another team, even a weaker one. If so, the Pistons' strength would significantly wane. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2006 to 2007 championship ring. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring a top-tier skill. And congratulations to the host for obtaining a series of premier skills, ensuring an automatic 3-point success rate when unguarded, with a detection of the host's rating at 94. thus lowering to an unguarded three-point certainty. Wang Jie was left speechless, as the once effortless ability to score from an open position had now dwindled to a mere three-point shot. He felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite my exceptional movement, I am perpetually guarded closely by my opponents, making it exceedingly difficult to find an open three-point shot, unless I were to shoot from beyond half-court. An idea sparked in Wang Jie's mind. The notion of an open three-point shot being a guaranteed score is quite straightforward, as long as he can create space. Wang Jie's three-point shooting will undoubtedly find its mark. During the 2007-2008 season, the salary cap had risen to an impressive $63 million. And Wang Jie was confident that even a maximum contract of $25 million would attract interest. Thompson, is there someone willing to offer me a maximum contract for the upcoming season? Preferably with a playoff team, Wang Jie inquired. Not at the moment. Only the New York Knicks have reached out to me first, Thompson replied with a hint of resignation. The Knicks are decent with a balanced roster, but they have their share of flaws, failing to make it to the playoffs, Wang Jie remarked, shaking his head, ultimately deciding against taking any unnecessary risks. Is the Rockets open to my joining? Wang Jie pondered aloud. But the Rockets have McGrady, whose annual salary is already $20 million, comparable to yours. He and Yao have locked up the salary cap, Thompson explained. If you can persuade the Rockets to trade McGrady for this year's first-round draft pick, I am confident that my partnership with you will undoubtedly lead us to victory, Wang Jie asserted. The following day, Wang Jie received a message from Thompson. The Rockets management had deliberated for an entire day, yet Morey believed that Wang Jie was too costly and was reluctant to part with McGrady, ultimately leaving Wang Jie in suspense for further news. Wang Jie is well aware that the management of the Rockets is merely stalling, waiting for him to voluntarily agree to a pay cut. As soon as that moment arrives, he will immediately instruct Thompson to communicate that they are prioritizing teams vying for the playoffs. Consequently, with 9 teams extending their invitations, Wang Jie finds himself in a state of indecision. The 9 teams that have shown interest in Wang Jie include the New York Knicks, the Dallas Mavericks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Denver Nuggets, Dwayne Wade's Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Phoenix Suns, and the Chicago Bulls. Wang Jie recalls that every member of the Red Bull team showcased remarkable potential this season, yet unfortunately fell short of reaching the playoffs. The Celtics emerged as champions this season, forming an elder version of their iconic trio, while the bench was populated with underperformers, relying solely on the starting 5 to secure victory. Chapter 41. A surprise. Joining the Knicks. Wang Jie first eliminated the Knicks and the Timberwolves, deeming the former as a dismal choice and the latter as a frigid locale he feared he could not endure. He then proceeded to dismiss the Nuggets, Mavericks, and Lakers. Cognizant that the latter belonged to Kobe, should Wang Jie dare to vie for the MVP award, internal discord would undoubtedly ensue. The Cavaliers, with the LeBron James, posed another dilemma. Even with Wang Jie on board, the team would likely incur at least $20 million in luxury taxes, necessitating the clearance of several players. The Cavaliers were indeed tenacious, yet this could also be attributed to LeBron's pressure. Wang Jie was reluctant to share the court with the young king, fearing that should he perform better in the finals, the MVP award would still be bestowed upon this league's prince. Ultimately, only the Suns, Celtics, and Bulls remained. The Suns, having acquired an immobile Shaquille O'Neal, seemed an impractical choice for Wang Jie. Hence, he swiftly discarded the Suns from consideration. This left the Celtics and the Bulls. Should he join the Celtics, Wang Jie could simply relax, provided the trio of stars remained intact. I agree, Wang Jie stated regarding the Celtics. Thompson promptly engaged in discussions with the Celtics. At this juncture, League Commissioner Stern was taken aback. He had painstakingly endeavored to unite the Celtics trio, preparing to thwart Wang Jie's championship aspirations in the coming year, only to find that Wang Jie was not adhering to the expected script. He was poised to join the fray, disregarding the conventional approach. It is noteworthy that the Celtics, through a 3-way trade, had formed an aging version of the Big Three with Pierce, Garnett, and Ray Allen, the team's average age resting at 32. Ironically, Wang Jie, at 32 himself, would maintain that average upon his arrival. In the end, Wang Jie's potential joining of the Celtics was thwarted by the actions of Commissioner Stern. Wang Jie is equally speechless. He merely yearns to bask in the glory of a championship. Wang Jie has shifted his focus towards the Chicago Bulls, a team that is yet to reach the playoffs. Joining the Bulls would essentially mean that Wang Jie would be leading the team single-handedly. However, the Bulls boast a roster with both formidable starters and capable bench players, and with the assistance of promising teammates. Even those who have not yet reached their peak have a significant chance of securing a championship under Wang Jia's guidance. Furthermore, the Bulls possess a remarkably healthy salary cap, with their highest-paid player, Ben Wallace, earning just over $12 million, followed by another at over $9 million, and subsequent salaries ranging from $4 to $5 million. This season, the Bulls won't even have to pay a luxury tax. Although Ben Wallace is a year older than Wang Jie and has seen a decline in performance, Wang Jie is unconcerned. He possesses the ability to rejuvenate Wallace's skills and restore him to his prime. Ultimately, however, Wang Jie reluctantly decided to join the New York Knicks. Enticed by their generous offer, the Knicks have chosen Wang Jie as the cornerstone of their franchise, presenting him with a 3-year, $85 million maximum contract. It is important to note that Wang Jie is now 32 years old, and there are no guarantees regarding his performance at the age of 35. In the end, Wang Jie declined the initial offer and opted for a 1-year contract worth $25 million with the Knicks, confident that his abilities would not diminish significantly. Yet uncertain about his desire to commit to 3 years with the team, the New York Knicks have extended to Wang Jie considerable latitude, granting him control over player trades, this year's draft picks, and next year's selections. They have even bestowed upon him the authority to appoint the head coach and make crucial decisions, allowing Wang Jie to assemble a team that aligns with his vision. Wang Jie is even capable of assuming the role of head coach, however. He is well aware of his own limitations and has wisely chosen to forego such a position. In a swift response, Wang Jie arrived at the New York Knicks and promptly issued a command to acquire the 2nd overall pick from the Seattle Supersonics, declaring that aside from Jamal Crawford, any player on the roster was up for selection in a 1-for-1 trade. Such an irrational maneuver sparked a wave of discontent among the management. Wang Jie appeared utterly oblivious to the nuances of team management. The basketball saint, Wang Jie, seemed poised for a fall. Many suggested that he should retire and refrain from meddling in administrative affairs. Countless newspapers criticized Wang Jie, with the team's starting point guard, Stephon Marbury, vocally advocating for his trade. However, just 3 days later, the Seattle Supersonics audaciously rejected Wang Jie's request, igniting a firestorm across the NBA. Could it be that the Supersonics were aiming to sign Greg Oden? The Portland Trail Blazers would never grant him that opportunity. Oh my. Both teams appeared to be in a frenzy. In a dramatic twist, Wang Jie sweetened the deal by adding the Knicks' first-round draft pick for the following year. Goodness. Which player would the two teams ultimately choose? After an overnight meeting, the Supersonics management resolutely decided to decline the offer. The draft event had yet to commence. Yet Wang Jie's audacious moves, coupled with the Supersonics' antics, sent shockwaves throughout the entire league. Subsequently, Wang Jie earned the moniker of a naive yet affluent individual, as an influx of trade requests inundated him, causing his blood pressure to soar. After all, the majority of these proposals were ludicrous. Who did Wang Jie think he was? Wang Jie had yet to contemplate the matter thoroughly when he conveyed to Wang Jie his desire to no longer remain a substitute. He signed a 5-year contract worth $60 million with the Heat, with a staggering penalty for breach amounting to $20 million. Wang Jie is at a loss for words. This season has yet to see a substantial application of the Jin Billy template. It seems that the struggles of that substitute will likely transform into a detrimental contract for the Heat. Wang Jie felt somewhat overwhelmed and reluctantly began to scrutinize the offers. Ultimately, he discovered that the Grizzlies held a keen interest in Zach Randolph and were willing to exchange him for Pau Gasol. Upon seeing the situation, Wang Jie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Last year, Pau Gasol had exhibited a lack of fortitude against the formidable Kevin Garnett, leaving the Grizzlies quite dissatisfied. Yet, one must acknowledge Garnett's stature. His annual salary exceeds that of Wang Jie, while Pau Gasol, the power forward, earns merely $13 million a year, akin to Zach Randolph and his team. Presently, Randolph and Gasol are renowned as the dynamic duo, their talents seemingly on par. However, Randolph has yet to secure a championship. Thus his fame is somewhat diminished. It is still 2007, and Gasol will only be signing with the Lakers next year. Let us exchange Randolph for Gasol, Wang Jie declared. Very well, I shall endeavor to negotiate and secure the best possible terms, replied the Knicks general manager without hesitation. Although Randolph possesses commendable skills, he is beset with numerous off-court issues, particularly his past entanglement with drugs, which gives Wang Jie pause about sharing the court with him, fearing an untimely scandal might arise. The trade of power forwards proceeded, with the Grizzlies' general manager remaining steadfast, and ultimately, both parties successfully executed the exchange. The Knicks general manager refrained from further comments. Having endured several years of exorbitant luxury taxes without a playoff appearance, and despite his initial delight in wielding power, he could not shake off the fear of potential dismissal. This year, he had even ceded some authority to Wang Jie, hoping the latter would lead the New York Knicks to the playoffs. Indeed, the management had entered into a wager with Wang Jie. Should he fail to guide the Knicks into the postseason, he would forfeit his salary for the year, effectively working for free. Chapter 42. The trade of Big Gasol and Sun Yu. Next in line was the all-star caliber Stephon Marbury, the team's most illustrious star. The lone wolf Marbury, as a point guard, surprisingly harbored a reluctance to pass. This lack of trust left Wang Jie feeling uneasy. Although Marbury had gradually begun to distribute the ball more, his previous season's excessively self-reliant style, which even led to a tumultuous clash with the head coach resulting in the latter's departure, remained a source of concern for Wang Jie. Yet, what could be gained in exchange for Marbury? After all, he is an all-star, boasting averages of 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, numbers that, on paper, hardly suggest he is a lone wolf. Wang Jie attempted to inquire about acquiring Chris Paul from the Hornets, only to be met with a direct refusal, as the Hornets unequivocally declared that Chris Paul was not for sale. Subsequently, even the likes of Nash, Williams, and the relatively underwhelming Andre Miller, whose statistics paled in comparison to those of Marbury, could not be secured in a one-for-one trade. Although Andre Miller's statistics were slightly inferior to Marbury's, he was bound by a 2-year contract worth less than $20 million in total. In contrast, Marbury's final year of his contract not only exceeded that amount, but also surpassed the value of Miller's 2-year contract. Frustrated, Wang Jie urged the management to offer an additional $10 million to the 76ers as an indication of his willingness to facilitate a trade, yet was met with a polite decline. Wang Jie is left speechless. Each of these team managers is more cunning than the last, making it impossible to deceive them. With no other options, Wang Jie can only wait to maneuver during the draft conference. In a moment of urgency, Wang Jie urged the Knicks to procure a higher draft pick, ideally within the top 9, to secure the talents of Joakim Noah, whose prowess in scoring, rebounding, and assisting would instantly bolster the team's competitive edge. Unfortunately, the management ultimately failed to acquire a more advantageous pick, as such coveted selections are often unattainable, even with sufficient financial resources. Consequently, the Knicks were left with the 23rd overall pick. Reflecting on this, Wang Jie inquired about the prospects of Afurula to the general manager seated beside him. "What do you think of Afurula?" he asked. The general manager replied, "His potential is limited, and his athleticism is lacking. While his shooting and ball-handling skills are commendable, I would still recommend selecting Wilson Chandler, who excelled in the tryouts. His physical attributes are exceptional, and he consistently performs above average in scoring, assists, and rebounds. Choosing him guarantees immediate impact on the court, barring any injuries." Wang Jie nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Wilson Chandler's future seemed promising, yet despite his physical prowess, he failed to translate that potential into remarkable performance. Conversely, Afuluo had emerged as the cornerstone of the Magic. Nevertheless, at present, Wilson Chandler remained a commendable backup. "By the way, do we have any second-round picks?" Wang Jie inquired. "No, but there aren't many worthwhile selections in the second round. If you desire, we can make a purchase." General Manager Perry replied with a shake of his head. "Obtain me the 40th pick or any prior selection, along with the 48th or another earlier pick," Wang Jie instructed. "Certainly." Perry promptly set about contacting the necessary parties. Nearly 10 minutes later, Wang Jie received word that Perry had successfully secured both the 40th and 48th picks from the Lakers in exchange for 2 second-round selections. However, the Lakers did not require financial compensation, as they too were not short on funds. Instead, they requested a Knicks player to bolster their bench depth. Upon hearing the name of the backup center, Jerome James, whom he had never encountered before, Wang Jie was taken aback. Jerome James for 2 second-round picks? He has a penchant for donuts and has recently gained weight. If things continue this way, he might struggle to catch his breath after just a few minutes on the court, General Manager Perry elaborated. "What is Jerome James' annual salary?" Wang Jie queried, perplexed. $10 million. Perry responded. Wang Jie widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, $10 million? What a joke. We must swiftly send him away for a trade. A backup costing $10 million a year was a feat only a team like the Knicks, with its abundance of funds and lack of discernment, could achieve. The Lakers, having long sought a solid presence in the paint since Shaquille O'Neal's departure, were eager to find a suitable big man to complement Kobe. If Jerome James could dedicate himself to rigorous training, he might indeed fulfill his potential, prompting the Lakers to take a gamble. Consequently, the Knicks added an additional $3 million in cash to the deal, facilitating the acquisition of the 2 second-round draft picks. Wang Jie acquired 2 second-round draft picks, and a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Indeed, with the 40th pick, he selected Sun Yu, who went unchallenged by any other teams. Many assumed that Wang Jie's choice of Sun Yu was merely due to their shared heritage, believing Sun Yu had secured his position through connections. As he was an unremarkable guard who had played in the ABA, his shooting, whether from close range or beyond the arc, was mediocre at best. He was primarily known for his playmaking and passing abilities as a point guard. With the 48th pick, Wang Jie chose Marc Gasol. At this point, Marc was still a recently slimmed-down heavyweight, weighing over 240 pounds and playing the center position. Although he had begun his fitness journey prior to the draft, his previous bulky physique had deterred many from selecting him during evaluations. Following this, despite Wang Jie's strategic maneuvers, Perry struggled to make any trades. Ultimately, Wang Jie found himself in a predicament. He could not afford to make a loss on deals. With Marbury's final season approaching, historical patterns indicated that this would be the year Marbury would master the art of passing, a skill he had yet to acquire in the previous season, which caused Wang Jie some concern. During the preseason training, the head coach, Isaiah Thomas, unveiled the starting lineup: Stephon Marbury, point guard; Jamal Crawford, shooting guard; Wang Jie, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward; and Eddie Curry, center. The bench consisted of Marc Gasol, Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, David Lee, and Richardson. There was also a third unit featuring Jones, Jeffries, the diminutive Robinson, Rose, and others. It must be said that the Knicks were indeed affluent. Their third unit could rival the second units of other teams. For instance, the impending formation of an aging version of the Big Three second unit was hardly impressive. With the strength of both the second and third units, Wang Jie felt emboldened to pursue a championship title. However, it was clear that Marbury harbored some resentment towards Wang Jie, as he had swiftly ascended to the role of team leader upon his arrival. It was worth noting that Marbury had previously held that title himself, having been a key figure in the Knicks' significant overhaul that had even prompted discussions of a one-for-one swap for Kidd. Wang Jie has been training with the team for some time and has come to realize that Marbury is indeed quite impressive. Although he is at the twilight of his career and his abilities have diminished somewhat, he showcases a well-rounded skill set, excelling in shooting, assists, rebounding, and steals. Historically, this season, Marbury is projected to average 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Naturally, he cannot be compared to Kidd, who boasts an average of 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists. Kidd's assist tally is double that of Marbury's. However, as a point guard, Marbury has yielded to Wang Jie, especially as he approaches a contract year. He is eager to prove himself to avoid a significant drop in statistics that might jeopardize his chances of securing a contract next year. In reality, as the season concluded, few teams sought to sign Marbury, and those that did offered him a meager salary, prompting him to transition to the CBA. Chapter 43. The regular season concludes during training. Wang Jie observed that Marbury frequently passed him the ball, only shooting when he found himself in an excellent position or when he had created space, which surprised him greatly. Eddie Curry had performed at his peak last season, earning the nickname Little Shark. Although his performance slightly declined this season, he remains competent. As a center, he struggles with turnovers during passing and lacks the prowess of a top-tier center, yet suffers from the afflictions typical of elite centers, particularly poor free throw shooting. Last season, he managed a free throw percentage of just over 60, slightly better than Shaquille O'Neal. Lastly, there is Pau Gasol, who, as a power forward, can effectively complement Eddie Curry, creating a stronger dynamic through their contrasting strengths. He feels immense gratitude towards Wang Jie for selecting his brother, Marc Gasol, allowing the two siblings to play together on the same team, which brings Pau great joy. Marc, in turn, is equally thrilled and thankful that Wang Jie chose him, allowing him to serve as Eddie Curry's backup. Time passes swiftly, and this year, Kevin Durant joins the Supersonics, while the once promising Greg Oden faces the imminent decline of his career due to injuries. In New York, Wang Jie faced immense challenges in recruiting players, primarily due to the widespread apprehension other teams felt towards him. Having achieved an astonishing 9 consecutive championships, his presence could elevate any team's prowess instantaneously. Last season, his collaboration with the Pistons, forming the formidable Pistons 5, instilled fear throughout the league. Even during his tenure with the Heat, where he recorded an astonishing 82 victories, the dread he instilled was not as profound. However, last season's performance, characterized by a dismal display of shooting, rendered the NBA almost unrecognizable, resembling the CBA in its lack of finesse. The sight of a premier star player failing to score a single point in a quarter was nothing short of despairing, as he faced relentless dunks, blocks, and steals, which systematically dismantled the confidence of numerous professional athletes. Fortunately, Wang Jie's departure from the Pistons allowed the entire league to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Coach Popovich was particularly vocal in his disdain for Wang Jie, as he too believed in the principle that defense wins championships, yet Wang Jie's defensive prowess rendered their offense virtually impotent. As the current regular season commenced, Wang Jie unexpectedly discovered that the Knicks had embarked on a winning streak, in stark contrast to the previous season, where scoring was an arduous task. This season saw him collaborating effectively with Jamal Crawford on the court, while the independent Marbury began to distribute the ball more freely, allowing Wang Jie to average double-digit points. With the interior defense bolstered by the likes of Little Shaq and Pau Gasol, the paint became a fortress as they aggressively contested rebounds. Against formidable opponents such as the Heat and the Lakers, victory came with relative ease. Wang Jie consistently applies his radiant prowess upon Marbury during each match, as this seasoned veteran is likely to experience significant enhancement. Other veterans, however, are less inclined to witness the Knicks, who appear devoid of championship potential. Wang Jie continued his erratic performance, alternating between brilliance and mediocrity. During one of his lackluster games, he resorted to sipping goji berry tea from his thermos, a habit that had often led him to drug tests. Initially, the New York Knicks showed little concern, but that changed when they faced the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons, bolstered by the addition of center Mike Dumas, proved formidable. Together with Rasheed Wallace, they managed to secure a significant number of rebounds against the likes of Pau Gasol and Shaquille O'Neal. While both teams held their ground defensively, the Pistons struggled to score, ultimately succumbing to Wang Jie and the Knicks with a score of 102-90. The turning point came in the second quarter when Wang Jie opted to bring in his bench, Pau Gasol, the Jin Billy-inspired Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson. Their relentless outside shooting widened the gap to 8 points by halftime and extended it to 12 by the end of the game. The Pistons lamented Wang Jie's departure. After the match, Hamilton expressed his desire for Wang Jie to join them and forge a Pistons dynasty together, should the opportunity arise in the future. Wang Jie, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled at the notion, knowing that if the Pistons were to meet the finals again, Stern might have to intervene personally to dismantle the team. Soon after, Wang Jie encountered the Miami Heat and was delighted to face his old friend Dwayne Wade. However, this season, Shaquille O'Neal's physical condition had noticeably deteriorated, resulting in an average of merely 14 points per game. Restricted by the defense of Shaquille and Pau Gasol, he managed a mere 8 points and 4 rebounds, leading some to mistake him for a bench warmer. Wade, on the other hand, dominated with a game-high 25 points, while Wang Jie, still in his inconsistent phase, contributed only 21 points. Interestingly, Marbury had a breakout performance, scoring 22 points, outshining Wang Jie. Thanks to Wang Jie's support, Marbury was able to regain his peak form, averaging 22 points per game. Moreover, with the bench players stepping up, Marbury's final average of 15 points was competitive with Crawford's. Many teams that Wang Jie had once considered trading to now regretted their decisions, as Marbury's resurgence took them by surprise, even restoring some of the previously discarded passing keys. "Brother, I truly miss the days we played together. I hope we have the chance to collaborate again in the future," Wade said with a beaming smile. "Of course. You are my brother, and there will be opportunities ahead." Wang Jie smiled and began to rotate the starting players of his team, allowing each of them to rest. In the case of away games, particularly in challenging environments like those of the Timberwolves or Nuggets, he would send 2 or 3 starters along with the second and third string players to compete. Soon, the Christmas showdown arrived, where he faced his former team, the Spurs. Gasol and the Little Shark effectively neutralized Duncan's impact in the paint. While Duncan was limited, the other Spurs players performed admirably. However, the Knicks dominated the boards. Wang Jie exhibited an almost supernatural prowess during this match, achieving an impressive shooting percentage and scoring 35 points, while Duncan managed only 13. Conversely, Ginobili excelled from the perimeter, contributing 20 points with several three-pointers. Nevertheless, the Spurs ultimately suffered a significant defeat. Having played just 44 games, Wang Jie boasted a record of 35 wins and 9 losses. With the latter all occurring while he was on the bench, he remained undefeated in games where he played. During the All-Star game, he once again emerged victorious in the Eastern Conference, earning the All-Star MVP title for the second consecutive year. However, he opted out of the dunk contest, three-point shootout, and skills competition, which offered a slight consolation to other players. Following the All-Star break, Wang Jie led the team through a series of home victories, culminating in a challenging stretch of 8 consecutive away games, where they finished with a 4-4 record. This was primarily due to the rest given to Eddie Curry and Gasol, as Wang Jie entrusted the remaining starters alongside Marc Gasol, Richardson, David Lee, Sun Yu, and Wilson Chandler to lead the way. While they struggled against playoff-caliber teams, they easily triumphed over weaker opponents. As the regular season concluded, the Knicks shattered historical records with a remarkable 65 wins and 18 losses, securing the second position in the Eastern Conference, just one win shy of the Celtics veteran trio. It was undeniable that the Celtics were formidable, as they faced off against Wang Jie's team, concluding the regular season with a 1-1 record. Chapter 44, Facing the Cavaliers, the referee's adversary this season. Wang Jie led the Knicks, a team long considered a perennial underdog, to a level that relieved the entire league. Despite the impressive statistics, there lingered an unshakable feeling among observers that the gap was not insurmountable. The Knicks were not invincible. The first matchup was against the 76ers. Notably, before the season commenced, Wang Jie had sought to trade the independent-minded Marbury for Andre Miller, a proposal that was declined. In the first quarter, Marbury faced off against Miller, and under Wang Jie's rejuvenating influence, Miller was thoroughly overwhelmed on both ends of the court, even succumbing to a steal from Marbury. By the end of the first quarter, the score had widened by 5 points. The 76ers were taken aback by this turn of events, and in the second quarter, Wang Jie brought in the bench players while the 76ers did the same to rest their starters. This decision resulted in another onslaught from Wang Jie's team, stretching the lead to 20 points. The 76ers managed a meager 5 points in that quarter, only salvaging their dignity by reintroducing their starters to prevent further disparity. In the third quarter, the 76ers opted to field their substitutes. Wang Jie finished the game with 25 points and 6 assists, having established dominance so early that he could not accumulate more statistics as he concluded his participation after 2 quarters. The 76ers were no match for Wang Jie and his teammates. They controlled the boards, with 8 out of every 10 rebounds claimed by the Knicks, leaving little opportunity for second-chance points. Wang Jie effortlessly swept the 76ers 4-0. However, despite the Celtics' formidable trio, their bench was notably weak, leading Wang Jie to speculate that even the Knicks' third string could overpower the Celtics' reserves. The Celtics, facing the 8th-seeded Hawks, struggled to secure a victory, only triumphing in a decisive 7th game. Next, Wang Jie led the Knicks against LeBron James' Cavaliers. This year, the Cavaliers were also a strong contender, with no discernible weaknesses in their lineup, though they lacked exceptional strength. LeBron James, the most formidable among them, began the game with a skillful layup, scoring the first 2 points. Wang Jie glanced at the referee, who had failed to blow the whistle, immediately thereafter. He realized that the skill of the referee's nemesis had been activated. Wang Jie effortlessly sank a three-pointer just after halftime, the ball swishing through the net with precision. Initially, he intended to unleash his extraordinary skills in the first match, but upon realizing that the referees were consistently against him, he decided to forego that strategy and instead unleashed a barrage of three-point shots. In this inaugural game, despite LeBron James scoring 33 points and 5 of his teammates reaching double figures, the Knicks ultimately faced defeat. Wang Jie unleashed a barrage of three-pointers, exhibiting an astonishing disregard for convention as he amassed an impressive 60 points, single-handedly contributing nearly half of his team's total score. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Cavaliers with a resounding 137-110 victory. Wang Jie, who could have easily settled for a modest 20-plus points, found himself in a fervent rhythm, prompting his teammates to pass him the ball at every opportunity, even when he faced double-team defenses. "I do not believe I have been defeated," he mused. Yet his explosive performance proved insurmountable, leaving no one capable of containing his prowess. LeBron James, in a moment of resignation, acknowledged, "Indeed, it is James. The team may have lost, but I have not." In the subsequent match, Wang Jie continued his scoring spree, netting another 60 points to secure victory. However, in the third game at the Cavaliers' home court, the referees showed an even greater leniency towards the young king, LeBron. Throughout the contest, Wang Jie relentlessly launched three-point attempts, and under the referee's scrutiny, he astonishingly scored 72 points, once again breaking the playoff scoring record. The officials were visibly flustered, as the Cavaliers were granted over 20 free throws, each corresponding to a potential activation of the referee's adversarial tendencies towards Wang Jie. Wang Jie gazed at the referee with immense delight. Rather than being an enemy of the officiating team, he seemed to embody the very essence of their authority. This led to Wang Jie sinking over 23 pointers alone. The referee, visibly weakened, found himself caught in a dilemma, as the league appeared to manipulate circumstances in favor of the Cavaliers. Yet, despite the overwhelming support, the Cavaliers suffered another significant defeat. In this match, LeBron James scored a staggering 40 points, including over 10 from the free throw line, yet they still faced defeat. LeBron looked at Wang Jie in disbelief, as if encountering an extraterrestrial, despite his relentless efforts to draw fouls. He was powerless against the slippery and relentless long-range shooting of Wang Jie. By the fourth match, the officials seemed to have surrendered, but fortunately, the game was fiercely contested. It wasn't until the end of the third quarter that the score difference narrowed to 5 points. As the final quarter concluded, Wang Jie knew that a decisive three-pointer would extend the margin to 10 points, ultimately leading the Knicks to victory. "Brother, shall we play basketball together?" LeBron said after embracing Wang Jie. "Perhaps I need to contemplate that. After all, I am not lacking in championships," Wang Jie replied with a smile. LeBron felt a tinge of frustration, but Wang Jie's words rang true. Since entering the league, he had yet to lose a single championship. Meanwhile, how many years had it been for LeBron? Perhaps it was time for a change. LeBron recalled the Celtics, who had formed a new trio this year, and a thought began to take root in his mind. The Celtics had effortlessly defeated the aging and declining Pistons, winning 4-2, even more swiftly than the Hawks had. Head coach, Doc Rivers' projected starting lineup: Rondo, point guard; Ray Allen, shooting guard; Pierce, small forward; Garnett, power forward; Perkins, center. Head coach, Isaiah Thomas starting lineup: Stephon Marbury, point guard; Jamal Crawford, shooting guard; Wang Jie, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward. Eddie Curry, center. In the first match, Wang Jie activated his extraordinary skill, Mystic Phantom. Although the veteran versions of Ray Allen, Pierce, and Garnett were no longer in their prime, their prowess remained formidable. Facing the formidable defensive Pierce and Ray Allen, Wang Jie deftly distributed the ball to Crawford. Crawford surged into the paint and passed it to Marbury. Observing that Rondo was momentarily restrained, Marbury quickly took his shot. However, his attempt was thwarted by Garnett, who leapt up to disrupt the play. Fortunately, in this match, Marbury was invigorated by Wang Jie's skill, reaching the pinnacle of his career. The basketball ricocheted off the rim before finding its way in. Immediately thereafter, Ray Allen unleashed a surprise shot from beyond the arc, while Crawford was momentarily obstructed by Pierce's screen, allowing Allen to sink the three-pointer. The game commenced with Wang Jie and the veteran trio engaging in a surprising 2-3 matchup, filling Wang Jie with a sense of pressure. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie scored. Yet Garnett, the big ticket, responded with a forceful shot of his own. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-28, leaving Wang Jie somewhat astonished. The Celtics trio was not only individually formidable, but Garnett, the strongest among them, showcased both offensive and defensive prowess. Their collaboration was seamless and remarkably fluid, as if they had been playing together for an eternity. Each player expertly alternated between defense and offense, executing their strategies with exceptional precision. Wang Jie found himself at a disadvantage, as the strategy oscillated between opportunities for him to score and moments when he was sidelined. In Chapter 45, titled The Eastern Showdown of the Aging Triumvirate, it was evident that Wang Jie, alongside the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Pau Gasol, dominated the paint and secured a greater number of rebounds. Yet, the final score remained closely contested, with both teams fiercely battling it out, much to the delight of the spectators below. As the second quarter unfolded, Wang Jie continued to start, and the intense clash extended into the subsequent game, where Wang Jie led the Celtics' aging trio by a mere 2 points. The decline in the trio's performance was attributed to their advanced age, which compromised their stamina and subsequently diminished their shooting accuracy. Nevertheless, Wang Jie and his teammates were not immune to fatigue either. Remarkably, during the second quarter, Marbury regained his original prowess, albeit still at a diminished capacity. However, in the face of the weary veterans, Wang Jie's youthful vigor became a distinct advantage. By the third match, the aging trio's exhaustion became glaringly apparent, prompting Ray Allen to substitute himself for a fresh player. Wang Jie similarly brought along substitutes Pau Gasol, Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson onto the court. As soon as they entered the game, Wang Jie passed the ball to Sun Yu, who, from the corner, skillfully sank a three-pointer in the face of a particular role player. Immediately following this, Ray Allen vociferously yelled at the substitute defending Sun Yu. However, turning back, Ray Allen received the ball and passed it to a substitute, who was swiftly intercepted by Sun Yu, now endowed with a 20 increase in all attributes. And the ball was then relayed to Wang Jie. Wang Jie swiftly dashed beyond the three-point line, triggering an open shot that effortlessly found its mark, securing 3 points with ease. Under the defense of Ray Allen, Wang Jie passed the ball to Sun Yu, who effortlessly sank another shot against the substitute defense, securing yet another 3 points. Following this, with Wang Jie's assist, Richardson, Wilson Chandler, and Pau Gasol all scored, either assisting Wang Jie in making a basket or grabbing rebounds for additional attempts. Within a span of 3 minutes, Wang Jie had stretched the lead to 10 points, prompting the aging trio to hastily return to the court alongside the freshly rested starters. However, Wang Jie, accompanied by the substitutes, continued to match the veteran trio blow for blow. As for Wilson Chandler, while his talent is rumored to be considerable, Sun Yu and Pau Gasol, both second-round picks, raised eyebrows. Could their prowess truly reflect that of second-round players? When Pau Gasol repeatedly secured rebounds, displaying strength that seemed to rival, if not surpass, that of his brother, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was reported that the Knicks had only signed them to a 1-year contract, doubting Wang Jie, while Wilson Chandler secured a 4-year deal. Unbelievable. Next year, several prominent players are expected to emerge. Playing alongside superstars is a vastly different experience from playing solo. Previously, his three-point shooting was consistently reliable, even outperforming Sun Yu, but now, reduced to a substitute, his shooting prowess has seemingly vanished. Wang Jie remained oblivious to the ongoing discussions and the significant contract signed, finding himself in a less than favorable situation within the team. Despite his substantial salary, his contributions were limited to training and sitting on the bench, with only the solace of receiving his paycheck to provide comfort. As the third quarter commenced, the point difference between the teams remained a steady 10. After a prolonged rest, the starters returned to face the aging trio of giants. However, Wang Jie noticed a marked decline in Marbury's prowess. His shooting accuracy faltered, compelling Wang Jie to encourage him to pass more and shoot less. Reluctantly, Marbury heeded Wang Jie's authoritative words. Motivated by the prospect of potentially securing a championship ring this year, and complied with his directives. Ultimately, this strategy staved off a comeback by the Celtics, leading to a hard-fought victory for Wang Jie's Knicks, who triumphed 130-123, surpassing the Celtics by 7 points. In the closing minute, Ray Allen sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. But fortunately, Wang Jie activated his clutch skill and made a crucial shot, averting the risk of an upset. After the first game, Wang Jie felt a palpable sense of pressure, a feeling he had not experienced in several recent finals. Compared to the relentless defenses of the Heat and the Pistons, the Knicks, despite the presence of the Gasol brothers and the lone wolf Marbury, seemed to lack a certain edge. Wang Jie reflected on this disparity in his rookie season. Pau Gasol's experience and teamwork paled in comparison to the trio of established superstars leading the team. Marbury, too, had only managed to hold his ground in the first quarter, and had it not been for Wang Jie's remarkable 5 consecutive skills executed during the third quarter, exploiting the lone vulnerability of the Celtics bench, the outcome of the first game could have been drastically different. In the second game, Wang Jie exhibited his brilliance. He started the first quarter with a three-pointer before substituting in Richardson. By the end of the first quarter, the Knicks found themselves trailing by 5 points. In the second quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players onto the court, igniting a fervent pursuit of points. Wang Jie refrained from shooting, instead drawing Paul Pierce beyond the three-point line to attract defensive attention and facilitate ball distribution. As the second quarter concluded, despite experiencing the embarrassment of having 2 shots intercepted by Pierce and conceding 2 three-pointers, he relied on Sun Yu, Richardson, and Pau Gasol, who fervently scored and rebounded. This effort not only reclaimed the 5-point deficit, but also established a 3-point lead. In the third quarter, Wang Jie took a breather while Sun Yu and Richardson led the team in shooting. Ultimately, the Knicks lost 6 points in that quarter, with the Celtics maintaining a 3-point advantage. In the final quarter, Wang Jie returned to the court with the bench players. Facing Pierce's defense, he executed a mesmerizing crossover step, feigning a drive. Pierce, elated by the prospect of a turnover, was taken aback as Wang Jie, with a graceful fadeaway, sank a three-pointer. Following this, Pierce was compelled to stay close to Wang Jie, yet he was still unable to restrain him, as Wang Jie effortlessly scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, amassing a total of 18 points before allowing Richardson to return to the game. Upon re-entering the fourth quarter, Wang Jie propelled the Knicks ahead by 5 points against the Celtics. In the final moments, Ray Allen made 2 out of 3 three-pointers, and Pierce scored on both his attempts, while Kevin Garnett executed a flawless jump shot, hitting all 3 of his attempts. In the second game, despite employing his last-minute skills, Wang Jie ultimately succumbed to the Celtics, falling 130-132 to Garnett's 2-point buzzer beater. This outcome left Wang Jie somewhat incredulous. He had utilized nearly all his skills, although he did exhibit some errors and vulnerabilities. It was unexpected that the seasoned trio could discern even the slightest imperfections and capitalize on them ruthlessly. The starting lineup of Wang Jie, Pau Gasol, Crawford, and Marbury, if devoid of skills, was evidently inferior to the trio of the Celtics along with Rondo. At the season's onset, Wang Jie had even attempted to trade Marbury for Rondo, only to be rebuffed. However, lacking sufficient strength, he relied on skills to compensate. In Game 3, during the second quarter, the Knicks surged ahead of the Celtics by 5 points. Shortly thereafter, both teams substituted in their benches. This season, Tony Allen was also a reserve for the Celtics, but unfortunately, he suffered a knee injury early in the season, sidelining him for the remainder. On the opposing side were Powell, Castle, and House Davis, while Wang Jie led his bench, featuring Pau Gasol, the Jin Billy-esque Sun Yu, Wilson Chandler, and Richardson. The quintet launched a barrage of successful shots, with Pau Gasol and Richardson relentlessly securing rebounds. In a mere 3 minutes, they had stretched their lead to 10 points. The Celtics hastily reinstated their trio alongside Rondo. However, Wang Jie, commanding a vigorous bench, relentlessly attacked the fatigued quartet of the Celtics, executing drives and shots with precision. Despite the quartet's flawless coordination, they were rendered ineffective against the accurate shooting of Wang Jie and his teammates, witnessing the third quarter conclude with the Knicks eclipsing the Celtics by 22 points. In the fourth quarter, with Wang Jie and his teammates starting against an even more exhausted Celtics squad, the outcome was inevitable. Ultimately, after the first 5 minutes of play, the Celtics trio, drained from exertion, failed to connect on 3 consecutive three-point attempts and were forced to substitute in their bench players, conceding defeat. Wang Jie and others have also been substituted, as the point difference between both sides has reached 28, rendering further play unnecessary. Should Wang Jie triumph in the fourth match, it would result in a 3-1 victory, a scenario from which most teams find it exceedingly challenging to recover. However, the aging trio once again demonstrated remarkable resilience. Garnett's shooting accuracy was exceptionally high, while Wang Jie scored 18 points. As the fourth quarter of the fourth game commenced, the Celtics managed to close the gap, leveling the score. In the final minute, the Celtics surged ahead, leading 133-131 by a mere 2 points. Upon his entrance onto the court, Wang Jie immediately executed a decisive 3-point shot before being substituted. Sun Yu, modeled after the legendary Jin Billy, was brought in, poised to take a 3-point shot. However, despite possessing the skill set akin to Jin Billy, Sun Yu, being a newcomer, lacked the composure under pressure. His final 3-point attempt missed its mark, though he managed to sink 2 free throws. Ultimately, the Knicks succumbed to defeat, even after Wang Jie had rallied the team to narrow the gap to 10 points during a brief respite taken by the Celtics. In a dramatic turn, Ray Allen's three-pointer, coupled with Kevin Garnett's resilient jump shot, turned the tide in favor of the Celtics. With the series tied at 2-2, the atmosphere buzzed with disbelief. Had Wang Jie diminished in prowess since joining the Knicks? As the pivotal fifth game loomed, Wang Jie contemplated the challenge ahead. Recognizing that defeating the tenacious Celtics would be a formidable task, akin to brewing goji berries in a thermos. Even the bench players' extraordinary scoring streak could not guarantee accuracy, for, despite the impressive shooting capabilities of the 3 superstars, their defensive prowess was equally formidable, boasting a defensive rating exceeding 90. In this critical matchup, both sides unleashed their full potential, with Wang Jie displaying his unpredictable skills. As the score tightened, the theme of the game became clear. Wang Jie, stronger than even Ray Allen, demanded the ball whenever the opportunity arose. Wang Jie possesses an impressive 3-point shooting percentage, demonstrating remarkable accuracy even when faced with the defensive prowess of Paul Pierce and Ray Allen. In the second quarter, Wang Jie led the bench players onto the court, swiftly extending the lead to 8 points. In the third quarter, He continued to guide the substitutes against the Celtics' second unit, and within a mere 3 minutes, the gap widened to 18 points. Notably, Sun Yu executed 2 consecutive steals from different reserves, leaving the Celtics bench scoreless for 3 minutes while Wang Jie and his teammates relentlessly added 10 points to their tally. This compelled stalwarts like Kevin Garnett to re-enter the game. Ultimately, despite the valiant efforts of the aging trio, they were unable to overcome Wang Jie, whose opponents struggled further as their stamina waned and their performance deteriorated. In a thrilling climax, Wang Jie executed a final decisive shot, expanding the lead to 21 points. Ray Allen responded with a three-pointer, followed by Paul Pierce also sinking a three. Ultimately, the game concluded with a 16-point difference as Wang Jie triumphed over the Celtics, securing victory in Game 5, bringing the series score to 3-2. As Game 6 commenced, Wang Jie engaged in a brief 1-minute standoff against Pierce. Observing Wang Jie's lackluster form, the aging trio of the Celtics took the opportunity to exploit his weaknesses, prompting Wang Jie to launch a three-pointer before being substituted for Sun Yu. The first quarter ended in a stalemate, but in the second quarter, Wang Jie took to the court for 10 minutes alongside the bench players, holding his own against the veteran trio. However, after the starters returned, they concluded the second quarter trailing by 3 points, illustrating the formidable synergy of the Celtics trio. In the third quarter, the Celtics veterans exhibited signs of fatigue, and even with the game slipping away, they found it difficult to play the entire match. Recognizing this, Wang Jie led the bench players for 5 minutes, during which the Celtics substitutes proved no match for Sun Yu and his teammates. With resolute defense and aggressive drives, they racked up points, with Wang Jie effortlessly attracting a defender and recording 6 assists. Sun Yu secured a steal, while Pau Gasol delivered 2 emphatic blocks. In just 5 minutes, the Knicks transformed a 3-point deficit into a 10-point lead. Meanwhile, Celtics coach Doc Rivers was visibly frustrated, but the Knicks substitutes, bolstered by a 5-fold skill enhancement, played with the confidence akin to starters facing a summer league team, resulting in a staggering 17-4 scoring run. The Celtics trio, recognizing the urgency, quickly re-entered the game to prevent further widening of the score. As the fourth quarter began, Sun Yu's pass to Gasol culminated in a thunderous dunk, igniting the crowd. Amidst the cheers, Wang Jie smiled. He had refrained from dunking often to conserve energy, having nearly played the entire game. The intensity of the fourth quarter was palpable, especially in the Knicks' home arena, where the fervent fans celebrated every point scored by their team, while the Celtics faced a barrage of boos with each of their attempts. However, the seasoned Celtics trio remained largely unfazed, narrowing the gap to 3 points in the final 5 minutes. The tension among Knicks fans escalated, recalling similar scenarios from earlier quarters where the Celtics had managed to erase substantial leads. Rivers, in a frenzy, rearranged his lineup, while Isaiah, appearing somewhat inexperienced, struggled against his opponents, resulting in a significant loss of ground. Wang Jie finally took to the court, entering as a starter. He replaced Eddie Curry with Pau Gasol at the center position and substituted the talented Sun Yu for Wang Jie at small forward, while Wang Jie himself assumed the role of point guard, taking over from the revitalized lone wolf, Stephon Marbury. Wang Jie and Crawford leaned on each other as they approached the halfway line, with Crawford passing the ball to Wang Jie. Just as Wang Jie took his shot, Pierce nearly blocked him, yet he still managed to sink a three-pointer from midcourt. The swish echoed, and in an instant, the Knicks led by 6 points. "What a magnificent play. My goodness, that's truly remarkable," Barkley exclaimed during the commentary, asserting that Wang Jie's three-point ability was unparalleled among active players, even surpassing Ray Allen's shooting percentage. Kenny Smith chuckled, "With only a few minutes left, shall we make a wager? I bet on the Celtics to win. Loser kisses a donkey's rear. Damn it, I want to fall into the same trap twice. I refuse to take that bet," Barkley retorted, his frustration evident. Chapter 47, G6. Who will emerge victorious? The Celtics are formidable, indeed, but their bench lacks any substantial contributors. Indeed, our rookie, Sun Yu, is said to be far inferior to Lian Mei in the CBA, yet he still manages to dominate them. It's unbearable to watch. However, Lian Mei seems to struggle in the NBA. She hasn't even reached double digits in her average yet. Is Sun Yu any better? What a shot. He has scored again. Wang Jie landed another three-pointer, despite Garnett's fierce jumper finding the net. The gap widened to 7 points with 4 minutes remaining. Garnett hit another shot, but Wang Jie responded with another three-pointer, extending the lead to 8 points with only 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. "I'll take this." Ray Allen, confronted by Wang Jie's intense defense, felt as though the basket was an illusion and ended up missing entirely. Turning back, Wang Jie, facing the combined defenses of Garnett, Pierce, and Allen, executed a fading jump shot, launching the ball high over the trio's outstretched hands. Swish. Wang Jie had depleted all 18 points from his thermos skill. Garnett, Pierce, and the others were left in despair. The trio's block seemed insurmountable, yet they could not prevent Wang Jie from scoring. The lead ballooned to 11 points. Garnett's fierce jumper bounced off the rim, while Pau Gasol obstructed Garnett, and Marc Gasol seized the rebound, passing it to Wang Jie. Wang Jie provided an assist to Crawford, who executed a successful floater, narrowing the deficit to 13 points. With just over 2 minutes remaining, Ray Allen remained composed under pressure, sinking a three-pointer. Subsequently, Wang Jie assisted Sun Yu, but the shot missed its mark. Ray Allen responded by landing another three, closing the gap to 7 points. Fortunately, Wang Jie continued to assist Sun Yu, who finally converted a three-pointer, extending the lead back to 10 points. Moments later, with Ray Allen double-teamed, Pierce found an open spot and made a three-pointer, stopping the bleeding and bringing the margin back to 7 points. Wang Jie assisted Gasol, but the jump shot failed to find its mark. Garnett executed a relentless jumper, securing 2 points, leaving a mere 5-point gap with only 1 minute remaining. Wang Jie continued to remain uninvolved, as Pierce paid little attention to him defensively. Nevertheless, Wang Jie remained on the court. In the final minute, Ray Allen once again sank a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to just 2 points. Wang Jie passed the ball to Sun Yu, who surged beyond the three-point line, defiantly shooting against the formidable defense of Ray Allen. With a resounding clang, Pau Gasol and Ray Allen leapt into the air, fervently battling for the rebound. Yet, worn out from exertion, Ray Allen could only send the ball careening out of bounds. Crawford then tossed the ball to Wang Jie, who stood poised beyond the arc, ready to unleash his decisive skill. Unexpectedly, Garnett arrived to provide support, swiftly snatching the ball away from the weakened Wang Jie, whose attributes had diminished to a mere 20. Immediately after, Garnett passed the ball to Ray Allen, who effortlessly sunk a three-pointer. At this moment, only 10 seconds remained on the clock, and Garnett's assist had propelled Ray Allen's shot through the net, eliciting gasps from the home crowd of Knicks fans. No one had anticipated that the once dominant Wang Jie would struggle so mightily upon joining the Knicks. Should they lose this match, a tense Game 7 would loom ahead. While Wang Jie would undoubtedly wield his skills with unpredictable prowess in the next game, his desire to secure victory in this match was palpable. After all, the team boasted several rookies, and the seasoned trio of veteran players had successfully orchestrated numerous intricate plays, leading to several turnovers. Nevertheless, in the final 10 seconds, Wang Jie exuded confidence as he called upon the starting lineup, including Marbury and others. As Wang Jie traversed the court, Marbury and Sun Yu unexpectedly broke free from their adversaries to set a screen. Positioned behind Marbury and Sun Yu, Wang Jie executed a fadeaway shot from midcourt. With a mere 5 seconds elapsed on the clock, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett quickly discerned the unfolding situation, rushing forth to confront Wang Jie, their 6 hands almost obscuring the sky and shrouding his line of sight. Wang Jie possesses remarkable shooting skills, yet he often releases the ball from illogical angles. Logically, such a shot seems entirely unreasonable. Had he passed to the formidable Pau Gasol, a thunderous dunk would have likely ensued. With a swift motion, he executed an improbable three-pointer, relying on his exceptional skills to clinch victory in the final moments. Did it go in? The sound suggests it did, though I cannot bear to watch. The shot was far from conventional. Spectators began to murmur, yet soon the arena erupted in thunderous applause, akin to a mighty tsunami, as fans joined in the exuberant celebration. It went in. How is this possible? Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. How is it not possible? Kenny Smith laughed, addressing Barkley. You don't want a chance for revenge? Huh. But I possess a championship ring, Barkley replied, extending his hand with a grin. Excuse me, I have 2, Kenny Smith countered, showcasing his own rings with pride. Damn it. Barkley fumed, feeling utterly defeated. He already owned a championship ring, yet found himself overshadowed once more. Congratulations to the Knicks for securing the Eastern Conference Championship. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Wang Jie was overwhelmed with joy, relieved that the game did not extend to a decisive 7th match. Ray Allen and the other members of the Big Three appeared aged, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet demonstrated remarkable resilience. As the final whistle blew, the starting 5 collapsed onto the court, gasping for breath. After a considerable moment, both teams embraced, with Wang Jie exchanging jerseys with his counterpart, Pierce. Jack Wang, You truly are exceptional, Pierce remarked, giving a thumbs up. However, if our Celtics bench were not so lacking, perhaps we would not have lost. Indeed, your bench is rather weak. But with the formation of the Big Three, your salary cap is constrained. This is an unavoidable consequence of such a strategy. Wang Jie nodded and remarked. Ultimately, the trio of Garnett departed the Knicks arena, burdened with an overwhelming sense of regret. The focus then shifted to preparing for the finals, and after a 3-day respite, all players commenced a modest training regimen under Wang Jie's guidance. The Lakers had exhibited formidable prowess in the Western Conference Finals, achieving a swift 4-1 victory in merely 5 games. The head coach, Phil Jackson, deployed a starting lineup that included Derek Fisher, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Vladimir Radmanovi, small forward, Zach Randolph, power forward, and Lamar Odom, center. This season, the Lakers did not acquire Pau Gasol. Rather, they executed a significant trade with the Grizzlies to obtain Zach Randolph. Randolph and Gasol, often referred to as a dynamic duo, showcase similar abilities, allowing the Lakers to rely on their robust defensive capabilities to effortlessly defeat the Spurs. However, during the regular season, starting center Andrew Bynum suffered an injury, and under the pressure of Kobe, a power forward was designated to fill the center position. The center acquired from the Knicks had become excessively overweight, rendering him ineffective, resulting in substantial losses for the Lakers, compounded by the absence of key players Sun Yu and Pau Gasol. The only consolation for them was that the Knicks management did not place their faith in Wang Jie, opting for a 1-year contract, leaving the door open for potential recruitment next year. Chapter 48. Consecutive victories against Kobe. Nevertheless, Odom and Randolph effectively safeguarded the Lakers' rebounding efforts, proving to be nearly as competent as Bynum. However, Eddie Curry and Bynum, both nicknamed Little Shaq, never had the chance to face off. While Bynum genuinely embodied the Little Shaq moniker, Curry was merely labeled as such by the media, and his future seemed bleak. As the first quarter commenced, Wang Jie effortlessly sank a 3-pointer past half court. Kobe, matched against Wang Jie, raised his hands in an attempt to defend with his gaze, but without hesitation, he executed a fading jump shot. To his surprise, Wang Jie remained unfazed, resulting in Kobe missing his 3-point attempt. The score stood at 3-0, and Kobe's expression darkened in frustration as he struggled to find his rhythm, prompting him to abandon passing altogether. Upon returning, Wang Jie failed to score under Kobe's defense, while Kobe succeeded under Wang Jie's guard. Consequently, the first quarter concluded with both players missing numerous shots, ending with Wang Jie leading 22-19. In the second quarter, it appeared that Kobe, possibly under Phil Jackson's guidance, began to distribute the ball, prompting Wang Jie to do the same. The Lone Wolf Marbury and Crawford stepped up, consistently scoring, leading to a more balanced contest. By the end of the second quarter, Wang Jie's Knicks held a 5-point lead. The disparity in interior strength was minimal. Yet Pau Gasol had an edge this season, securing more rebounds, complemented by Wang Jie's fiery form. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie's Knicks had extended their lead over the Lakers by 5 points. During this quarter, Wang Jie unleashed a series of 5 spectacular plays against the Lakers bench, dramatically increasing the point differential to 12. In truth, the Lakers' reserves were not lacking. Without Wang Jie's extraordinary skills, they would not have suffered such a significant defeat. After Wang Jie executed his remarkable sequence, the Knicks bench outperformed the starters, overwhelming the Lakers' first team, and within merely 5 minutes, the Lakers were left reeling. The Lakers starters hurried back onto the court, but it was too late. They could not halt the momentum of the Knicks reserves, and by the conclusion of the third quarter, the gap had widened to 16 points. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, was filled with anxiety. Having previously learned that Wang Jie's Knicks had been closely matched against the Celtics' Big Three, he had anticipated an easier challenge, only to realize that they were far from being equal opponents. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the deficit swelled to 20 points, prompting the Lakers to substitute in their reserves in resignation. The Knicks, allowing their second-string players to take the court, managed to reduce the gap to 12 points, preserving a semblance of dignity for the Lakers. The first game concluded with a Lakers defeat, which was not surprising given it was the Knicks' home turf. However, in the second game, Wang Jie made an appearance, sinking a 3-pointer before stepping off the court. Despite facing a slightly weaker opponent in Kobe, Sun Yu held his ground. The first quarter ended with the Knicks trailing by 3 points. As the second quarter began, Wang Jie remained on the bench, allowing Richardson to play, resulting in a 7-point deficit by the end of the second quarter. Finally, as the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie entered the game, eliciting a wild cheer from the Knicks fans. As Wang Jie took to the court, he swiftly passed the ball to Sun Yu, resembling a player handling a searing hot potato, before the Lakers substitutes could even approach. Sun Yu crossed half-court and attempted a three-pointer, which unfortunately missed. However, the ever-reliable Pau Gasol was there to secure the rebound and score with a follow-up. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Wang Jie, leading the bench players, unleashed a relentless assault on the Lakers substitutes, not only erasing the deficit, but also gaining a 3-point lead. This prompted Kobe and his teammates to hastily re-enter the game. Despite their combined defensive efforts to thwart Sun Yu, Pau Gasol and Eddie Curry, along with the other substitutes, were scoring at will. If the interior defense failed to contain Sun Yu, he would relentlessly bombard from the perimeter, with Pau Gasol providing ample support underneath. As the third quarter came to a close, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 7 points. The final quarter commenced with both team starters taking the floor. Within a mere 10 minutes, while Stephon Marbury and Jamal Crawford displayed commendable shooting accuracy, they struggled against the even higher efficiency of Kobe and his cohorts. Thankfully, Pau Gasol and Eddie Curry dominated the boards, securing 60% of the rebounds and generating numerous second-chance opportunities. In the final 5 minutes, the gap between the teams narrowed to a mere 1 point, as the Lakers mounted a furious comeback, closing the deficit to 6. As Wang Jie took the court, Kobe glanced towards him and noticed that Wang Jie appeared somewhat feeble in this match, prompting him to closely position himself in preparation for a steal. Wang Jie has accumulated a wealth of experience in preventing steals, having been intercepted numerous times. He swiftly passed the ball to Sun Yu, who surged into the half-court and skillfully broke through Fisher's defense to execute a jump shot that found its mark. Shortly thereafter, the Lakers' Nowitzki, brimming with confidence, attempted a three-pointer but missed, narrowing the gap to 3 points. In response, Wang Jie, facing Kobe's defense, executed a graceful fadeaway jump shot, sinking a three-pointer and extending the lead to 6 points. Kobe sensed an ominous premonition. This was the closest he had felt to the championship since Shaquille O'Neal departed from the Lakers. In a burst of determination, Kobe retaliated with a three-pointer aimed directly at Wang Jie, pulling the score back to within 3 points. With just 4 minutes remaining, both Wang Jie and Kobe engaged in a fierce exchange of fadeaway jump shots. In the final moments, however, Kobe's fadeaway attempt clanged off the rim, restoring the deficit to 6 points. Yet, Wang Jie found that his signature skill of steeping goji berries in a thermos was no longer viable. The game now hinged on the final minute. He began distributing the ball to Sun Yu, Pau Gasol, and Crawford. Ultimately, the trio managed only 1 successful shot out of 3 attempts. Fortunately for them, Kobe's shooting had faltered, as he faced Wang Jie's intense defensive gaze and managed only 2 successful attempts out of 3, contributing a mere 4 points, with the gap still standing at 4 points. As Wang Jie turned around, he noticed only 30 seconds remained. With a smile, he passed the ball to Crawford, who was intentionally delaying time. Old Fisher promptly sent him to the free throw line, where he made 1 of 2 attempts, extending the lead to 5 points. With 18 seconds left on the clock, Kobe swiftly sank a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to just 2 points, causing a wave of anxiety among the spectators. However, Wang Jie and his team were fouled just past the half-court, but Sun Yu converted both of his free throws in a mere 5 seconds, leaving a 4-point difference. With 13 seconds remaining, Kobe executed a fadeaway jumper, overcoming Wang Jie's defensive prowess to score another three-pointer. The gap was reduced to a single point, yet Wang Jie, stationed with the Knicks, carefully maneuvered the ball as Marbury approached half-court, consuming 5 seconds. Suddenly, Wang Jie dashed to receive Marbury's pass. Kobe quickly fouled Wang Jie, but the shot had already left his hands. With a sharp whistle, Wang Jie's shot found its mark, and he was awarded an additional free throw. With 4 seconds still on the clock, Wang Jie had propelled his team to a 4-point lead over the Lakers. As Wang Jie forcefully hurled the ball against the backboard, it failed to find its mark. Gasol, under the pressure of Odom, sent the ball flying, effectively exhausting the remaining time. A resounding cheer erupted from the audience as the Knicks triumphed over the Lakers with a 2-0 lead in the finals, igniting an exhilarating fervor among the spectators, who felt certain of the Knicks' ultimate victory. In the third game, Wang Jie, enigmatic and formidable, unleashed a surge of power, collaborating with Marbury in the first quarter to secure a 5-point lead over the Lakers. During the second quarter, Wang Jie, alongside the substitute Sun Yu, launched a barrage of 3-point attempts. Even when they missed, the presence of the Little Shark and Gasol in the paint ensured relentless offensive rebounds. By the end of the second quarter, Wang Jie had overturned the deficit, putting the Knicks ahead by 8 points. In Chapter 49, titled Championship and System Upgrade, the third quarter saw the Lakers bench players suffer under Wang Jie's prowess, as he scored 3 three-pointers within a mere 3 minutes, extending the lead to an impressive 17 points. Regrettably, the Lakers were compelled to reintroduce their fatigued starters, including Kobe, onto the court. In the final quarter, the Knicks achieved a commanding victory, exceeding the Lakers by over 20 points. No one anticipated such a lackluster performance from the Lakers in the finals against the Knicks, who appeared even less formidable than the Celtics' renowned trio. The fourth game, held once again at the Staples Center, drew a considerable crowd, despite the Lakers' slim chances of claiming the championship with a 3-0 deficit. In his debut, Wang Jie made a three-point shot within the first 10 minutes before allowing the substitutes to take the court, prompting a chorus of boos from the Lakers fans. As the second quarter commenced, the starters returned. With the score remaining closely contested, the Lakers held a mere 6-point advantage over the Knicks. During the third quarter, Wang Jie led the substitutes onto the floor, and they managed to close the gap by 8 points. This was largely due to the Lakers also fielding their bench for 4 minutes, which resulted in their starters needing to return to counter the onslaught from Wang Jie and his team, who executed 5 three-point attempts with remarkable precision. In the fourth quarter, even the indomitable Kobe, having played for consecutive quarters, took a brief respite of 4 minutes, yet appeared fatigued during the remaining time, which was predominantly spent during timeouts. The Knicks coach rarely called for pauses. Without Wang Jie signaling or requesting a timeout, none would have been taken, thus instilling a sense of caution in the Lakers regarding their own timeouts, as they needed to conserve some for the final moments. As the final quarter unfolded, Wang Jie did not take to the court, instead orchestrating the entry of Sun Yu, Crawford, the Gasol brothers, and Richardson. After 4 quarters of play, Kobe and his teammates exhibited a decline in performance, their shots increasingly erratic, allowing the Knicks to maintain their score without significant retaliation from the Lakers. With only a minute remaining, Wang Jie substituted Marbury, who then executed a game-winning three-pointer, assisted by Wang Jie. In response, Kobe countered with a three-pointer of his own, bringing the game to a close. Ultimately, the Lakers fell to the Knicks with a score of 128-132. Despite their fervent efforts in the final quarter, they could not secure victory. The outcome was a resounding 4-0, with Wang Jie's Knicks triumphantly claiming the championship title for the 2007-2008 season. Champions! 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 The jubilant cheers erupted from the stands, as thunderous applause reddened the hands of many fans, their voices hoarse from ecstatic shouts. Wang Jie witnessed the fervent and passionate enthusiasm of the New York Knicks fans. Although Kobe and the others felt quite disheartened, they approached Wang Jie with smiles, with Kobe declaring, "Next year, I shall certainly defeat you." Wang Jie responded with a grin, "I eagerly await your challenge, Kobe. While others seek to recruit me after being vanquished, you uniquely desire to conquer me next year." Yet, Kobe shook his head. "If you were to bestow the finals MVP upon me, I might consider joining you." Wang Jie chuckled, "I'm afraid the Lakers belong to me." Kobe shook his head in reply. Stern, with great fervor, announced, "Congratulations to the New York Knicks for winning the championship in the 2007-2008 season. Let us all celebrate the Knicks' triumph." Compared to the previous season, when he spoke these words with a grim expression, his excitement was palpable. Particularly with Wang Jie joining the Knicks, although the referees showed a bias towards the Cavaliers, Wang Jie's Knicks enjoyed favorable treatment from officials against other teams. It was only later that Wang Jie learned Stern hailed from Knicks territory, having long sought to secure a championship for the team during his tenure. This explained why, despite Wang Jie sweeping the Lakers 4-0, Stern remained indifferent. To him, merely not disadvantaging his hometown team was sufficient, and he would never employ underhanded tactics in the finals. This was even more significant given that it had been 10 consecutive years of witnessing Wang Jie in the finals, and he had awarded Wang Jie the finals MVP for 4 consecutive years. Wang Jie is exceedingly delighted. This season, leading the Knicks to the finals was indeed a perilous endeavor, particularly when confronting the Celtics, where they nearly met with disaster. Congratulations to Wang Jie for averaging 26 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, securing the championship title in this competition. Bravo! The crowd erupted in applause. At this moment, Wang Jie has already garnered immense fame both domestically and internationally. Not only does he lead in scoring for the Knicks, but his reputation also significantly increases his chances of clinching the Finals MVP award. Thank you. Both Pau Gasol and Marc Gasol are profoundly grateful to Wang Jie for guiding them to the championship. You are not lacking either. With Pau averaging double digits in points and 10 rebounds per game, Wang Jie remarked with a smile. Marc Gasol, you are no less than your brother, averaging 3 rebounds. I believe you two have monopolized the rebounding in any normal game. Wang Jie chuckled. Sun Yu, keep an ear out for my news next season. Join me. Wang Jie glanced at Sun Yu and said, I will secure you a backup position with a minimum salary. Of course. You may also accept the generous offer from the Knicks, but I suggest you negotiate for a longer contract and higher buyout clause. All right, boss. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wang Jie found himself in a state of resignation. After all, every player bound to the Jin Billy template experiences a remarkable surge in three-point shooting accuracy and defensive prowess, coupled with the fact that he consistently took to the court alongside substitutes and benefited from a corresponding attribute boost. It was as if Jin Billy had transformed into a fortified version of Curry. As long as other teams were not blind to his talents, they would undoubtedly seek to secure his services with lucrative contracts. However, many of the substitutes playing alongside Wang Jie appeared somewhat lackluster, prompting a number of teams to begin recognizing Wang Jie's true value rather than merely the performance of his teammates. Nevertheless, the financially robust Knicks held a differing opinion. Fresh off the conclusion of the finals, General Manager Perry reached out to Wang Jie's agent, Thompson, to discuss a contract extension. After all, where there is one success, a second is often anticipated. The Knicks hoped that Wang Jie would continue to secure championships in their colors, thereby establishing a dynasty. Perry even sought to appeal to Wang Jie's emotions directly in an effort to retain him. Regrettably, I had already committed to assisting the Bulls in their pursuit of a championship last season. However, it was only the substantial offer from the Knicks that brought me here. If the Bulls do not want me, I will certainly consider returning to sign with the Knicks, Wang Jie lamented while shaking his head. Understood, Perry replied, resigned to the circumstances, knowing he had no choice but to acquiesce. This season, it was evident that Wang Jie was shouldering the burden of leading the team to the finals, despite the presence of exceptionally talented players such as the Gasol brothers. Eddie Curry, the Lone Wolf Marbury, Crawford, and Richardson, a championship victory remained elusive. Even as they reached the playoffs, confidence within the Knicks was waning. It was important to note that at the beginning of the season, the Knicks had entered into a wager with Wang Jie. If he could lead them to the playoffs, he would earn a salary of $25 million. Not only did Wang Jie guide the Knicks to the playoffs, but he propelled them all the way to the finals. Ding! The system detected the host's 10th championship victory and began an upgrade process. Chapter 50. Upgrade complete. Revival of the Withered Tree. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for attaining the 10th championship. Due to the host's achievement of 10 championships, the total championship player reward will be revoked next season, and winning a championship will instead grant coaching skills. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 2008 championship ring. Congratulations to the host for randomly acquiring a top-tier skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a series of top-tier skills, Revival of the Withered Tree, allowing one injured player to recover from injury during each game. Wang Jie widened his eyes, impressed by the remarkable skill displayed. How many elite stars have had their careers marred by injuries? Yet, the application of revitalization could instantly transform a team by introducing a top-tier player this season. Jack Wang, we must prepare for the interview. You are the reigning champion, and your absence is unthinkable, exclaimed Wang Jie. Here they come, he shouted. Congratulations, Jack Wang. This marks your 10th season, during which you have secured 10 championship rings. May I inquire if you intend to remain with the Knicks next season? I believe I will contemplate that. Next question. Jack Wang, at 33 years of age. You show little sign of decline. How many more championships do you aspire to win? A reporter inquired. Indeed. I am currently at my peak and could continue playing for another decade. However, I find myself pondering whether 10 championship rings have already filled my hands to capacity. And I am considering exploring new avenues, much like Michael Jordan did. Wang Jie responded with a nod and a smile. Wang Jie's remarks at the Versailles event have incited a wave of envy and admiration among players who watched the finals interview. Many of them have struggled to secure even a single championship, particularly Kobe, who has been driven to the brink in pursuit of glory. Yet, Wang Jie boldly proclaimed that he has won too many championships and is somewhat indifferent to the prospect of more. Oh, my goodness. The basketball deity excels in nothing but the sport itself. I believe it warrants careful consideration. I will, Wang Jie chuckled. At least I have yet to decide what to do next season. I shall continue to play basketball. A reporter inquired, Jack Wang. How did you manage to win championships consecutively for a decade? I have observed your games, and it seems that your prowess was not particularly formidable in the first 6 or 7 seasons. Wang Jie replied with a smile. It is merely a stroke of luck, having a splendid group of teammates. The sensation of Wang Jie's 10 consecutive NBA championships has reverberated throughout the entire league. Wang Jie, regardless of which team he joins, invariably brings a championship to that team. Although there is a sense of wandering champion, he undeniably contributed to the Lakers dynasty during their 3 consecutive championships. With the conclusion of the final question, Wang Jie subsequently departed from the press conference. Wang Jie believed that since the system had upgraded to coaching skills, this season might be the opportune moment to acquire knowledge related to coaching. Otherwise, even if he possessed skills, there was no guarantee that any team would allow him to assume the role of head coach in the upcoming season. Through the system, he learned that the coaching skills awarded after becoming the head coach could only be utilized during the finals, which further solidified his resolve to study coaching knowledge. Thompson, please establish contact with the Bulls. I aspire to obtain draft rights, trading privileges, and a trade veto right, along with a position as an assistant coach. I will lead the Bulls to this season's championship. Otherwise, I shall forfeit my salary, Wang Jie stated during a phone call with Thompson. This season, Wang Jie commanded a maximum annual salary of $27 million, placing him at the pinnacle of the league. It was evident that regardless of which team he joined, they would be burdened with a substantial luxury tax. Next season, his maximum salary would rise to $30 million. And it seemed unlikely that a team could assemble a full roster of 15 players, both starters and substitutes, should he join. Consequently, Wang Jie faced the prospect of either accepting a pay cut or joining a wealthier but struggling team. Ideally, he would prefer to join the Knicks, who had considerable financial resources. In second place was Garnett, with an annual salary of just over $24 million. His compatriot Yao Ming earned $15 million. While Sun Yu and Pau Gasol fared the worst, their rookie salaries netting them less than $300,000 after taxes. Though meager, it was still sufficient for expenses. After confirming that Sun Yu would agree to sign alongside him, Wang Jie introduced some of his endorsements he had been unable to attend to Sun Yu. After some time, Thompson called to inform Wang Jie that the Bulls had rejected the draft rights and only offered trading advisory rights. However, it was uncertain if any deals would materialize. The assistant coach position was available, but merely nominal, with no authority to influence team operations. The only assurance was the trade veto right. It appears the Bulls are not as eager to acquire me as I had imagined. Wang Jie frowned. Last year, he might have accepted such terms, but this year, after spending a prosperous year with the Knicks, where he had everything he desired and the management had been accommodating, he felt differently. After all, the Bulls management had been quite competent, and Wang Jie had hoped to select Dragic in the second round. What a pity. He shook his head. He had heard that this year's top draft prospect, Rose, possessed explosive talent and physical prowess, and the Bulls were keen on nurturing him as a cornerstone of the franchise, which explained their reluctance to involve him in trades, Thompson explained. However, there was good news. Jack Wang, the Knicks have sweetened the deal, Thompson said with a smile. What have they added? Wang Jie inquired. The Knicks owner stated that if you are willing, the team's general manager, head coach, and players would all be yours. Provided you secure the championship this year, he would offer you a 3-year contract worth $90 million. Certainly, Wang Jie remarked with a smile. I am willing to accept a salary reduction as a player, settling for a veteran's maximum of $10 million a year, with the head coach receiving $10 million, and the general manager $20 million annually, totaling $40 million per year. However, it must be a 2-1 contract with a player option in the final year. Excellent idea. This would significantly enhance the team's salary cap space, Thompson exclaimed with delight, promptly relaying Wang Jie's proposition to the Knicks owner, who immediately acquiesced. The following day, the Bulls management dismissed Wang Jie's conditions, leading him to opt for a 3-year minimum veteran contract with the Knicks, news that swiftly spread throughout the entire NBA. In truth, Wang Jie harbored aspirations of joining the Supersonics, now known as the Thunder, as the prospect of teaming up with Durant and Westbrook was tantalizing. He believed that with his addition and some strategic maneuvers, the team could evolve into a championship contender. However, the Thunder rebuffed Wang Jie's attempts to engage in management, and after facing repeated setbacks, he realized that no other team offered the same potential as the Knicks. The Knicks owner was singularly focused on securing a championship, willing to concede everything else. As a result, Perry, who had previously served as the general manager, was now appointed as the assistant general manager, while Thomas, The head coach, who had previously collaborated with Wang Jie to secure a championship, declined the position of assistant coach and departed. Wang Jie extended invitations to several relatively obscure yet competent assistant coaches to join him in aiding the Knicks. As the team began to take shape, Wang Jie realized that he could not intervene in this year's draft, as the Knicks had relinquished their first and second round picks last year. Indeed, the first round pick this year was positioned at 30, while the second round pick sat at 60, rendering them rather valueless. Chapter 51. Advancing to the semifinals. Head coach. Wang Jie. Starting lineup. Wang Jie, point guard. Jamal Crawford, shooting guard. Richardson, small forward. Gasol, power forward. Eddie Curry, center, first. There is the lone wolf, Stephon Marbury, whose prowess is expected to diminish further this year, despite averaging 8 assists and double-digit scoring last season, which granted him a measure of marketability in the NBA. His influence appears to be waning. Wang Jie has also conveyed the news of the prodigal son, Marbury, returning to the fold, a transformation that seems invaluable. In the past, such a notion might have been met with skepticism. However, the joint triumph of Wang Jie and Marbury, accompanied by a plethora of videos as evidence, undeniably illustrates that Marbury has indeed changed, effortlessly facilitating assists for the entire team. Consequently, Wang Jie has placed Marbury on the trading block, seeking to exchange him for a top 5 draft pick this year. Similarly, Eddie Curry is also on the trading block, aiming to acquire a center. As the upcoming season approaches, historical trends suggest that his performance will rapidly decline, plagued by recurring injuries. Wang Jie harbored concerns regarding the absence of a starting center when he returned to his homeland to prepare for the Olympics. During this time, Perry reached out with a transoceanic phone call. Should we exchange Al Harrington for Jamal Crawford? Wang Jie pondered, furrowing his brow. Presently, Al Harrington possessed a comprehensive skill set, excelling in three-point shooting, two-point shots, drives, and rebounding. He was versatile enough to play as a small forward, power forward, and even, with sufficient heft, as a center. In contrast, Jamal Crawford was primarily effective with his three-point shooting, but did not measure up to Harrington's capabilities. I believe a trade could be beneficial. Yet the decision ultimately rests with you. Perry, Wang Jie concluded thoughtfully. Crawford had played alongside him for a season, and their synergy was commendable. Acquiring Harrington would undoubtedly enhance the team. However, it necessitated further adjustments post-trade. Perry ultimately resolved to proceed with the exchange, and Wang Jie promptly urged him to secure a top 5 pick in the first round while also signing a defensively robust point guard, Chris Duhon, who was competent in three-point shooting, albeit average in other aspects. Head coach. Wang Jie. Starting lineup. Chris Duhon, point guard. Wang Jie, shooting guard. Richardson, small forward. Pau Gasol, power forward. Eddie Curry, center. The trade involving Marbury for a draft pick was successfully executed, with only the Thunder and Cavaliers willing to part with a first-round pick among the top 5 slots. The Thunder offered an additional 32nd pick, contingent upon the inclusion of Sam B. and Barkley from our bench. Wang Jie paused momentarily, reflecting that, in truth, Marbury is truly remarkable. With just another season, it would not be unfeasible. It turns out that Marbury departed from the NBA solely due to the stigma of being a lone wolf, which hindered him from securing a lucrative all-star contract. As for the 2 substitutes, he had little recollection of them, surmising they were players barely making the third lineup. One must concede that the Knicks have indeed amassed a considerable number of commendable players. Let us make a trade, perhaps with the Thunder, and simultaneously acquire some funds to exchange for a pick in the 40 to 45 range, Wang Jie suggested. Excellent. Perry immediately concurred, for in terms of expenditure, this was a trivial matter. Subsequently, Wang Jie was too preoccupied to manage the trade himself. He merely instructed Perry to consult him regarding all necessary transactions. Wang Jie is currently engaged in tactical training alongside the primary point guard Lu Wei, small forward Zhu Fangyu, power forward Yi Jianlian, and center Yao Ming. Head coach Jonas is undoubtedly skilled, and Wang Jie has discreetly gleaned a wealth of strategies. This iteration of the team boasts formidable talents. Both Wang Jie and Yao Ming are exceptionally powerful, while the power forward Lian Mei has already secured a starting position on a struggling NBA team, showcasing commendable abilities. It can be said that with 1 starter and 2 superstar-level players, along with another starter and 2 who are barely capable of NBA rotation, this assembly represents the strongest team in the history of Chinese basketball. The primary strategy revolves around Wang Jie and Lian Mei launching relentless three-point shots from the perimeter, while Lu Wei and Zhu Fengyu penetrate the interior for 2-point attempts, and Yao Ming aggressively snatches rebounds. Indeed, in their opening match against Greece, although Wang Jie did not unleash his extraordinary skills, he still demonstrated his formidable prowess in a conventional manner. For instance, he executed a dazzling butterfly step to break through defenses, and when the moment called for it, he delivered a powerful dunk. If he found himself in an open position, he effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Greece found themselves in distress, as Wang Jie proved exceedingly difficult to defend. His defensive range extended from beyond the three-point line to midcourt, allowing him ample space to maneuver. A moment's lapse in attention could lead to an astonishing long-range three-pointer. Ultimately, Greece suffered a significant defeat to the Chinese team. However, they faced consecutive losses against Spain and the Dream Team. Despite the narrow margins of defeat, Wang Jie concluded the series with a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Wang Jie found himself perplexed. While the Dream Team's loss was somewhat expected, the defeat of Spain left him bewildered. With players like Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Lopez, and Rubio on the opposing side, both of whom were on his team, it was disheartening to witness them ultimately succumb by a mere 5 points to Spain. Yao Ming, besieged by the Gasol brothers, could not leverage his rebounding advantage. Wang Jie refrained from utilizing his unpredictable skills, nor did he resort to the infusion of goji berries in his thermos. Instead, he primarily relied on his slam dunks, intricate footwork, vigilant defensive postures, and clutch three-pointers. As for the notion of a resurgence, he was uncertain whom it would benefit, as Yao was still in his prime. There was no need for a revival, as no one was suffering from injuries. The referees, even if perceived as adversaries, would not deliver unfavorable calls in a home game. It would be surprising if they did not extend leniency towards Wang Jie and his teammates. In that moment, Wang Jie felt the Olympic gold medal seemed elusive this year. Nevertheless, Yao and his fellow teammates were in high spirits. Having secured gold last year, they were confident of reaching the quarterfinals this year and believed they could advance to the semifinals. Yao expressed his delight, stating that if they reached the Final Four, they could strive for a bronze or even a silver medal, especially given the formidable strength of the Dream Team this year. Lian Mei, however, remained skeptical. Wang Jie sighed deeply, repeatedly assessing his skills in search of a method to vanquish the Dream Team. The ironclad defense proved ineffective. The entire squad relied solely on Yao Ming's interior defense, which scored a commendable 90. In the quarterfinals, with Wang Jie's team, they exhibited remarkable prowess in three-point shooting, dunks, mid-range shots, and drives. Any shot that Yao failed to convert was effortlessly executed by Wang Jie. The Lithuanian team found themselves utterly helpless against the dual offensive threats posed by Wang Jie and Yao Ming, ultimately succumbing to the Dachau team by a margin of 8 points. Following this, the Dachau team faced off against Spain, while the Dream Team went up against Argentina. As the game commenced, the Gasol brothers fortified their interior defense, leaving Yao Ming at a loss. On the perimeter, Lopez matched Wang Jie's prowess, resulting in a deadlock until the third quarter, when substitutes were introduced. Wang Jie, leading the bench players, orchestrated a stunning 5 consecutive points, establishing a 6-point lead. The substitutes, with statistics hovering around the 60 to 70 range, struggled to reach even the level of NBA starters, with Sun Yu contributing significantly with several three-pointers to secure those crucial points. As the third quarter concluded, Yao Ming, having rested throughout, observed with relief as Wang Jie and the bench not only maintained their lead, but also managed to extend it against the opposing starters in the final 10 minutes. With the onset of the fourth quarter, Wang Jie executed drives and perimeter shots, yet his teammates proved unreliable, and Lian Mei struggled to find her rhythm. Yao faced considerable challenges inside against the Gasol brothers. In the climactic moments of the game, even with Wang Jie's impressive three-point shooting, hitting 5 out of 9 attempts, his team found themselves trailing by a point. The previous match had unfolded similarly, where in the final minute, Spain sank 2 mid-range shots, while Lian Mei and Wang Jie failed to convert their three-point attempts, leading to a 5-point deficit. Once again, the scenario played out. Lopez's mid-range shot missed, but Pau Gasol secured the rebound and converted a dunk for 2 points. Subsequently, Wang Jie seized the ball, employing a dazzling dribble to bypass Lopez and surged into the paint, preparing to dunk against Pau Gasol's defense. However, in a moment of hesitation, Wang Jie passed to Yao, who effortlessly finished with a dunk. With only 40 seconds remaining, neither side could afford to relax, and in a swift response, Lopez sunk a mid-range shot, maintaining the narrow 1-point difference. Wang Jie swiftly passed the ball to Lian Mei amid the double team from the opponents. Lian Mei's three-point attempt missed its mark, and Yao, realizing he could not outmuscle the Gasol brothers, reluctantly swatted the ball out of bounds. With merely 20 seconds remaining on the clock, Lopez's shot also failed to find the basket. Wang Jie charged in to assist Yao in seizing the rebound. The Gasol brothers were taken aback, astonished that a guard like Wang Jie would dare to venture into the paint and engage in battle with their towering presence. In truth, Wang Jie possessed a commendable strength rating of 87. While his rebounding skills were not exceptional, they were adequate for a rotational player. Although he could not rival the Gasol brothers, his collaboration with Yao and Lian Mei proved remarkably effective. Securing the ball, Wang Jie entrusted it to Lu Wei for orchestration. With only 10 seconds remaining, they crossed half-court with just 7 seconds left on the clock. Wang Jie received the pass, and immediately Lopez and another defender rushed to apply pressure. The Gasol brothers effectively contained Yao Ming and Lian Mei, while among the trio, Wang Jie found himself besieged, with the other two closely marked, leaving Lu Wei unguarded. However, Wang Jie still possessed his ultimate skill, leaving no chance for Lu Wei's open shot. With a graceful fadeaway jumper, Wang Jie executed a shot that seemed nearly impossible to block. Lopez and his companion hurried to contest the shot, but they were helpless against Wang Jie's elusive maneuver. In the final 4 seconds, Wang Jie launched a three-pointer, and as the ball swished through the net, only 1 second remained on the clock. Yet, facing the last fleeting second, the game concluded as the buzzer sounded, marking Wang Jie's triumph and leading his team to victory in the semifinals. In the ultimate showdown, they faced the Dream Team, composed of Carlos Boozer, LeBron James, Darren Williams, Michael Redd, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard, Chris Bosh, Chris Paul, Tayshaun Prince, Carmelo Anthony, and Jason Kidd. With Kobe serving as the captain, Wang Jie surveyed the lineup, realizing that each player was a superstar. Could Wang Jie and Yao Ming truly contend against 10 such titans? As the match commenced, Wang Jie unleashed his unpredictable skills, confronting Kobe and LeBron James on defense. Yao Ming fared reasonably well against Howard, yet Wade relentlessly overwhelmed Lu Wei and other opponents, leading to a rapid unraveling of their defense. Wang Jie, in his helplessness, found himself a solitary figure, unable to single-handedly contend against 3 adversaries. Despite utilizing his skills, elusive as a specter, executing decisive blows, and even employing the seemingly futile techniques of revitalizing with withered wood and reviving with light, he managed to secure over 30 points. Nevertheless, his valiant efforts culminated in a defeat, as they fell to the Dream Team with a score of 106 to 115, a margin of 9 points. Wang Jie, holding the silver medal, felt a tinge of disappointment. The disparity in strength was too pronounced. This was still the most formidable team, the Dream Team of Huaxia, and the situation would only worsen from here. Naturally, with the Dream Team unleashing their full potential, it would be unfathomable to lose. With 10 superstars at their disposal, he mused that if he were the head coach, placing himself and Yao Ming on the bench while employing 5 extraordinary talents might just yield a victory. Wang Jie contemplated that unless he and Yao Ming were to assume substitute roles, triumph seemed elusive. At that moment, the Dream Team also found the situation astonishing. Wang Jie had managed to score numerous three-pointers and dunks against them. Ultimately, had it not been for Wade, Bosh, Anthony, and others mercilessly exploiting the weaknesses of Huaxia's 3 least capable players, victory would not have been assured. After all, basketball is a game of 5. And when the gap is too wide, a loss is simply a loss. During the post-match press conference, Wang Jie expressed his regret over securing the silver medal, yet acknowledged that it reinforced the understanding that basketball is a team endeavor. He expressed hope that in the future, more stars would emerge in various positions. Regarding the achievement of securing an Olympic silver medal this year, he felt a sense of contentment. Yao Ming, on the other hand, was extremely pleased, sensing that as he continued to gain weight, both his endurance and likelihood of injury had significantly increased. After clinching the Olympic silver medal, Wang Jie finally had the opportunity to discuss recent team trades with Perry. Jack Wang, as per your request, we selected Russell Westbrook with the 4th pick. The 35th pick was used for DeAndre Jordan, while the 45th was for Dragic. In truth, during the first season, both DeAndre Jordan and Dragic had yet to reach their full potential. While DeAndre Jordan had some promise, his inexperience coupled with the common pitfalls of many centers, such as frequent turnovers and poor free throw shooting, left much to be desired, even falling short of Eddie Curry standards. Dragic showcased decent three-point shooting and ball control. Yet his overall performance was rather inconsistent. At their current draft positions, neither selection posed any issues. It was only later that their true abilities would emerge. Nonetheless, Wang Jie did not envision these two players as starters. Their presence as substitutes would suffice. What about Eddie Curry? Is there any possibility of swapping centers? Wang Jie inquired. Perry revealed that Eddie Curry's off-season lifestyle was erratic, with a lack of dietary control leading to a weight gain of nearly 20 pounds, rendering him too heavy for any team to consider, even for a backup center. Perry couldn't help but admire Wang Jie's insight, but regrettably, Eddie Curry's weight had escalated to over 140 kilograms, making it challenging for him to keep up on the court, thereby hindering the team's performance and increasing the risk of injuries. Wang Jie contemplated Eddie Curry's weight, realizing that it would only increase as the season commenced. Although he could potentially excel in interior defense, the substantial weight gain would likely lead to diminished stamina and hindered mobility. By the time the opposing team had attempted 2 shots at the basket, Eddie Curry would not have even made it across the court, which was utterly unacceptable. Is there no viable option? Wang Jie inquired. There is a starting player. The Trail Blazers are willing to exchange the former #1 draft pick, Greg Oden, who has been a disappointment for the past 2 years, for our Eddie Curry, Perry responded. That's sufficient. Let us proceed with the exchange. Eddie Curry's contract is significantly more valuable than Oden's. Wang Jie decisively agreed, asserting that even if Oden were simply given away, it would be a favorable transaction. The Trail Blazers remained oblivious to Eddie Curry's current condition, having ballooned in size this season. Wang Jie had proactively alerted the management about Curry's situation and immediately sealed the information from leaking. Although some whispers did circulate, they ultimately did not hinder the swap for Oden, who had recently returned from a minimally invasive surgical procedure. Upon examination, the Trail Blazers discovered that Oden's knee still posed a considerable risk of severe injury and recommended that he continue resting for half the season. Furthermore, it was uncertain how much capability Oden would retain upon his return from injury. The Trail Blazers were in a particularly painful predicament after Oden was selected last year. He sustained an injury that sidelined him for the entire season, and now, following his surgery, he would need to rest yet again, a situation they found intolerable. According to medical assessments, the likelihood of Oden achieving significant performance in the future was exceedingly slim, as contemporary medicine could not adequately repair his fragile knee post-injury. Thus, both teams felt they had made a substantial gain with the trade of centers. Chapter 53, the lavish Knicks team at this moment. The Knicks were under the guidance of head coach Wang Jie. The starting lineup comprised Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The bench included Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan Oden, center. As Wang Jie observed this lineup, he found himself momentarily stunned, pondering how they could possibly lose in the upcoming season. Indeed, he resolved to place himself in the bench rotation, intending to play only once per game, focusing instead on his development as a head coach and minimizing his on-court presence. When the preseason commenced, Wang Jie did not step onto the court for a single game, allowing both starters and substitutes to take the floor. Even so, the team achieved an impressive 5 victories. The first match, serving as a warm-up, saw the Knicks face off against the Lakers. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum, showcasing their formidable interior strength and robust defense, complemented by Phil Jackson's well-rounded triangle offense. Wang Jie had also contended with Phil Jackson's triangle offense, allowing Westbrook and Al Harrington the freedom to shoot while concurrently emulating Jackson's strategies in the match. Despite his tactical efforts, supported by 2 assistant coaches, Wang's approach was effectively countered, leaving the Lakers ahead by 8 points at the half. Kobe, observing Wang Jie seated in a suit with a thermos in hand, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Wang had transitioned to head coach this season. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers substituted their bench players, bringing on Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan Oden, center. At this juncture, Wang Jie applied the template of the crafty Manu Ginobili to Sun Yu. Although he was ill-suited for the power forward position, he was merely facing the Lakers' reserves. Within a mere 10 minutes, the Lakers found their lead diminished, compelling them to reinstate their starters. Nonetheless, Wang remained composed, and even as DeAndre Jordan faced relentless pressure from Zach Randolph and Ron Artest, the deficit was narrowed to 3 points in just 5 minutes. Sun Yu's precision from beyond the arc proved crucial, even as DeAndre Jordan struggled in the paint. He managed to secure only one favorable rebound after 5 minutes of effort. In the final quarter, Wang opted to keep the bench players on for an additional 5 minutes, extending the lead to 6 points. At this moment, Kobe still held his ground, yet his teammates could not maintain the pace. Consequently, Phil Jackson was compelled to rotate players, allowing veterans Derek Fisher and Andrew Bynum a respite. Wang Jie slowly removed his suit and substituted the 0-for-2 performance of Dragic, simultaneously replacing Wilson Chandler with Sun Yu at small forward, while bringing both DeAndre Jordan and Odin onto the court as centers. The substitutes included Chris Duhon, point guard, Wang Jie, shooting guard, Sun Yu, small forward, DeAndre Jordan, center, and Odin, center. Your sole task is to closely monitor your assigned opponents and seize the rebounds. Wang Jie infused Odin with a newfound vitality for this match. In an instant, Odin felt an overwhelming surge of strength as the lingering effects of his injuries vanished, instilling him with newfound confidence. Am I truly restored? A hint of uncertainty flickered in Odin's eyes. Previously, he had felt discomfort following his knee surgery, but now he experienced a remarkable sense of ease. Indeed, the two responded immediately. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie faced Kobe and effortlessly sank a three-pointer right in front of him. Enraged, Kobe turned to confront Wang Jie, attempting a three-point shot from beyond the arc, only to miss entirely, his frustration barely contained. As Wang Jie turned around amidst Kobe's formidable defense, he effortlessly sank yet another unreasonable three-pointer. This marked his 6th consecutive shot. And regardless of whether it was Kobe or any other player providing assistance on defense, Wang Jie executed a flawless fadeaway jumper. After all, the skill of brewing goji berries in a thermos is not merely a boast. Coupled with his fadeaway technique, Wang Jie exhibited an unwavering confidence against any potential blocks. King Jack, King Jack. The fans in the arena erupted in cheers upon witnessing this spectacle. Wang Jie smiled, glanced at the time, having spent merely 6 minutes. With another 6 minutes remaining until the conclusion, Wang Jie exited the court after a mere 6 minutes, yielding his position to the underwhelming debutant, Dragic. Simultaneously, Richardson was substituted for DeAndre Jordan. The rookie, DeAndre Jordan, has yet to evolve into the formidable interior defender of the future. He is plagued by frequent errors and abysmal free throw performance, necessitating further development. In those brief 6 minutes, Wang Jie astonishingly scored 6 three-pointers, amassing a total of 18 points with an impeccable shooting percentage of 100. Beyond this remarkable feat, he departed the game without contributing anything further. Alarmingly, DeAndre Jordan and Odin managed to collectively secure half of the rebounds, with Odin nearly executing a steal from Kobe. Their imposing presence in the paint effectively stifled the efforts of Bynum and Zach Randolph, allowing them to dominate the boards. In the final quarter, Wang Jie returned for another 6 minutes, during which the Lakers found themselves surpassed by 8 points. Observing Wang Jie's departure, Kobe, who remained on the court, fervently targeted either Chris Duhon or Dragic. However, against Duhon, he could only manage a shooting accuracy of 2 out of 4 attempts. Despite Duhon being a point guard with commendable defensive skills, this point guard's defense was indeed formidable. Kobe furrowed his brow and shifted his focus to Richardson, instantly feeling a sense of relief. Ultimately, in the last 2 minutes, Kobe succeeded in narrowing the deficit by 2 points, bringing the score difference to 6. Wang Jie once again made a remarkable return to the starting lineup, with only Sun Yu remaining unchanged. The starting lineup consisted of Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Sun Yu, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. Kobe penetrated the defense, executing a graceful fadeaway jumper over Al Harrington, which found its mark. However, Al Harrington quickly responded, scoring after receiving a pass from Westbrook. In the subsequent play, Westbrook surged into the paint, attempting a difficult jump shot that ricocheted off the backboard but failed to score. Sun Yu successfully netted a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit to just 4 points in the final 10 seconds. Yet the Lakers found themselves with little opportunity to turn the tide. Wang Jie did not take to the court, watching helplessly as the Lakers executed an offensive play, sinking a three-pointer that narrowed the gap to a mere point. However, only 5 seconds remained on the clock, and the Knicks held possession. In those final moments, both Pau Gasol and his counterpart engaged in a tense standoff in the paint. opting to protect the ball rather than attempt a shot, meticulously draining the clock as they maneuvered against Bynum and Randolph, thus exhausting the remaining time. Ultimately, Wang Jie, having played a mere 6 minutes, remarkably secured 18 points, leading to a narrow victory over the Lakers, who had reached the finals the previous season. The arena erupted with jubilant cheers, echoing, King Jack. King Jack. Chapter 54. Regular Season 68 wins. Wang Jie, clad in a suit, stood up and waved, smiling as he accompanied Westbrook and L. Harrington to the post-game press conference. Jack Wang, you mentioned that you were preparing to step away from playing. Are you considering a role as a coach or general manager, much like Larry Bird? A reporter inquired. Indeed, playing has now become merely a side endeavor for me. My primary focus lies in my responsibilities as general manager and head coach. Wang Jie nodded, responding with a smile. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the gathered reporters, who bombarded him with a flurry of questions. May I ask, Jack Wang, what is your goal for this season? Clearly, it is the championship. Last season, the Knicks secured the title, and with our enhancements this season, winning the championship seems even more achievable, Wang Jie replied with a grin. Jack Wang, should you clinch the championship again this season, it would mark your 11th title, placing you alongside the legendary Ring King for the most championships in history. Do you possess the confidence to surpass Russell? Wang Jie smiled faintly and glanced at the two individuals beside him, saying, If my teammates were as exceptional as Iyer and Weiss, I would undoubtedly possess great confidence. Laughter erupted throughout the venue, and Iyer and Weiss exchanged knowing smiles. Wang Jie then remarked, Of course, basketball is a team sport. I have unwavering faith in each of my teammates, and together we shall strive to pursue the championship. Shortly thereafter, both Westbrook and Al Harrington participated in interviews. While Harrington appeared at ease, Westbrook exhibited some hesitation, yet he managed to complete the interview, albeit with some faltering. After the interviews concluded, Wang Jie departed the venue alongside his two teammates. On their way back, Westbrook couldn't help but inquire, Boss, are you truly considering retiring to become a coach? Wang Jie chuckled, saying, There's no need to rush. Let's discuss it after this season concludes. Being a coach does not impede my role as a player, and I aspire to secure a few more championships. However, you two must perform admirably and not hinder my progress. Ayer laughed heartily. Rest assured, boss, with us around, the championship is assured. The trio exchanged laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the second match, Wang Jie replaced Richardson in the starting lineup, playing for 5 minutes and scoring 18 points from 6 attempts. Subsequently, both starters and substitutes took to the court, with Wang Jie adeptly managing the rotations, persistently experimenting with different lineups, while learning the intricacies of team dynamics. It was evident that even the renowned opponents and their trio of assistant coaches regarded him with disdain, continuously aiding Wang Jie in addressing his shortcomings. As for Wang Jie's tactical board, it resembled a chaotic mess. Yet, remarkably, each time he took the court for 5 minutes, he managed to extend the lead by more than 6 points, often surpassing 10, maintaining this advantage until the end. The so-called esteemed coaches were at a loss when it came to countering Wang Jie, even when employing 3 or 4 players to double-team him. He still managed to score unreasonably. Their only recourse was to allow him to shoot 6 three-pointers before contemplating strategies to recover the score. Initially, Wang Jie enjoyed a streak of 10 consecutive victories, prompting the head coaches to begin analyzing videos of him and the players under his command. As Wang Jie's players began to face targeted defenses, for instance, Westbrook, known for his aggressive drives, found himself subjected to intensified defensive scrutiny, frequently missing his mid-range shots. Meanwhile, the substitute DeAndre Jordan's free throw shooting was glaringly poor, often attempting 10 free throws in a game, yet managing to convert only 3 or 4, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's struggles. Dragic displayed a rather rudimentary skill set. Aside from his three-point shooting and ball handling, his overall performance was merely average, leading to numerous turnovers. Everyone anticipated that Wang Jie would make adjustments, yet his response to the players' struggles was to shift from playing full games to reflecting on 5-minute stretches, consulting with assistant coaches for strategies, and substituting players to momentarily alleviate pressure while deliberating on optimal game plans. DeAndre Jordan dedicated himself to improving his dismal free throw percentage. Yet Wang Jie consistently allocated him over 10 minutes of playing time each game. In contrast, Odin received far less time. Wang Jie explained that Odin's knee injury had not fully healed, advising him to limit his minutes. despite Odin feeling physically capable on the court, akin to O'Neal. He recognized that post-game assessments revealed a genuine risk of injury, necessitating reduced playing time. As time progressed, Wang Jie guided his team through a series of victories, often leveraging an early lead of 18 points to secure 33 wins. By midseason, Wang Jie's record stood at 33 wins and 8 losses. At times, opposing teams effectively targeted his lineup. For example, Popovich's Spurs managed to outplay them, as did LeBron's Cavaliers with their formidable 8-step plays. And the veteran trio of the Celtics executed flawless teamwork to secure victories. Other coaches capitalized on Wang Jie's defensive and offensive vulnerabilities, exploiting gaps in his game plan, which led to losses when player performance waned. Nonetheless, despite the defeats, Wang Jie gleaned insights from these tactical challenges, identifying weaknesses and continually urging his players to train rigorously or devise strategies to mask or mitigate these deficiencies. By the season's halfway point, every player under Wang Jie's guidance had exhibited marked improvement in their skills. Notably, Westbrook, who initially averaged a mere 8 points as a starter, had since elevated his average to double digits, and if he played a full game, scoring 16 to 18 points seemed effortlessly attainable. In the regular season standings, Wang Jie's team was tied for first place with the Cavaliers, while the Lakers and Nuggets closely trailed in third and fourth, respectively, separated by only a single win. During the All-Star game, Wang Jie secured the top vote count, earning him the starting position as a shooting guard and ultimately being named the MVP of the All-Star game for the 5th time. However, he refrained from participating in the three-point contest, skills challenge, or dunk contest, shunning any activities that might compromise his reputation. Following this, the team faced a grueling stretch of 8 consecutive away games, achieving a commendable record of 6 wins and 2 losses. For most teams, such a series poses a significant challenge. However, Wang Jie's players averaged no more than 2 quarters of play, staggered across games, thereby avoiding excessive fatigue. Although travel may have affected their shooting rhythm, the decline in performance was not as severe as anticipated. After this stretch, the team returned home for 5 consecutive games, where Wang Jie led them to a winning streak, capitalizing on an impressive start of 6 consecutive three-pointers, a feat not easily overcome by any ordinary team. Jack Wang proved to be a formidable opponent, compelling us to cling tightly to our scores. The current basketball deity. No one can impede his ability to effortlessly place the ball through the hoop, achieving an impeccable shooting percentage reminiscent of the NBA's finest. Wang Jie of the Knicks reigns supreme. While other teams commenced the game at a score of 0-0, Wang Jie begins with an astonishing lead of 18 points, compelling us to devise strategies to recover throughout the 4 quarters. In the ensuing matches, Wang Jie continues to guide his team, maintaining a streak of overwhelming victories. Competitors toil relentlessly to analyze the Knicks' strategies, crafting tailored countermeasures. Yet, in the face of targeted defenses, Wang Jie remains unflustered, adeptly employing tactics that allow his players to showcase their unique strengths. Simultaneously, he emphasizes the development of his players' abilities, balancing playing time according to performance, thereby fostering a greater sense of unity within the team. Chapter 55. Conquering the playoffs. As the playoffs draw near, the atmosphere within the Knicks intensifies. However, Wang Jie understands that only by maintaining a positive mindset can they advance further in the postseason. Under his leadership, the team diligently prepares, ensuring they are well-equipped for the impending challenges. At this juncture, the Knicks, having undergone half a season of cohesion, have emerged more mature and formidable. Wang Jie subsequently achieved an astonishing victory streak of 15 consecutive games before suffering a defeat. As the regular season concluded, he boasted an impressive record of 68 wins and 14 losses, securing the top position in both the Eastern and Western conferences. The second rank was held by the Cavaliers with a record of 66 wins and 16 losses, followed closely by the Lakers in third place with 65 wins and 17 losses. In the first round of the playoffs, Wang Jie faced the 8th-seeded Pistons, prompting a sense of reflection within him. This season, the Pistons had acquired notable players such as Kwame Brown and Allen Iverson, yet their overall strength had diminished significantly. The head coach, Michael Curry, led a starting lineup consisting of Stuckey, point guard, Allen Iverson, shooting guard, Hamilton, small forward, Prince, power forward, and Rasheed Wallace, center. The Pistons' coaching staff lacked a certain finesse, and their defensive strategies fell short. While Allen Iverson possessed formidable scoring capabilities, his defensive skills were notably lacking. His height inherently rendered him less effective on that front. despite Iverson's valiant efforts in the first game, where he managed to steal the ball from Wang Jie's team twice. Wang Jie adeptly exploited Iverson's weaknesses, leading to a significant improvement in shooting accuracy. Ultimately, the series concluded with a resounding 4-0 victory, leaving the Pistons to exit the playoffs with a sense of resignation. This tactical approach was not a self-taught revelation by Wang Jie, but rather a strategy well known among most teams during the regular season, which he simply replicated with precision. Coupled with the formidable presence of interior players such as Pau Gasol and Greg Oden, who fortified the defense, Iverson found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate, resulting in a notable decline in his shooting percentage, culminating in a mere 14 points throughout the game. In this match, Wang Jie took to the court for a mere 5 minutes yet displayed remarkable efficiency, scoring 18 points. The second-ranked Cavaliers faced the Celtics, engaging in a thrilling 7-game series, ultimately triumphing over the Celtics with a score of 4-3. At the beginning of the season, the Celtics appeared to be in fine form, seemingly poised for a championship run. However, the subsequent injury to the formidable Kevin Garnett curtailed their aspirations, reducing their trio of stars to a duo and rendering them vulnerable against the youthful and vigorous LeBron James. Nevertheless, in the third game against the Hawks, Wang Jie faced a team that, whether with starters or substitutes, was significantly outmatched. Head coach Mike Woodson deployed a starting lineup of Mike Bibby, point guard, Joe Johnson, shooting guard, Josh Smith, small forward, Marvin Williams, power forward, and Al Horford, center. Yet, regardless of their configuration, the Hawks roster paled in comparison to Wang Jie's illustrious ensemble. Over the course of 4 games, each concluded with Wang Jie exiting the court after 3 quarters, consistently leading with an 18-point margin, with the Hawks never managing to close the gap, the largest deficit reaching 27 points in the third quarter. Wang Jie guided the Knicks to a sweeping 4-0 victory over the Hawks, inciting raucous cheers from Knicks fans who fervently chanted for their championship. Conversely, the second-seeded Cavaliers fell to the Magic, who defeated them 4-2. The Magic's Dwight Howard effectively utilized a strategy centered around 1 star and 4 shooters to overcome LeBron James. At this juncture, James's three-point shooting was not particularly adept. He primarily drove to the basket, only to be met with Howard's formidable defense, which served as a stark reminder of the prowess of a third giant, aside from Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming. Consequently, although LeBron averaged 38 points per game, his shooting percentage was low, and he struggled to support his teammates effectively. Meanwhile, Howard's supporting cast, though not exceptional, thrived under the 1-star, 4-shooter strategy, rendering the Cavaliers defensively inept and leading to their defeat. In the Western Conference, the Lakers faced the Jazz in the playoffs, emerging victorious with a 4-1 series win and advancing to the Eastern Conference semifinals. In the Western Conference semifinals, the Lakers clashed with the Rockets, ultimately prevailing with a narrow 4-3 victory over Yao Ming's team, leaving him in tears on the court, acutely aware that the championship seemed increasingly distant as he aged. The Lakers then prepared to confront the Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. Wang Jie faced the Magic with remarkable ease, as the formidable Dwight Howard truly showcased his immense strength. However, during the first quarter, Wang Jie held his ground against the Magic, trailing by a mere 6 points at 18-12. Yet, upon his departure from the court, the Gasol brothers united to thwart Howard, rendering him powerless against their combined might. The duo relentlessly seized rebounds, limiting Howard's influence and reducing the Magic's offensive options. Concurrently, Wang Jie assembled a lineup reminiscent of the Magic's 2-star, 3-shooter configuration. Despite this, players like Westbrook, Sun Yu, and Dragic exhibited shooting accuracy that surpassed that of the Magic. Even when substitutes entered the game, Oden and Sun Yu's synergy kept the Magic on the defensive, exposing no vulnerabilities. Ultimately, aside from a single match where Howard erupted to secure a portion of the rebounds and his teammates surged in shooting efficiency, the Magic managed to salvage a modicum of dignity. The Eastern Conference Finals ended with a 4-1 victory for the Knicks, who once again advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals, showcasing their formidable prowess for all to witness. Wang Jie stands tall at 198 centimeters, weighs 99 kilograms, with attributes including strength at 88, speed at 83, agility at 83, and vertical leap at 80. His stamina is rated at 90, basketball IQ at 86, with a driving ability of 86, ball control at 85, passing at 89, dunking at 85, layup at 82, mid-range shooting at 86, and three-point shooting at 85. His perimeter defense is rated at 89, interior defense at 84, shot blocking at 78, stealing at 78, and rebounding at 76. His skills include a silver-level flower butterfly step, a gold-level fadeaway jumper, and elite-level skills such as Eye of the Defense, indestructible. 5 consecutive unmatched moves: Wolfberry Infusion, Clutch Shot, Unpredictable, Return of the Light, Dunking Certainty, Referee's Antagonist, Ginobili Template, Ironclad Defense, Guaranteed Open 3, and Revitalization of a Withered Tree. At this moment, Wang Jia's capabilities, even without employing skills, are sufficient to establish him as a leader within the team. He exhibits no weaknesses, demonstrating proficiency in both offense and defense, showcasing formidable strength. In facing the Lakers, Wang Jia took to the court as a starter. The starting lineup consisted of Russell Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Wang Jia, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The bench included Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and DeAndre Jordan, center. The Lakers head coach is Phil Jackson, with a starting lineup of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Trevor Ariza, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum. In comparison to Wang Jia, the Lakers roster is equally luxurious. Fisher's defensive prowess has significantly improved, Ariza's sharpness on the wing is evident, and Kobe, averaging 27 points per game this season, frequently surpasses the 40-point mark. The formidable defense posed by Randolph and Bynum is on par with the interior defense provided by the Gasol brothers, presenting Wang Jia with his greatest challenge this season. Chapter 56. The final shot during the regular season. Wang Jia had faced trials, unable to prevail against Phil Jackson's triangle offense, as his teammates were too inexperienced to compete effectively. In the first quarter, upon witnessing Wang Jia take the court, Phil Jackson's demeanor turned serious. In this inaugural game, Wang Jia activated his unpredictable skills, experiencing an explosive enhancement in physical attributes, with nearly all statistics reaching above 90. As Wang Jia faced Kobe, his attributes surged by 20, propelling his breakthrough capabilities beyond the century mark. With a graceful step reminiscent of a butterfly, he effortlessly maneuvered past Kobe. The imposing pressure was palpable for Kobe, as Wang Jia, confronted with an open basket, executed a step-back fadeaway jumper, leaving Kobe unable to position himself defensively. Swish. Wang Jia effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Phil Jackson was not taken by surprise. After all, Wang Jia often scored 6 three-pointers within 5 minutes, and no one could impede his prowess. In the face of Wang Jia's formidable defense, Kobe attempted a fadeaway jumper, yet Wang Jia obscured nearly all of his sight lines, forcing Kobe to rely solely on instinct to launch the ball towards the hoop. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, prompting Pau Gasol to roar in frustration as he battled Zach Randolph for the rebound. With determination, he secured the ball and swiftly passed it to Wang Jia, who, with remarkable speed, raced past half-court to effortlessly sink another three-pointer. Kobe observed Wang Jia ahead, his expression grave as he recognized the staggering pace at which Wang Jia operated, far beyond his reach. The scoreboard read 6-0. Wang Jia played the entirety of the first quarter, leading the Lakers by a margin of 10 points. Despite Kobe's strength, he managed to score 8 points with 4 successful shots out of 8 attempts against Wang Jia's vigilant defensive gaze. In contrast, Wang Jia concluded the quarter with an impressive 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc, accumulating 18 points, and additionally, he assisted teammates on 4 occasions after being double-teamed. Despite the modest growth in Wang Jia's abilities over the last season and the current one, each attribute stands above the level of a starter. Coupled with a remarkable 20 enhancement, all attributes have surpassed the threshold of 90, with some even transcending human limits. Jack Wang, how can your prowess be so formidable? Kobe exclaimed incredulously, facing a substantial point deficit in the fourth quarter. As the final quarter concluded, Kobe gazed at the score of 148-128, noting a staggering 20-point gap. Wang Jia unleashed an astonishing performance, amassing a record high of 72 points, alongside 5 rebounds and a staggering 20 assists, achieving a terrifying double-double. Meanwhile, Kobe also displayed remarkable skill, scoring 38 points with 5 rebounds and 5 assists, yet ultimately fell short in this fierce contest against Wang Jia, who decisively outperformed him. Phil Jackson, drenched in sweat, constantly adjusted his lineup, yet it seemed as if the Knicks head coach was almost absent, while Wang Jia maintained his presence on the court, making slow adjustments. Throughout the match, Wang Jia did not call a single timeout, leading the Lakers to a crushing defeat from beyond the arc. The Lakers' interior players, whether starters or substitutes, were not inferior to those of the Knicks. However, on the perimeter, Wang Jie and Kobe exchanged points, culminating in Kobe's significant loss. The second match was set to unfold once again at the Knicks' home ground. Wang Jie is now merely a shadow of his former self, seldom even making it onto the starting lineup. Wang Jie deployed his starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, point guard; Al Harrington, shooting guard; Richardson, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward; and Marc Gasol, center. In the absence of Wang Jie, Kobe Bryant found himself with a significant advantage over Harrington. Harrington was overwhelmed on both ends of the court by Kobe. Fortunately, the Gasol brothers effectively secured the rebounds, capturing 60% of them. As the first quarter concluded, the deficit was a mere 3 points. In the second quarter, Wang Jie promptly introduced the bench lineup, marking the season's inaugural activation of the 5 consecutive extraordinary skills. Bench players included Chris Duhon, point guard; Wang Jie, shooting guard; Sunyu, small forward; DeAndre Jordan, center; and Odin, center. Duhon, Sunyu, and Wang Jie unleashed a flurry of 3-point attempts from beyond the arc, while the two centers, DeAndre Jordan and Odin, relentlessly pursued rebounds. Confronted by Wang Jie's defense, Kobe passed the ball to Duhon, who, with a swift motion, launched a 3-pointer over Fisher's defense. With 3 consecutive 3-pointers, the team transformed a 3-point deficit into a 2-point lead. Phil Jackson hastily called a timeout, aiming to disrupt the fiery rhythm of Duhon and Sunyu. After all, Wang Jie had only made 1 3-pointer at the onset of the second quarter before continuously distributing the ball. Upon returning to the court, Wang Jie continued to facilitate, although Duhon and Sunyu missed 2 attempts. Yet, a rebound by Pau Gasol allowed the score to stretch to an 8-point margin by the end of the second quarter, all achieved with Wang Jie leading the bench. In the third quarter, Wang Jie orchestrated from the sidelines, igniting cheers from the Knicks fans. Even when Wang Jie did not take to the court, his role as head coach allowed him to continuously adapt his strategies, drawing inspiration from Phil Jackson's triangle offense techniques, from which he greatly benefited. He even attempted to implement these strategies with his starting players, such as Al Harrington, but regrettably, their coordination faltered, leading to a hasty abandonment of the approach. By the end of the third quarter, Wang Jie's coaching maneuvers had enabled the Lakers to reclaim a 2-point deficit, leaving a 6-point gap between the two teams. This was primarily due to the starting players, including Kobe, taking brief rests, which almost resulted in the Lakers' collapse. In the final quarter, the Lakers starters were fatigued, while Wang Jie re-entered the game with his remarkable bench players, who unleashed a flurry of shots. Within 5 minutes, he had taken the remaining 3-point attempts, focusing intently on using his defensive gaze to contain Kobe. As Sunyu and an enhanced Duhon consistently sank 3-pointers, Kobe, who had hardly any attempts, bore witness to his former subordinate's effortless triumph over him, his face betraying a sense of dissatisfaction. In the last minute, the score gap widened to 10 points. Wang Jie delivered a decisive 3-pointer that effectively sealed the game. Kobe, unwilling to concede, responded with a 3-pointer of his own. Jack Wang: "In this match, I scored more points than you," Kobe declared defiantly. It was noteworthy that in his earlier days with the Lakers, Wang Jie had merely been a third option, lacking in strength. Yet now, Kobe found himself unable to match him. Observing his former junior easily defeat him left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Indeed, Kobe, but I emerged victorious in this match," Wang Jie replied with a smile, glancing at the remaining 20 seconds with a 10-point lead, casually tossing the ball to Kobe. "Do not underestimate me." Kobe, facing Wang Jie's defensive gaze, attempted a shot that ricocheted off the rim, only for Bynum to leap and snatch the rebound from Gasol, scoring a basket. Ultimately, under Wang Jie's leniency, the Lakers succumbed to the Knicks by 6 points, with Wang leading the Knicks to a consecutive victory. In the third match, held at the Lakers' home court, Wang Jie unleashed an unpredictable display of skill, scoring an astonishing 60 points despite the defensive efforts of Kobe and others, leading to a 25-point margin of victory over the Lakers. At this point, it became evident to all that the Lakers stood no chance against Wang Jie. Initially, Lakers fans cheered, but gradually fell silent. Chapter 57. 2009 Championship with the finals at 3-0. No team in history had ever managed to stage a comeback from such a deficit. Logically, the Lakers seemed destined to lose. In the fourth game, Wang Jie, employing cunning strategies, began orchestrating his lineup and practicing Phil Jackson's triangle offense, but struggled to find rhythm. enduring 3 quarters of being suppressed by Jackson, resulting in a 15-point deficit. In the final quarter, Wang Jie stepped onto the court and sank 7 3-pointers, amassing a total of 21 points along with 3 turnovers. Yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. The 3-1 lead exhilarated Kobe, even instilling a fleeting illusion of potential victory. However, in the 5th game, the enigmatic Wang Jie unleashed a breathtaking display of skill, scoring an astonishing 68 points, executing breathtaking dunks and relentless drives, as if his stamina were inexhaustible. At the age of 34, he played the entire game without a moment's respite. In the end, a dramatic buzzer beater from Wang Jie widened the score gap to 30 points. Had Kobe not persisted, Phil Jackson might have opted to withdraw the starters and concede in the 4th quarter. After all, this was the finals, and Kobe believed that such a moment should be fought for, even if it meant facing defeat. Ultimately, Wang Jie achieved a remarkable 4-1 victory over the Lakers. As Kobe gazed at Wang Jie, they embraced. "Jack Wang, back when you won the championship with us, I thought of you as a fortunate lad. First with the Spurs and then with us, but a decade has passed. No, this marks the 11th year. Congratulations." Observing Wang Jie's repeated triumph, Kobe, adorned with an abundance of championship rings, could not help but feel a tinge of envy. It is worth noting that during his 3 consecutive championship seasons with the Lakers, he possessed merely 3 rings. "Thank you. How about joining the Knicks next season? I could help you secure another championship," Wang Jie suggested with a smile. "That seems quite challenging," Kobe replied, hesitating before shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The title of a lone guardian of a city contributed significantly to Kobe's immense reputation. Leaving the Lakers would undoubtedly require considerable courage. After their departure, Stern had already prepared the stage, with the trophy awaiting presentation. With a beaming smile, Stern ascended to the podium to deliver his speech. "Today, we have witnessed a magnificent game. Wang Jie has exhibited unparalleled skill and determination, leading his team to victory. This marks yet another illustrious achievement in his career." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wang Jie and his teammates embraced the trophy, each planting a kiss upon it, their eyes shimmering with tears of exhilaration. "This championship belongs to my teammates, and to every fan who has supported us." Amid the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Wang Jie raised the trophy high, shouting with fervor, "Congratulations to the New York Knicks, the champions of the 2008-2009 season. Congratulations to Jack Wang, the recipient of the FMVN award for the 2008-2009 season. This season, Wang Jie has averaged over 40 points per game in the finals, and the global fanbase would undoubtedly express their outrage if he were not selected for the finals MVP. Following him in 2nd place is Pau Gasol, who averages 26 points, with others like Westbrook, Sun Yu, and even Du Hong and Odin, alongside Little Gasol, all boasting double-digit averages. Such an intimidating team. Last season, Wang Jie facilitated the New York Knicks in re-signing Sun Yu and Little Gasol for 3 years. Being newcomers, even after proving their prowess, they were contracted for a mere $3 million per year, totaling $9 million for 3 years, which amounts to only $18 million combined, a trivial sum for the financially robust Knicks. As the season concluded, Wang Jie took a shower in the locker room and, without having the chance to check the system rewards, hurried to the press conference. Upon winning the championship, he brought all 15 team members to the press conference, each brimming with excitement. Notably, new additions like DeAndre Jordan, Du Hong, Odin, and Westbrook were particularly elated to have won the championship alongside Wang Jie for the first time. As the press conference commenced, Wang Jie was the first to be interviewed. "Congratulations, Jack Wang, on leading your team to the 11th championship this season, equaling Bill Russell's record. What are your thoughts?" inquired a blonde, blue-eyed reporter. "I feel immense joy. At the same time, I realize that I am aging. Perhaps in the future, I will dedicate more time to the decisions of head coach and general manager," Wang Jie replied with a smile. "Does this mean you will be playing less next season?" she probed. "Indeed, I have shattered the records that needed breaking, and I have even achieved an undefeated record in both the regular season and playoffs. If I choose to, I can still accomplish that next season whenever I take the court. Winning a championship as an NBA player poses no challenge to me." Wang Jie nodded affirmatively. "Do you have any thoughts about joining a weaker team to become the star and win a championship?" asked a bespectacled reporter. "There is no need for that. I, Wang Jie, have proven myself. Regardless of the team I join, I can secure a championship. However, why would I tire myself with a struggling team just to achieve that? After all, I am not young anymore. Next year, I will be 35, Already considered a veteran, Wang Jie replied, shaking his head with a smile. As the reporters continued to pose their questions, Wang Jie addressed each one thoughtfully. At that moment, a reporter asked, Wang Jie, having achieved such remarkable success, what plans do you have for the future? Wang Jie pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I aspire to nurture more exceptional young players and assist them in realizing their dreams. Basketball is a team sport. I firmly believe that only when the entire team is robust can we journey further. After speaking, Wang Jie gazed at his teammates beside him, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. He understood that his era would inevitably come to a close, yet the spirit of basketball would be eternally cherished. Upon hearing his words, players such as Sun Yu, Russell Westbrook, and the Gasol brothers were filled with immense excitement, each expressing in interviews their fervent determination to lead the Knicks to a championship in the upcoming season. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Wang Jie received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a congratulatory letter from Commissioner Stern, commending his contributions to the sport of basketball and inquiring if he would be willing to serve as the league's ambassador. Wang Jie gladly accepted the invitation, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to promote basketball to a wider audience. Upon returning home, he accessed the system panel to review the rewards for this championship victory. However, instead of receiving rewards, he encountered a restriction. Congratulations, host, on winning the championship. Congratulations, host, on securing the championship for the 11th time. From now on, except for the finals, the use of system skills in all other matches is prohibited. Upon hearing the news, Wang Jie was utterly taken aback. The initial congratulations brought him immense joy. However, the subsequent announcement that he would be prohibited from utilizing system skills left him in dismay. What was he to do in the upcoming season? Without the aid of system skills, he was merely a versatile starter, capable of filling any position, including center, but never to be considered top tier. He was akin to a jack of all trades. Chapter 58, System Changes and the Quintuple Extraordinary Coaching Skills. This was unacceptable. Those skills were hard-earned through his relentless efforts. Wang Jie immediately voiced his objections as he aspired to clinch the championship title once again in the next season, aiming to solidify his status as the player with the most championship victories in the world. Yet, no matter how fervently Wang Jie protested, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Just when he believed all hope was lost, a compensatory message from the system finally arrived. Congratulations, host. You have received compensation. The skills Withered Tree Rejuvenation and the Jin Billy template, acquired in the previous season, may still be utilized. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief. With this, Odin and Sun Yu would not become a burden for him this season. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to convert a player's skill into a coaching skill. Please make your selection, esteemed host. Wang Jie felt a surge of delight within, for this was precisely what he needed for his future endeavors. He began to ponder which skills would enable his team to advance to the playoffs. Firstly, he recognized that a single individual could not triumph over the opposing team alone, apart from himself. Subsequently, he concluded that he must transform a team-oriented skill. The only team-oriented skills at his disposal were the Quintuple Legendary and the Ironclad Defense. While the Ironclad Defense would allow his team to effortlessly identify 3 defenders with above 90 ratings, its limitations were too restrictive, rendering it less advantageous than the substitute-level Quintuple Legendary. I choose the substitute-level Quintuple Legendary. Upon uttering these words, the system transformed the substitute-level Quintuple Legendary into a coaching skill. When the 5 substitute members took the field, the Quintuple Legendary activated, enhancing the relevant attributes of the 5 substitutes by 20. Phew, next season, I must earnestly embrace my role as a coach. Wang Jie exhaled deeply, contemplating. During the off-season, he finally found some leisure time to rest. Wang Jie, a figure reminiscent of the legendary Manu Jin Billy, stands at a height of 198 centimeters and weighs 99 kilograms. His attributes include strength at 88, speed at 83, agility at 83, vertical leap at 80, stamina at 90, and basketball IQ at 92. His skills reflect a breakthrough ability of 86, ball handling at 85, passing at 89, dunking at 85, layups at 82, mid-range shooting at 86, and three-point shooting at 85. Defensively, he excels with perimeter defense rated at 89, interior defense at 84, shot blocking at 78, steals at 78, and rebounding at 76. Over several seasons, Wang Jie's statistics have evolved, with his basketball IQ experiencing the most significant enhancement this season. With the responsibilities of a head coach, he has diligently absorbed various strategies, resulting in a remarkable increase in his basketball intellect. However, at present, Wang Jie is only at the level of an ordinary assistant coach across the league. His previous season's championship as head coach was largely due to his own initiative. Without his decisive contributions, even the Knicks starting and bench lineups would have struggled to secure a championship. As the 2009-10 season commenced, Wang Jie, now serving as both head coach and general manager, found himself enjoying a relatively leisurely pace, embracing a vacation mode. The only significant contract renewal on the horizon was for Pau Gasol. The Knicks, flush with funds, readily agreed to Gasol's demand for a 6-year contract worth $100 million, as they were unfazed by the accompanying luxury tax penalties. Last year, he had already facilitated the departure of overpaid underperformers like the lone wolf Stephon Marbury and an obscure center, transforming the team from one with the highest luxury tax payments to one that barely ranked in the top 5. Furthermore, with another championship victory this season, the Knicks reaped substantial financial rewards, marking it as a profitable year for the franchise. In a gesture of goodwill, the ecstatic owner of the Knicks gifted Wang Jie a lavish villa and a luxury car. The car, a Bugatti Chiron equipped with an 8.0L turbocharged W16 engine, boasts a maximum power of 1,500 horsepower, generating 1103 kilowatts, and a peak torque of 1,600 newton-meters, coupled with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds, achieving a top speed of 420 km/h. It features an air suspension system and ceramic ventilated disc brakes, despite its status as a top-tier supercar valued at over $6 million. Wang Jie was not particularly fond of its vibrant green color. Instead, he opted for a Land Rover SUV for everyday use, which he found quite satisfactory. Nonetheless, appreciating the owner's generous gesture, he graciously accepted the luxury vehicle, occasionally indulging in the experience of driving a supercar. Wang Jie had always been engrossed in basketball, holding little regard for luxury goods. Thus, he felt no particular attachment as he pressed the accelerator of his Bugatti Chiron. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle surged forward, and he felt as though his spirit remained behind while his corporeal form hurtled several hundred meters ahead. It was exhilarating, Wang Jie exclaimed, embodying the exuberance of youth. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Racing against the wind, he felt an electrifying rush as he sped down the deserted streets, an intoxicating blend of tension and excitement. After some time, with his hair tousled by the breeze, Wang Jie returned to his grand villa, unable to resist the allure of the azure swimming pool. He dove in and swam a couple of laps. It was at that moment he realized that despite his advancing age, his attributes had not diminished. According to the system, as one ages, enhancing attributes becomes increasingly challenging. However, the system had assured him that his attributes would remain intact until his demise, a most unexpected delight. Jack Wang, is this your villa? At that moment, a stunning woman with long legs alighted from the sports car, with flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes. She was none other than the journalist who had interviewed him during the finals, her name seemingly Christina. Indeed, beautiful miss. Would you care to join me for a tour inside? Wang Jie inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Christina replied, nodding with enthusiasm. Wang Jie ordered steak and red wine, and the two enjoyed a delightful evening together. The following day, he glanced at the newspaper, where photographs of him and Christina entering the villa circulated widely, prompting a wry smile from him. It seemed that being a celebrity came with certain costs. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. This was not the first time he had encountered such circumstances. As a sports star, one had to ponder whether a lack of rumors indicated a decline in popularity. Dear, you rise quite early, Christina remarked with a smile. As an athlete, waking up by 7 was standard, and today was already considered late. Wang Jie chuckled and shook his head. Upon learning that, with age, the enhancement of physical attributes slowed, he resolved to devote the off-season to improving his physical condition. Jack Wang, may I conduct an exclusive interview with you? Christina hesitantly inquired. Of course, beautiful lady, Wang Jie replied with a smile, recognizing that their association was mutually beneficial. In the ensuing weeks, Wang Jie and Christina cultivated a harmonious rapport. He participated in her interview, sharing insights about his basketball journey and future aspirations. Simultaneously, he immersed himself in rigorous training, striving to elevate his physical capabilities. Chapter 59, the 2009 draft encounter. Meanwhile, the draft was underway, prompting Wang Jie to convene a meeting. The most prominent prospects of the 2009 draft included Curry, ranked 7th, Harden, position 3rd, DeRozan, 9th, and Drew Holiday, 17th. Devise a strategy to secure a top 7 pick and a top 16 pick. Any higher picks, please inform me, Wang Jie declared, outlining his ambitions. General Manager. Perry responded, somewhat hesitantly. As last season's champions, many teams are unlikely to part with their higher picks without significant incentives. Let us explore what assets we possess and ascertain their value. Wang Jie suggested after a moment of contemplation. To secure the championship next season, continuous reinforcement was the prudent approach. If we are looking at a top 6 pick, we could consider trading for players like Duhan, Dragic, Chandler, or Richardson, Wang Jie reflected. This season, the Knicks' first-round pick had been traded away by Perry earlier, leaving Wang Jie speechless. Fortunately, it was merely the 30th pick, so its absence was not critical. As for the second round, the 60th pick, essentially the last of the second round, had not been traded, but it was nearly rendered useless, merely allowing for the selection of undrafted players, leaving Wang Jie exasperated. That pick held little value. The management of the team engaged in fervent discussions, reluctant to part with the champions who have contributed to their success. Notably, Richardson and Chandler remain as starters for the Knicks. Players such as Duhan, Chandler, Richardson, and Dragic have all proven their worth in the previous season. Had there not been an abundance of all-stars, they would have surely been recognized as such. At Wang Jie's insistence, Perry was compelled to assemble a team to negotiate with these franchises. However, Wang Jie's discerning eye over the past 2 seasons has led to selections that have all thrived. He even acquired 2 second-round draft picks from the Lakers, one of which was used to select Sun Yu, while the other was used for DeAndre Jordan, alongside 2 promising all-stars. Had it not been for the Lakers' general manager having some connections and finesse, he would have faced dismissal. This has instilled a sense of caution and refusal among other teams when it comes to trading with Wang Jie. Jack Wang, it seems those teams lack any genuine intent. I observed. For instance, the Grizzlies have offered either Marc Gasol or Pau Gasol in exchange. The Kings are asking for our Al Harrington. The Thunder have gone so far as to demand that we trade Westbrook, claiming they had intended to do so last season. The Clippers, similarly, are in need of a robust interior presence, seeking either Marc Gasol or Pau Gasol, as well as Odin, in exchange for the first overall pick. The Kings also want Sun Yu and Richardson. Wang Jie hesitated momentarily, but ultimately declined. After all, Sun Yu was his fellow countryman, and it was unreasonable to prevent him from playing. The Minnesota Timberwolves possessed the 5th and 6th picks, aspiring to acquire Richardson, Duhan, Chandler, and Sun Yu. Offering both selections to us, Perry remarked. Wang Jie's lips twitched slightly as he said, "Tell them we only require a draft pick." Perry nodded and continued the negotiations. Ultimately, the Timberwolves indicated that if they were to part with a single draft pick, they would need 3 out of the 4 players from Wang Jie's roster. This predicament caused Wang Jie some distress, for it was essential to remember that Curry had not yet evolved into the formidable player he would become. He was still in the process of development during the preceding season and had even been sidelined for a portion of it due to surgery. Therefore, if Wang Jie were to remove 3 players and integrate the still maturing Curry, he feared that Curry might not see playtime next season. While reaching the playoffs seemed attainable, the finals remained uncertain. If that's the case, then forget it. There is no sincerity in this offer. Wang Jie resolutely declined the Timberwolves' proposal. Consequently, he chose not to participate in this season's draft, and the 60th pick was sold directly, yielding a sum of $500,000 in cash. As every team was eager to seize the earlier picks while the selections in the later rounds were also being contested vigorously, Wang Jie contemplated that since it had come to this, he might as well refrain from making a change. The Timberwolves experienced a twinge of regret for having reneged on their decision to trade the 6th pick for Richardson and Chandler or Sun Yu. Prior to the commencement of the draft, Wang Jie's lips twitched slightly. After all, Dragic was set to become an all-star eventually. It was bewildering that after a year of making so many three-point shots, no one seemed interested in acquiring him. Ultimately, Wang Jie became irate, declaring that he was unwilling to be taken advantage of. The Timberwolves displayed a lack of sincerity, leading him to decide against any trade altogether. Had the Timberwolves expressed such sentiments at the outset, he might have contemplated the offer, but to utter them just before the draft was utterly unsatisfactory to Wang Jie, prompting him to dismiss the idea of a trade entirely. After all, aside from Richardson, both Chandler and Sun Yu, along with Dragic, were remarkably affordable, clearly representing high-value assets on the team. Wang Jie, after all, is not a professional manager and tends to be somewhat swayed by emotions in his decision-making. Nevertheless, he possesses the confidence to lead the Knicks veteran team in their quest to secure another championship title and establish a dynasty this year. It seems there is an undrafted player who shows promise. Wang Jie instructed Perry to investigate a certain Wesley Matthews and to inquire whether he would be willing to sign a 3-year contract at the league minimum of $3 million. Very well, Perry nodded in agreement. Wesley Matthews had initially planned to accept an invitation to join the Jazz for the Summer League, where a commendable performance could lead to a contract with them. However, before he could embark on that journey, he received an offer from the reigning champions, the Knicks. Without a moment's hesitation, he signed the contract, aware that any delay would be a missed opportunity. This was the team of Wang Jie, and every player entering the NBA yearns to join his ranks, for it is the most likely path to obtaining a championship ring. As the new season approached, Wang Jie became increasingly focused on the team's preparations. Collaborating with the coaching staff, he devised strategies, studied opponents, and guided returning players through targeted training. With the onset of the new season, Wang Jie ensured that every player participated in the preseason games. However, he soon discovered an alarming situation. Richardson, who was capable of playing as a power forward, small forward, and shooting guard with an impressive three-point rating of 88, had gained over 10 kilograms during the off-season. It was evident that he had indulged during his break, leading to a significant weight gain that left him gasping for breath after just 2 quarters of play. Much to Wang Jie's dismay. Strangely enough, despite his rapid fatigue on the court, Richardson's performance remained largely unchanged. His accuracy from beyond the arc was still remarkable, even surpassing that of the previous season. Upon inquiry from Wang Jie, it was revealed that although Richardson indulged himself during the off-season, he diligently practiced shooting 3-pointers 100 times each day. While this may seem modest, it nonetheless contributed to his improvement by the season's end. Fortunately, with a plethora of talent under Wang Jie's guidance, Richardson's temporary lack of stamina posed no significant issue. Nevertheless, he instructed the assistant coach to devise a strategy to manage Richardson's weight. Richardson, if this continues, our team may no longer be able to accommodate you. We have an abundance of centers, and if you gain any more weight, you will inevitably be relegated to that position, which may lead to your trade. Wang Jie remarked with a furrowed brow. Chapter 60. Yao's injury. As Richardson contemplated the formidable competition posed by the extraordinary centers, Pau Gasol, Greg Oden, and DeAndre Jordan, he felt an overwhelming sense of doubt. A shiver coursed through him, prompting an immediate vow to train diligently and shed the excess weight. No problem, boss. I will certainly strive to lose weight. I am a starter, Richardson exclaimed eagerly. That is reassuring, Wang Jie responded. Wang Jie nodded and temporarily let him off the hook. Starting lineup: Russell Westbrook, point guard; Al Harrington, shooting guard; Richardson, small forward; Pau Gasol, power forward; Marc Gasol, center. Bench: Chris Duhon, point guard; Goran Dragic. Wesley Matthews, shooting guard; Wilson Chandler, small forward; Sun Yu, power forward; DeAndre Jordan Oden, center. In the new season, Wang Jie's roster remains unchanged, consisting of these 10 individuals, each a formidable contender for the All-Star title. However, the players under Wang Jie's guidance have evolved. After a season of honing their skills, Westbrook has significantly improved. Marc Gasol has matured and strengthened. Dragic's three-point shooting has become more potent, and his ball handling has also enhanced. Wilson Chandler has shown considerable growth, poised to reach his peak in the upcoming season, while DeAndre Jordan has notably improved his free throw percentage and reduced his turnovers. The only player to experience a slight decline is Richardson, who has seen a decrease in stamina and speed, though his three-point shooting has improved through off-season training. One cannot overlook Richardson's jovial spirit. As the starting small forward, he serves as a source of joy for the team, greatly enhancing the locker room atmosphere. Ultimately, Wang Jie discovered that despite merely adding undrafted Wesley Matthews to the roster, the team's strength has only increased. Matthews, a shooting guard, serves as a backup for Al Harrington and Dragic, but his impact is minimal, as both Harrington and Dragic currently boast superior three-point shooting. Although Matthews is competent in shooting from beyond the arc, he remains a substitute even in other teams, and under Wang Jie, he has become the least prominent among the reserves. Before the preseason commenced, Wang Jie received disheartening news. Yao Ming had suffered a left foot fracture and would undergo surgery, sidelining him for the entire season. As the preseason concluded, Wang Jie led his luxurious roster into the regular season. In the opening match, the Knicks faced the Lakers. instantly igniting discussions. However, the outcome was unforeseen. On the Knicks' home court, Wang Jie did not step onto the court for a single minute, relying solely on the starting and bench lineups, yet astonishingly pushed the game against the Lakers to the final second, with Kobe losing by a mere 3 points. In this match, Kobe scored 36 points and provided 6 assists, while Westbrook, despite Fisher's defense, managed to secure 24 points. Harrington's efficiency diminished under Kobe's guard, resulting in only 16 points. Fortunately, the Gasol brothers and Oden dominated the paint, securing numerous rebounds and ultimately achieving victory. This elicited jubilant cheers from Knicks fans, though Wang Jie's role throughout the game was purely that of a coach, leaving fans somewhat disappointed. Shortly after the season commenced, the Lakers traded Ariza for the in-prime Ron Artest, enhancing both their defensive and offensive capabilities. In an instant, the Lakers appeared even more formidable. However, Artest required time to acclimatize to the Lakers' triangle offensive strategy, leading to several losses due to tactical mismatches during this adjustment period. Last season, Wang Jie's team diligently practiced various strategies for an extended period, and this season is no different. Wang Jie continues to adopt a training-style approach, separating starters from substitutes during games. Players who perform will have their playing time extended, while those who underperform see their minutes reduced, leading to a rather enjoyable atmosphere. As a formidable team, despite Wang Jie's tactics often being overshadowed by seasoned strategists, he possesses a roster of star players who can rely on their individual prowess to overcome challenges. Thus, after 30 matches, the team recorded 22 victories and 8 defeats, a slightly diminished performance compared to the previous season under Wang Jie's leadership. Throughout these 30 games, Wang Jie remained on the bench, directing the team without stepping onto the court for even a minute. This situation has sparked a flurry of speculative reports. Some suggest that Wang Jie has aged, his abilities waning, rendering him unable to adapt to the NBA. Others speculate that he has suffered a significant injury and may soon retire. On a more positive note, it is acknowledged that Wang Jie has fulfilled his promise. Finding basketball tedious, he aspires to be a head coach. It is worth noting that even in his roles as general manager and head coach, his victory count remains impressive. Larry Brown commented that Wang Jie's tactical decisions are chaotic, attributing his victories primarily to luck. In response, Wang Jie asserted that luck is indeed a form of skill. Wang Jie glanced at the myriad of news topics on his computer and smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. After a moment's reflection, he decided to call Thompson. Thompson, we have invested in Apple and are entitled to a 10% share. Let's finalize the contract immediately. Yes, boss, Thompson replied promptly, rushing off to negotiate with Apple. As time gradually passed, Wang Jie received news over the phone that Yu Ming had sustained serious injuries. Although the surgery had been successful, recovery posed the risk of recurrence. He was advised against engaging in strenuous activities, for such exertion could exacerbate his condition, necessitating further surgical intervention. Hearing Yao's voice tinged with regret, Wang Jie sighed inwardly and said, Yao, I led De Ji to a championship, and I guided Sun Yu to victory. Do you trust me? How about joining the Knicks? I will help you claim the championship. In truth, this season, the general manager of the Rockets had already opted to part ways with Yao Ming, fully aware of his injuries, and had even suggested that Yao consider retirement and return home. Jack Wang. Yao's eyes sparkled with a yearning for the championship. Yet he could not bear the thought of being a liability to his team. Nonetheless, the championship had always been his ultimate aspiration. I'm sorry. I need to think it over, Yu sighed. Having just undergone surgery, this season is a write-off. Let's reconsider when I can walk normally next season. Wang Jie discerned that Yao Ming would not be able to join this season, and with Yao diligently focusing on his recovery, Wang Jie could only sigh and acquiesce, urging him to ensure he would spend at least a year with the Knicks next season. Although Yao Ming was absent, the ever-ambitious Tracy McGrady, driven by an intense desire for a championship, took the initiative to reach out to the Knicks, expressing his eagerness to join the team. This season, Wang Jie finds his team overcrowded, while McGrady grapples with numerous injuries. Although there remains a flicker of energy in the tank, it suffices only for a typical backup role. He is already burdened with the specter of injury like Oden. It would be unwise to replace Oden with McGrady. At the very least, Wang Jie has discovered that Oden's formidable dominance in the paint surpasses even that of Pau Gasol, excelling on both offensive and defensive fronts, comparable to Shaquille O'Neal, albeit with a physique prone to injuries that necessitates careful attention in daily life. Consequently, Wang Jie politely declined McGrady's request and continued to lead his team in the NBA. Chapter 61. Playoffs against the Magic subsequently. Wang Jie guided his team through to the midseason. Although he was voted as an all-star starter this season, Wang Jie graciously declined the invitation, wishing to provide younger players with an opportunity. This decision garnered him considerable praise, yet he felt a sense of frustration, as he was unable to participate in the regular season, nor in the All-Star game. Most crucially, after 42 games, the team he led suffered 12 losses, placing them second in the standings, with their win count eclipsed by LeBron James of the Cavaliers, who had only lost 8 games. Ultimately, he missed out on the opportunity to coach in the Eastern Conference All-Star game. Instead, both Pau and Marc Gasol were selected as All-Stars, and even Odin and Al Harrington earned spots as All-Star reserves, with Sun Yu also being named an All-Star reserve. Westbrook was also selected as an All-Star substitute and participated in the Rookie Showcase. It can be said that with 6 players from the same team making it to the All-Star game, one can only imagine the explosive surge in their market value once their contracts expire. Of course, they still have a few years left on their contracts, some even longer than Wang Jie's, which alleviates any immediate concerns. Perhaps the financially robust Knicks are indifferent to such monetary matters, readily acquiring all without hesitation. During the regular season, Wang Jie led the team against several formidable opponents, such as the Cavaliers, Suns, Lakers, and Magic, facing defeats along the way. Additionally, there were instances when the entire team struggled, resulting in losses to non-playoff teams like the Thunder and Grizzlies, a predicament that is simply unavoidable. Through the course of the games, Richardson slimmed down slightly, yet he did not lose substantial weight. However, after rigorous training, his stamina improved significantly, eliminating the earlier issue of fatigue after just 2 quarters. Upon noticing Richardson's shortcomings, Vice President Perry promptly began to inquire about trade options, seeking a more suitable replacement. Yet at this moment, despite the Knicks brandishing cash, no one showed interest. Only a few teams were willing to exchange him for lesser substitutes. Frustrated, Perry ultimately had to concede, and Wang Jie reassured him that the current lineup was sufficient for a championship run. As the regular season drew to a close, Wang Jie's Knicks secured the 3rd position in the Eastern Conference, marking the least impressive performance under his leadership during the regular season. Notably, Wang Jie himself did not participate extensively, fearing that excessive wins could lead to fatigue and injuries in the playoffs. Drawing from his extensive playoff experience, Wang Jie strategically rested every starter and substitute during the final 20 games, even allowing bench players to take the court, such as Wesley Matthews, who finally made several starts, resulting in a balanced record of 10 wins and 10 losses, which ultimately secured the Knicks' 3rd-place finish. At this juncture, Wang Jie's regular season performance placed him 4th in both the Eastern and Western conferences, trailing behind the Cavaliers and Magic in the East, as well as the Lakers in the West, illustrating a year characterized by Eastern dominance and Western weakness. Wang Jie's first match was against his former team, the Heat. Wang Jie harbors no grievances against the Miami Heat. He is not one to suffer losses. He is well aware that the general manager of the Heat lacks compassion, and he has ensured that all potential sources of trouble have been effectively mitigated upon signing with the team. Thus, his tenure with the Heat has been relatively pleasant. The head coach of the Heat is Eric Spoelstra, and the starting lineup consists of Jermaine O'Neal, Michael Beasley, James Jones, Dwayne Wade, and Mario Chalmers. In contrast, the opposing starting lineup features Russell Westbrook at point guard, Al Harrington at shooting guard, Richardson as small forward, Pau Gasol as power forward, and Marc Gasol as center. In the first quarter, Wang Jie faced off against the starting lineup, but to his surprise, the Heat lacked a proper center, relying solely on a power forward to fill that role. The Heat's solitary superstar, Wade, found himself in a slight disadvantage compared to Westbrook this season, with Harrington and Richardson equally formidable. Crucially, the Gasol brothers dominated the boards, collectively securing over 20 rebounds throughout the game, effectively monopolizing both offensive and defensive rebounds. The mere presence of either Pau or Marc Gasol was enough to overshadow the Heat's power forward and center, creating a rather unflattering spectacle. Ultimately, the outcome was a sweeping 4-0 victory, leading to the Heat's outright elimination. Even Wang Jie was astonished that a center, seemingly obsolete in this era of three-point shooting, had emerged as the champion of the contest. Wade approached Wang Jie with a rueful smile, embracing him and stating, "Brother, I hope one day we can play together again. There will be opportunities, Wade. After all, we have clinched 2 championships together. Perhaps I could find a way to trade you to my team next year?" Wang Jie replied with a grin. "Never mind. It would be ideal if you could become the head coach of the Heat, Wade responded with a shake of his head. The Knicks are quite promising, and if they are willing to grant me authority over both the general manager and head coach roles, I would be more than happy to stay, Wang Jie remarked with a smile, fully aware of the considerable power held by Riley within the Heat organization, which would likely diminish his own influence. Understood. Wade departed with a hint of regret, nodding slightly as he left. The Cavaliers triumphed effortlessly over the Bobcats with a 4-0 victory, advancing to the second round, while the Magic similarly dispatched the Bucks with the same scoreline to progress. The Celtics and the Hawks concluded their series with a 4-1 triumph over the latter. Subsequently, the Cavaliers faced the Celtics, and the Knicks clashed with the Magic. In the West, the matchups featured the Lakers against the Jazz and the Spurs against the Suns. Both the Eastern and Western conferences had reached the semifinals. This season, the Magic underwent a significant transformation, elevating the team to new heights, even acquiring the All-Star Vince Carter. However, despite these changes, when the Knicks and the Magic commenced their first game, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament reminiscent of the previous season. Head coach, Stan Van Gundy. Starting lineup, Dwight Howard, Brandon Bass, Rashard Lewis, Vince Carter, Jameer Nelson. In a one-on-one scenario, Howard could outmaneuver either Pau Gasol or Marc Gasol. Yet when both were on the court together, the formidable Howard was constrained, struggling to secure rebounds. Consequently, despite Howard, Carter, and Nelson each scoring in double figures, the team ultimately succumbed to a 15-point deficit, having lost nearly 70% of the rebounds. In the second quarter, Wang Jie remained on the bench, without activating the legendary 5 consecutive wins, or perhaps he simply never engaged it. For once activated, the players would experience a significant enhancement in their abilities, akin to transitioning from mere starters to all-stars. Conversely, without this activation, their inherent weaknesses became evident, allowing them to continuously compensate or conceal them during the regular season. Little Van Gundy observed Wang Jie leisurely seated on the sidelines, substituting in Odin and DeAndre Jordan, while Howard persisted on the court, yet continued to be restrained. After a single match, Van Gundy's confidence waned. This was primarily due to Carter no longer being the superstar he once was, averaging over 20 points per game. Currently, he managed only 17 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists. Most critically, with Howard being contained, there was no one on the team capable of stepping up to score more. In Chapter 62, the path to the Eastern Conference Finals saw the Magic conclude a game with 3 players scoring in double digits, whereas Wang Jie's team boasted 10 players, 6 of whom scored in double figures, effectively doubling the output. Wang Jie was left perplexed as to how they could lose. Over 3 consecutive matches, the Magic suffered significant defeats at the hands of the Knicks, with the two teams appearing to operate on entirely different levels. In the fourth match, Wang Jie instructed his team to implement more variations, even positioning both Gasol brothers on the perimeter for shooting, or having one of them guard a basket while the other remained stationary. Ultimately, Wang Jie paid dearly for his erratic strategies, resulting in a substantial loss in the game. Wang Jie finally comprehended the immense significance of tactics. In this match, he laid bare the shortcomings of every player while concealing their strengths, resulting in an inevitable and resounding defeat. In the fifth match, Wang Jie restored the team to its normalcy, effortlessly sweeping the Magic to secure advancement. With Wang Jie triumphing 4-1 over the Magic, the aging trio of the Celtics overcame LeBron James and his Cavaliers with a score of 4-2. In truth, LeBron's decision to unite with the Miami Heat to form a super team was influenced by the Celtics' veteran trio, having been vanquished by them for 3 consecutive years. Surely, such experiences would provoke contemplation. Yet, the blame for the burgeoning trend of forming alliances ultimately fell upon LeBron, a frustration he found impossible to articulate. In the West, the Lakers dispatched the Jazz with a decisive 4-0 victory, while the Suns similarly triumphed over the Spurs by the same margin. Despite the Spurs investing heavily in acquiring Jefferson and McDyess this season, they were effortlessly subdued by the Suns' Nash and Stoudemire's explosive tactics. Ultimately, the Eastern Conference Finals pitted the Knicks against the aging trio, while the Western Conference Finals featured the Lakers facing the Suns. Should Wang Jie be given the choice, he would prefer to confront the Suns, or even the Lakers, for aside from their stamina and bench depth, the aging trio boasts 3 versatile stars, devoid of glaring weaknesses, whose formidable synergy can leave any opposing team in ruins. Last year, Wang Jie struggled to lead his team, relying heavily on his own efforts to secure victories. In the opening game, the Knicks secured home court advantage based on their ratings. Amidst the continuous cheers from the fans, Wang Jie felt the weight of the moment against the aging trio of superstars. This season marked the last opportunity for the veteran trio to vie for a championship, as Pierce's contract would expire next season, leaving his future uncertain. As the head coach of the Knicks, Wang Jie initiated the game with a starting lineup that included Westbrook, point guard, Al Harrington, shooting guard, Richardson, small forward, Pau Gasol, power forward, and Marc Gasol, center. The Celtics, under the guidance of coach Doc Rivers, presented a formidable starting lineup featuring Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rondo. Although Rivers proved to be a commendable coach, Wang Jie recognized that his team's formation fell short in comparison. However, this season saw Westbrook's remarkable growth as he began to outshine Al Harrington and Richardson, boasting an impressive average of 40% in three-point shooting alongside 1.5 rebounds per game, even when the Gasol brothers were on the court. On paper, Wang Jie's starting five matched the Celtics lineup in strength, with each player being an all-star in their own right. Yet, the synergy of the Celtics trio was exceptionally potent, often resulting in ingeniously executed plays that led to scoring opportunities. After the first match, the teams were evenly matched. Yet, by the end of the second quarter, Rivers identified weaknesses and intensified the defensive pressure on Westbrook. Like a dynamite-laden force, Westbrook charged into the paint but was thwarted by Garnett's staunch defense, missing a jumper and allowing the Gasol brothers to reclaim the ball and score again. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Celtics managed to pull ahead by 4 points. Despite this, Rivers felt the sweat on his brow. A mere 4-point lead was precarious, especially with Wang Jie yet to enter the game. The previous season, Wang Jie had been unstoppable, his audacious shots creating immense pressure for Rivers. Regardless of how the Celtics coordinated their strategies and formations to outmaneuver their opponents, everything shifted once Wang Jie took to the court. However, Rivers found some solace in the fact that Wang Jie had not yet played, though he faced the unfortunate reality that both teams had now substituted in their bench players. This season, the Celtics had bolstered their bench with the addition of Rasheed Wallace and others to enhance their defense and scoring capabilities. Their bench had indeed become significantly stronger, able to hold their own against many teams and maintain the score. Yet, when Wang Jie finally entered the game alongside his substitutes, Chris Duhon, point guard, Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and Odin, center, everything changed. After Wang Jie empowered the bench with an extraordinary quintet of skills, the substitutes transformed into an all-star ensemble. Duhon, Dragic, Chandler, and Sun Yu unleashed a barrage of three-point shots, while Odin dominated the boards, collectively forming the Knicks' version of a star-studded lineup. In a mere 5 minutes, each of the four substitutes successfully sank at least one three-pointer, and Odin contributed 6 points with putbacks, earning an additional 2 free throws to finish with 8 points. It must be noted that Odin's free throw prowess is commendable. The strategy of fouling him proved ineffective. Within just 5 minutes, the bench produced an impressive 16-6 run, turning a 4-point deficit into a 6-point lead in a heartbeat. Instantly, the entire Knicks fan base erupted in exuberant cheers. Knicks for the championship. Knicks Dynasty. Go King Jack. Although Wang Jie did not take to the court, his immense influence as head coach still elicited enthusiastic cheers for his name from numerous fans. The starting lineup was soon sent in by Rivers, whose expression betrayed his displeasure. After numerous experiments, he realized that starting players who had not sufficiently rested posed a risk of injury, and their diminished stamina adversely affected their performance. Rivers believed that it was better to rest adequately and then chase points later. 6 points are hardly insurmountable. We can recover, he asserted. However, once the Celtics' three giants took the court, their formidable synergy could only manage to hold off the Knicks substitutes for a mere 5 minutes before succumbing to defeat. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, the Knicks surged ahead by 10 points, capitalizing on the rebounds secured by the Gasol brothers against Garnett. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie reintroduced his starters, and to his surprise, the 10-point margin maintained by the starting five persisted until the end of the game. Despite the relentless efforts of the aging trio, they could only preserve that lead. In truth, the starters were spurred on by the substitutes, igniting their performance. After all, they were the starters. When they were on the court, points slipped away, but when the substitutes entered, they scored effortlessly. Did they not care for their pride? It was well known that during training, the starters often triumphed over the substitutes. Rivers, casting a helpless glance at Wang Jie, had already exhausted all tactical options at his disposal. continually exploiting Wang Jie's weaknesses. Yet, when the substitutes entered, they appeared to possess no flaws, bursting forth in a display of individual brilliance, showcasing sheer dominance, leaving Rivers utterly powerless. Chapter 63, Winning Through Stamina. The second match unfolded similarly, held in the Knicks' home arena. The aging trio remained unaffected, while the other Celtics players were somewhat impacted. From the outset, the score remained tightly contested, with both offense and defense operating at peak intensity. The first quarter ended in a stalemate, and during the second quarter, the trio concentrated their efforts on containing the Gasol brothers and Westbrook. Upon realizing he was being limited, Westbrook charged into the paint, passing to an unmarked Richardson. Ultimately, Richardson scored 15 points by sinking 5 of 10 three-point attempts in the second quarter, leaving the Celtics trailing by 4 points at its conclusion. Rivers cast a disapproving look at Wang Jie as his starting five departed the court. This season, his players were evidently more mature and formidable, exhibiting fewer mistakes compared to the previous season. Despite possessing the three giants, Rivers found himself struggling against the Knicks' starting five. Moreover, Wang Jie had yet to step onto the court this season. Should he remain absent from the finals, it would mean that as a head coach, he would claim a championship without having played a single minute, merely by association with the team. Transformed into a pure coach, Wang Jie witnessed the Knicks' triumph over the aging trio with a commendable score of 2-0, igniting immense excitement among the team. However, as they approached the third game at the Celtics' home ground, a sense of pride overwhelmed the Knicks. The starting five faced a sudden resurgence from the veteran trio, falling behind by 8 points in the first quarter. In the second quarter, noticing the wavering focus of his starting players, Wang Jie opted to substitute in the bench players. Unfortunately, the Celtics' formidable trio capitalized on this shift, extending the lead to 12 points. At this juncture, the starting five awoke from their stupor, determined to regain their footing. They managed to recover 2 points in the third quarter, and in the final quarter, as the bench players took the court, Wang Jie hesitated to activate the 5 consecutive extraordinary skills, wishing to test if they could outsmart the Celtics through sheer ability. As the fourth quarter progressed, the Celtics exhibited significant fatigue. Their aging trio had barely rested for 3 minutes in the third quarter before returning to the court, visibly slower in their movements. Conversely, Wang Jie's substitutes were spirited and vigorous, showcasing their stamina. In just 10 minutes, with Odin dominating the boards alongside Sunyu, Chandler, Duhong, and Dragic, they unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts. Despite a noticeable decline in their shooting capabilities, they maintained a commendable success rate, hitting over 40 with nearly 4 successful shots out of 10 attempts. The Celtics, with only 3 players in their trio, found that anyone who received the ball would pass it to their inside defenders, leaving Odin to snatch 5 rebounds and contribute 10 points by the end of the quarter. Ultimately, the Knicks managed to equalize in the final 38 seconds. Regrettably, Dragic's three-point attempt fell short, and Odin was unable to secure the rebound, allowing the Celtics to take a 2-point lead. In a dramatic conclusion, Pierce assisted Allen, who delivered a game-winning three-pointer, clinching the victory in Game 3. As they prepared for Game 4, Wang Jie addressed his team, urging them not to lose heart, for victory and defeat are but 2 sides of the same coin. In the playoffs, even the slightest vulnerability can be exploited by opponents. They must remain vigilant and leave no opportunities for the adversary. With fervent agreement, the team acknowledged his words. In the fourth match, the starting five emerged with renewed seriousness, unyielding in the face of the aging trio, fighting fiercely in every confrontation. Their youth and vigor rendered them undaunted in the battle of stamina. Indeed, in the first quarter, the Knicks starting five trailed by 5 points, yet the Celtic starters were left breathless. In this match, Wang Jie initiated a vigorous pace in the first quarter, urging the starters to engage in relentless physical confrontations, even at the expense of individual statistics. As a result, after merely 10 minutes into the second quarter, the Celtics' formidable trio was compelled to take a respite. Upon the entry of the substitutes, it took only 2 minutes for the starting five to successfully equalize the score, bringing both teams back to a level playing field as the third quarter commenced. During the third quarter, Wang Jie allowed the starters to rest after 2 intense periods. Despite their youthful vigor, fatigue began to set in. The substitutes entered the fray with equal intensity, increasing their movement on the court. The Celtics trio regained considerable stamina, refraining from unleashing their extraordinary 5 consecutive skills. Meanwhile, Dragic and his 4 teammates struggled with their three-point shooting efficiency, resorting instead to mid-range jumpers and driving to the basket, effectively heightening the physical contest and enabling the trio to take a 6-point lead. In the fourth quarter, Wang Jie reintroduced the starters, who had rested for a period. While the aging trio of the Celtics found their energy nearly depleted after being effectively contested by the 5 substitutes in the previous quarter. In a strategic display, Wang Jie's starting 5 awaited their adversaries with poise. The aging trio of veterans, while formidable, found it increasingly arduous to balance their offensive and defensive responsibilities, often prioritizing one at the expense of the other. As their focus shifted to scoring, the efficiency of their defense waned. Wang Jie adeptly exploited this vulnerability, utilizing a rotation of starters and substitutes to systematically deplete the stamina of the aging trio, culminating in a noticeable decline in shooting accuracy and defensive effectiveness during the fourth quarter. Furthermore, the exuberant Russell Westbrook, akin to a dynamite-laden force, surged into the paint, mirroring the impact of LeBron James with an impressive performance, hitting 7 out of 10 shots, amassing 14 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds in a single quarter. As the final quarter drew to a close, Wang Jie led the Knicks to a 4-point lead over the Celtics, securing a hard-fought victory. Notably, Westbrook emerged as the highest scorer of the match, achieving a remarkable double-double with 30 points, 14 assists, and 5 rebounds. As Wang Jie beheld the triumphant victory, his face radiated with excitement. Although he employed the simplest of tactics, taking advantage of the aging trio of veterans whose diminished stamina led to a decline in their prowess, this match revealed a profound truth. Even a star player, regardless of their physical condition, can falter under excessive strain, rendering them less effective than some ordinary starters, and at times, even inferior to players of the bench rotation. Rivers, wearing an expression of helplessness, recognized that Wang Jie's strategy was utterly unscrupulous. 10 players took turns to overwhelm the trio of elderly giants. Alas, Rivers had no viable solutions at his disposal. The only substitute of note, Rasheed Wallace, could not muster a double-digit score, and while his defense was commendable, he alone could not withstand the onslaught of 5 opponents. In the fourth game, Wang Jie persisted with this method, subjecting the aging trio to relentless training until the fourth quarter. Remarkably, he refrained from utilizing his quintuple extraordinary skills, concluding the third quarter in a deadlock with the Celtics. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Celtics veteran triumvirate found their stamina severely depleted, necessitating the introduction of substitutes. Faced with Wang Jie's replacements, Rivers was compelled to reintroduce the fatigued veterans after a mere 3 minutes, his countenance betraying his distress. The aging trio, still recovering from the previous match, crumbled once more under the assault of Wang Jie's substitutes, trailing by 8 points after an overwhelming performance. Upon reintegrating the starters, Ray Allen executed a last-second three-pointer, yet the deficit remained at 5 points. Oden turned back to net a 2-pointer, while Pierce sank a 3-pointer, narrowing the gap to a single point, concluding the match with a 4-point difference. Ultimately, the Knicks secured a 3-1 lead, placing them on the cusp of victory in the Eastern Conference Finals. In the aftermath, the Celtics starting 5 collapsed on the court, gasping for breath. Throughout the match, Rivers had relentlessly deployed his main players, allowing only minimal respite during timeouts. The exhaustion accumulated in the final quarter proved too great, leading to a significant drop in performance and the loss of the game, leaving the starters unable to rise. Chapter 64, the battles of G5 and G6 against the aging triumvirate in the fifth game, the Knicks returned to their home court. While the Celtics' aging triumvirate was driven to a frenzy, they understood that a lackluster performance in this match would spell the end of their season. It was a classic case of the underdog fighting valiantly. The Celtics fought with fervor, leading the Knicks by 8 points by the second quarter. The trio decisively overwhelmed the Knicks' 3 starters, as Harrington, Westbrook, and Richardson struggled with their shooting, leaving only the Gasol brothers to dominate the boards and stanch the bleeding with second-chance opportunities. In the third quarter, Wang Jie calmly rotated in his substitutes, erasing the point deficit by the end of the quarter, yet the Celtics were visibly exhausted and gasping for air. In the fourth quarter, confronted with a weakened version of the aging triumvirate, the pace of play slowed considerably, yet an indomitable spirit sustained them. With only 20 seconds remaining, Ray Allen delivered a clutch shot, putting them ahead by 3 points. In the final 8 seconds, Dragic's 3-point attempt failed, sealing the loss. After the match concluded, Pierce, Allen, and Garnett lay sprawled on the court, panting heavily. In a dramatic turn, Garnett, who had expended the most energy against the Gasol brothers, succumbed to darkness and fainted. Wang Jie could hardly have anticipated that, relying solely on his own prowess, he would lead his team to a remarkable 3-2 standing against the Celtics, advancing to Game 6. At the onset of G6, the score remained closely contested during the first quarter. However, as the second quarter unfolded, the fatigue of the trio became glaringly evident. The indomitable Gasol brothers seized nearly 80% of the rebounds, their vigor contrasting sharply with the languid performance of the Celtics. It seemed that the previous match had taken a considerable toll on their stamina, leaving them unable to recover. Throughout the game, the Celtics appeared to be in a daze, ultimately succumbing to a defeat by over 20 points. Upon observing, Wang Jie noted that the aging triumvirate had nearly relinquished their attempts to penetrate the paint for rebounds, opting instead to conserve their energy for outside shooting. Consequently, the combined average of rebounds from the Gasol brothers exceeded 20, while Odin secured 10 rebounds and contributed 10 points. In a single match, 3 interior players achieved double-digit rebounds, a formidable display of prowess that left the Celtics with no means of resistance. Victory was theirs. Knicks fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Congratulations to the Knicks for securing the Eastern Conference Championship. Wang Jie led the team into the locker room, where the players erupted in jubilant cheers. He gazed at them with a smile, pride shimmering in his eyes. "My friends, we have achieved this," he proclaimed. "Yet, this is merely the beginning. The grand finals await us." His teammates responded in unison, brimming with fervor and determination. Wang Jie, accompanied by the remarkable duo of the Gasol brothers and the formidable Odin, took center stage at the press conference. Journalists eagerly posed their inquiries, one of whom asked, "Coach Wang Jie, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match?" Wang Jie responded with poise, "This victory belongs to the entire team, as each member played a crucial role. Our rotational tactics were executed splendidly, particularly showcasing our dominance in the paint." Another journalist inquired, "What strategies do you have in mind for the upcoming finals?" With a slight smile, Wang Jie stated, "We shall continue to harness the strength of our team while making necessary adjustments against our opponents. The championship trophy is within our reach, and we shall exert our utmost effort." At that moment, a journalist shifted the conversation towards the performances of Pau Gasol and Greg Oden in the paint, asking for their thoughts. Pau Gasol replied with a smile, "I am grateful for the trust my teammates have placed in me. We are merely fulfilling our responsibilities." Oden humorously added, "I'm just a rebounding machine, huh?" The atmosphere of the press conference was vibrant, as Wang Jie and his team confidently prepared to embrace the challenges of the finals. The Western Conference Lakers faced off against the Suns, led by Nash, utilizing their inside and outside advantages to secure a 4-2 victory and clinch the Western Conference Championship. At this juncture, a collision of comet-like proportions was imminent. The triangle offense, which Wang Jie had experienced last season, posed a formidable challenge. Traditionally, without Wang Jie on the court, the team struggled to execute effective strategies. Last season, Wang Jie had unleashed various skills to overcome the formidable tactical pressure of Phil Jackson, relying on sheer strength to triumph over the Lakers. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson fielded a starting lineup of Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum. This year, the Lakers bolstered their roster with Artest, enhancing their prowess, and Wang Jie surmised that his team would likely engage in a grueling 7-game series against them. However, in this match, Wang Jie delegated the head coaching responsibilities to an assistant coach and donned the number 66 jersey to take the court himself. Lo and behold, the Knicks head coach, the basketball deity Wang Jie, who had not played a single game throughout the season, was poised to make his entrance. It was indeed a spectacle worthy of the finals, an exhilarating moment to witness. Yet, after a season away from the game, one might ponder if he could still wield such dominance. While a decline in performance could be anticipated, as long as Wang Jie engaged in adequate training prior to the game, he might very well reclaim his peak form. A cacophony of boos filled the arena. But Wang Jie paid no heed. He was presently at the Lakers' home court, devoid of any home court advantage. Wang Jie's appearance in the finals came as a complete surprise to everyone. In the first quarter, Wang Jie unleashed his unparalleled skills with astonishing prowess. Wang Jie took a shot from beyond the three-point line, seeking opportunities to create space for himself. Even when unable to evade Kobe's defense, he still attempted the shot. In an exhilarating display reminiscent of a solo performance by Kobe Bryant, Wang Jie unleashed a barrage of shots, demonstrating remarkable prowess. With a 20% enhancement in attributes, Wang Jie proved too swift, powerful, and physically adept for Kobe to contain. The primary objective for the Knicks in this match was to facilitate Wang Jie's shooting opportunities. By the end of the first quarter, Wang Jie had taken 22 shots, successfully landing 14, amassing a total of 28 points. In contrast, Kobe, who was matched against Wang Jie, managed a mere 7 points. Fortunately for him, his teammates contributed, leaving the teams only 8 points apart. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Jie exhibited a more tempered approach, passing some unreasonable shots to others, resulting in no change to the score. In the third quarter, Wang Jie entered the court with 4 substitutes, continuing his relentless pursuit of open shots, effortlessly sinking three-pointers and extending the lead to 16 points. The Lakers bench, akin to that of the Celtics, struggled to keep pace, becoming an easy target. Kobe's expression darkened. Despite facing Wang Jie, he was unable to effectively restrict his movements. Wang Jie's speed, vertical leap, and stamina outmatched Kobe, allowing him to frequently break through and find open space for three-point shots. As the fourth quarter concluded, Wang Jie had propelled his team to a commanding 22-point victory over the Lakers. The Lakers, including Kobe, appeared utterly defeated, akin to wilted vegetables. Wang Jie's dominance was palpable, to the extent that even if peak Jordan had appeared, he would have found a worthy opponent in Wang Jie, who exhibited no discernible weaknesses. In the first game, Wang Jie scored an astounding 77 points, accounting for more than half of his team's total score, while Kobe managed only 40 points. Despite both players taking a similar number of shots, Wang Jie's shooting percentage soared to a staggering 80, in stark contrast to Kobe's mere 43. In the second game, Wang Jie played only 7 minutes in the first quarter, during which he executed a series of 6 three-pointers off screens, contributing 18 points before being substituted for Richardson. By the time Wang Jie left the game, the score differential had reached 11 points. In the last 5 minutes of the first quarter, Kobe faced Richardson, hitting 2 out of 4 three-pointers, only managing to narrow the gap by 2 points. The second quarter began with a 9-point difference, featuring players such as Derek Fisher, Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest, Zach Randolph, and Andrew Bynum for the Lakers, while Russell Westbrook, Al Harrington, Richardson, Pau Gasol, and Marc Gasol represented the opposing team. Phil Jackson, feeling frustrated, had anticipated that with Wang Jie off the court, his team might finally secure a victory. In the second quarter, Westbrook erupted, penetrating the paint to execute a series of impressive jump shots, converting 7 out of 10 attempts. Meanwhile, Kobe managed to sink 1 of 3 from beyond the arc and 5 out of 7 from mid-range, seemingly accumulating more points than his counterpart. However, Westbrook also tallied 3 assists, quickly distributing the ball to Ellington or Richardson whenever it was intercepted by Zach Randolph or Bynum. As the second quarter concluded, the score differential had surprisingly ballooned to 11 points. In stark contrast to the seamless synergy displayed by the aging trio, both offensively and defensively impenetrable, the Lakers' triangle offense became even more robust with the addition of Artest. Yet, the interior defense, characterized by the formidable Gasol brothers, effectively neutralized each other's efforts. Even Bynum and Randolph found themselves evenly matched against the Gasols. Phil Jackson began to instill an intense defensive mindset in his players, capitalizing on the triangle offense to initiate a strong start in the third quarter alongside Wang Jie. Ultimately, through resolute defense and more agile perimeter shooting, they closed the gap to just 3 points, reducing the deficit to a mere 8. In fact, the third quarter saw the lead shrink to as little as 3 points, with Kobe still possessing ample stamina, a true physical marvel. However, the likes of Fisher and others faltered, and once substituted, they were continuously exploited by Richardson and his cohorts, ultimately allowing the gap to widen again, inciting Phil Jackson's ire. Throughout the game, his strategy remained flawless. Wang Jie, as the head coach, merely scratched the surface of Jackson's tactical brilliance and applied it, yet lacked the flexibility to adapt. Nevertheless, through the seamless cooperation of their star players, they managed to bridge the tactical disparity with sheer individual prowess. Wang Jie is not averse to transformation. Rather, he has seldom practiced various tactical adjustments, often relying on a limited repertoire of strategies. It would be impractical to attempt to learn and practice new techniques on the spot during the finals. In the fourth quarter, after the starters exited, Wang Jie took to the court alongside 4 substitutes: Chris Duhon, point guard; Wang Jie, shooting guard; Wilson Chandler, small forward; Sun Yu, power forward; and Odin, center. As Wang Jie stepped onto the court, he positioned himself at the corner beyond the arc, only to find Kobe approaching to defend against him. Fueled by Wang Jie's extraordinary 5 consecutive skills, Chris Duhon experienced a surge of confidence, feeling an exhilarating rhythm in his shooting, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. The resounding swish left Kobe with a visage of despair. It was clear that the starters had struggled in 3 games, and the substitutes were proving to be remarkably formidable. Wang Jie then established himself a meter away from Kobe. Despite having faced Wang's intense gaze on numerous occasions, Kobe found himself seething with indignation, feeling thoroughly disrespected. With a stroke of fortune, Kobe managed to convert a shot that he sensed was poorly executed. In the final quarter, under Wang Jie's relentless defensive scrutiny, Kobe transformed from an ironclad player into a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, against Chris Duhon and the relentless three-point barrage from Chandler and Sun Yu, even with seasoned defenders like Fisher and Arteist giving their all, the Knicks maintained a commendable 40% shooting accuracy. Meanwhile, Odin and Bynum battled for rebounds, securing a significant share. Ultimately, Kobe, having barely taken any shots, managed to throw up a three-pointer in the last minute of the game, almost as an afterthought, resulting in a final score of 122-103 for the Knicks. The disparity reached 19 points, and Kobe's expression reflected his resignation. The pursuit of a championship seemed increasingly elusive. Would he truly have to contemplate joining the Knicks next year? After the game, Phil Jackson remarked that he had done his utmost. Yet Wang Jie's explosive performance off the bench had rendered him powerless to intervene. Kobe expressed that he had never encountered a team like this, one that seemed to have gathered the finest players from across the NBA, making them an insurmountable force. In Game 3, Wang Jie continued to unleash his enigmatic skills. But the league took notice. Although Stern, hailing from New York, wished for the Knicks to triumph, he believed that an early loss of suspense could diminish the league's revenue. As the Lakers hosted the game, Wang Jie discerned that the referees were no longer lenient. In the first quarter, he unleashed a remarkable 18 points, pushing the lead to 12 over the Lakers by the start of the second quarter. However, as the second quarter commenced, it became evident that the Lakers were facing an unprecedented inability to commit fouls. In the second quarter, Wang Jie scored 16 points but was also burdened with 2 personal fouls. Moreover, each player on his team had 1 or 2 fouls as well. The point differential was only stretched to 14, as the Knicks were repeatedly drawn into fouls by the Lakers, preventing a significant increase in the margin. In the third quarter, the referees seemed to lose their composure. Wang Jie played for 10 minutes, sinking 4 open three-pointers, yet found himself penalized with 5 fouls and forced to leave the game. By the end of the third quarter, both Richardson and Al Harrington had also been ejected, and the gap had narrowed to 10 points. Stern, watching on television, nearly smashed his screen. He had intended to favor certain calls, but certainly did not wish to strip the referees of their authority. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie remarked with a smile, "If we lose, we lose. If we're penalized, so be it. We still hold a 10-point advantage. My departure is inconsequential. I believe the Knicks owner will apply pressure on the league for the next match." Upon hearing his words, the team members relaxed. Within the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, both Pau Gasol and his counterpart were ejected, causing a sense of ease among the players as substitutes stepped in to fill their roles. At this point, every starter had been sent off, and with 7 minutes remaining, the margin had dwindled to a mere 2 points. The referee, now visibly sweating, found himself in a predicament. He had not intended for the game to spiral out of control, but following directives from the league president, he had staked everything on a Lakers victory, even resorting to high-interest loans. If the Lakers were to lose this match, he felt that a stint in prison would be a preferable alternative. Wang Jie activated the extraordinary 5-skill combo on the court, and thus the substitutes, Chris Duhon, point guard, Goran Dragic, shooting guard, Wilson Chandler, small forward, Sun Yu, power forward, and Greg Oden, center, faced off against Kobe and his team. Not only did they hold their ground, but they also managed to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers. In the final minute, Oden was called for a foul, widening the gap between the Knicks and the Lakers to 8 points, leaving Kobe momentarily dumbfounded at the referee's decision. The Lakers players sensed the blatant bias in officiating, feeling helpless as the Knicks starters, along with Wang Jie, dominated the game, accruing numerous free throws. As the fourth quarter dwindled down to its last minute, they found themselves still trailing by 8 points. Chapter 66, The Courage to Seize the Championship Crucially. With just 1 minute remaining, the Knicks were left without a single center, all having been fouled out. It seemed the Lakers still had a chance to clinch victory. However, Kobe and his team felt a sense of undeserved advantage. Although Oden exited the game feeling somewhat frustrated, he managed to maintain his composure. Remembering they were leading the series 2-1. "Wesley Matthews, you are to replace Oden," Wang Jie commanded. Wesley Matthews looked utterly bewildered. How could a guard possibly fill in for a center? You'll still be playing your guard position. In this last minute, without a center, there's no point. Wang Jie shook his head in response. Despite his initial confusion, Matthews took to the court and joined Richardson and others in a frenzy of three-point shots, while also attempting to avoid contact with the Lakers. Alas, the referee watched as the Knicks deliberately stalled for time during their passing, and Sunyu managed to score another three-pointer. The lead stretched to 11 points, and no amount of officiating could turn the tide. Ultimately, the Lakers, through a three-pointer from Kobe, brought the deficit back to 8 points as time expired. Boom. Although the Knicks emerged victorious, the Lakers fans rose to their feet, applauding the Knicks players in a show of respect. Even the fans recognized the rampant favoritism in the officiating. Nevertheless, the Knicks were undeterred by the barrage of fouls. With all 6 players, including the 5 starters, having been penalized, yet they still achieved a remarkable victory. Such an exhilarating performance was bound to captivate the hearts of Lakers fans. It is finished. The referee was apprehended immediately after the match concluded, summoned by Stern. On the same day, the owner of the Knicks lodged a protest with the league, demanding stringent punishment for the referee. Ultimately, the league swiftly revoked his officiating credentials, imposing a lifetime ban from refereeing. Following this, he faced incarceration for rehabilitation. To Stern's astonishment, the Lakers also expressed their discontent, asserting that the referee's interference was excessive. They declared that they did not require a victory granted by an officiating handout, insisting on Stern's assurance of fairness and impartiality. However, the match itself had been particularly egregious, broadcasted to over 30 nations worldwide. The remarkable tenacity displayed by Wang Jie was astonishing. Despite being ejected early, he still managed to score a team high of 36 points. With a commanding 3-0 lead in the championship, the Knicks were on the verge of clinching the title, needing only one more victory to secure it. In the 4th game, Wang Jie opted not to take the court, desiring to lift the championship trophy on his home ground, contingent upon his team's victory, which would entail collecting the trophy from the Lakers. As anticipated, the officiating was notably fairer this time. The starting 5 players played with tenacity, fiercely contesting the Lakers for 2 quarters without faltering. Ultimately, during the 3rd quarter, the bench players took the floor, although they did not exhibit their signature 5 consecutive skills. They remained resolute, trailing by a mere 3 points. The final quarter devolved into a fierce battle, with Kobe erupting, sinking 2 of 3 three-pointers and 6 of 7 mid-range shots. Nevertheless, Pau Gasol and DeAndre Jordan matched the intensity, and as the game progressed into the final moments, Kobe nailed a game-winning three-pointer, securing victory in this fiercely contested encounter. Wang Jie shook his head, noting that DeAndre Jordan, the center in this match, exhibited an exceptionally formidable performance. Not only was he adept at securing rebounds, but his scoring accuracy soared above 60, surpassing even his free throw percentage. Regrettably, had Greg Oden been free from injuries, he would have proven to be even more formidable, leaving DeAndre Jordan somewhat superfluous. While Jordan has indeed honed his free throw skills to achieve a 60 success rate, this season has witnessed a remarkable surge in his prowess, elevating him to the status of a top-tier center in the league. Wang Jie glanced at Oden, DeAndre Jordan, and Pau Gasol, feeling somewhat helpless. With 3 elite centers on the same team, it proved challenging to allocate playing time effectively. It seemed that one of these exceptional players would have to be traded before the next season, lest they all find themselves with insufficient court time. In truth, Oden and DeAndre Jordan were both dissatisfied with their reduced minutes, with Oden being particularly disgruntled. He believed that his performance in practice surpassed that of both Gasol and Jordan. Yet it was Gasol who secured the starting position. Wang Jie explained that the reason was the brotherly bond between Gasol and his sibling, which facilitated better teamwork. This left Oden with no choice but to accept a bench role, which was further complicated by the need to share minutes with DeAndre Jordan. Had Jordan not been eager to chase another championship this season, he would have sought a trade early on. As the 4th game concluded, Wang Jie's own game also came to an end. In the 5th match, he started, commanding the ball with authority akin to the legendary Curry, launching three-point shots with reckless abandon. By the end of the 4 quarters, he astonishingly netted 27 three-pointers, amassing a total of 81 points. His peak performance, combined with his remarkable speed and formidable strength, allowed him to either overpower opponents or exploit openings for effortless three-pointers, significantly enhancing his shooting percentage. 81 points. In the finals, Wang Jie achieved this remarkable feat single-handedly. The Knicks fans erupted in ecstasy. For it was essential to note that while Kobe had previously scored 81 points against a weaker team in the regular season, Wang Jie accomplished this during the finals, leading his team to a resounding victory by surpassing the Lakers by 35 points. They had triumphed. It was surreal. Wang Jie felt as though he existed in an entirely different realm. He had equaled the world's second-best record for a single game, matching Kobe's astonishing achievement. In that moment, after scoring 81 points, Wang Jie ceased his attempts. The bewildered expressions of Kobe and his teammates reflected their disbelief, as they found themselves unable to contain Wang Jie's relentless three-point shooting, even when they fielded their entire roster. Congratulations to the Knicks for winning the 2009-2010 season championship. Congratulations to Wang Jie for earning the Finals MVP award. Stern took to the stage, lifting the championship trophy for a photo with Wang Jie and his teammates. The Knicks fans erupted in jubilant cheers for their heroes. Following the game, Wang Jie became the center of global attention as media outlets rushed to cover his phenomenal performance. In the post-game press conference, he appeared remarkably composed. When asked about his record-setting 81 points in the finals, he smiled and replied, "More than the record. I value the victory of the team. Without the support of my teammates, none of this would have been possible." His humble demeanor won him the admiration and respect of many. "I am grateful to my coach, who has enabled me to reclaim the championship." After the match, Sun Yu expressed his excitement fervently. Soon, a notable assembly of players graced the press conference, including Russell Westbrook, Al Harrington, Quincy Richardson, Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Chris Duhon, Goran Dragic, Wesley Matthews, Wilson Chandler, Sun Yu, DeAndre Jordan, and Greg Oden. Westbrook, who rapidly ascended to the role of the second-in-command with the Knicks, garnered a substantial fan base, and his arrival was met with a resounding cheer. His incisive drives and exuberant performances left an indelible impression. Al Harrington, renowned for his versatile play style and formidable scoring ability, also ignited excitement among the fans. Richardson's precise three-point shooting was a delightful surprise, undeniably infusing the atmosphere with heightened enthusiasm. The Gasol brothers, Pau and Mark, formidable giants in the paint, showcased exceptional skills and dominance. Chris Duhon, a distinguished point guard, invigorated the team with his organizational prowess and consistent performance. Goran Dragic, a European talent, drew attention with his exquisite three-point shooting and superb passing abilities. Wesley Matthews astounded with his three-point shooting, serving as a crucial offensive asset for the team. Wilson Chandler's athleticism and defensive acumen posed significant challenges for opponents. Sun Yu, a refined version of the formidable Manu Ginobili, boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage. DeAndre Jordan, a rebounding juggernaut and shot-blocking expert, instilled trepidation in adversaries attempting to penetrate the paint. Greg Oden, a colossal presence in the interior akin to Shaquille O'Neal, exhibited remarkable prowess, with no discernible weaknesses in his skill set. These athletes, hailing from diverse teams and occupying various positions, captivated audiences with their extraordinary basketball talents and unique personal charisma. Their presence enveloped the press conference in a vibrant basketball ambience, as everyone eagerly anticipated their stellar performances in the upcoming season. With the conclusion of the finals, the Knicks celebrated their third consecutive championship, establishing a dynasty. The team owner directly awarded Wang Jie a share in the Knicks, hoping he would remain with the franchise after his contract year, should he choose to stay. The Knicks were willing to offer him a 5% stake, increasing his share by 1% for each additional championship won, capped at 10%. It is noteworthy that prior to Wang Jie's arrival, the Knicks' valuation was over $600 million. However, with his assistance in securing a three-peat and establishing the Knicks dynasty, the valuation doubled to over $1.2 billion. Thus, with a 5% stake, Wang Jie would instantly become a shareholder in the Knicks, representing a substantial financial value in the millions of dollars. Although Wang Jie's net worth is considerable, should he choose to liquidate his various investments and stakes in numerous companies, he could easily amass over $1 billion to acquire the Knicks. However, it is improbable that the Knicks owner would ever entertain selling the team. Enlightened by this reality, Wang Jie recognized that he could still acquire a stake in the Knicks. While raising over $1 billion may be unattainable, securing $200 or $300 million is feasible, given that the Knicks owner holds 100% control, owing to his vast wealth. Wang Jie promptly instructed Thompson to initiate discussions with the Knicks owner. If the Knicks were unwilling to entertain this proposition, Wang Jie contemplated purchasing a struggling team instead. with the intention of rebuilding it to secure a championship and enhance its market value, thereby yielding substantial profits. Ultimately, Thompson conveyed that the Knicks owner was only willing to offer a maximum of 10% equity, strictly with dividend rights. The negotiations faltered, leaving Wang Jie disheartened. He sought a 20% stake, but the Knicks owner, abandoning his previous generosity, outright refused, despite the Knicks owner treating him well. Wang Jie would not consider other options if given a choice. At this juncture, players such as Pau Gasol, Goran Dragic, Sun Yu, and Greg Oden were all entering contract years, making it impossible to re-sign them all for the upcoming season. Thus, difficult decisions lay ahead. Wilson Chandler, Richardson, and Al Harrington were also in contract years and expressed a desire to remain, especially since the forthcoming season still presented a championship opportunity. What is happening, Thompson? Wang Jie inquired, perplexed. The Knicks owner, Dolan, has informed you that your position as general manager has been terminated this season, Thompson replied. Wang Jie found himself momentarily taken aback. What a betrayal. The Knicks dynasty was within reach, and the team's valuation was continually on the rise. Wang Jie declared that he would not remain with the Knicks after the conclusion of the upcoming season, which resulted in his immediate dismissal from the position of general manager. Such a display of ruthlessness was rather shocking. Confusion washed over him. The luxurious villa gifted to him was indeed real. Yet the Knicks owner's quick turn against him upon learning of his departure was equally genuine. Sigh. I underestimated the heartlessness of capital. Wang Jie exhaled heavily. In truth, the owner was not entirely at fault. After all, should Wang Jie lead the Knicks to another championship next season, it would merely be an embellishment rather than a transformative achievement, thereby significantly diminishing his value. Moreover, he sensed that the Knicks owner might be attempting to leverage this situation to compel him into signing another contract. The people of Huaxia do not succumb to coercion. Wang Jie lamented. Thompson, please inquire if any team owners are willing to sell their NBA franchises, Wang Jie instructed. You wish to purchase a team? That falls outside my purview. However, I can certainly make the inquiries, Thompson replied, his mouth agape in astonishment, but ultimately acquiescing. After all, it was common for stars, upon achieving fame, to either assume the role of head coach or general manager, or even acquire stakes in teams, much like Michael Jordan. The Knicks owner waited an entire week without receiving any news of Wang Jie reconsidering his contract, only to learn that Wang Jie intended to exercise his player option for the final year. It is worth noting that Wang Jie had initially signed a 2-1 contract, with the third year being a player option. This revelation left the Knicks owner filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have applied pressure, and would have retained Wang Jie for another year, potentially securing another championship. Ultimately, however, Wang Jie opted out of the contract, executing his player option and emerging as the most coveted free agent on the market. Congratulations to the host for winning the 2009 to 2010 championship, earning an opportunity to convert skills into coaching abilities or to randomly acquire a new skill. Wang Jie hesitated for quite some time, uncertain about the efficacy of the new skill. What if it proved to be of little use? He feared that in the future, while coaching, he might not be able to assemble 3 players with a defensive rating of 90 or above, whether in the paint or on the perimeter. This season, it would be wiser to opt for a single skill. Unpredictable has been one of the most frequently utilized skills in my repertoire. The notion of soaking goji berries in a thermos is also rather appealing. Nevertheless, I have decided to go with unpredictable. Wang Jie contemplated the cumbersome task of having his players drink goji berry-infused water from thermoses prior to the match. Ultimately, he opted for the extraordinary skill of unpredictable sorcery. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming unpredictable sorcery into a coaching skill. Unpredictable sorcery allows the coach to designate a player whose attributes will be enhanced by 20 for this match, but will inevitably decrease by 20 in the subsequent match. The departure of Wang Jie has had little impact on the Knicks. In fact, to prevent players from being lured away by Wang Jie, team general manager Perry swiftly regained control and began to sign players to new contracts in a frenzy. Chapter 68, Madness. Acquire the Warriors. The Knicks are aggressively renewing contracts ahead of schedule. For instance, Sun Yu, who has always played alongside Wang Jie, has had a modest salary. However, last season, Sun Yu was named the best sixth man, showcasing his exceptional three-point shooting, often scoring double digits despite playing only a fraction of the game. Jack Wang. I have confirmed that the owner of the Charlotte Bobcats is willing to part with 65 of the team's shares. Jordan is offering $250 million to buy in. Thompson exclaimed. How much? Wang Jie responded with palpable excitement. This was significantly cheaper than the Knicks. Moreover, this year, the Hornets retained Chris Paul, along with starters West, Okafor, Ariza, and Thornton, who could easily make it into the playoffs, even if as a lower seed. $250 million. Thompson reiterated. Tell the Hornets owner that I will offer $300 million. Wang Jie declared without hesitation. 3 days later, Thompson called back. Jack Wang, the Hornets owner, insists that an NBA team is not just any team. And if you want it, you must pay $600 million. How much? Wang Jie asked, perplexed. Jordan is only offering $300 million, and he cannot go higher. Thompson lamented. Continue negotiations. $600 million is excessive. It's impossible. Wang Jie shook his head in disapproval. Though he desired to purchase a team, he refused to be taken advantage of. The Hornets were merely a small franchise in an even smaller market. With $600 million, he could acquire 50 of the Knicks, provided the Knicks owner was willing to sell. A week later, the price for the Hornets was negotiated down to $500 million, just as Wang Jie was contemplating his options. News outlets reported that superstar Wang Jie and basketball legend Michael Jordan were competing for shares in the Hornets, with both sides bidding at $500 million. Rumors began to swirl. Jack Wang was poised to become the first Chinese owner of an NBA team. His lucrative contracts over the years positioned him well, and it appeared he might retire to become a team owner. Shockingly, Jack Wang expressed a desire to pursue other ventures beyond being a player. And now he was preparing to buy a team? Suddenly, Thompson called Wang Jie. Jack Wang, I have great news. What news? Wang Jie inquired, somewhat confused. The Warriors owner wants to sell his team. Knowing you are interested, he stated he holds 100 of the Warriors and is offering it for a flat price of $500 million. Thompson explained. However, the Warriors are currently a struggling team. The Hornets, at least, can make the playoffs. The Warriors are in disarray, plagued by internal conflicts last season. They cannot trade away new players for fear of losing their future, and trading older players risks the chance that the newcomers may not perform well, leading to total collapse. This is why the Warriors owner wishes to sell and cut his losses, Thompson elaborated. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie suddenly realized that the Warriors were the team that ushered in the era of small ball, and their future achievements could potentially surpass even that of the Knicks in terms of market value. I'll buy it, he proclaimed to the Warriors owner. For $500 million. It's mine. Wang Jie contemplated the disparity between his 70% stake in the Hornets and the full 100% ownership of the Warriors. Moreover, the Oracle Arena was quite impressive, located in San Francisco, a major city with a Mediterranean climate and a reputation as a tourist destination. It was an investment that could only yield dividends. The following day, Wang Jie found himself unable to sleep through the night, and early in the morning, owner Cohen appeared at his doorstep with a lawyer by his side. I apologize, Jack Wang. I was simply overwhelmed. Upon hearing last night that you had agreed to purchase my team for $500 million, I rushed over immediately. I feared this might all be a dream. Cohen, the owner of the Warriors, exclaimed with a broad smile, gesturing to his dark circles under his eyes. Wang Jie was momentarily taken aback, yet with a smile he replied. Of course, I haven't slept well either. The mere thought of actually owning a team has me so exhilarated that sleep eludes me. Let us not mock one another. After a cordial exchange, Wang Jie promptly summoned the lawyer he had engaged through Thompson, and the two parties swiftly executed the share transfer agreement. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Wang Jie affix his signature and present a bank check, Cohen erupted into laughter. Cohen, you have essentially sold me a veritable gold mine. What is there to find amusing? Wang Jie inquired with a hint of confusion. I purchased the Warriors back in '95 for less than $120 million. And now my assets have quintupled. How could I not be elated? That fool from the Hornets has been dilly-dallying about selling the team. And now I've swooped in and seized the opportunity. Cohen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wang Jie was left speechless. It is no wonder that Cohen was in such high spirits. After more than a decade, a team valued at $120 million was astonishingly sold for $500 million. Who wouldn't be elated? Following Cohen's departure, Wang Jie announced via Twitter his ascension to the ownership of the Warriors, instantly elevating his reputation to unprecedented heights, with countless newspapers eager to report the news. However, most were skeptical of Wang Jie's capabilities. After all, Jack Wang was merely a player. Having never truly grasped the intricacies of coaching, he hastily transitioned into ownership. Surely, one could consider this a jest. The Warriors, valued at $120 million, had been flipped by Cohen for $500 million, leaving Jack Wang distraught. In a bid to emulate Michael Jordan, the two basketball legends serendipitously acquired teams. Following their purchases, Jordan ultimately bid less than $300 million, securing a stake in the Hornets with merely a fraction of the funds spent by the hapless Jack Wang. Reports flooded in from every direction, prompting Wang Jie to swiftly bring several of his assistant coaches from the Knicks to the Warriors. Upon learning of Wang Jie's new role as owner, the Warriors' former head coach, Don Nelson, resigned that very night. Wang Jie did not refuse, but rather accepted the resignation, as he would soon need to occupy the head coaching position himself. Subsequently, he dismissed the Warriors' general manager, replacing him with a new team, assuming the trifecta of roles: owner, head coach, and general manager. Wang Jie acquired the Warriors, causing a ripple of unease among certain individuals within the organization. However, Wang Jie remained unfazed, as it was the off-season, and the whereabouts of most players were largely unknown. Concurrently, he recruited a man named Myers to serve as the team's assistant general manager. This news filled Myers with exhilaration, for he was the future architect of the Warriors' dynasty, and Wang Jie had secured him ahead of time. Upon learning that his role was not merely that of an assistant, but rather that of the deputy general manager, he eagerly rushed to finalize a 10-year contract. "Rest assured, boss, I will undoubtedly lead the Warriors to the playoffs in the future," Myers proclaimed with enthusiasm. Wang Jie, in a state of disbelief, pondered the futility of merely reaching the playoffs. His aspirations were fixed solely on the championship title. Presently, the Warriors appeared to be the weakest of the weak, a mere shadow of a team, miraculously stumbling into the postseason. This allowed Wang Jie to acquire a franchise in a major market at what he perceived to be an exceedingly low price. Historically, the Warriors had been sold for $450 million to two owners after extensive negotiations. Initially, owner Joe Lacob had hinted at selling the team since the beginning of the year. But when the asking price was revealed to be at least $500 million, potential buyers were deterred. The two owners, accompanied by their negotiating team, had engaged in discussions with Lacob multiple times, to the point of his exasperation. Yet, with no buyers in sight, upon discovering Wang Jie's willingness to purchase, he promptly accepted his offer. Chapter 69, The Frenzied Trade with the Knicks. After acquiring the Warriors, Wang Jie was inundated with commitments, attending a plethora of celebratory banquets as fellow team owners came forth to congratulate him. Furthermore, numerous general managers sought to negotiate trades with Wang Jie, though most aimed to exploit the situation. The draft loomed ahead, and just as Wang Jie was streamlining the myriad relationships within the team, he hastened to participate in the Warriors draft. The year 2010 marked a relatively modest draft year. Yet fortune smiled upon the Warriors as they secured the 6th overall pick in the first round. Wang Jie and Vice General Manager Miles arrived at the little greenhouse to watch the draft. Prior to this, he had orchestrated a three-way trade involving the Jazz and the Heat, swapping the 6th pick with the Jazz, while also granting Wang Jie the second-round pick from the Heat. In return, the Jazz provided a bench player to the Heat, and all parties were exceedingly pleased. Wang Jie was aware that the Jazz intended to select Gordon Hayward, so he had proactively arranged for the team to invite Hayward for a private workout. The Jazz recognized Hayward's immense potential, demonstrating a proficiency in both offense and defense that met the standards of an NBA starter. With a bit of refinement, he might well become an all-star player. Upon learning that the Warriors were willing to exchange draft positions with the Jazz, they readily agreed, facilitating the three-way trade. Congratulations! The first overall pick of 2010 is John Wall, selected by the Washington Wizards. Applause erupted as John Wall was chosen, with many members of the lottery picks casting envious glances. Shortly thereafter, Evan Turner was claimed by the Philadelphia 76ers. Derek Favors was selected by the New Jersey Nets. Congratulations! With the 6th pick in the first round, Gordon Hayward has been chosen. Stern announced with a smile that a three-way trade had transpired, resulting in Hayward being sent to the Jazz. Upon hearing that the Jazz had elevated their position to select him, Gordon Hayward joyfully ascended the stage to don the Jazz cap. Finally, it was time for the 9th pick, and all teams speculated which player Wang Jie, the team owner, desired. Congratulations to Paul George, selected 9th overall by the Warriors. The Indiana Pacers were taken aback, as they were poised to select Paul George themselves, only to be thwarted. However, they quickly activated their contingency plan. Paul George, brimming with excitement, took to the stage to wear the Warriors team cap. Wang Jie was elated to see Paul George join the team, as George is undoubtedly a future all-star caliber player, with his exceptional offensive and defensive skills. Along with his ability to assist, he is akin to a less skilled version of Wang Jie at this stage, firmly securing his position as a starter. However, It will take several more years for Paul George to fully realize his potential. As the first round concluded, the first pick of the second round was none other than John Wall from the Wizards. Congratulations! Following him, the Warriors selected Hassan Whiteside from Marshall University. Congratulations! Stern's announcement left the Kings, who were preparing to select a center, utterly astonished. Hassan Whiteside was equally taken aback, glancing at the Kings. Clearly indicating that there had been prior communication between the two parties, it was even possible that he was advised against attending tryouts with other teams. Ultimately, he was just one pick away from being chosen by the Warriors. As Wang Jie faced Hassan Whiteside, he contemplated the necessity for both players to secure contracts for the maximum duration allowed. After all, both Paul George and Hassan Whiteside required several years of development to potentially ascend to all-star caliber. Currently, Paul George could at best be considered an average starter, while Hassan Whiteside was barely holding onto a backup position. Thus, Wang Jie lacked confidence in leading the Warriors to a championship in the upcoming season. This uncertainty was compounded by the fact that Sun Yu had informed him that the Knicks had made an exceedingly generous offer. Knicks general manager Scott Perry, fearing that Sun Yu, his fellow compatriot, might follow Wang Jie, promptly extended a 6-year contract worth $70 million, coupled with a staggering $40 million penalty for breach of contract. Subsequently, Perry also re-signed Marc Gasol, agreeing to a 6-year deal valued at $100 million, with both Marc and Pau Gasol absorbing half of the team's salary cap. Coupled with Al Harrington's considerable salary, Perry found himself in a quandary. He resolved to preemptively trade away some players to avoid the inability to sign numerous players the following year. Among those most at risk were centers. After thorough analysis, Perry concluded that the synergy between Marc Gasol and Pau Gasol was essential, and that Greg Oden's prowess surpassed that of Marc Gasol, making both untouchable. Consequently, DeAndre Jordan was placed on the trading block. Upon learning of the situation, Wang Jie immediately instructed Myers to devise a strategy to secure the acquisition of DeAndre Jordan. Last season, Jordan remarkably elevated his free throw percentage to over 60%, and this season, his prowess has further blossomed, achieving a free throw success rate exceeding 70%. It can be asserted that acquiring DeAndre would fortify Wang Jie's interior presence. Thus, following a discussion with Perry, Wang Jie proposed a trade involving Anthony Randolph, Turieff, and Kranjkar Azubike, 1 starter and 2 reserves, in exchange for DeAndre Jordan and the undrafted Wesley Matthews selected last season. Subsequently, Wang Jie expressed his desire to trade for Russell Westbrook. However, Perry firmly stated that Westbrook was not available for trade. Wang Jie, in a state of resignation, reflected on the previous season, noting that Westbrook, despite being only in his second year, had already surpassed Al Harrington in average points per game. He concluded that retaining him was indeed the right decision. What about Monta Ellis, the star player of the Warriors? Last season, he averaged 24 points per game, which he believed was not inferior to Westbrook's performance. Wang Jie remarked that Monta Ellis had a significant reputation and was currently at the pinnacle of his career. However, next year would mark the final year of his prime, after which his statistics would likely experience a steady decline. He acknowledged Ellis as a commendable player, but ultimately concluded that, aside from Westbrook, the likes of the Gasol brothers and Oden could be traded without hesitation. Wang Jie was at a loss for words, momentarily uncertain about what to swap. Perhaps it could be Al Harrington? This season, injuries had emerged midway, indicating the twilight of his career. As the next season approached, it was likely that he would face intermittent injuries, and after 2 consecutive years, retirement would be inevitable. Ultimately, Wang Jie suggested a trade for Pau Gasol, but Perry declined, asserting that the Knicks were in need of a power forward as well. Faced with this predicament, Wang Jie discovered that Perry was inclined to sell Goran Dragic. While Dragic possessed the potential to be an all-star, his performance under Wang Jie last year was rather lackluster. Although his turnovers had diminished, they still persisted, and his three-point shooting fluctuated unpredictably. In Perry's eyes, he bore the label of an unstable player. However, this year, Dragic had shown remarkable improvement, achieving double-digit averages and significantly enhancing his three-point shooting percentage, indicating a resurgence to his peak form. Upon learning of Perry's plan to trade Dragic, Wang Jie managed to acquire him in exchange for a Warriors bench player and a future first-round pick. At this moment, both individuals were elated. Wang Jie believed that even if he could not secure the championship this year, he would at least reach the playoffs, and the first-round pick was likely to be of little value. Meanwhile, Perry perceived the Warriors as a team of underperformers, struggling to make the playoffs. thus rendering next year's first-round pick potentially quite valuable. Chapter 70. The trade to fill the void. Both Perry and Wang Jie were exceedingly pleased with the conclusion of their trade, a situation that brought mutual satisfaction. Subsequently, Wang Jie began actively placing all players, except for the core, on the trading block, regardless of whether they were starters or benchwarmers, rookies or veterans, adopting a posture indicative of a rebuild. However, Wang Jie soon realized that other teams regarded him with a predatory gaze, which frustrated him. For exchanging these players for inferior ones seemed nonsensical. Hence, Wang Jie found himself compelled to temporarily retain these bench players while urging Myers to seek out potential buyers. By the way, boss, there's an undrafted player named Jeremy Lin this year. Myers hesitated momentarily, mentioning that he wished to represent the Warriors in the Summer League. Noting his Asian heritage, do you know him? Given that, let us sign him for 6 years. He might help us tap into the Asian market, Wang Jie remarked, instantly recalling Lin's prowess in ball handling and penetration, deeming him sufficient as a backup. All right, Myers thought to himself, feeling a sense of helplessness at the casualness of the decision. Nonetheless, he shared the sentiment, recognizing that there were only a handful of players with Asian heritage. And given the unpredictability of their performance and frequent injuries, any player with even a modicum of skill would warrant a trial by an NBA team. Yao, please stay. Even if your injuries do not heal, I merely wish to lead you to a championship. Wang Jie called to Yao. Yao glanced at his surrounding team, who all hoped he would return to his homeland to secure greater profits. If he could attain the championship, even as a substitute, I believe, Yao, you would achieve a loftier historical standing and garner more rewards. However, Wang Jie had already joined a rebuilding team, the Warriors. Had it been the previous Knicks, I would certainly have refrained from intervening. Listening to the analysis from his subordinates, Dio felt a twinge of headache and said, just for one more year. It's the final year, after all, and as fellow compatriots, a little face and support would be appreciated. Besides, even if we struggle, how could we possibly be outmatched with Jack Wang taking the court? If I don't see a glimmer of hope for the championship, I shall retire. With his words about Jack Wang stepping onto the court, Yao's team was swiftly convinced. No one believed the team would falter if he played. Yao had already amicably bought out his contract with the Rockets, and both parties parted ways without financial strain. Thus, the next day, the news of his joining the Warriors spread, causing a tremendous stir in Huaxia. Yao had joined the Warriors. How splendid. That is our Huaxia's team. Warriors rebounds plus Warriors players. I heard they also signed Jeremy Lin, although he is an American citizen of Chinese descent. How marvelous. Perhaps this team will evolve into one representing yellow-skinned players. With Yao on board, Wang Jie harbored a bold idea. Yao, next season, your weight poses a significant injury risk even as a substitute, Wang Jie stated with a serious expression. It's not merely an injury risk. I might not be able to play at all next season. Yao replied with a wry smile. I've decided to transition you to power forward, Wang Jie remarked, gazing at the towering 226 centimeters giant, Yao. Power forward? Yao hesitated momentarily and said, I used to play power forward, but it did not yield favorable results. Compared to center, my playmaking and shooting accuracy were lacking. This season, you must shed at least 20 kilograms, and then if possible, continue to reduce your weight to maintain your optimal physical condition, which will be beneficial for both your health and your future. Wang Jie insisted. No problem. Yao responded joyfully, smiling in agreement. This environment is unlike the Rockets, who only sought to make him bulk up. Ultimately, Yao found a premier training team, and Wang Jie invested $3 million for them to train him during the off-season. Wang Jie harbored no concerns regarding Yao. Instead, he planned to harness the rejuvenating skills originally intended for Odin to elevate Yao Ming to his peak prowess in the forthcoming season. At that juncture, Yao would possess the strength akin to that of a center, instilling confidence when facing any adversary as a power forward, while also being capable of executing deft hook shots within the paint. The question of whom to bestow the Jin Billy template upon weighed heavily on Wang Jie's mind. This template would significantly enhance three-point shooting and defense, transforming its recipient into a formidable force, while also amplifying attributes such as passing vision, penetration, speed, and steals. As for Jeremy Lin, Wang Jie understood that when applied to taller and more robust players, the Jin Billy template could elevate their capabilities further. However, Lin's comparatively shorter stature and limited wingspan would merely result in a diminished version of Jin Billy. Furthermore, the bench lacked depth at other positions, and the shooting guard spot was already overcrowded with talents like Monta Ellis, Dragic, Wesley Matthews, and Lin himself. Wang Jie pondered that Monta Ellis, although capable of playing as a point guard, had to contend with Curry's presence, which explained the occasional friction between them. Wang Jie intends to acquire merely 3 shooting guards. Placing Monta Ellis as a point guard is hardly a viable option, and one cannot possibly relegate Curry to the bench. Suddenly, Wang Jie recalls that in the future, Curry underwent surgery for an ankle bone spur. In truth, he has recently been experiencing discomfort, yet having only joined the team a year ago. His position remains precarious as his abilities are rapidly ascending. It would be ill-advised to undergo surgery at this crucial juncture. Curry, you must prioritize that bone spur surgery during the off-season, Wang Jie promptly advised him. However, Curry expressed his concerns, saying, "But I am only in my 2nd year. I fear that after the surgery, my place on the team may no longer exist." Wang Jie was acutely aware that Curry harbored fears of being forsaken by the Warriors. Thus, he proposed an early contract, stating, "Curry, you are the linchpin of our Warriors. I am willing to commit to a 4-year extension followed by an additional 6 years." In essence, Wang Jie was securing a decade of Curry's prime. "All right, I shall heed your words." Presently, Curry faces injury risks, and his prowess has diminished to that of a mere NBA starter, lacking the formidable strength he once possessed. He himself is uncertain about what the future holds. Upon learning of the opportunity for an early contract signing, he readily acquiesced, particularly moved by the prospect of a $200 million buyout clause. When Wang Jie signed the contract, Curry merely requested a 6-year deal worth $24 million, a sum so modest one might question its worth. However, Wang Jie, with a generous flourish, offered a staggering 6-year contract totaling $30 million. This gesture profoundly moved Curry, who vowed to secure a championship for Wang Jie. After securing what could be deemed a contract akin to child labor, Wang Jie jubilantly leapt in excitement. This is it. The future of the Warriors is assured. He mused with a smile. It can be said he would have Curry by his side for a total of 9 years, extending until 2019. All under such a youthful contract. As Curry underwent surgery to alleviate injury concerns, Wang Jie appointed Monta Ellis as the point guard. That season marked the pinnacle of Monta Ellis's career, after which his performance began to gradually decline. His primary strengths lay in mid-range shooting and layups, while his three-point shooting was merely average, with speed and explosive drives being his notable advantages. During this peak season, he averaged an impressive 24.1 points, 5.6 assists, and 3.5 rebounds, frequently exceeding the 30-point mark. Chapter 71. A complete roster with Monta Ellis at the point guard position and Jeremy Lin as the backup. Curry's surgery left the shooting guard position with only Goran Dragic and Wesley Matthews, rendering the situation much more manageable. Paul George occupied the small forward position, while DeAndre Jordan and Hassan Whiteside took on the center roles. The lineup consisted of Monta Ellis and Jeremy Lin at point guard, Dragic and Wesley Matthews at shooting guard, and the power forward position was held by Yao Ming. Wang Jie had not anticipated that his initial endeavor with the Warriors would not involve nurturing the core player, Curry. Instead, he found himself transforming the seasoned veteran, Monta Ellis, into a point guard. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue, as Ellis was poised to deliver peak statistics this year, making him a valuable asset for a trade to acquire a more formidable star next season. By the way, are there any players in the free market? Bring them all to me. With the season fast approaching and the player roster still incomplete, Wang Jie felt a sense of urgency. Myers promptly responded, "Here are the undrafted players, the list of players cut by various teams, and the lists of players that teams are seeking to trade. Let me take a look." Wang Jie examined the undrafted players, recognizing none, indicating that there were few forgotten potential stars. As for the players released, the Cavaliers have waived Danny Green, whose three-point shooting and defensive prowess are formidable. Wang Jie was taken aback. Danny Green is not Draymond Green, but he played a pivotal role in the Spurs championship victory, making him an exceptional 3-and-D player. His defensive capabilities are elite, and he excels in shooting beyond the arc, though his other skills are rather average, and in some cases, quite lacking. It seems that Danny Green could serve as both a shooting guard and a small forward, with the shooting guard position being more suitable. Yet, given the abundance of players in that role, it would be prudent to assign him as a backup to Paul George. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jie made his decision. He then instructed Myers to reach out to Danny Green. At this juncture, besides Wang Jie, Danny Green had also received an invitation from the Spurs, recognizing his defensive skills, which they presumably appreciated. However, the Spurs were only willing to offer a short-term contract, insisting that he first be assigned to the development league for further honing before signing a long-term deal. If he did not develop sufficiently, the opportunity would vanish. Wang Jie directly offered Danny Green a 6-year, $5 million minimum salary contract. Almost on the verge of not playing at all, Danny Green did not hesitate to accept the offer. After all, who could predict whether the Spurs would relegate him to the development league? Joining the Warriors guaranteed him a stable position. Moreover, Wang Jie established a $50 million buyout clause, ensuring no opportunity for reversal. The roster included small forwards Paul George and Danny Green, centers DeAndre Jordan and Hassan Whiteside, point guards Monta Ellis and Jeremy Lin, shooting guards Goran Dragic and Wesley Matthews, power forward Yao Ming. Suddenly, Wang Jie recalled that this season the Warriors had also secured David Lee through a sign-and-trade arrangement. David Lee had been an all-star last season, stepping in for Allen Iverson during his absence, thus earning recognition for his prowess. While not a top-tier power forward, David Lee was versatile, capable of playing both power forward and center, and his performance was at its peak, making him an exceptionally valuable asset. Soon after, Myers facilitated a trade with the Knicks, sending Anthony Randolph, Azubike, and Turiaf in exchange for the all-star forward David Lee through a sign-and-trade deal. David Lee's contract spanned 6 years and was valued at $79.54 million, making it the second highest in the team, surpassed only by Monta Ellis. Upon reviewing the transactions, Wang Jie was pleasantly surprised to find that after clearing several undesirable contracts to sign David Lee, they had not yet reached the luxury tax threshold. Subsequently, in a bid to acquire 2 future first-round picks, Wang Jie had no choice but to send a few of his bench players along with a first-round pick and a second-round pick to a struggling team. According to projections, these 2 first-round picks would likely come from the Jazz and the Raptors, promising to be high-value selections. In this manner, Wang Jie astonishingly managed to assemble a roster of 15 players, comprising not only the starting lineup and 10 substitutes but also an additional 7 players, ensuring not just a primary rotation of 10, but also 7 players who would not see game time. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. In the previous season, the Warriors had a roster of 18 players, a plethora of lesser talents, with the intention of nurturing them to ascertain which rookies could ultimately contribute to the team's value. However, the influx of players led to disarray within management, resulting in frequent internal discord. Observing the chaos, Cohen decided to sell the team and flee. Yet, among the 7 remaining players, Wang Jie had never even heard their names. Their abilities were at best akin to substitutes or rotational players. 2 players who barely saw any playing time last season were traded for 2 future second-round draft picks. The remaining 5 substitutes were left for Wang Jie to manage as he saw fit, given their inconsequential nature. It was essential that Myers did not merely dictate orders to the Warriors. He needed to fulfill his role. Jack Wang noted that Dorell Wright had a remarkable 3-point shooting ability, and his acquisition should bolster the depth of the team's bench. One of the trades that Miles placed significant emphasis on was not a mere exchange. Rather, it was a direct acquisition from the free market, securing a 3-year contract worth $10 million. Dorell Wright, previously known as the 3-point king before the Warriors Splash Brothers era, is poised to achieve his highest 3-point shooting percentage this year, surpassing 40%. His prowess has reached its zenith, and even should his performance decline over the coming years, he would still be formidable, boasting a 3-point attribute of 95, which could be likened to the peak capabilities of Klay Thompson. Admittedly, Dorell Wright's lack of fame stems from his limitations. Aside from his exceptional 3-point shooting, his skills are rather average, primarily excelling in driving to the basket and drawing fouls. Yet lacking further depth, he pales in comparison to Danny Green, who is versatile on both ends of the court. Even if his 3-point shooting may not rival that of Dorell Wright, the roster includes small forward, Dorell Wright, Paul George, Danny Green, center, DeAndre Jordan, Hassan Whiteside, point guard, Monta Ellis, Jeremy Lin, shooting guard, Goran Dragic, Wesley Matthews, power forward, David Lee, Yao Ming. As time passed, Yao Ming successfully shed weight at the season's commencement and engaged in restorative exercises. Wang Jie, however, could not immediately deploy Yao Ming. Thus David Lee continued to occupy the starting position. In Yao's absence, Wang Jie had a backup power forward, Braden, who would step in during David Lee's rest periods. Braden's abilities were modest. Previously a bench player for the Warriors, his tenure as a mere substitute for Wang Jie's former Knicks team was far from impressive. Nonetheless, Wang Jie did not require exceptional prowess, merely being able to play sufficed. As the preseason commenced, Wang Jie alternated between starters and substitutes, treating it as a training ground. The result was a record of 2 wins and 3 losses, with victories against teams that had not reached the playoffs, while suffering significant defeats to the Heat, Knicks, and Lakers. At this juncture, Wang Jie discerned that the standout performers were David Lee, Goran Dragic, Monta Ellis, and Dorrell Wright, while future All-Stars Danny Green and Paul George underperformed compared to Dorrell Wright. After several years of experience, Dorrell Wright exhibited superior tactical positioning and maturity in play compared to Green and George. However, Paul George was a high-potential rookie selected by Wang Jie this season, warranting some development. Chapter 72. A bright start. Paul George averaged 2 quarters of play, garnering 2 points, 0, 5 rebounds, 0, 5 assists, and 0, 8 steals per game. While his statistics appeared comprehensive, they paled in comparison to Dorrell Wright, who averaged 7 points and 2 assists per game, including 2 3-pointers. Danny Green's statistics were even less impressive, averaging 5 points and 1 assist in a quarter of play. Yet, Danny Green possessed hidden metrics that were not readily visible. For instance, the shooting percentage of the players he defended was below 20. Hassan Whiteside is anticipated to become a formidable player in the future, yet upon his entry, he proved to be a calamity in comparison to DeAndre Jordan, averaging only 2 rebounds per game, which was 3-fold less than Jordan's 6. Nevertheless, Wang Jie was prepared to gradually cultivate their skills. The question remained, to whom should the 5 consecutive bench players be entrusted? Wang Jie contemplated thoroughly and ultimately decided to set the matter aside for future consideration. Additionally, regarding the assistant coach position, Wang Jie had initially extended an invitation to Steve Kerr, who would later become the architect of the Warriors dynasty. Kerr had recently stepped down from his role as the general manager of the Suns and was poised to transition into a commentary career. The invitation extended by Wang Jie took Steve Kerr by surprise, for he was not particularly regarded as an exceptional head coach. Nonetheless, when it came to the position of assistant coach, Kerr ultimately declined, expressing his preference to serve solely as a head coach. Wang Jie replied, "I can offer you the role of assistant coach, but I assure you that the salary and authority of a head coach will be conferred upon you. I would merely hold the nominal title of head coach." Wang Jie was cognizant of his own limitations, though he managed to replicate certain tactics reasonably well. Adapting and employing strategies flexibly proved to be a challenge. Consequently, in the previous season, despite the undeniable strength of each of the 10 players on the New York Knicks, they suffered defeats during the regular season, primarily due to Wang Jie's inadequate adaptability. A competent head coach could easily exploit the vulnerabilities in Wang Jie's formations, often relying on the prowess of star players to secure victories. Now, at the Golden State Warriors, the contrast with the Knicks of the previous season was stark. Wang Jie felt that without a formidable figure at the helm, the season could lead to disarray. If that is the case, I might consider it. But I am curious whether you will still be a part of the roster as a substitute player this year. Will you take to the court? Steve Kerr inquired. I can state with certainty that I will not. Wang Jie shook his head. I am too old for such risks, fearing injury in any match. Thus, I refrain from participating in regular and playoff games, except perhaps for the finals. Very well. Kerr nodded in agreement. I am willing to join the Warriors as an assistant coach and give it a try. In the end, Wang Jie and Steve Kerr reached an accord and formalized their agreement. As the regular season commenced, the Warriors, a team that had not even reached the playoffs the previous season, found themselves facing the struggling Toronto Raptors, who had recently traded with Wang Jie. The Raptors were unfortunate. After dealing with Wang Jie, they lost their star player, who fled to the Heat to form a trio with LeBron James. This left the Raptors, who had initially harbored hopes of at least making the playoffs this season, disheartened and unable to disregard their first-round pick for the following year. It was evident that Wang Jie would acquire a high draft pick from the Raptors, given their inability to compete effectively against other teams. The Raptors management, observing the mediocre substitutes acquired from the Warriors, felt despondent, especially with the upcoming draft year promising little in terms of exceptional talent. The first overall pick might be impressive, but they had no intention of tanking their season. At this juncture, Raptors head coach Jay Triano fielded a starting lineup consisting of Calder N, DeRozan, Kleiza, Amir Johnson, and Bargnani. Despite the substantial decline in strength following the departure of their star player, the Raptors surprisingly held their ground against the Warriors in the early stages of the game. Wang Jie promptly entrusted the tactical board to Steve Kerr, while he diligently absorbed knowledge from the sidelines. The Warriors' starting small forward was Dorell Wright, with DeAndre Jordan at center, Monta Ellis as the point guard, Goran Dragic at shooting guard, and David Lee as the power forward. In truth, Wang Jie wished for Paul George to assume the starting role to expedite his development. However, Dorell Wright's superior performance in practice left Wang Jie with no alternative, as he had declared Steve Kerr the primary decision-maker. The first quarter concluded in a deadlock, with an unexpected display from DeRozan and the opposing Bargnani. Yet, in the second quarter, DeAndre Jordan erupted, seizing 4 rebounds and nearly dominating half of the total rebounds for the game. To Wang Jie's chagrin, the opposing center proved ineffective against both DeAndre Jordan and David Lee. Conversely, the opposing power forward, Reggie, was overwhelmed yet managed to snatch half the rebounds from Jordan and Lee, a testament to his singular skill set, which was limited to rebounding. As the second quarter drew to a close, Dorell Wright hit a three-pointer, stretching the lead to 5 points. In the third quarter, the Warriors introduced substitutes Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Jeremy Lin, Wesley Matthews, and Paul George. Lacking a designated power forward, they placed Paul George in that role. As a rookie, he harbored no complaints, reveling in the opportunity to play. Surprisingly, despite Hassan Whiteside's mediocre performance, securing only 3 rebounds over the remaining 2 quarters raised doubts about his suitability as a center. However, the other players excelled, aggressively dismantling the opposing bench lineup. Within 5 minutes, the opposing team was compelled to reintroduce starters like DeRozan, as the lead had ballooned to 10 points. By the end of the third quarter, it was unexpected that the bench and starters, despite their evident disparity in skill, had managed to tie with the opponents. In the fourth quarter, Steve Kerr continued to retain the substitutes. However, within 5 minutes, DeRozan and his compatriots chased down a 5-point deficit, necessitating a wholesale substitution of the starters to maintain the score. Ultimately, the Raptors had 8 players scoring in double figures, mirroring the Warriors' performance, yet the Warriors exhibited superior prowess, clinching victory with a score of 128-122, a 6-point margin. Initially, the Warriors' fanbase was elated by Wang Jie's ascendance to the roles of owner, general manager, and head coach. However, the Heat's frenzied trading, leveraging draft picks to assemble a formidable trio, mirrored the Warriors' own aggressive dealings, which also depleted draft assets. The most notable acquisition turned out to be the injury-prone Yao Ming, while the remainder consisted of either rookies or Knicks reserves. This amalgamation left no indication that the Warriors could contend for a playoff berth this season. Instead, they appeared destined for a lackluster campaign. Wang Jie observed that during this match, Steve Kerr did not shy away from the 3-point shot. Rather, he encouraged his players to take those attempts, particularly highlighting the precision of Dorell Wright. The aspect most valued by him was the team's overall performance. At the Warriors' home ground, Wang Jie discovered that only 2/3 of the seats were filled. This was, after all, the Oracle Arena. Nonetheless, the revenue generated was substantial. Of course, Wang Jie was not particularly concerned about this financial aspect, as he entrusted the management of the venue to professionals. Chapter 73. A start of 2 wins and 1 loss with the Raptors celebrating a triumphant debut. Their second match pitted them against the Knicks. The Knicks general manager, Perry, made a perplexing decision to trade away Pau Gasol in exchange for Zach Randolph, along with a Lakers bench player and a second-round draft pick. On paper, the 2 players seemed evenly matched, but fate took an unexpected turn when Randolph was arrested for involvement with prohibited substances right after the season commenced. Subsequently, head coach Mike D'Antoni clashed with Marc Gasol, leading the Knicks to trade him away for the more offensively potent and rebounding all-star, Amare Stoudemire. In a stunning move, the Knicks also acquired the previously untouchable Russell Westbrook in exchange for the offensive virtuoso, Carmelo Anthony. Additionally, other players previously selected by Wang Jie were traded for Chauncey Billups. After these transactions, Wang Jie was left astonished, as the Knicks roster dwindled to just Harrington, Chandler, Sun Yu, and Oden. Oden, with his significant injury risks, had only managed to play 10 minutes in the last game before succumbing to injury. Sun Yu's performance off the bench yielded a meager 1 successful 3-point shot out of 3 attempts, and his training was notably subpar. Had it not been for the exorbitant buyout clause, he might have faced release. Ultimately, the only championship-caliber players from the previous season still starting were Chandler and Harrington. However, it must be acknowledged that the quintet of Anthony, Stoudemire, Billups, Chandler, and Felton was undeniably formidable. The Warriors found themselves trailing by 3 points at the end of the first quarter, and the deficit widened to 5 points in the second as Stoudemire and Anthony collaborated effectively. Steve Kerr experimented with various lineups, substituting Danny Green to limit Stoudemire's effectiveness, which finally resulted in a decline in the opponent's shooting percentage. Moving into the third quarter, both teams' benches played for 5 minutes, during which the Knicks substitutes, led by Anthony, managed to close the gap and even take a 3-point lead thanks to Wesley Matthews' three-pointer. It is worth noting that the Knicks bench proved to be quite skilled. Yet the Warriors' reserves were even more potent, particularly with Paul George's explosive performance in this quarter, during which he recorded 3 consecutive steals against the Knicks bench, prompting the Knicks coach to replace the substitute named Andy. Wang Jie also observed that Paul George, when facing the starters, encountered the pitfalls of a rookie. However, when up against the bench, he performed as if he were an all-star. In the fourth quarter, the seasoned duo of Stoudemire and Anthony ignited a remarkable synergy, imparting a valuable lesson to the Knicks rookies. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Knicks surged ahead by a point. Coach Kerr promptly substituted all the starters back onto the court, with the exception of Danny Green, who remained. It must be noted that Danny Green is exceptionally versatile, adept at catching and shooting three-pointers while also contributing defensively without monopolizing the ball. In the matchup between Monta Ellis and Al Harrington, Ellis forcefully penetrated and scored, reclaiming the lead by another point. It is worth mentioning that Al Harrington's performance has significantly diminished this season. Last season, he was an all-star, but now he appears merely as an average starter, struggling to compete against Monta Ellis. Following this, Anthony and Stoudemire, one a power forward and the other a center, found themselves in a defensive showdown with DeAndre Jordan and David Lee, who matched them in defense and rebounding, perhaps even surpassing them, yet they lacked comparable scoring prowess. While Wang Jie is temporarily unable to utilize his other skills, this year he possesses an unpredictable ability that has led to victory, immediately applying it to Dorell Wright. Pass the ball to Dorell Wright. I see that his shooting touch is exceptional, and soon he shall be launching three-pointers continuously. Wang Jie instructed assistant coach Kerr. Very well. We must honor the boss, Kerr responded, promptly calling a timeout to implement a new strategy. It was not long before Dorell Wright indeed found his rhythm, igniting his performance. Faced with small forward Wilson Chandler, he effortlessly executed a change of direction to sink a three-pointer. He followed up with 2 more consecutive three-pointers, resulting in a swift 9-4 lead, prompting Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni to call for a timeout and immediately assign Chauncey Billups to provide defensive support. However, the Warriors remained unfazed, persisting with their strategy. Even with a double team, they continued to set screens. As long as there were not 2 defenders ahead, Dorell Wright unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts. In the final quarter, Wright erupted, making 7 of 10 three-point attempts. 1 was blocked, and 2 others were rendered ineffective due to excessive interference. Yet in that single quarter, he amassed 21 points, leading his team to a 128-121 victory over the Knicks. Remarkably, Knicks stars Anthony and Stoudemire combined for over 50 points, while Billups and Chandler, along with 2 others, also scored in double figures, yet they still fell short. The expression on Coach D'Antoni's face was grim as he departed, especially since the Knicks owner had come specifically to witness the team's performance following Wang Jie's departure. Anticipating a dismal outcome, to his astonishment, Wang Jie's squad, composed mostly of rookies and substitutes, triumphed against a Knicks team boasting 3 All-Stars and the highly regarded Chandler. This was utterly baffling to the Knicks owner. On the other hand, Wang Jie's team showcased an impressive performance with 8 players scoring in double figures, including DeAndre Jordan, Dorell Wright, and Monta Ellis, each surpassing 20 points. As Wang Jie celebrated a 2-game winning streak, Yao Ming, having managed his injury, rejoined the team. Upon learning the news, Wang Jie was filled with joy. In truth, had the Knicks not dismantled the championship-contending team from last season, he would have been somewhat troubled by the prospect of winning. However, he had not anticipated the series of questionable maneuvers executed by General Manager Perry, which appeared to enhance the team on the surface but ultimately rendered it ineffective. Wang Jie surmised that the Knicks were now at best a first-round playoff team, possibly extending to a second round, but certainly no further. In the third match, Wang Jie faced last season's championship contenders, the Lakers. In this game, Yao Ming only came off the bench for 5 minutes, during which he managed to score 4 points and grab 2 rebounds, showing decent form. Wang Jie had entrusted the revival of skills this season to Yao. Yet he cautioned that Yao's injury risk was considerable, advising coach Steve Kerr to limit Yao's playing time to a maximum of 12 minutes per game, roughly 1 quarter. Naturally, Steve Kerr acquiesced. Yao's role as a power forward was immensely significant, During his brief 5 minutes on the court, he and DeAndre Jordan dominated the boards against the Lakers' Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom. This duo outperformed the combination of David Lee and DeAndre Jordan, who had historically struggled to surpass the Lakers in rebounding, with both teams finishing at a 46-rebound tie. Ultimately, it was Kobe Bryant's overwhelming performance against Monta Ellis that led to the Lakers' defeat in this match. Additionally, the underwhelming appearance of Dorell Wright, whose attributes had diminished by 20, was evident as he struggled to maintain control of the ball, nearly dribbling it out of bounds. Consequently, he was benched for the entire game by Steve Kerr, much to the delight of substitutes Danny Green and Paul George, who divided the playing time between them. Chapter 74. The trade for Iguodala. Following this, the Knicks delivered a series of decisive victories against weaker teams. Under Wang Jie's suggestion, Dorell Wright alternated between games of rest and explosive performances. His unpredictable skills allowed him to ignite from beyond the arc, earning him raucous cheers each time he took the court. Whenever he played, he consistently managed an impressive shooting percentage, converting 7 out of 10 attempts, with a three-point shooting success rate of 70. Coach Steve Kerr, well-versed in utilizing three-point shooters, saw Dorell Wright average over 30 points in the 3 quarters he played, astonishing the entire league. Danny Green and Paul George had no objections, as Dorell Wright's mandatory rest game was effectively shared between them, allowing both to enjoy starting time. Over a stretch of 30 consecutive games, the Warriors achieved an impressive record of 24 wins and 6 losses, with Oracle Arena reaching full capacity from the 5th game onward, leading to a significant increase in fan attendance. Meanwhile, Wang Jie sat in the general manager's office, where his assistant, Myers, excitedly remarked, "Another team has made an offer for Dorell Wright. Boss, you truly are remarkable. In the past, Dorell could shoot threes, but that was about it. Now, it seems he excels in other areas as well." Wang Jie smiled, noting that the enhancement of relevant attributes had surged by 20%. One might guess that Dorell Wright could rival Stephen Curry. It is worth mentioning that his three-point attribute has reached an impressive 95, and with a 20% increase, it would attain perfection at 100, supplemented by a 15 in shooting stability. The system had informed him that exceeding attribute limits would automatically elevate a player's hidden capabilities. "Pray tell, who has made an offer?" Wang Jie inquired with a grin. Without further ado, it was revealed that the Philadelphia 76ers had declared that every player on the roster was available for trade. Could it be that their current star, Andre Iguodala, was also on the trading block? If that were the case, Wang Jie was ready to proceed immediately. He understood that Iguodala's prowess had significantly risen. He possessed a well-rounded skill set, capable of playing both guard and small forward, with commendable 2-point and 3-point shooting abilities, complemented by elite defensive skills. "I shall inquire further," Miles remarked. Shortly thereafter, Miles returned, stating, "A straight swap of Iguodala for Dorell Wright seems somewhat imbalanced. He desires an additional player, Dragic, to make the deal equitable." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie immediately declined, stating that it would be preferable to inquire whether it was possible to substitute Dragic with a future first-round draft pick. Dragic has experienced a remarkable surge in performance this year, with his innate talent becoming increasingly evident. It is likely that the general manager of the 76ers has observed his games and recognizes Dragic's boundless potential. This season, Dragic has significantly improved in passing, playmaking, and shooting, demonstrating an exceptional understanding of teamwork and a logical approach to the game. The only slight drawbacks are his defensive capabilities and stamina, but aside from that, he is virtually flawless. The notion of swapping Dragic for Iguodala presents a conundrum for Wang Jie, as Iguodala is evidently superior to Dragic at this juncture. While Iguodala maintains a more understated presence, his defensive prowess may not be fully captured by statistics. Thus, even at the peak of Dragic's future career, he may still fall short of Iguodala's caliber. Iguodala possesses a more robust physique and boasts a significantly higher level of defensive skill. Beyond these aspects, both players exhibit remarkable versatility. For instance, last season, Iguodala averaged 17.2 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists per game. It is clear that the 76ers have identified both Dorell Wright and Dragic as pivotal components for reconstructing their championship core. Wang Jie found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. While Delon Wright undoubtedly possessed commendable skills, particularly in his three-point shooting, the current season posed formidable challenges, with even Stephen Curry struggling to secure victories, given that he was merely a sophomore in the league. Ultimately, Wang Jie acquiesced to the trade. Both Dragic and Wright were formidable players, The 76ers, in their pursuit of Wang Jie, could not possibly relinquish their star player, especially considering Wright's recent surge in performance, averaging over 30 points per game with an air of a superstar. Additionally, Iguodala's contract, extending over 6 years for a total of $80 million, would require an annual payout exceeding $10 million, marking him as one of the higher earners on the team. Nonetheless, the collective salaries of the players still fell short by several million of the significantly increased luxury tax threshold of $73 million this year. It must be said that the rookie benefits had yielded substantial profits for Wang Jie. The following day, when Delon Wright and Dragic learned of their trade, they were nearly beside themselves with disbelief. Dragic had recently been averaging over 10 points per game, showcasing immense potential, while Wright was rapidly ascending towards the status of a three-point sharpshooter. A series of victories had instilled in them the belief that, even if the Warriors could not claim the championship this season, a playoff appearance was well within reach. This cannot be happening. I must speak with Jack Wang, Dragic exclaimed, filled with discontent. He had always believed Wang Jie to be his patron, the one who had uncovered his talent, and he was dismayed to find himself traded so swiftly. I apologize. Your talent is exceptional, and you may one day become an all-star, perhaps even the leader of the 76ers. However, I require immediate impact players, Wang Jie lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. Dragic was taken aback, contemplating the notion of becoming the team's star player. He contemplated that perhaps becoming the leader of the team was indeed a commendable choice. Ultimately, Dragic hastily departed, eager to demonstrate that Wang Jie had erred, while the composed Dorell Wright, having experienced much, calmly followed Dragic out, knowing that as long as he maintained an average of over 30 points per game, his future rewards would be substantial. The following day, Iguodala arrived, undergoing a series of medical examinations before joining the Warriors. To Wang Jie's surprise, Iguodala swiftly integrated into the team, securing the position of starting point guard. Even Monta Ellis quickly bonded with Iguodala, primarily because their positions did not overlap, thus avoiding any conflict. Although Monta Ellis was ostensibly the team leader, the arrival of Iguodala subtly garnered greater respect from the team. This left Wang Jie unable to voice his frustrations. While Stephen Curry possessed exceptional shooting prowess, his leadership relied mainly on his formidable skills, unlike Iguodala, whose influence was predominantly based on his commanding presence. Upon arriving at the 76ers, Dragic and Dorell Wright were utilized similarly to Wang Jie. Dragic met the 76ers' expectations, but although Dorell Wright excelled in three-point shooting, finding success when unguarded, he struggled to score against defensive pressure. Since Dorell Wright's rising fame, teams began to intensify their perimeter defense against him, resulting in a decline in his shooting percentage. Nevertheless, Dorell Wright's three-point shooting remained impressive, averaging over 10 points per game, leading the 76ers to console themselves that these two players were a more economical choice compared to Iguodala, thus not incurring a loss. Chapter 75, second in the West. 58 wins. Following Iguodala's addition, Wang Jie witnessed a significant elevation in both offensive and defensive capabilities. It is noteworthy that the 76ers were propelled into the playoffs this season by Iguodala, even reaching the Eastern Conference Finals and securing a victory against the Heat's trio of superstars. However, the Warriors were a stronger force, achieving an impressive record of 31 wins and 10 losses midway through the season, coinciding with the closing of the trade market. Furthermore, Yao Ming seemed to have regained his peak form on the court, exhibiting remarkable strength. The most critical factor was that the rejuvenation of Yao Ming's health had significantly enhanced his speed, and with his towering height, he could effortlessly catch and score any ball thrown towards the basket. As the season progressed, team cohesion improved, and the performance of starting player Paul George continued to rise. Meanwhile, backup center Hassan Whiteside displayed increased stability, though his overall ability remained average, serving merely as a traditional center substitute. Iguodala's excellent stamina allowed him to play 3/4 of a game, whereas Wesley Matthews could only manage one. Wang Jie decisively employed Wesley Matthews, contemplating the enhancement of his statistics this year to secure a favorable price for him next year. Consequently, in a single match, Wesley Matthews played for 2 quarters, and in another, he did not play at all. As for Andre Iguodala's substitution, it would suffice to have Danny Green or Jeremy Lin step in for a quarter. Wang Jie found himself somewhat helpless. After assuming the role of owner, the considerations he had to entertain multiplied significantly. Factors such as player potential became paramount. For instance, trading away the promising Dragic was a decision influenced by his future injury risks, while players like Dorrell Wright and Wesley Matthews exhibited limited potential. This year marked the peak for Dorrell Wright, and further improvement seemed implausible, with a decline more likely. Consequently, Wang Jie sought to acquire Iguodala, whose prowess would remain formidable even 6 or 7 years hence. Strong and resilient, even minor injuries would not considerably diminish his capabilities. This season, the Mavericks emerged as the most formidable team, bolstered by the strength of Nowitzki and the formidable perimeter defense formed by Terry, Kidd, and Beria. In a regular season match, when Wesley Matthews had a rare day off, Wang Jie realized the formidable strength of both the interior and exterior defenses, with significant pressure from the perimeter. Fortunately, the duo of David Lee and DeAndre Jordan adeptly protected numerous rebounds and initiated several counterattacks. Alas, Nowitzki also secured a portion of the rebounds and exhibited a comprehensive skill set, ultimately leading to their defeat. However, in their subsequent encounter, Wang Jie unleashed a tactical prowess that was nothing short of miraculous. He substituted in Wesley Matthews, who unleashed a barrage of three-point shots, despite Kidd, Butler, and the trio of Nowitzki, Terry, and Peja Stojakovic launching their own three-pointers with impressive accuracy exceeding 40. Matthews, with a three-point attribute of 100, executed an astonishing 6 out of 10, amassing 18 points with a shooting percentage of 60. Iguodala also contributed significantly, shooting 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, ultimately leading to a decisive victory over the Mavericks. Of course, the regular season tended to be more relaxed, which elucidated why the intensity escalated in the playoffs. Despite the Mavericks' regular season performance being inferior to that of the Lakers, they still managed to dominate them. Thus, Wang Jie did not underestimate the Mavericks. In contrast, the Lakers had begun to age, even Kobe showing signs of decline, facing injuries despite his skill level remaining relatively intact. As the regular season concluded, Wang Jie resolutely decided to solidify 5 substitutes as members of an extraordinary quintet, just as the regular season was nearing its end. Stephen Curry finally returned from his surgical recovery, and upon rejoining the team, he was taken aback by the unfamiliarity of his teammates. The entire team had undergone a transformation, akin to joining a new squad, with the most familiar face being Monta Ellis. The tactics have transformed drastically since the arrival of Steve Kerr, leaving Curry with no choice but to accept a role as a substitute for Monta Ellis, diligently enhancing his understanding of the strategic drills. Consequently, Wang Jie successfully compiled a remarkable list of 5 extraordinary substitutes: Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming. Ultimately, Wang Jie decided to align Wesley Matthews with the Jin Billy template, augmenting his value as a bargaining chip for the upcoming season, while also improving his three-point shooting and defensive capabilities. Thus, the quintet of substitutes exhibited a balanced offensive and defensive prowess, equating to 4 all-star caliber players alongside a starter. Even Hassan Whiteside, under a 20 enhancement, could contribute significantly in interior defense and rebounding, ensuring he would not repeat the lackluster performance of merely securing 2 to 3 rebounds in 2 quarters. Over the course of the season, Whiteside made considerable progress through training. He no longer resembled the disaster of the season's outset, evolving into a competent substitute. The 20 boost further elevated him to a commendable starting center. As the regular season concluded, the most formidable team was led by Derrick Rose of the Bulls, whose rapid ascent earned him the title of this year's regular season MVP, establishing him as a superstar. It is noteworthy that in the first round, with Rose on the court, the Bulls surpassed the Heat by nearly 20 points. Had it not been for Rose's injury in the second round of the playoffs against the Heat, one could only speculate whether the outcome between the Bulls and Mavericks would have differed. A few years prior, when the Bulls selected Rose, Wang Jie envisioned him possessing the ability to rejuvenate the team, complemented by the youth and strength of the Bulls roster and their profound bench depth, creating a perfect championship contender. Unfortunately, the negotiations ultimately fell through. Upon examining the season's outcomes, Wang Jie realized that the team's success was largely attributable to Andre Iguodala. His versatility in scoring, be it mid-range, layups, or three-pointers, alongside his seamless assist and tenacity in securing rebounds, effectively filled any gaps in the team's performance. Ignoring Wang Jie's skills, Iguodala emerged as the primary reason for the team's victories. This realization brought Wang Jie immense joy. His choice of players had proven astute, foreshadowing the Warriors' future championship triumph, with Iguodala ultimately earning the Finals MVP. Under Wang Jie's guidance, The Warriors transformed from a lackluster team of the previous season to securing the second position in the Western Conference, with the Spurs leading at 61 wins and 21 losses. Wang Jie recorded 58 victories and 24 defeats, a season that, by all accounts, could be deemed rather disappointing. However, the outcome primarily stemmed from Wang Jie's own management. Had he secured a few more wins, surpassing 60 victories and claiming the top spot in the Western Conference might have been within reach. The Warriors managed to secure a position in the top 8, but rather than eliminating the 8th-seeded Grizzlies, they instead ousted the 7th-seeded Hornets, led by Chris Paul. This revelation made Wang Jie acutely aware that the Grizzlies were also selectively choosing their opponents. In contrast to the 8th-seeded Grizzlies, Wang Jie would prefer to face the current 7th-seeded Trail Blazers, as he was wary of the Grizzlies, who had recently acquired several formidable defenders, including the tenacious Marc Gasol, making any encounter with them quite arduous. Chapter 76. Against the Trail Blazers 4-0 this year, the Western Conference is exceptionally formidable. The Trio of Thunder, featuring the superstar Kevin Durant alongside the dynamic duo of Russell Westbrook and James Harden, is extraordinarily powerful. The Mavericks require no further elaboration, and the Spurs, with Tim Duncan remaining unscathed during the latter part of the regular season, present a unique challenge. It can be asserted that no team is to be underestimated. Wang Jie has adeptly harnessed the memories of his past life to strategically engage the weakest contender, the Trail Blazers, thereby depleting the enemy's strength before confronting any formidable opponents that may arise later. In the Western Conference, the Spurs face the Grizzlies, the Lakers contend with the Nuggets, and the Mavericks meet the Thunder. None of these are weak adversaries. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, the Bulls battle the Pacers, the Magic take on the Hawks, the Heat challenge the 76ers, and the Knicks go against the Celtics. During the first quarter of the playoffs, Steve Kerr was filled with excitement, as he had not anticipated leading the Warriors to the playoffs in his inaugural season, thus fulfilling his goal set at the beginning of the season. Steve, perhaps it would be wise to temper your enthusiasm until after securing the championship, Wang Jie remarked with a smile. All right, Steve replied. Steve promptly took his seat and began to orchestrate the lineup of starting players. Just before the commencement of the game, the Portland Trail Blazers head coach expressed his intention to educate Wang Jie's rookie substitute, imparting the essence of playoff intensity. The head coach of the Trail Blazers, Nate McMillan, fielded the starting lineup of Andre Miller, Roy, Batum, Aldridge, and Gerald Wallace. On the opposing side, the Golden State Warriors' starting small forward was Paul George, with DeAndre Jordan at center, Monta Ellis as point guard, Andre Iguodala at shooting guard, and David Lee as power forward. From an external perspective, Wang Jie appeared destined to lose this match. However, throughout the regular season, he had repeatedly led his team from behind, defying numerous skeptics. This notion was substantiated by the fact that after a season of adaptation and practice, Paul George had swiftly evolved into a capable starter. DeAndre Jordan exhibited a remarkable surge in performance, averaging 8 rebounds per game, a figure influenced by the contributions of both David Lee and Iguodala. Despite his overall performance this season being somewhat lackluster, Paul George excelled in steals, demonstrating his prowess as a rookie by achieving up to 8 steals in a single game, culminating in an impressive average of nearly 2 steals per game. Later in the season, Paul George averaged 7 points, 3 assists, and 8 steals, a statistic reflecting his limited playtime, as Danny Green also shared the court for 2 quarters. Danny Green boasted an impressive 3-point shooting percentage of 42, rivaling that of Wright, while exhibiting elite defensive skills that effectively curtailed opponents' shooting percentages. However, aside from these 2 attributes, his overall contributions were rather average. In other teams, Danny Green might not have been as impactful, yet, within a roster that included Iguodala, Curry, and Monta Ellis, all of whom required ball control, his role as a non-ball dominant 3 and D player became invaluable. His ability to catch and shoot 3-pointers when the team faced offensive stagnation proved essential. In stark contrast, Wang Jie had never exceeded an average of 0.5 steals throughout the regular season. As anticipated, in the first game, DeAndre Jordan and David Lee dominated the boards, securing over 80% of the rebounds. Meanwhile, Paul George, David Lee, and Iguodala unleashed a barrage of outside shots. With solid support in the paint, the reserves, upon entering the game in the third quarter, bewildered the Trail Blazers. Yao Ming and Hassan Whiteside controlled the interior, while the 3 outside shooters focused solely on 3-point attempts, leaving the Trail Blazers reserves utterly helpless. Ultimately, by the third quarter, the point differential surpassed 20, compelling the Trail Blazers to surrender by fielding their substitutes in the fourth quarter. Wang Jie appeared somewhat overwhelmed as he permitted the starting player, Paul George, to enter the game alongside the substitutes. In the fourth quarter, the Trail Blazers managed to recover a mere 5 points, thus salvaging a modicum of dignity. Throughout the match, the head coach of the Trail Blazers wore a perpetual scowl, devoid of the initial confidence and bravado they had once exhibited. They were thoroughly outmatched, a stark contrast to their expectations. In the subsequent 3 games, the Trail Blazers were relentlessly dominated by the Warriors, with Wang Jie failing to unleash his remarkable 5-game streak of brilliance from the bench. The starting players alone scored significantly more points, while the substitutes were thoroughly overwhelmed by the formidable duo of Curry and Yao Ming. Ultimately, the team of Wang Jie triumphed over the Trail Blazers with a decisive 4-0 victory, securing their place in the playoffs. Wang Jie breathed a sigh of relief. His chosen adversary proved to be rather feeble. This season, the Warriors' strength appeared slightly inferior to that of the Knicks, prompting Wang Jie to exercise particular caution. Faced with a plethora of formidable Western teams and lacking systematic skills, relying solely on the team's rookies, the substitutes acquired from the Knicks, and the singularly seasoned talents of Iguodala and Monta Ellis, every match posed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Wang Jie secured Iguodala, who averaged over 17 points per game, while Monta Ellis contributed around 18 points per game, despite both players often being limited to 3 quarters of play. In the West, the Spurs suffered a 3-4 defeat to the Grizzlies, who achieved a stunning upset, primarily due to Ginobili's injury. When the postseason stood at 2-1, Duncan also succumbed to injury, ultimately leading to the Grizzlies' resurgence. This remarkable upset garnered significant attention, akin to the Warriors' previous shocking victory. The Lakers triumphed over the Nuggets 4-1, and the Mavericks similarly defeated the Thunder 4-1. The youthful trio of the Thunder still lacked the experience, with James Harden yet to develop his ability to draw fouls, resulting in their suppression by the Mavericks and the formidable Nowitzki, though none of these teams could be deemed weak. The Grizzlies were set to face the Mavericks, while the Warriors prepared to clash with the Lakers. In the East, the Bulls triumphed over the Pacers 4-1, the Magic defeated the Hawks 4-2, and the Heat bested the 76ers 4-1, whereas the Knicks suffered a crushing 0-4 defeat against the Celtics. The upcoming Eastern matchups featured the Bulls against the Hawks and the Heat facing the Celtics, with no weak teams remaining in the Eastern semifinals. It is noteworthy that following Zach Randolph's repeated off-court issues, the Knicks, in a fit of anger, traded him to the Grizzlies, resulting in the formation of a powerhouse reminiscent of Wang Jie's previous season team. After losing Randolph, the Knicks faced a significant decline in strength, even as the Celtics' aging trio, despite their diminished prowess, relied on their shrewd coordination to secure victories against the trio of Anthony and Stoudemire. The Knicks appeared disjointed and uncoordinated, lacking any semblance of teamwork, and their head coach fell short in comparison to the Celtics. Despite being the reigning champions last season, they now faced a dismal defeat. It can only be said that the Knicks, as a major city franchise, draw players who may easily succumb to the allure of excess, a fact that the Knicks head coach and general manager seem oblivious to. Wang Jie felt a sense of relief upon discovering that the opponent was the Lakers. He would much prefer to triumph over them than to face the Mavericks prematurely. The Lakers, under the guidance of coach Phil Jackson, boasted a starting lineup that included Fisher, Kobe, Artest, Gasol, and Odom. In contrast, the Warriors fielded Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Monta Ellis, Iguodala, and David Lee. Chapter 77. The clash with the Dallas Mavericks. When comparing both teams, it was evident that the star-studded Lakers held a considerable advantage. However, after a pre-game discussion with Steve Kerr, Wang Jie insisted on enhancing their defense, increasing three-point attempts, and executing fast breaks to exhaust the Lakers' stamina. Consequently, during the first quarter, Kobe struggled under Iguodala's defense, missing numerous shots. Fortunately, DeAndre Jordan and David Lee managed to secure nearly 60 of the rebounds against Gasol and Odom, preventing the Lakers from establishing a significant lead. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 39-34, a margin that seemed substantial. Yet, as Wang Jie encouraged his team to accelerate their pace, the game unfolded rapidly. Fisher, attempting to slow the tempo, was intercepted by Paul George, forcing the aging Lakers to keep up with the brisk pace. By the quarter's conclusion, Kobe and his teammates were visibly fatigued, gasping for breath, while Wang Jie's youthful Warriors remained invigorated, with Iguodala in peak condition and Monta Ellis still in the prime of his life at 25. It was worth noting that Kobe was already 33 years old and while he fared relatively well, the older Fisher and others were struggling to keep up. In the second quarter, Wang Jie introduced his substitutes, Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming, who all brought energy to the court. After 10 minutes of play in the second quarter, Phil Jackson sensed trouble as Kobe began to miss shots fervently, going 1 for 7 against Danny Green's defense. In just 10 minutes, the substitutes had propelled the Warriors to a 3-point lead, with Stephen Curry scoring 12 points by hitting 4 out of 7 attempts against the aging Fisher. Although Danny Green did not take any shots due to Kobe's defense, it was of little concern. Wang Jie bestowed upon the entire team the remarkable fifth-level substitute skill, which, even with Whiteside's meager contribution of an additional 20 stamina, utterly decimated the Lakers. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Wang Jie instructed Steve Kerr to substitute in the starters, taking advantage of the Lakers' decision to rest their key players. By that point, the Warriors had already established a 6-point lead. Following a defensive switch where Kobe guarded Stephen Curry, Danny Green managed to score 1 out of 2 attempts, and with the enhancement of Yao Ming's peak abilities, he effortlessly secured a rebound and executed a deft hook shot. Fortunately, Kobe also found success, sinking a 2-pointer without a hitch. Phil Jackson decided to pull the starters, but the Warriors' first-string players took to the court, leading to the Lakers' bench being mercilessly overwhelmed. Andre Iguodala and Monta Ellis penetrated the Lakers' interior, scoring with ease, occasionally passing to DeAndre Jordan for a shot. As the third quarter concluded, Kobe and his teammates re-entered the game, but it was too late to close the gap, with the deficit ballooning to 15 points. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors continued their relentless rotation of starters and substitutes, depleting the stamina of Kobe and his cohorts. By the end of the quarter, the Lakers had managed to narrow the gap to 9 points, yet Kobe and his team were utterly fatigued, nearly overwhelmed by the Warriors' pace. After the teams exited the court, Phil Jackson found himself at a loss. Had this been a few years prior, Wang Jie's straightforward and aggressive strategy would have been ineffective. The Lakers starters could easily endure a brief respite, allowing them to withstand the onslaught. Although the Lakers bench was commendable, with some players capable of starting on other teams, Wang Jie's Warriors employed their starters against the substitutes, presenting an insurmountable challenge. Phil Jackson, despite his efforts to impose restrictions, could do little to halt the Warriors' relentless pace. Failing to pursue allowed them to capitalize on open 3-point opportunities with near certainty. Remarkably, every member of Wang Jie's team, including Iguodala, Danny Green, Stephen Curry, and Wesley Matthews, excelled at shooting threes. Phil Jackson realized that the Warriors' substitutes were even more effective against the Lakers, dominating both inside and outside the arc. The next 3 matches unfolded like a replica of the first. The Lakers would lead in the first quarter, only to be surpassed in the second, overwhelmed in the third, and unable to close the gap in the fourth. The primary issue was Kobe's declining stamina due to age. Should he remain on the court, he would inevitably miss shots, and upon his substitution, the bench would face a similar fate. Ultimately, Phil Jackson watched in disbelief as his team succumbed to defeat. When the Lakers lost, shockwaves rippled through the crowd, for the team had been a perennial contender for the finals in recent years. Yet this season, they faltered even before reaching the Western Conference Finals, swept away by Wang Jie's squad in a stunning 4-0 defeat. No one had anticipated that a team predominantly composed of substitutes and rookies could vanquish the Lakers, who had claimed the Western Conference Championship for 2 consecutive years. The Warriors fans have become utterly ecstatic. Initially, there were already numerous supporters of the Warriors, who were deeply invested in the team's performance. However, when Wang Jie led the Warriors to triumph over the Lakers, securing a place in the Western Conference Finals, the fans erupted with fervor. It was unexpected to witness Wang Jie's remarkable prowess alongside that of the assistant coach, Steve Kerr. Yet, one might chuckle, for Wang Jie is merely a figurehead. The majority of the strategies and formations are orchestrated by Steve Kerr, while Wang Jie assumes the role of a mere mascot on the sidelines. Admittedly, the Warriors have indeed secured victory and advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yet it appears that Wang Jie's contribution is negligible, as he has aged significantly. Wang Jie was left speechless. The Warriors triumphed, yet fans unanimously accused him of speaking in riddles. What is the connection? In the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Bulls defeated the Hawks 4-2, while the Heat overcame the Celtics with a score of 4-1. Ultimately, the Celtics have aged. Their trio proved no match against the Heat's peak trio. The Celtics' big three averaged over 10 points, while the Heat's trio, Dwayne Wade, the most formidable with 27 points, LeBron James with 26, and Chris Bosh, despite the least at 22, made significant contributions. In the Western Conference, the Mavericks triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 4-1. While the Warriors faced their greatest challenge of the season, the Western Conference Finals commenced with the Warriors facing the Mavericks, and Wang Jie spotted his old acquaintance, Jason Kidd, with whom he had previously collaborated at the Nets to secure back-to-back championships. Head coach, Rick Carlisle, starting lineup, Dirk Nowitzki, Gerald Wallace, Sean Marion, Jimmy Butler. Jason Kidd Warriors starting lineup, Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Monta Ellis, Andre Iguodala, David Lee. The first game began, and Steve Kerr employed the strategy he used against the Lakers. However, the Mavericks differed vastly from the Lakers. Nowitzki, the power forward, surprisingly floated beyond the arc to shoot three-pointers. Not only Nowitzki, but also Wallace, Marion, Butler, and Kidd all positioned themselves along the perimeter. In the first quarter, Nowitzki made 2 of 3 three-point attempts, Wallace 2 of 3, Marion 2 of 4. Butler 1 of 2, and Kidd scored 2 points with 1 shot, leading to a score of 23-18. The Mavericks showcased formidable defensive intensity. Although David Lee and DeAndre Jordan dominated the boards, securing 70% of the rebounds. Yet, the four players' terrifying three-point barrage allowed them to surpass the Warriors by 5 points in the first quarter. Chapter 78, Mavericks 2-1 as the second quarter commenced. The starters returned, and the Mavericks unleashed a relentless barrage of three-point shots, with Nowitzki also contributing significantly on the boards. As Wang Jie observed from the sidelines, a frown creased his brow. In the second quarter, Steve Kerr exerted considerable effort, deploying Danny Green, Stephen Curry, and even the formidable Yao Ming to engage in a fierce offensive exchange, managing to stabilize the situation, albeit with difficulty. By the third quarter, Kerr introduced a quintet comprising Danny Green, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming, directly mirroring the Mavericks lineup to launch a fast break. Iguodala's defensive intensity was remarkable, effectively containing the now-diminished Jason Kidd, who was relegated to passing the ball out repeatedly. Meanwhile, on the perimeter, Danny Green, Stephen Curry, Iguodala, and Wesley Matthews engaged in a relentless three-point shootout against the Mavericks. Yao's primary contributions were securing rebounds and executing putback dunks. To Wang Jie's surprise, however, Danny Green and Stephen Curry had not yet reached their peak performance, resulting in a stalemate in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, the Mavericks substituted in their reserves, Terry, Peja, and Stevens, among others. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. The Mavericks bench boasted formidable strength. Indeed, in the fourth quarter, under Steve Kerr's tactical adjustments, the Mavericks reserves managed to hold their ground for 5 minutes, though they only saw the Warriors narrow the gap by 3 points. Ultimately, in a fierce exchange of three-pointers, the Warriors succumbed to the Mavericks, losing by 7 points with a final score of 133-126 on their home court. Wang Jie, upon witnessing the outcome, felt a sense of helplessness. In this crucial match, Steve Kerr wished to orchestrate the game himself, a request that Wang Jie acquiesced to. Thus, the conditions for triggering the quintuple extraordinary sequence were not met. However, aside from the quintuple extraordinary and the enigmatic skills, all other abilities were employed. Wang Jie and Steve Kerr fell into a moment of contemplative silence as the Mavericks quartet unleashed a remarkable performance, consistently collaborating to pass the ball to the player facing the least defensive pressure, achieving an impressive three-point shooting percentage exceeding 50%. Meanwhile, the Warriors boasted a formidable defense and were equally adept at shooting from beyond the arc, yet their fortune seemed to wane, as they faced a similarly robust perimeter defense from their opponents, culminating in a three-point shooting percentage of over 40% by the end of the match. As the second quarter unfolded, Wang Jie could no longer restrain himself and proposed a strategy, indicating a tacit understanding between the two, should victory be secured. All would be well, but in the event of defeat, Steve Kerr would heed Wang Jie's counsel. Upon entering the game as starters, they fiercely defended against the Mavericks. Yet the Mavericks opted not to penetrate the paint, instead focusing their efforts on shooting three-pointers. Wang Jie ensured that the starters held their ground, while simultaneously allowing Iguodala to attempt three-point shots. Ultimately, through tenacious defense, David Lee and DeAndre Jordan, alongside the Mavericks Chandler and Nowitzki, fervently contested rebounds, resulting in a tenuous stalemate in rebounding. The first quarter concluded with both teams tied, despite Iguodala's three-point shooting percentage of 30%. His counterparts faced intensified defense from the Warriors, yielding similar shooting struggles with percentages dipping below 30%. In the second quarter, Wang Jie opted to substitute all starters with the bench, unleashing a quintet of exceptional skill, with Yao Ming and Whiteside dominating the paint for rebounds. The others unleashed a barrage of three-point attempts at every opportunity, with even the so-called elementary school student Curry hitting an impressive 6 of 7. Danny Green making 2 of 3, and Wesley Matthews converting 5 of 6. By the end of the second quarter, the Warriors surged ahead, leading the Mavericks by 12 points. Bolstered by enhanced three-point shooting and defense that left the Mavericks struggling to score, with Nowitzki resorting to two-point attempts. As the third quarter commenced, Wang Jie kept the substitutes on the floor, and the relentless downpour of three-pointers continued, even with Kidd and Nowitzki attempting to disrupt their rhythm. The Mavericks failed to close the gap, falling behind by another 5 points. While Hassan Whiteside displayed commendable agility and speed among centers, his rebounding left much to be desired, struggling even against power forward Nowitzki. Fortunately, Yao Ming provided ample support, often cleaning up Whiteside's shortcomings. However, after enhancing 20 related attributes, Whiteside barely managed to show more promise, prompting a furrowed brow from Wang Jie. He realized that Whiteside's current performance might not align with his bench strategy, leading him to consider trading him or relegating him to the Warriors Development League in the next season. After the conclusion of the second game, the Warriors ultimately secured a narrow victory, winning 120-116, equalizing the series at 1-1. Wang Jie exhaled in relief, having employed all available skills yet only managing a 4-point lead, leaving him somewhat disheartened. As the third game unfolded at the Dallas Mavericks American Airlines Center, the arena was filled to capacity with over 19,000 fans, whose fervent cheers welcomed the Mavericks while the Warriors faced a chorus of boos. The first quarter saw the starters struggle, clearly affected by the away game atmosphere, finishing 6 points behind. Nevertheless, Wang Jie responded by deploying the entire bench in the second quarter. The Warrior reserves, Danny Green, Hassan Whiteside, Stephen Curry, Wesley Matthews, and Yao Ming took to the court. Within just 8 minutes, the 6-point deficit vanished as 3 players unleashed a flurry of three-point shots while the other 2 aggressively pursued rebounds. However, the Mavericks exploited Whiteside's rookie jitters, frequently using screens to create mismatches that allowed center Chandler to snatch rebounds from Whiteside's grasp. By the end of the second quarter, both teams remained locked in a tie, largely due to Whiteside's disorientation under the basket. The third quarter unfolded with the Mavericks capitalizing on Whiteside's continuous errors, allowing them to surge ahead by 6 points. After stepping off the court, Whiteside implored, "Coach, let me sit out," but received a firm, "Not necessary." In response, "Thus, Hassan, you shall take the court once again in the next game. Refrain from attempting to secure rebounds. Instead, you will assume the role of power forward. Yao, you will occupy the center position. Hassan, your primary responsibilities will be to set screens for Yao and others, as well as to focus on defense. Do not engage in any other activities." Wang Jie shook his head, finally recognizing that Hassan Whiteside finds it exceedingly challenging to fulfill the role of center. Even with enhanced abilities, his awareness remains insufficient. Indeed, Hassan Whiteside appeared taken aback, not anticipating Wang Jie's profound trust in him, which moved him deeply, prompting an immediate agreement. As the fourth quarter commenced, Wang Jie swiftly altered the strategy, positioning Yu beneath the basket to secure rebounds, while Hassan Whiteside transitioned to power forward. Consequently, despite Hassan becoming a defensive liability, he was relentlessly targeted by the Mavericks. After 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the point differential remained unchanged, primarily due to Curry and others excelling in three-point shooting. However, Kidd and his teammates, assisted by Yao and others, managed to cover for Hassan Whiteside's defensive shortcomings, albeit they still successfully landed several three-pointers. Wang Jie furrowed his brow. For 5 consecutive minutes, both teams exhibited remarkable precision in their three-point shooting, achieving an astonishing accuracy rate of nearly 70 to 80%, a scenario he had not anticipated. Ultimately, in the third match, Wang Jie resignedly observed as his team suffered yet another defeat, with the Mavericks triumphing over the Warriors by a score of 2-1. Wang Jie was at a loss for words. In this match, aside from the enigmatic skills that seemed to serve no one, he utilized all his abilities. In Chapter 79, with a score of 3-2, he employed every skill at his disposal, even in the fourth quarter. When he positioned Yao Ming beneath the basket, an area Yao was already familiar with, Wang Jie unleashed his full prowess. Despite Yao's weight loss, no one could surpass him in the paint. He dominated the rebounds, securing over 70% of them single-handedly. However, The Mavericks' three-point shooting accuracy soared to over 70% in the fourth quarter, with Nowitzki achieving a flawless 5 for 5 from beyond the arc, overshadowing Curry's 4 for 5 performance. By the fourth game, both teams were fatigued, yet Wang Jie still started in the first quarter, confidently sinking two-pointers and grabbing rebounds. Fortunately, this match seemed to have drained the shooting touch from the previous game, as the Mavericks' shooting accuracy plummeted in the first quarter, resulting in a three-point deficit to the starters. In the second quarter, noticing that the starters were performing well, Wang Jie observed that the rookie Paul George was being targeted by Nowitzki, leading to a dismal shooting performance of 0 for 2 for him, and once again, the teams were tied. Wang Jie relegated Paul George to the bench, opting not to send Danny Green in his place. Instead, he whimsically decided to elevate the water cooler attendant, Jeremy Lin, who averaged a mere 3 minutes of playtime during the regular season. Upon learning that he would grace the court during the playoffs, Lin was instantly filled with elation. Wang Jie silently bestowed the enigmatic skill upon Lin Shihao. Lin, having burst onto the scene, was a force of nature, exuding explosive energy, executing swift breakthroughs, and demonstrating precision in his layups. However, his game was somewhat limited. If overly scrutinized, he could easily be targeted. Yet, once Wang Jie activated the mysterious skill, Lin effortlessly glided past Dirk Nowitzki's defense, depositing the ball into the basket. Nowitzki was left astonished. A mere substitute possessing such speed reminded him of Dwayne Wade. As the first quarter unfolded, Lin relentlessly attacked the rim, with interior players David Lee and DeAndre Jordan continuously setting screens to aid his efforts. By the end of the quarter, Lin was virtually uncontainable, even penetrating the defenses of elite defenders like Sean Marion and Jimmy Butler with ease. His already impressive breakthrough rating of 88 surged to over 100, rivaling the prowess of Allen Iverson in his prime. Consequently, Lin achieved an extraordinary shooting performance, hitting 11 of 12 attempts, amassing 22 points in a single quarter, with a missed shot subsequently converted by David Lee. In the third quarter, the Mavericks struggled with a three-point shooting percentage of merely 35, a stark contrast to the previous quarter's performance, indicating a lack of rhythm. Nevertheless, Lin's explosive play propelled the Warriors to a 10-point lead over the Mavericks. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin re-entered the game with the bench unit, wreaking havoc against the Mavericks' reserves with a flurry of steals and drives, swiftly orchestrating an 8-0 run in under 4 minutes. The Mavericks were compelled to reinstate their starters, but with an 18-point deficit, they managed to claw back 6 points, thanks to a slight improvement to a 45 three-point shooting rate. Ultimately, the Mavericks succumbed to a 12-point loss. The series was now tied at 2-2, as both teams returned to the Warriors' home court for the next match. At this juncture, both sides recognized the gravity of the situation, understanding that the outcome of this game would determine their path to a potential series victory. Wang Jie, having just made his debut as a starter in the first quarter, was substituted after merely 5 minutes on the court, as the team executed a complete rotation of 5 players. This was accompanied by the remarkable activation of a 5 consecutive extraordinary skills sequence. In this crucial match, Wang Jie must secure a victory. Despite Lin Shihao's impressive performance in the previous game, his capabilities have inexplicably diminished by 20 in this encounter, making it impossible for Wang Jie to allow him on the court. As a substitute, Whiteside faced renewed scrutiny, although he displayed the remarkable effects of a 5-game streak. He found himself challenged against one of the league's elite teams, struggling to keep pace. The defensive intensity escalated significantly, surpassing 2 levels beyond what is typically seen in the regular season. However, for the Mavericks and Warriors, such defensive prowess proved inconsequential in the pursuit of a championship. The three-point shooting rained down as both teams engaged in a frenzied exchange, achieving a staggering 50 accuracy from beyond the arc in the first quarter. In the dying seconds, Curry's three-pointer allowed the Warriors to edge ahead by 3 points. Quickly, in the second quarter, Nowitzki launched a three-pointer over Whiteside, reigniting the back-and-forth barrage of three-point shots that kept the audience in a state of exhilaration. The atmosphere was charged with tension as neither team could predict the outcome of each shot. Unlike the past, where scoring relied heavily on forwards and centers driving to the basket, both teams now positioned themselves with minimal presence in the paint, opting instead to unleash a torrent of three-point attempts. The Mavericks featured a lineup where 4 out of 5 players were adept at shooting three-pointers, with even Kidd occasionally attempting to shoot, albeit focusing more on facilitating assists due to the difficulty in hitting shots. This season, the prowess of these 4 players from beyond the arc was formidable, with Wang Jia's substitutes also enhancing their attributes by 20, effectively equating the Mavericks' 5 players to 3 upgraded versions of Curry, while Yao Ming and Whiteside dominated the boards. Despite the Mavericks' frenzied play, the third quarter commenced with both teams substituting their starters, though it was primarily the Mavericks who replaced theirs while the Warriors introduced theirs. At this juncture, even with a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 50, the Mavericks found themselves trailing by 8 points, as the Warriors boasted an astonishing 70% accuracy from three-point range. In the fourth quarter, the Warriors starters, having been benched for 3 quarters, took on the Mavericks' equally competent substitutes for 5 minutes. To the astonishment of the Warriors, the Mavericks bench held their ground, hitting a series of three-pointers that narrowed the deficit back to 6 points. Fortunately, Danny Green entered the fray and effectively neutralized a hot-handed Terry, leading to a series of scoring plays that extended the gap to 10 points. Reluctantly, the Mavericks reverted to their starters while Wang Jie substituted back in, unwilling to risk a late-game collapse. The Mavericks quintet was exceptionally well-suited for three-point shooting, and their lineup countered the Warriors' strategy, yielding unexpectedly fruitful results. This situation has utterly infuriated Carlisle. The Warriors, who struggled to effectively implement their tactics in the previous quarter, have now become quite adept, for the strategies are not overly complex. Carlisle contemplated alerting the authorities, wishing to accuse the Warriors of plagiarizing his lineup. Alas, the use of formations is permitted among all teams. Carlisle endeavored to adjust his strategy, while the Warriors mirrored his attempts. Although they were a step behind, this adaptation alleviated some of the pressure they faced, proving preferable to being suppressed by an ill-suited formation. Steve Kerr, observing the Warriors' remarkable improvement, exclaimed with palpable excitement, "It appears that this Mavericks formation suits our Warriors exceptionally well. I must delve into the nuances of this strategic variation. We ought to experiment with it extensively in the upcoming regular season. Perhaps we can transform this lineup into our own." Wang Jiao also smiled, relieved. Despite the Mavericks' explosive performance in the final quarter, where they rained three-pointers with an impressive collective shooting percentage of 70, the Warriors held their ground at 60. However, the substantial deficit from earlier in the game ultimately sealed the Mavericks' fate. "We have triumphed. We won the third game. We hold a 2-game advantage. We need only to secure one more victory." Steve Kerr jubilantly leapt into the air. Wang Jie sighed in relief as the Mavericks' Nowitzki and others erupted in the closing moments. Especially Nowitzki, who dominated Whiteside, achieving 6 successful shots out of 7 attempts. Fortunately, the Warriors' Stephen Curry matched this performance against top defenders, hitting 5 out of 7, thwarting the Mavericks' attempts to narrow the score. Chapter 80. Overtime. Jeremy Lin's breakthrough this game was also broadcast in Huaxiao, where many began to proclaim the Warriors as champions. It's 3-2. Last season, the Warriors were a mere underdog, but this season Wang Jie has completely revamped the team, bringing in a plethora of rookies and substitutes, successfully rebuilding to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. My goodness, I can't take it anymore. I must buy tickets to see the game live. Who wants to join me? Count me in. I want to go too, but unfortunately, I have no time. Yao is formidable, guarding the paint, but regrettably, the Mavericks seldom attack the basket. Nowitzki truly proves to be a soft presence in the interior. Yet, he has led his team to the Eastern Conference Finals and has even defeated the Warriors twice. Game 6 commenced. During the pre-game interviews, Wang Jie expressed his determination to thoroughly conquer the Mavericks. "It's a sure thing. With Wang Jie as head coach in the upcoming Olympics, victory is guaranteed." Jack Wang spent the entire game talking, hardly utilizing the tactical board. "Steve Kerr is the true head coach. Hey, don't speak out of turn. Report it. This is our team, and we have a traitor among us." Thus, the 6th game began, with Steve Kerr proposing to start with 4 shooters alongside Yao Ming, employing a strategy of 1 star and 4 shooters. Wang Jie hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Steve Kerr's experiment. Thus, Iguodala, Danny Green, Wesley Matthews, Stephen Curry, and Yao Ming took to the court as starters. As the 5 players stepped onto the floor, everyone was taken aback. The Warriors had astonishingly removed the center from the lineup, mirroring the exact arrangement of the Mavericks. Furthermore, their style of play was strikingly similar. Mavericks head coach Carlisle's lips quivered slightly. They had not adopted such a comprehensive imitation in the previous game. Yet this time it was an uncanny replication. Compounding the challenge, the Warriors boasted formidable defense and precise three-point shooting, rivaling that of the Mavericks. Consequently, both teams commenced a frenzied barrage of three-point attempts, with the match characterized by constant rotation of lineups and relentless defensive maneuvers to create open shots. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Jie discerned the remarkable strength of this lineup. Their three-point shooting was relentless, and even when shots missed, Yao Ming would secure a significant portion of the rebounds, allowing Danny Green and others to attempt again. The Mavericks coach displayed keen insight, rigorously guarding Stephen Curry and the sharpshooting Wesley Matthews, akin to the legendary Gin Billy. This tactical focus inadvertently led to increased opportunities for Iguodala and Danny Green to take their own three-point shots. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors had surpassed the Mavericks by 6 points. However, as the second quarter commenced, the Mavericks found their three-point accuracy and reclaimed the lead by 3 points. Wang Jie fervently urged his teammates to run and deny the Mavericks any opportunities. Simultaneously, during this quarter, Steve Kerr incessantly rotated his players for rest, which contributed to the team conceding 6 consecutive points. As the third quarter commenced, the starters returned to the court, and Danny Green immediately took a shot, successfully making 2 out of 3 attempts within the first 5 minutes, thereby equalizing the score and returning both teams to a level playing field. Subsequently, Stephen Curry showcased his prowess by sinking 3 consecutive shots, prompting the team to adjust their lineup to create open opportunities for him, at least providing screens to aid in his execution. The two teams engaged in a relentless three-point shootout, resulting in Curry's explosive performance this quarter, where he made 5 out of 6 three-point attempts, amassing 15 points and giving the Warriors a 6-point lead over the Mavericks. As the final quarter unfolded, the Mavericks coach altered their formation, intentionally employing double-teaming and executing defensive counters, which significantly reduced the three-point shooting efficiency of Curry and his teammates. However, the Mavericks also exerted considerable effort on defense, resulting in a slight decline in their own offensive three-point accuracy. In the last minute, Nowitzki erupted, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers, followed by Page's successful shot, leveling the game. The Warriors were taken aback by this turn of events, and Wang Jie let out a soft sigh. Nevertheless, the Mavericks were running low on stamina. The Warriors' substitutes, having had insufficient time to warm up, were not yet ready, while the starters, having played the entire game, began to feel the effects of fatigue, particularly in their three-point shooting. Consequently, during overtime, Wang Jie brought in the well-rested substitutes who had not yet played. Among those substituted in was Jeremy Lin, joining David Lee, DeAndre Jordan, Paul George, and Monta Ellis on the court. Initially, the lineup appeared chaotic, and the play was equally disordered. In the first minute of overtime, Lin impressively scored 4 points on 2 attempts, igniting cheers from the crowd. However, shortly after, Nowitzki managed to convert 1 out of 2 attempts, securing 3 points and swiftly reclaiming the advantage with a score of 4-3. Wang Jie sighed inwardly. Perhaps the era of the three-point shot had truly arrived. Unlike the two-point era, where surpassing 10 points became a daunting challenge, the three-point game allowed for the possibility that 3 successful shots could erase a significant deficit. During overtime, Lin Shihao executed a series of breathtaking drives, compelling the Mavericks to pursue relentlessly. He achieved a flawless performance, hitting all 10 of his attempts, along with securing 2 steals, culminating in a commendable tally of 20 points, 2 steals, and 3 assists, thus clinching the victory in overtime. Certainly, the Mavericks were not to be underestimated. Their three-point shooting percentage had evidently declined due to fatigue, converting only 5 of their 10 attempts. Despite this, had they managed to win, it would have been a remarkable feat, however, as they approached their physical limits. Lin Shihao capitalized on their vulnerabilities, executing 2 crucial steals that ultimately sealed their fate in defeat, with the Warriors triumphing in Game 6 to claim the Eastern Conference Championship. Jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Warriors, champions. They have prevailed. Even if they were to lose to the Heat's formidable trio in the finals, it would not tarnish their honor. Yet, there were murmurs of disdain for the notion of forming alliances when faced with adversity. The Warriors secured the Eastern title with a 4-2 victory. Goodness, the Warriors are astonishing. Aside from Iguodala and Monta Ellis, accompanied by the towering Yao Ming, the rest of the roster comprises either rookies or bench players, yet they have clinched the championship. One could only remark that while Tracy McGrady possessed a visually appealing shooting style, his current teammates surpassed him in performance. Anticipation swirled regarding whether the 35 or 36-year-old Wang Jie would take to the court again. His prowess had not diminished in the past season, thus. It was hoped he would indeed play, ideally until the age of 40. Meanwhile, the Heat triumphed over the Bulls with a 4-1 series victory. In the opening game, The Bulls, led by Rose, had astonishingly overcome the Heat's trio, showcasing their youthful vigor and tenacious defense. With Rose's swift and precise maneuvers, they had momentarily established a 20-point lead, ultimately securing a decisive win. However, Rose's injury in the second game proved detrimental, leading to the Bulls' downfall in his absence. Even after his return, his performance waned, facing intense defensive schemes from the Heat's trio, resulting in 3 consecutive defeats and an unfortunate exit from the Eastern Conference Finals. As the finals approached against the formidable Heat, Wang Jie remained remarkably composed. Rather than relinquishing his fate to others, he maintained his physical prowess, diligently training alongside his teammates. Even witnessing a slight enhancement in his athleticism, Wang Jie's attributes were as follows: height, 198 centimeters, weight, 102 kilograms, strength, 92, speed, 87, agility, 87, jumping, 85, stamina, 95, basketball IQ, 95, driving, 86, ball handling, 86, passing, 90, dunking, 86, layup, 83, mid-range, 87, three-point, 86, perimeter defense, 90, interior defense, 85, blocking, 79, stealing, 79, rebounding, 77. Chapter 81. The emergence of Wang Jie as the champions of the Eastern and Western Conferences were determined. An exuberant cheer erupted from the crowd, all eagerly anticipating the forthcoming finals. The question lingered: would the venerable Jack Wang secure his 13th championship title? Or would the formidable trio of the Miami Heat shatter his legacy and claim the championship for themselves? The excitement was palpable. The atmosphere during the first game of the finals was electric, with spectators fervently waving their banners. As the players completed their warm-ups and stepped onto the court, their eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire for victory. On the Heat's side, head coach Erik Spoelstra introduced the starting lineup: point guard Mario Chalmers, shooting guard Dwayne Wade, small forward LeBron James, power forward Chris Bosh, and center Joel Anthony. Meanwhile, Wang Jie led his team onto the court as the starting small forward, accompanied by center DeAndre Jordan, point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Andre Iguodala, and power forward Yao Ming. Wang Jie possesses a profound understanding of strength and weakness, directly assembling his most formidable squad to confront the challenge. As he stepped onto the court, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from the fans once again. Wang Jie graced the finals. The match commenced, and Wang Jie immediately activated his enigmatic skills, leading to an intense contest. The Jack Wang team, with an assist from Iguodala, swiftly secured the first 2 points. However, the Heat's trio of stars refused to back down, showcasing sharp offense and tenacious defense. Wade, facing Iguodala, managed to score with determination. The ensuing exchanges were frenetic, yet the Heat's star-studded lineup bore certain flaws. While Wade, Bosh, and LeBron James exhibited remarkable prowess, their point guard and center positions were only marginally competent as starters. Yao Ming dominated the boards, snatching rebounds over Heat center Anthony, which infuriated Bosh and Wade, compelling them to surge into the paint for rebounds. Yet, alongside Yao, DeAndre was no slouch either. The two interior titans effectively subdued Wade, Bosh, and Anthony. Despite LeBron's relentless drives to the basket, Wang Jie single-handedly controlled 2 opponents, monopolizing possession and launching an onslaught of 3-point attempts. By halftime, he had executed an astonishing 12 out of 15 three-pointers, amassing 36 points and securing a 9-point lead over the Heat. However, as the third quarter unfolded, fatigue set in for LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, necessitating the introduction of several substitutes to lighten their load while LeBron continued to lead. Wang Jie remained indefatigable, leading the newly substituted players with vigor. Within a mere 5 minutes, he exploited the sluggishness of the Heat's bench, effortlessly sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers and orchestrating a 12-4 scoring run, thereby extending the lead to 17 points and sealing the victory for his team. As the fourth quarter concluded, the arena fell silent. Wang Jie had played all 4 quarters, achieving an extraordinary 23 out of 30 from beyond the arc, totaling 69 points, along with 6 points from 2-point attempts, culminating in a remarkable 75-point performance. The Heat's trio also performed admirably, with Wade scoring 20 points, LeBron 32, and Bosh 20, perfectly summing to 75 points. Notably, Wade struggled in this match, as Wang Jie employed his defensive prowess to diminish Wade's shooting consistency, resulting in several missed attempts. Essentially, The Heat's trio matched up against the Warriors' Wang Jie, who, throughout the game, commanded the majority of ball possession. Despite facing double teams, he adeptly passed to open teammates. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed with a resounding score of 148-112, decimating the Heat by a staggering 36 points. Wang Jie gazed at the incredulous James, who was clutching his head, and smiled faintly. In this match, he was in full offensive mode, effortlessly sinking a multitude of open three-pointers. In the final quarter, he delivered a stunning game-winning three-pointer and executed 3 electrifying dunks over James, Bosh, and Wade, inciting the trio's ire to the brink of confrontation with Wang Jie. The second game was an extraordinary spectacle. Wang Jie played merely 5 minutes, yet managed to score 6 three-pointers, amassing 18 points before retreating to the bench. However, Wade and his comrades also tallied 10 points, establishing a 10-point lead in just 5 minutes, even managing to score a three-pointer while being closely guarded by Wang Jie. Wang Jie effortlessly launched 3 shots from midcourt, each finding its mark, compelling all defenders to stretch out, thus leaving the interior vulnerable, which Wang Jie exploited to assist several successful shots. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, he exited the game, joined by fellow starters Paul George, Monta Ellis, and DeAndre Jordan. They were replaced by Stephen Curry, Danny Green, and Whiteside, while Yao Ming and Ginobili, along with Wesley Matthews, held the fort as the reserve unit. Upon their entry, they mirrored the previous strategy, with the trio relentlessly firing three-pointers, while Whiteside and Yao dominated the boards inside. Unlike the Mavericks, the Heat presented significant vulnerabilities, particularly in their interior defense and point guard play. Thus, even a subpar Whiteside, with a 20 increase in capability, was comparable to the Heat center. Admittedly, his awareness still lagged, but Yao was there to lend support. Everyone was taken aback that Wang Jie exited after just 5 minutes, yet no one paid it much mind, as this was a recurring pattern for Jack Wang, an explosive performance one game, followed by a subdued showing the next. Jack Wang, Jack Wang. Some Warriors fans in attendance continued to chant his name. Wade, James, and Bosh displayed their skills, laboring to score against the defensive efforts of Danny Green, Wesley Matthews, and Stephen Curry. Among the trio, Curry was the least effective, being just a sophomore and struggling defensively, while Bosh also faced challenges. Nevertheless, the three launched three-pointers with reckless abandon, undeterred by the formidable trio of the Heat. The Heat's triumvirate was growing increasingly frustrated. They had anticipated that with Wang Jie, Iguodala, and Monta Ellis off the court, they could close the gap. Instead, they found themselves contending with the Heat's second unit. And as they focused on defending the perimeter against Curry's trio, they were overwhelmed by Yao and Whiteside inside. Allocating resources to the interior left the perimeter vulnerable, leading to a decline in their three-point shooting percentage. Consequently, by the third quarter, not only did the triumvirate fail to narrow the deficit, but they also allowed it to balloon to 18 points, as the relentless three-point barrage left them disoriented. James continued to penetrate the lane for 2 points. Despite his high shooting percentage, Danny Green and others were unable to intercept, ultimately opting to let him proceed. Regardless, if their three-pointers missed, Yao and Whiteside were there to secure the rebounds and convert with ease. In the final moments, Wang Jie observed that the score had stretched to a 20-point deficit, and he could not bear the thought of stepping back onto the court to attempt a game-winning three-pointer. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes and dismissed the notion of shooting a three from his mind. As the second match concluded, LeBron James and the other two stars watched in bewilderment as Wang Jie played merely 5 minutes, yet they still succumbed to defeat. Wade glanced at Wang Jie, the man who once led him to a championship, a flicker of despair crossing his face as he pondered whether he would ever surpass him in the future. Chapter 82. The 13th championship. LeBron, too, wore a look of confusion. He questioned whether abandoning the Cavaliers for the Heat was a mistake, especially after being personally overpowered by Wang Jie. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 138-118. The Warriors players embraced each other in jubilant celebration of their victory, while the Heat players appeared utterly dejected, particularly LeBron, Wade, and Bosh. They sat helplessly on the bench, their gazes vacant, lost in thought. At the post-game press conference, reporters eagerly directed their inquiries toward Wang Jie. "Mr. Wang, you only played 5 minutes today. Was this a strategic decision to conserve your strength?" Wang Jie smiled and said, "I merely wish to provide my players with more opportunities to showcase their talents, and our teammates have performed exceptionally well, rendering my involvement largely unnecessary." Meanwhile, the head coach of the Heat, Eric Spoelstra, wore a somber expression, inwardly lamenting the sheer dominance of Wang Jie. Even with a mere 5 minutes of playtime in the second game, he could not prevent his team from emerging victorious. In the first match, one could argue that Wang Jie had overwhelmed his opponents, leading to the defeat of the Heat's formidable trio. Yet in the second match, with just 5 minutes on the court, it was unreasonable to expect a player to remain entirely inactive, especially when faced with a significant loss. This predicament left the head coach feeling somewhat humiliated, contemplating that he might need to resign by the next season. As Game 3 commenced at the Warriors' home arena, the venue was filled to capacity, with Warriors fans erupting in ecstatic cheers upon Wang Jie's arrival. After Wang Jie shared his thoughts with assistant coach Kerr, he promptly constructed a starting lineup centered around Wang Jie. Once on the court, the formidable trio of the Heat relentlessly double-teamed Wang Jie, leaving him with no choice but to pass the ball multiple times. However, was the presence of Curry, Yao Ming, and others absent in this scenario? The first quarter concluded with a score of 24-12, stretching the lead to 12 points, prompting Wang Jie to bolster his defense, successfully limiting Bosch to a dismal 0-for-5 shooting. Meanwhile, Wang Jie managed to secure 3 open shots, scoring 9 points, but Curry, Iguodala, Yao Ming, and DeAndre Jordan also found their rhythm. As the second quarter unfolded, the Heat's trio hesitated to converge together, resorting to a more cautious defensive approach. After all, Wang Jie was neither a lone wolf nor a Kobe Bryant. He played with remarkable teamwork. If he sensed a shooting percentage dipping below 50, the trio would undoubtedly refrain from double-teaming him. Nevertheless, the second quarter did little to halt the impending defeat as the lead swelled to 20 points. In the third quarter, the league intervened, awarding James several free throws, which displeased Wang Jie considerably. Yet, in this unpredictable contest, he relied on his formidable prowess to sink three-pointers, leaving the Heat's trio helpless. As the fourth quarter approached and the deficit ballooned to 25 points, the league ceased its interference, recognizing the overwhelming margin to avoid further complications. No one anticipated that the highly touted Heat trio would suffer 3 consecutive losses, a reality difficult for anyone to accept, especially as Wang Jie transformed the recently rebuilt Warriors from a struggling team into championship contenders. In the fourth game, Wang Jie again made 6 three-pointers before exiting. While the Heat's trio faced the relentless trio of Wesley Matthews, Stephen Curry, and Danny Green, who were all on fire from beyond the arc, with Yao Ming and Whiteside guarding the paint. By the second quarter, the gap had already reached 10 points, and before the quarter concluded, it widened to 13, prompting the league to take action. Consequently, LeBron James was awarded numerous free throws, causing Wang Jie to frown in discontent from the sidelines. In the end, he decided to call Stern, having secured 12 consecutive NBA championships and become the owner of the Warriors. It was inconceivable for Wang Jie not to possess the commissioner's contact information. "Jack Wang, I understand this is a difficult situation for you, but could you do me a favor and ease up this game? A 4-0 sweep would have a significant impact on these 3 young men. Consider it a personal favor," Stern proposed. With the chairman's request, Wang Jie agreed to take a step back, allowing only substitutes to play. However, he added, if they still cannot win under these conditions, there is nothing I can do. Stern was concerned that if Wang Jie were to enter the game and deliver an explosive performance, it would render his efforts futile. Indeed, once James and his teammates realized the officiating had become lenient, their confidence surged significantly. Wang Jie orchestrated a continuous rotation for Steve Kerr, primarily focusing on refining a singular lineup. Even Jeremy Lin graced the court for a segment, ultimately enabling LeBron and his comrades to secure victory in this match. However, the countenances of LeBron and the others were far from jovial, as it was evident to all that Wang Jie had utilized every available player throughout the game. Even some lesser-known substitutes had the opportunity to participate, much to their delight, as they had languished on the bench for an entire season, yet found themselves experiencing the finals. Despite enduring rigorous training from the Big Three, they inadvertently contributed to several comical moments that elicited both laughter and exasperation. Notably, one obscure substitute, under Dwayne Wade's defense, passed the ball to LeBron, resulting in great amusement among the spectators. In the climactic Game 5, Wang Jie held nothing back, once again employing his enigmatic skills to elevate his attributes to their zenith, overwhelming the Big Three. In the fourth quarter, leveraging his extraordinary stamina that transcended human limits, he executed a leap from the free throw line, crashing through the trio's defense to deliver a stunning dunk over all 3. The team's momentum surged, while the Heat's big three found their spirits utterly crushed. Adding insult to injury, Wang Jie proceeded to execute consecutive dunks from the free throw line, prompting the big three to evade in a desperate attempt to avoid being posterized. LeBron, after being dunked over, felt as though he had been struck by a tank, leaving his shoulders sore for a considerable time. Wang Jie possessed formidable strength, and with an additional 20% increase, he became even more powerful, for strength knows no bounds. In the fourth quarter, the trio of superstars endured a torturous passage of time, yet fortunately, the Heat's coach appeared to recognize their predicament and substituted them out. With the reserves on the court, the Heat managed to recover a few points, while Wang Jie's Warriors triumphantly secured the championship title for the 2011 season. A championship. Overcome with joy, Yao Ming knelt on the court, exclaiming loudly, "Tomatoes! Tomatoes! I have finally won the championship." The foreign media, unaware of the context, only knew of Yao's fondness for tomatoes, a phrase he often repeated. Not only Yao, but Monta Ellis, celebrating his first championship, also shouted with exuberance. Although his playing time was further reduced in the latter stages, the string of victories quelled any discontent. Andre Iguodala shared in the exhilaration. How could he not be thrilled at winning his first championship? Jeremy Lin leaped with joy, guided by Wang Jie to the pinnacle of victory. How could he not be elated? Paul George and David Lee were equally ecstatic, as were several Waterboys who reveled in the experience of the finals. Basking in the glory of the championship, how could they not be delighted? Only Wang Jie remained composed. After all, this was his 13th title. With joy having become somewhat routine, he had grown notably more serene, yet the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth betrayed his happiness. Chapter 83. The Pinnacle of O'Neal. The Heat's trio, particularly LeBron James, cast envious glances at the championship trophy before turning away. At that moment, Wang Jie led his team onto the podium to receive their accolades. Congratulations to Wang Jie for winning the 2010 to 2011 season championship. Additionally, congratulations to Wang Jie for earning the 2010 to 2011 season FMEN. Stern looked at Wang Jie with a bemused expression. Every year, the championship seemed to belong to him, and recently, he had also claimed the FMVN title. Despite various trades and the formation of the superstar trio, they were still unable to prevent Wang Jie, who had recently rebuilt his team, from claiming victory. Meanwhile, the league's favored prodigy, LeBron James, had struggled to secure a championship over the years. This left Stern feeling somewhat helpless regarding Wang Jie. He contemplated whether it might be time to offer the younger players a chance. However, Wang Jie had opted out of the regular season, the playoffs, and the All-Star game, only to appear in the finals, stating his absence from other competitions was to provide opportunities for the youth. What could Stern say? He couldn't possibly tell Jack Wang to stop playing basketball. As Stern announced the victory, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. He also pondered whether, with Wang Jie winning the championship year after year, it might be necessary to impose some limitations on his dominance. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Jie accepted the FMB trophy and waved to the audience. He understood that this championship was hard-earned, a testament to the countless days and nights of rigorous training by all the Warriors players. However, he was also cognizant of Stern's perspective. The league required fresh talent and heightened competition. Thus, his dominance alone might not be conducive to the overall progression of the league. Yet, this did not imply that Wang Jie would acquiesce to such a premise, for he possessed a system that destined the NBA championship to be his. As players eagerly posed with the championship trophy, their exhilaration evoked a smile from Wang Jie, who graciously relinquished the trophy to them. "Mr. Wang, having secured your 13th championship trophy and shattered historical records while creating new ones, have you contemplated pursuing other endeavors?" A reporter inquired. "Indeed. I have commenced my journey towards becoming an exemplary head coach and a proficient manager," Wang Jie replied with a smile. "Mr. Wang, at the age of 36, have you considered settling down?" Another journalist asked. "Perhaps I have yet to encounter my true love. Thus, such considerations are not presently on my mind," Wang Jie resolutely responded, unwilling to forsake a vast forest for a single tree. "Mr. Wang, after purchasing the Warriors, you clinched the championship in your inaugural season. What is your ambition for the upcoming season?" "Certainly, it is the championship once more. This poses no challenge," Wang Jie declared confidently. Following the press conference, he departed calmly. As his championship victories multiplied, the number of reporters challenging him dwindled, while those eager to flatter him grew in abundance. Consequently, the press conference had transformed into a mere formality, while other team members faced far more scrutiny from reporters. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Jie noticed that his teammates were still basking in the joy of victory. He clapped his hands to signal for quiet. Gentlemen, this championship is merely the beginning. We must maintain our fighting spirit and strive for even greater honors. Wang Jie's gaze was resolute, and his teammates responded in kind. In the upcoming season, we shall reclaim our championship title. The atmosphere in the locker room was electric. Wang Jie understood that they would face even greater challenges ahead. Yet he firmly believed that with united efforts, they could achieve remarkable triumphs once more. As Wang Jie celebrated his 13th championship, the Warriors unleashed a breathtaking barrage of three-pointers that astonished the world. Assistant coach Steve Kerr began to gain international recognition, while Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle expressed his outrage, asserting that it was he who first devised the three-point strategy, only to have it replicated by the Warriors, who not only defeated him but even employed it in the finals to secure victory. In the end, the media lauded the Warriors' strategic lineup. If it were not for the Warriors, the championship would undoubtedly have belonged to my Mavericks. In the regular season, we held the advantage in both matches against the Heat. The Mavericks championship was unjustly snatched away, along with my tactics. The Mavericks head coach was thoroughly incensed. Everyone began to review the matches between the Mavericks and Wang Jie's team, and it became evident that the Mavericks, relying on a formidable three-point assault, had once achieved a shooting percentage as high as 70 to vanquish the Warriors. However, the Warriors, albeit with some initial stumbles, began to mimic the Mavericks' strategy. Equipped with a similar lineup and facing an even more terrifying three-point barrage, compounded by Yao Ming's superior rebounding abilities and Lin's explosive performance, the Mavericks ultimately succumbed to an inevitable defeat. The following day, the Mavericks' prominence surged significantly, while Wang Jie rested in a villa rented near the Warriors' headquarters. Congratulations to the host for securing the 2010 to 2011 season championship. The host may now choose one player skill or opt for a new coaching skill. Congratulations to the host on winning the championship. The system has fully transitioned into a coaching system, prohibiting the use of player skills in the regular season, playoffs, and finals. Wang Jie was somewhat taken aback. Without any skills, he pondered that his abilities were quite balanced and devoid of weaknesses, making it unproblematic for him to assume the role of the team leader. Unfortunately, he lacked any distinctive advantages. Surely, he could not emulate LeBron James by charging towards the basket for a layup. Wang Jie estimated that his current abilities were roughly on par with those of Russell Westbrook, with certain aspects being notably stronger and others weaker. It seemed that the system intended for him to take on the role of head coach full-time. He thought with a bitter smile. Relying on past skills had grown monotonous. It was time to select a new coaching skill for this year. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Peak Shaquille O'Neal template. The Peak Shaquille O'Neal template allows the inheritor to adopt all of O'Neal's abilities for the duration of one season. Wang Jie, embodying the peak template of Shaquille O'Neal, found himself in a quandary as he surveyed the formidable skills he possessed. It was imperative to recognize that the future heralded an era dominated by small ball tactics, rendering traditional centers obsolete. What purpose could O'Neal serve in such a landscape? Even the zenith of O'Neal's prowess could hardly outpace those swift athletes. What would be the fate against those adept at the three-point shot? Wang Jie suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Although the peak performance of O'Neal was not particularly swift, and he paled in comparison to other stars in terms of speed, the mere thought of a rapid player conjured the image of O'Neal. The prospect of having someone on the court who possessed both speed and strength filled him with excitement. It is essential to recognize O'Neal's remarkable power and skill, which granted him a significant advantage in rebounding. However, who could he rely on? Whiteside? That would not suffice. Despite being a center, he lacked the necessary speed. Wang Jie promptly instructed his vice president, Miles, to arrange for Whiteside to train in the development league for a couple of years before reconsidering his return. Not long after, just days following the finals, Yu Ming suffered another injury during training. Upon examination, the medical team advised him to refrain from engaging in any strenuous activities for several years to allow for proper healing. In Chapter 84, as Yao contemplated retirement, he reached out to Wang Jie, expressing gratitude for leading him to this year's championship and fulfilling his dreams. However, he also felt compelled to apologize. What is it? Wang Jie inquired, puzzled. My injury has resurfaced, and the doctors recommend that I rest. I wish to seize this opportunity to retire and return to my homeland to join the Basketball Association, nurturing more promising talents, Yao explained. That is indeed a positive development. Yao, I fully support your decision and hope you can cultivate our next great player, be it a new Yao, Jordan, or Kobe, Wang Jie replied with a smile. With Yao's departure, Only Lin Shaheo remained in the team, sharing the same sentiment. Ultimately, Yao returned to his roots. And it is hoped that with the championship under his belt, he will foster many more promising talents in the future. Perhaps they should consider bringing in Lian Mei as a water cooler attendant, allowing him to bask in the glory of a championship as well. Wang Jia contemplated and decided to call General Manager Myers, considering the possibility of a trade if the conditions were not too demanding. After all, a substitute is still a necessary addition to the roster, and it would be advantageous to bring in a fellow townsman. However, he pondered upon who would embody the pinnacle of Shaquille O'Neal's template. His immediate thoughts turned to the speedster Dwayne Wade and the agile Derrick Rose. Known for his rapid acceleration, yet it was evident that one was the star of the Heat while the other led the Bulls. And Wang Jia surmised that a straightforward exchange involving either player would be implausible. Another option was last season's Russell Westbrook, who, during his tenure with the Knicks, showcased remarkable speed, rivaling that of Wade, which he regarded as one of Westbrook's strengths. Monta Ellis also expressed his desire for a trade, believing his contributions to the team were minimal and hoping to find a better-suited roster to showcase his abilities. Unfortunately, with Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala predominantly occupying the positions he sought, he could hardly accept a role as a bench warmer, especially considering he had once been the leader of the Warriors. Thus, Wang Jia set aside the notion of O'Neal's peak template and prioritized resolving Monta Ellis's situation. Though the trade market had yet to open, it did not hinder him from making verbal commitments with other teams, ensuring that once the market opened, he could swiftly execute the trades. Myers, inquire with the Thunder if they would entertain a trade of Monta Ellis for Westbrook along with a future first-round pick. Wang Jia instructed. Absolutely. Myers promptly made the call, but soon after, he hung up and shook his head. It's not possible. The Thunder rejected it, stating they would only consider a deal involving Iguodala and Curry. Is he joking? I wouldn't even entertain a straight swap. Curry is our star. Wang Jia replied incredulously. Wait, wasn't it Iguodala? Myers asked, puzzled. Our star is Curry. Forget it. Since Westbrook is off the table, let us think of other potential trades, Wang Jia said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The players who had proven themselves were not options for Ellis, and he had no interest in weaker players. If following the original trajectory, trading for Phil Jackson and Andrew Bogut would not be a loss. After all, Wang Jia had noted last season that Ellis's defensive capabilities were lacking, which is why he had been avoiding assigning him the point guard role. Then there was Wesley Matthews, who, under the Ginobili template, possessed formidable three-point shooting skills comparable to Curry's, along with solid defensive prowess, making him more effective than Danny Green. The Spurs had consistently sought to trade Green for Matthews, but unfortunately, they lacked the necessary assets for a deal. Wang Jia could only hope to see if other teams might be interested in either player. In reality, nearly everyone on Wang Jia's team, aside from Hassan Whiteside, had garnered attention from other teams. With a surplus of rookies already, he aimed to find a mature and capable player. His thoughts immediately turned to the Knicks' offensive virtuosos, Carmelo Anthony and Amar'e Stoudemire. After careful consideration, I ultimately decided against it. The two players seem ill-suited for the forthcoming era of small ball. Anthony's lateral movement is sluggish, his perimeter defense is lacking, and there are numerous alternatives capable of stepping in for his three-point shooting. This left Wang Jia at a loss for words. This season, Monta Ellis has reached his zenith, averaging over 20 points per game, which is certainly commendable, yet he remains undervalued in the market. The better players are reluctant to trade, while those of lesser caliber do not meet Wang Jia's standards. After much deliberation, it became evident that the optimal trade options were to acquire both Bogut and Wu Sheng. Although Phil Jackson has aged, his three-point shooting remains commendable, and his defensive prowess is robust. However, his abilities have diminished significantly with age, and his rigid temperament often leads to conflicts with the head coach. As for Bogut, while Wang Jia is not particularly fond of him, he serves adequately as a backup center and is more effective than the current Hassan Whiteside. Nevertheless, Bogut's history of injuries makes him a less reliable option. Regardless, he still stands out as one of the better choices available. Had Monta Ellis been open to a backup role, Wang Jia might have considered retaining him. Ultimately, Wang Jia made a discerning choice and traded with the Trailblazers to acquire the esteemed sixth man, Crawford. Currently, Crawford is merely a substitute, and there is a noticeable gap between him and the starting Monta Ellis. Upon learning that Wang Jia was willing to exchange last season's starting Monta Ellis for Crawford, the Trailblazers promptly agreed. Additionally, under the skilled negotiation of Warriors assistant general manager Myers, they successfully secured a first-round draft pick from the Trailblazers for the following year. Wang Jie felt a sense of relief for having appointed a vice president. Otherwise, upon learning of the opportunity to replace Crawford, he would have readily agreed with enthusiasm. Wang Jie's selection of Crawford presents several advantages. Firstly, Crawford possesses commendable three-point shooting skills, achieving an impressive attribute rating of approximately 92, though he does not belong to the elite echelon. Secondly, his dribbling ability is exceptionally formidable. His sole drawback lies in his physical attributes, which are somewhat lacking, resulting in a slightly deficient defensive capability. However, his agility is remarkable, allowing him to effortlessly maneuver past numerous opponents. In comparison, Monta Ellis also struggles defensively, rendering both players relatively equal in this regard, yet Ellis commands nearly 3 times the price of Crawford. Most significantly, Jamal Crawford is heralded as the best sixth man, displaying a willingness to embrace a bench role, making him a more suitable fit for the team. With the agreement reached, Wang Jie felt a sense of relief. The draft commenced swiftly thereafter, leaving Wang Jie little time for contemplation. Unexpectedly, the 2 picks acquired from the Jazz and Raptors last season, which historically should have been 3rd and 5th, had transformed into the 9th and 11th picks. Although they had not fallen out of the lottery range, they had nonetheless dropped to a later position, making it considerably challenging to secure high-caliber players. It appears the league has intervened. Wang Jie had initially considered trading back with earlier picks, yet thankfully, the poor performance of these 2 teams limited the potential for better outcomes. With the lottery range already representing the maximum feasible position, Wang Jie exhaled a sigh of resignation. It seemed that acquiring draft picks from other teams was no longer a feasible option for him. Aware of the manipulations at play, he was unwilling to be the gullible fool year after year. Chapter 85. Acquiring Klay Thompson and Jimmy Butler. Another year in the green room. Wang Jie should ideally opt for Kemba Walker, who was originally ranked 9th, alongside Klay Thompson, who ranked 11th. Kemba Walker, a point guard, excels in shooting both three-pointers and two-pointers, as well as in driving to the basket. However, his weaknesses lie in ball handling and passing, which are crucial for his position. Most importantly, Wang Jie has Stephen Curry, who, barring injuries, commands a significant portion of the playing time. Additionally, Jeremy Lin can step in occasionally, and if necessary. Jamal Crawford is versatile enough to serve both as a shooting guard and a point guard, thereby diminishing the reliability of Kemba Walker's playing time. Consequently, Wang Jie decisively crossed off Kemba Walker from his list. When considering what position to select, the clear choice would be Kawhi Leonard, who is poised to evolve into a superstar, excelling in both offense and defense. However, at this juncture, Kawhi Leonard, despite not aligning with his ranking, has yet to reach his potential. While his offensive skills are commendable, he still grapples with numerous defensive issues. It is imperative for him to undergo development within the Spurs organization to transform into the future superstar we anticipate, especially since the Spurs have nurtured Leonard following the mold of Tim Duncan. Furthermore, in the preceding years, Kawhi Leonard could only serve as a backup for the Spurs, lacking the ability to start. Wang Jie harbored no confidence in cultivating Kawhi Leonard, promptly dismissing the notion. Initially, he intended to select Tristan Thompson as a substitute for David Lee. However, Thompson's draft position was 4th, thus eluding his grasp. Consequently, Wang Jie instructed Myers to acquire the 28th and 30th picks from the Bulls, along with a second-round draft pick, which Myers felt was a disadvantageous trade. The Bulls were elated, as 2 picks that were on the verge of dropping to the second round paled in comparison to a lottery pick. After all, players selected later are typically less promising and often end up as mere substitutes, while a first-round lottery pick holds the potential to unearth a cornerstone for a franchise. As for the second round, the likelihood of those selections facing cuts or demotions was quite high. Therefore, it came as no surprise when Wang Jie, at the 11th position, had Myers assist him in selecting Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson possessed formidable defensive skills, yet his ball handling and other technical abilities were lacking. He could shoot well from beyond the arc, but at that moment, the league had not fully transitioned into the small ball era, rendering a player proficient only in three-point shooting less desirable, resulting in his draft position falling outside the lottery. Upon learning that the Warriors had selected him at the 11th spot, Klay Thompson was utterly astounded and overwhelmed with joy. Which player wouldn't relish the opportunity to join the reigning champions? He had participated in the Warriors' tryouts and physical assessments, yet had received no assurances. Wang Jie observed Klay Thompson, who excitedly donned a Warriors cap, shaking his head in contemplation. Had it not been for the Bulls' fierce pursuit of the 9th pick, he would have certainly selected Thompson with that very choice. Much like history unfolding, Wang Jie eventually secured Klay Thompson. However, after choosing Thompson, he found himself in a delightful quandary. Wesley Matthews had yet to be traded, leaving Andre Iguodala as the starting shooting guard while Thompson remained a substitute. In the absence of Paul George, Iguodala could seamlessly transition to small forward, making Thompson an ideal fit at shooting guard. Yet, with George's significant improvement, resembling an ascending star poised for all-star recognition, and Danny Green, who shares similarities with Thompson, excelling in both three-point shooting and defense, the situation became precarious. If these two players were deprived of their shooting privileges, a trade would inevitably ensue. Wang Jie found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Having an abundance of star players could indeed be a troublesome blessing. Congratulations to the Warriors for selecting Jimmy Butler at the 28th pick. Congratulations. Additionally, congratulations for choosing Bojan Bogdanovic at the 30th pick. Both of these players can adeptly serve as small forwards or shooting guards. Bogdanovic possesses commendable three-point shooting skills, coupled with height, strength, speed, and coordination, making him a competent starter in the future, albeit as a supplementary asset. Jimmy Butler, known for his tenacious defense and comprehensive skill set, while not exceptionally elite, bears a resemblance to Wang Jie's current attributes. Notably, Butler is endowed with exceptional stamina. Often playing entire games without showing signs of fatigue, he once held the record for playing every minute of all 82 regular season games. Wang Jie is also in search of a center and a power forward to serve as substitutes, yet he finds himself with limited options, ultimately settling for these two promising talents. The Warriors' starting small forward is Paul George, with DeAndre Jordan at center, Stephen Curry as point guard, Andre Iguodala as shooting guard, and David Lee at power forward. The Warriors' bench includes small forwards Danny Green and Bojan Bogdanovic, while they have no center on the bench. The point guards are Jamal Crawford and Jeremy Lin, and the shooting guards are Klay Thompson and Wesley Matthews, with Jimmy Butler taking the power forward position. As for the second-round pick provided by the Bulls this year, Wang Jie opted to sell it for $1.5 million, as there were no suitable alternatives that met his expectations. Bojan and Jimmy Butler were thrilled to be selected by the Warriors. The rookies that came into Wang Jie's hands have rarely disappointed. Last season's least favored center, Hassan Whiteside, even showcased commendable skills in the development league, despite being a second-round pick, and has already attracted interest for a first-round swap next year. Regrettably, Wang Jie is uncertain about prospective selections for the following year, as the options appear rather bleak, leaving matters unresolved. Following the conclusion of the draft, a flurry of trades emerged, including Monta Ellis officially announcing a trade involving Jamal Crawford and a first-round pick. The free agency market has also opened, with the most coveted player being Chris Paul, currently the top-ranked point guard in the league. The Lakers immediately intend to trade Lamar Odom and Pau Gasol, as their backcourt is severely lacking, and both Odom and Gasol are past their prime. Odom has significantly declined, but Gasol still possesses considerable prowess, maintaining solid scoring, rebounding, and shot-blocking abilities, coupled with ample experience, prompting Wang Jie to swiftly approach the Lakers with an offer. He proposed a trade involving Wesley Matthews and Bojan for Gasol, only to be flatly rejected. The Lakers, seemingly obsessed with acquiring Chris Paul, eventually made an official announcement. Consequently, the Hornets faced bankruptcy, and the team was placed under the league's management. The trade was halted due to opposition from most teams. Just after the trade was called off, the Lakers immediately offered Gasol in exchange for Wang Jie, hoping to acquire Stephen Curry or Iguodala, along with Jeremy Lin and Wesley Matthews. Wang Jie was left speechless as he directly prompted Myers to decline the offer. After several days of negotiation, the Lakers insisted on a trade involving either Andre Iguodala or Stephen Curry. Ultimately, Wang Jie dismissed this unreasonable demand, as he aspired to acquire Pau Gasol, which would necessitate David Lee taking on a supplementary role. His sole desire was to secure a backup center, preferably one with a proficiency in three-point shooting. In the free agency market, there was also a player known for his erratic performance, I.R. Smith, seeking a salary of $4 million per annum. Chapter 86, Recruitment at the season's commencement. At this stage, Smith possessed exceptional physical attributes, yet his performance was inconsistent, compounded by numerous off-court issues requiring resolution. Many perceived him merely as a toxic presence in the locker room. Wang Jie is acutely aware that signing I.R. Smith at this juncture would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Despite the abundance of shooting guards within the team, he still instructed Myers to approach him for a contract. Consequently, They offered a 5-year deal worth $18 million, approximately $3.6 million per annum, closely aligning with his asking price. After all, I.R. Smith possesses commendable three-point shooting skills, and in moments of brilliance, he resembles Jordan. Yet, in his less favorable times, he can be quite erratic. Wang Jie, however, remained undaunted. With this player possessing an enigmatic skill set, he believed that during the peak of I.R. Smith's performance, they could potentially unleash one of the most formidable powers in the history of the league. This prospect filled Wang Jie with great anticipation. Yet, to his surprise, I.R. Smith outright declined, as Myers had not promised him sufficient playing time, relegating him to the position of the team's third substitute. Wang Jie, feeling helpless, could only honestly prepare to seek a center, ensuring that the team would secure rebounds. However, there are only a limited number of centers in the league, and every team is in need of one. Wang Jie found himself compelled to entertain some unconventional ideas. Firstly, there was the perpetually injured Odin, who was dispatched from the Knicks to the Trailblazers. After a long struggle, he finally recovered, showcasing his formidable prowess and leading the team to victory in a few games, only to succumb to another injury. Amidst the relentless cycle of injuries, he managed to produce numerous remarkable moments and a glimmer of hope, sparking aspirations that Greg Oden might overcome his ailments and emerge as the team's cornerstone, which is why he had not been traded. However, Wang Jie learned that Odin's illustrious moments alongside him during their championship run had significantly elevated his market value, and now, despite his frequent injuries, he astonishingly commanded an annual salary exceeding $10 million. Wang Jie pondered deeply, reluctant to part with the $10 million, feeling that the injury-prone Odin was not worth such a price. Next year, due to his ongoing injuries, he would likely be valued at no more than $1 million. Waiting for that moment to sell would yield far greater profit. Perhaps it would be wiser to bring back Whiteside and continue competing in the NBA. Wang Jie mused with a sense of resignation. Ultimately, there was the aging Kenyon Martin, who was willing to swap with Wesley Matthews. Kenyon Martin was a formidable defensive presence in the paint, yet in this modern era, his age was becoming a barrier to remaining in the NBA. Perhaps next year he would be overshadowed by Whiteside. Now serving as a coach, he could no longer harness the skills of his former prime. Wang Jie found himself in a predicament, unable to locate a suitable center and unwilling to endure the calamity that would ensue without the quintuple extraordinary skills of Whiteside. Were it not for Yao Ming's insistence that their championship dream had been realized and his desire not to hinder the team's progress in cultivating new talent, Wang Jie would have gone to great lengths to bring Yao back. Ultimately, he held his nose and managed to secure Yi Jianlian for a modest fee of $1 million per year, a bargain by any measure. They would play for now and see if any teams would be willing to negotiate a trade later. This season, the synergy and prowess of the Heat's Big Three had matured significantly, resulting in a notable enhancement of their capabilities. Conversely, within the Warriors roster, Wang Jie found his skills were rendered ineffective. Although he could play anywhere on the team, he was not particularly remarkable, and his performance paled in comparison to the existing players. As Wang Jie prepared for the season, the labor agreement was halted, leading to the team's disbandment. He mandated that no one participate in leagues like the Drew League. After all, he recalled that many stars had faced prolonged contract disputes upon returning to the NBA due to their involvement in such tournaments, which had a considerable impact on both players and teams. In response, the team readily agreed, and Wang Jie personally organized a chartered flight for the entire squad to tour China for a month, contributing to the economy of his homeland. He covered all travel expenses, accommodations, and meals. However, any additional purchases would need to be settled by the individuals themselves. Wang Jie returned with his team, creating quite a sensation in Huaxia. Wherever they went, their towering presence drew throngs of fans eager for photographs and autographs. Initially, the excitement was palpable, but as traffic congestion became a frequent occurrence, Wang Jie promptly coordinated with security and arranged for a tour bus. Over the course of a month, everyone was delighted. Upon his return to the team, players trained diligently, indulging in their preferred activities without his oversight. Before the season commenced, the entire team engaged in rotating training sessions, striving to reclaim what had been lost during the lengthy off-season. To Wang Jie's surprise, each player exhibited remarkable form, showing no signs of the weight gain or deterioration often associated with such a hiatus. As the regular season began, the only one not entirely pleased was Jimmy Butler. Despite having the most playing time among rookies, averaging more than a quarter per game, the presence of small forwards Paul George, Danny Green, and Boyan made it challenging for him. along with shooting guards Andre Iguodala, Klay Thompson, and Wesley Matthews, relegating him to play as a power forward. Jimmy Butler performed admirably in this role, even gaining an advantage against some less physically imposing power forwards. He led the team in rebounding among rookies, showcasing formidable defensive skills, though his scoring was modest, averaging 3.2 points per game. However, as a newcomer to the NBA, a lower scoring output was not a concern. Demonstrating his capability as a power forward was more crucial. While Butler occasionally fell out of place and was sometimes mistaken for a small forward, he still managed to leverage certain advantages, albeit subtly. The starting lineup for the Warriors featured Paul George at small forward, DeAndre Jordan at center, Stephen Curry at point guard, Andre Iguodala at shooting guard, and David Lee at power forward. There was little change from the previous season, except for Curry being placed in the starting position. The regular season commenced with a string of victories, and every team member had the opportunity to play. However, Wesley Matthews' statistics did not match the previous season's performance, as his playing time significantly decreased. Aware of the impending trade, he worked diligently to improve his three-point shooting. Bojan also saw some time on the court, managing to adapt to the NBA, though the rookies encountered various challenges. The arrival of Crawford significantly reduced Jeremy Lin's playing time, which left him quite dissatisfied. Jack Wong: I believe that even if Jeremy Lin does not start, he should at least receive 10 minutes as a substitute, stated Lin's agent. The season has just begun, and I will strive to adjust accordingly. Wang Jia, after soothing Jeremy Lin's agent, began to contemplate Lin's situation. Recently, with numerous injuries, Iguodala could barely manage to play 3/4, while Crawford was able to participate for a substantial portion of the game. Lin, on the other hand, found his playing time limited to a mere 3 to 5 minutes. Now, with Lin requesting a 10-minute stint on the court, Wang Jia could only make slight adjustments and inform Steve Kerr of the situation. After a thorough discussion, they settled on a maximum of 6 minutes for Lin, with the possibility of extending his time should he perform well, while a lackluster performance would result in reduced playtime. Lin did not refuse this arrangement. After all, if he were to underperform yet still see the court, he would find it difficult to face the team. This realization led Wang Jia to appreciate Lin's unique advantages compared to other players like Lian Mei and Yao Ming. As an American of Chinese descent, Lin's fluency in English allowed him to integrate seamlessly into the team, rendering any differences in skin color irrelevant. His amiable personality further facilitated his acceptance within the group. In contrast, Lian Mei, despite sharing a similar complexion, remained somewhat reserved, opting to engage more with Lin. The Warriors bench featured small forward Danny Green, Bojan Bogdanovic, center Yi Jianlian, and point guards Jamal Crawford and Jeremy Lin. The shooting guards included Klay Thompson and Wesley Matthews, while Jimmy Butler played as the power forward. With Lian Mei as the sole backup center, his average playing time was still commendable, given the demanding nature of the position. The weight and physicality of the center role meant that even a limited playing time was satisfactory for Lian Mei. Since joining the Warriors, however, Lian Mei had showcased a significant improvement in his abilities. Previously, he struggled with tactics and communication on other teams. But with Wang Jia as the head coach and Lin providing explanations, Lian Mei was able to unlock his potential, proving to be a competent backup center. Wang Jia was elated, for Lian Mei was indeed a bargain and proved more effective than Whiteside, even though he did not lack the financial means. Lian Mei was also in high spirits, as returning to the CBA would likely yield around $10 million a year. While that figure seemed substantial, it was equivalent to $1 million in the NBA. Furthermore, even as a substitute, should they clinch another championship this year, his status would be elevated significantly. Chapter 87. Pachulia, however, in the 13th game, they encountered the Bulls, which shattered their winning streak. The Bulls head coach, Tom Thibodeau, fielded a formidable lineup: Carlos Boozer, Joakim Noah, Luol Deng, Ronnie Brewer, and Derrick Rose. The Bulls, led by Rose, possessed exceptional strength and combined with the defensive prowess of the other four players, they exploited the Warriors' momentary lapse in focus, resulting in a drastic decline in shooting accuracy. Though Curry managed to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers in the fourth quarter, it was insufficient to bridge the gap, and they succumbed to the Bulls. Following the end of their winning streak, they faced 3 consecutive away games against the 76ers, Nuggets, and Spurs, unfortunately leading to yet another series of 3 losses. Fortunately, after this trifecta of defeats, with the assistance of Wang Jia and assistant coach Steve Kerr in adjusting their mindset, they embarked on another impressive 10-game winning streak. Nevertheless, despite this success, Wang Jie's commanding leadership of the team garnered numerous offers. Among them, there was interest for Bojan Bogdanovic, with the proposal originating from the Trailblazers, which included a substitute player and a first-round pick for the following year. Wang Jie did not acquiesce. Ultimately, the Atlanta Hawks were willing to exchange starting center Zaza Pachulia, along with a future first-round pick, for Wesley Matthews and Bojan Bogdanovic. Dubbed the stopping villain, Pachulia is competent as both a center and power forward. However, his sportsmanship is widely regarded as poor, and his rough play is notorious. His propensity for using underhanded tactics, such as tripping and elbowing, elevates his performance beyond that of an average center or power forward. It is somewhat ironic that the Warriors acquired Pachulia, whose most notable achievement was injuring Kawhi Leonard through a controversial play, causing Leonard to miss the entire season. This incident played a crucial role in the Spurs' downfall, who were on the brink of securing the championship, ultimately succumbing to the Warriors, which sparked considerable uproar. Moreover, with Wang Jie as head coach, one of his players, DeAndre Jordan, also engaged in various discreet antics during games. As a fellow center, Jordan frequently employed subtle, unsportsmanlike maneuvers while defending, resulting in numerous on-court disputes. Remarkably, even before the season had reached its midpoint, Jordan had already been ejected for fighting on 2 occasions. However, while Jordan's antics were merely juvenile, Pachulia's actions were of a more malicious nature, capable of inflicting serious injuries on his opponents. Wang Jie recognized that having a villain on the team could serve a purpose. After all, aside from his own indomitable skills, not many others possessed the same resilience. Although he disapproved of Pachulia's conduct, Wang Jie was equally concerned about the possibility of his star player, Stephen Curry, being harmed by such a rogue. In the pursuit of the championship, having a player with a notorious reputation could significantly deter opponents from resorting to underhanded tactics. Wang Jie, having secured multiple championships, had encountered his share of dirty plays, and each time, he relied on his exceptional skills to render those attempts futile, resulting in fewer players daring to challenge him. Indeed, several players who had previously attempted to trip him now bore the lasting consequences of their actions after suffering injuries at his hands. Ultimately, Wang Jie consented to the trade, exchanging a promising rookie and Wesley Matthews for the center Pachulia. Pachulia's versatility allowed him to play as a power forward. However, Butler, when positioned at power forward, struggled against larger opponents. Thus, adjustments could be made as necessary. Upon pairing Pachulia with Butler, Wang Jie noted that Pachulia performed significantly better than Butler, which left him somewhat disheartened. Of course, Butler possessed the ability to stretch the floor as a center, shooting 3-pointers, albeit with lower accuracy against formidable defenses. Nevertheless, this skill allowed opposing centers to be drawn out of the paint, alleviating pressure on the interior defense. As the team's roster solidified, Wang Jie was unlikely to make any changes unless faced with an opportunity akin to the Heat's acquisition of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Time passed swiftly, and the season quickly progressed past its midpoint, yielding an impressive record of 35 wins and 7 losses. The team was elated. After Pachulia's addition, Wang Jie mandated that he refrain from tripping during the regular season, a request that Pachulia honored, although he continued to execute elbows and subtle fouls. Wang Jie found himself in a state of exasperation as soon as Pachulia entered the court. A myriad of subtle and overt maneuvers seemed to be etched into his very DNA, executed with an inexplicable ease. In a recent match, he inadvertently elbowed Westbrook in the head as he charged into the paint, resulting in a 3-game suspension, the fine for which Wang Jie graciously covered. Despite securing a significant victory, Wang Jie felt devoid of the joy that typically accompanies triumph, plagued by an unsettling sense of an undeserved win. As the regular season approached its midpoint, Wang Jie began to apply the template of Jin Billy to Lian Mei, elevating Yi Jianlian's defensive capabilities to an entirely new echelon, transforming him into a markedly more formidable presence as a center. Immediately thereafter, Wang Jie faced a dilemma due to the absence of a power forward, relying solely on the physically formidable Jimmy Butler. While Butler's speed ranked merely above average as a guard or small forward, it surged to elite levels when positioned as a power forward. In this particular match against the Celtics, the once mighty trio of aging superstars paled in comparison to the youthful Big Three of the Heat. The head coach, Doc Rivers, fielded a starting lineup consisting of Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Rajon Rondo, Ray Allen, and Brandon Bass. Although the trio of Pierce, Allen, and Garnett persisted, they struggled against Wang Jie's squad, with Curry sinking 3 3-pointers. The Celtics' Ray Allen managed only 1 successful attempt out of 3, which ultimately widened the gap between the teams. Following the entrance of the bench players, Danny Green showcased an impeccable performance, hitting all 3 of his attempts and decisively sealing the match. Small forward Paul George demonstrated significant growth, excelling in steals, shooting, and passing during his time on the starting roster. However, in comparison to Danny Green, the latter appeared to be the superior choice. It raised the question as to why Green was not included in the starting lineup to partner with Curry. Steve Kerr expressed his bewilderment. While Klay Thompson's three-point shooting is exceptional and his defense formidable, as a rookie, he pales in comparison to Danny Green. Not to mention Green. Even the starting player Stephen Curry has begun to showcase his terrifying three-point abilities. Most notably, Curry excels not only in three-point shooting, but also in driving to the basket and passing, making him exceedingly difficult to defend against. Frequently, Curry dashes into the paint, then suddenly sprints outward to receive the ball beyond the three-point line to shoot, rendering prediction nearly impossible. Even when opportunities are scarce, he can draw significant defensive attention, leading to direct passes to players like Andre Iguodala or Paul George for successful shots. However, this season, Danny Green's three-point shooting percentage has been astonishing, particularly when the team effectively neutralizes their matchups. Green's three-point accuracy has surpassed that of Stephen Curry, soaring above 70, as the season progressed. With Butler's increasing strength and the marked improvement in Lin May's defensive capabilities, the team embarked on a streak of consecutive victories. Even when relaxation set in and Wang Jie made rotations, the team still achieved an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses. Meanwhile, Lin Shiheo and Pachulia saw their playing time significantly increase, often appearing for 2 quarters in a game, allowing them to relish the moment and deliver numerous highlight plays. This left Wang Jie, who wished to ease the competition, with no option to do so, as the opponents were simply too weak. Lin Shiheo may not have accumulated any accolades this season, yet he frequently erupted in performance, leading the team to victory and igniting a fervor for Lin and Huaxia. In contrast, Pachulia's performance remained more conventional. Chapter 88, Triumph over the Mavericks in the playoffs. In comparison to Danny Green, who specializes solely in three-point shooting and defense, Paul George is poised to shoulder greater responsibilities, and perhaps he too can evolve into a superstar akin to Stephen Curry. Wang Jie furrowed his brows and explained. Wang Jie's words illuminated Steve Kerr's understanding. In essence, they expressed a desire to cultivate Paul George more effectively. However, what perplexed him was the fact that although Danny Green came off the bench, he and Paul George almost invariably shared equal playing time, often appearing together for 2 quarters in each game. Wang Jie silently shook his head. Having already settled on his selection of 5 extraordinary players for the substitute level, Danny Green, Yi Jianlian, Manu Ginobili, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Jimmy Butler, the peak version of Shaquille O'Neal, he intended to continue the previous season's star-studded approach with an enhanced version, where all 4 shooters were proficient in three-point shooting, while Jimmy Butler would dominate the paint to secure rebounds. Recently, the physically empowered Jimmy Butler had been averaging over 10 rebounds per game, despite only playing 2 quarters as a substitute. If he were to play the entire game, he might well surpass 20 rebounds, effectively claiming almost all the boards available. At this moment, all the teams were left dumbfounded. Jimmy Butler, typically assessed as a small forward or shooting guard, was inexplicably positioned as a power forward. The most astonishing aspect was that this power forward frequently barreled into the paint to snatch rebounds, often contending with centers and other power forwards for possession. What was amiss with those scouts? Were the testing data fabricated? In a fleeting moment, Jimmy Butler wreaked havoc in the paint, recently discovering a newfound ability to leap and dunk the ball directly upon receiving it in the restricted area, garnering significant acclaim. Consequently, he has managed to average an impressive 17 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, a remarkable feat considering he has only played 2 quarters. One might mistakenly assume he is a seasoned center. As the playoffs approach, despite Wang Jie's efforts to field the least effective players on his team, the subsequent teams have still struggled to secure victories. Jeremy Lin has delivered commendable performances, even surpassing the starting Paul George. However, Wang Jie faced a setback when Lin reported discomfort in his knee after a game. Upon consulting the team physician, Lin was promptly hospitalized, where it was revealed that he had suffered a tear in his meniscus. Reluctantly, Wang Jie authorized surgery for Lin, effectively sidelining him for the remainder of the season. Nonetheless, Lin managed to produce formidable statistics, averaging 5 points, 4 assists, and 3 steals in merely 2 quarters of play during this recent period. In contrast, Paul George recorded 6 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists and 5 steals in the same span. Both players remain in their rookie seasons, and it is anticipated that Paul George's statistics will double in the upcoming season, with Lynn also expected to show improvement. The regular season, having been abbreviated, is drawing to a swift conclusion. The standings are as follows. Chicago Bulls, 66 games, 50 wins, 16 losses. Miami Heat, 66 games, 46 wins, 20 losses. Indiana Pacers, 66 games, 42 wins, 24 losses. Boston Celtics, 66 games, 39 wins, 27 losses. Atlanta Hawks, 66 games, 40 wins, 26 losses. Orlando Magic, 66 games, 37 wins, 29 losses. New York Knicks, 66 games, 36 wins, 30 losses. Philadelphia 76ers, 66 games, 35 wins, 31 losses. Western Conference, Golden State Warriors, 66 games, 52 wins, 14 losses. San Antonio Spurs, 66 games, 50 wins, 16 losses. Oklahoma City Thunder, 66 games, 47 wins, 19 losses. Los Angeles Lakers, 66 games, 41 wins, 25 losses. Memphis Grizzlies, 66 games, 41 wins, 25 losses. Los Angeles Clippers, 66 games, 40 wins, 26 losses. Denver Nuggets, 66 games, 38 wins, 28 losses. Dallas Mavericks, 66 games, 36 wins, 30 losses. Wang Jie found himself in a rather helpless situation, unexpectedly positioned at the pinnacle of the Western Conference, indeed, the top of both the Eastern and Western Conferences during the regular season. This was achieved, albeit with him easing off, deploying all the bench players. Yet, lamentably, the opposition was even weaker. In the first match of the Western Conference playoffs, the Warriors faced the Mavericks, the Spurs contended with the Nuggets, the Thunder battled the Clippers, and the Lakers met the Grizzlies. With the commencement of the playoffs, Wang Jie enjoyed the advantage of playing on home turf. The head coach of the Mavericks, Rick Carlisle, set forth a starting lineup that included Sean Marion, Dirk Nowitzki, Brendan Haywood, Jason Kidd, and Vince Carter. Upon encountering his old friend Kidd, Wang Jie waved and greeted him with a smile. However, the Mavericks roster was aging. Kidd was considerably past his prime, and the team's performance had seen a significant decline this season, with Carter struggling to even reach double digits. Only Nowitzki still possessed some capability, averaging 21 points per game. Yet, this lineup, facing Wang Jie's squad, which boasted starters such as Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee, simply could not withstand the pressure. While David Lee's defensive skills were somewhat lacking, DeAndre Jordan provided a commendable counterbalance, rendering the Mavericks incapable of penetrating the paint. On the perimeter, Iguodala effectively stifled Nowitzki, causing him to miss numerous shots, and the other players lacked the three-point shooting accuracy they had displayed in the previous season. Consequently, in the inaugural game of the playoffs, the Warriors secured a resounding victory, with both teams' reserves only needing 10 minutes on the court to decisively tip the scales of the match. Wang Jie felt that facing the Mavericks was rather effortless. He did not activate the 5 consecutive absolute skills or the unpredictable skills, nor did he employ any abilities. Yet he still secured a commanding victory. He pondered, has the team become so formidable that my skills are no longer necessary? The Warriors swept the Mavericks 4-0. The Spurs triumphed over the Nuggets 4-0. The Thunder defeated the Clippers 4-0, and the Lakers narrowly overcame the Grizzlies 4-3. Embarrassingly, while the Warriors, Spurs, and Thunder all achieved clean sweeps in the first round, the Lakers struggled against the Grizzlies' staunch defense, barely managing to win in a decisive 7th game. In the Eastern Conference, the 76ers vanquished the Bulls 4-2 to advance to the next round, primarily due to Derrick Rose's season-ending injury from a torn ACL following the Bulls' initial victory. Without their leader, the Bulls, a collection of promising talents, won 1 game but subsequently lost 4, thus forfeiting their playoff aspirations. The Celtics bested the Hawks 4-2, and the Pacers triumphed over the Magic 4-1, effectively stifling the Magic's offensive efficiency with their interior defense. Lastly, the Heat's trio faced the Knicks duo. This season, the Knicks, featuring Amare Stoudemire and the offensive virtuoso Carmelo Anthony, parted ways with players like Chauncey Billups and acquired Tyson Chandler and Shumpert. However, even with the legacy Wang Jie left behind and their newly fortified roster, they succumbed to the peak Heat trio in the first round, leading to the Knicks owner lamenting in despair. During that time, Wang Jie would only participate in the finals. as the regular coaching duties were handled by two randomly chosen assistant coaches. Thus, the Knicks owner naively believed that changing personnel would still allow the team to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. Although the Knicks did indeed make the playoffs subsequently, their performance was far from stellar. Surely, the formidable Heat trio had rendered them nearly invincible. The Knicks owner grimaced at this thought. Chapter 89. Facing the Thunder. Upon advancing to the next round, the Warriors were set to face the Lakers, while the Spurs would contend with the Thunder. In truth, Wang Jie preferred to confront the Spurs over the Lakers. Although the Spurs posed a greater challenge, they were ultimately incapable of overcoming the Warriors. Wang Jie aspires for his team to face greater challenges, yet their overwhelming strength ultimately pits them against the Lakers. This season, Wang Jie's team has encountered remarkably fair officiating, as the labor agreement stalemate has rendered Stern more cautious. The duo of Jeremy Lin and Yi Jianlian, both of Asian descent, has garnered considerable attention domestically. Whenever they take to the court, the broadcast ratings soar. This is why Wang Jie frequently allows Lin and Yi to play during the regular season. Consequently, the broadcasting revenues have not only resulted in substantial profits for Wang Jie but have also enriched the league significantly. In a fleeting moment, the Warriors became the preferred team among the Chinese community, prompting the Rockets to frantically search for a replacement for Yao Ming. They even nearly acquired Sun Yu, who was meandering through the Knicks, but his high salary coupled with low performance led to negotiations falling through. The Lakers, too, possess formidable strength, with head coach Mike Brown leading a starting lineup that includes Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum, Metta World Peace, and Derek Fisher. At this time, the Lakers roster remains intact. Had it not been for the advent of the small ball era, such a lineup would have been exceptionally powerful. However, the times have changed, and with Kobe, Gasol, and Fisher aging another year, their prowess has waned. In the first game, facing Kobe, Wang Jie assigned Andre Iguodala to guard him. By the end of the match, Kobe had taken 40 shots and scored 36 points, becoming the highest scorer of the game, yet he ultimately faced defeat. In this match, Wang Jie refrained from utilizing any skills, relying solely on the rotation of starters and substitutes. Among the substitutes, there was the nimble yet shorter O'Neal and the imposing and robust Ginobili. Subsequently, feeling disenchanted, Wang Jie allowed Kerr to take control of the game. During the regular season, Kerr had discerned the peculiar yet formidable prowess of Butler and Lian Mei, often substituting them in the second quarter. Their presence directly precipitated the collapse of the Lakers' interior defense. While Kobe struggled with his shots, ultimately, leveraging superior shooting accuracy and formidable defense, they secured their first victory. In the third game, after Phil Jackson altered his strategy, Kerr's 10-player rotation ruthlessly overwhelmed them with three-pointers and tenacious defense, reminiscent of last year's Mavericks. In the fourth game, the Lakers found themselves utterly outmatched against the Warriors. Deprived of Wang Jie's restraining influence, Kerr boldly fielded a starting lineup featuring Butler, DeAndre Green, Danny Green, Stephen Curry, and Iguodala. Confronted by this quintet, the Lakers were unable to contend within the paint, relinquishing 70% of the rebounds. The Pau Gasol and Bynum duo, no longer at their peak, struggled against the advancing DeAndre and the Butler, who was comparable to O'Neal, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. In the end, despite Kobe's relentless efforts and his impressive average of over 30 points per game, the Lakers suffered a disheartening 0-4 defeat, failing to secure a single win. In the aftermath, Kobe expressed his frustration, stating that the team's players were aging, and there was no one on the court capable of sharing the burden, ultimately forcing him to swallow the bitter pill of defeat. Indeed, at that time, apart from Kobe, the defensive pressure faced by others was exceptionally formidable, resulting in dismal shooting percentages that were far inferior to those of Kobe himself. In fact, last season, Kobe contemplated joining the Warriors under the leadership of Wang Jie. But the aging Kobe was unwilling to accept a pay cut and demanded that the Lakers compensate with a future first-round pick and 2 starting players. While this request was not unreasonable, Wang Jie could not sacrifice his promising rising stars and the already scarce power forward David Lee for a Kobe who had only a few years left to play, and thus had to decline. After all, few could refuse Kobe, even if he occasionally struggled with his shooting. Nevertheless, when facing Andre Iguodala, Kobe's fadeaway jumper still maintained an impressive accuracy of around 50. In the matchup between the Thunder and the Spurs won the first 2 games. But soon the trio of the Thunder, along with Ibaka and the 6th man of the year James Harden, intensified their defense against Duncan and Parker. Given that Duncan and Parker were already advanced in age, facing a group of exceptionally gifted and energetic players, even with their experience. They struggled to withstand the heightened defensive pressure. The inability to defend against the onslaught and to score effectively became the reason for the Spurs' decline into aging, ultimately leading them to lose their spirit against the Thunder, resulting in a 4-game losing streak and the loss of their championship aspirations. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics triumphed over the 76ers with a narrow 4-3 victory, while the Heat overcame the Magic with a 4-2 win, securing their ultimate victory. The Eastern Conference featured a showdown between the Thunder and the Warriors, while the Western Conference pitted the Heat against the Celtics. The conference finals instantly ignited the fervor of fans, as both sides faced formidable challenges. The Thunder's trio approached the confrontation with Wang Jie with utmost seriousness. Wang Jie also perceives the formidable prowess of the Thunder's Westbrook, Durant, and James Harden. However, upon engaging in competition, it becomes evident that both Durant and Westbrook have yet to reach their peak capabilities, while James Harden is relegated to a bench role, his skills merely equivalent to that of a starting player. Furthermore, he has not evolved into the master of drawing fouls as anticipated, showcasing limited potential. Head coach, Scott Brooks' starting lineup: Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, Kendrick Perkins, and Sefolosha. Wang Jie deployed a formidable starting lineup for the Warriors, which included Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee. Most players on both teams were young, many of them even rookies. The game commenced with Durant receiving a pass from Westbrook, swiftly scoring the first 2 points. Iguodala was tasked with defending Westbrook, while Paul George matched up against Durant. George was acutely aware of Durant's lengthy reach, which posed a threat for potential steals. However, the downside was that he struggled to contain him due to that very length. Subsequently, Stephen Curry, facing Durant's extensive defense, opted for caution and passed the ball to DeAndre Jordan, who easily scored against Perkins in the paint. It soon became evident that the Warriors had identified a favorable matchup, as David Lee and DeAndre Jordan effectively held their ground against Ibaka and Perkins. Unfortunately for Lee, he suffered the embarrassment of being blocked twice by Perkins, prompting a frown from Wang Jie. Nevertheless, he chose to endure the moment, as the score remained close, and they still held an advantage inside. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors relied on Stephen Curry, who managed to score a 3-pointer despite Perkins' defense. At this juncture, Curry began to unveil his unparalleled 3-point prowess. In the first quarter alone, he achieved a remarkable shooting efficiency, 3 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 1 from the field, totaling 11 points. Amusingly, his mid-range shots were less accurate than his 3-pointers, and he also contributed with 7 assists. As the game unfolded in the Warriors' home arena, the fans erupted in cheers, captivated by the team's remarkable performance. Westbrook glanced at Wang Jie, feeling a twinge of defeat as he reminisced about his championship days with the Knicks. However, he quickly regained his resolve, vowing to himself, "I must secure a victory. I shall prove my worth." Chapter 90. The unexpected Thunder trio in the past. Aside from Wang Jie, Russell Westbrook exhibited remarkable performance with the Knicks, even feeling on the verge of becoming the primary core of the team. However, as the Knicks sought to trade for more illustrious stars, he found himself once again rerouted through several trades, ultimately returning to the Thunder. In truth, the Thunder were far from weak. Their guard, Thabo Sefolosha, boasted commendable perimeter defense, although the center position was somewhat lacking. Westbrook's aggressive incursions into the paint yielded 8 points through a series of jump shots by the end of the first quarter, which was quite commendable. In the second quarter, Wang Jie executed a complete rotation of players, bringing on Danny Green, Yi Jianlian, Manu Ginobili, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Jimmy Butler, the prime Shaquille O'Neal. This prompted an immediate widening of the score gap for the Thunder, despite the starting lineup remaining unchanged. Jamal Crawford missed a 3-pointer, while the formidable Lion May held her ground against the Thunder's center, denying him a jump. Subsequently, the power forward, Jimmy Butler, surged into the paint to seize the rebound. Serge Ibaka, unable to match the speed of his opponent, found himself at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, Ibaka was poised to impart a lesson to the rookie Butler, waiting to deliver a thunderous block. As anticipated, Butler leaped towards the basket for a dunk. Ibaka immediately followed suit, attempting to emphatically swat the ball away, only to be met with an overwhelming force that he did not foresee. Instead of blocking the shot, Butler exerted tremendous power from his back, propelling Ibaka backward with such force that he was sent crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, Butler successfully completed the dunk, igniting a frenzy among the fans. Warriors, Butler, Butler, Butler. They chanted in unison. The astonishment of the commentators was palpable. "Oh my, the sheer strength," exclaimed Smith, while Barkley echoed his disbelief. Indeed, Butler had showcased his formidable power during the regular season, recalling his earlier days with the team as a power forward when he had yet to make a significant impact. It was astonishing to witness his evolution into such a dominant force. Incredible. Ferocious. It reminds me of O'Neal, albeit a leaner version. Jianlian also demonstrated his prowess, successfully defending against the opposing center 3 times without conceding a basket. Danny Green erupted with a stellar performance, sinking all 5 of his 3-point attempts for a perfect shooting percentage, amassing 15 points, while Westbrook found it impossible to contain his scoring. By the end of the second quarter, the point differential had reached 15, primarily due to Green's explosive outing. Wang Jie glanced at the bench, noting the untapped potential of his second-string players, who had yet to unleash their extraordinary skills. In the third quarter, Wang Jie was promoted to the starting lineup. Yet Durant of the Thunder proved to be indefensible, showcasing an impressive shooting percentage. However, over 60% of the rebounds were claimed by David Lee and DeAndre Jordan. As the fourth quarter commenced, the deficit had escalated to over 20 points. Wang Jie glanced at the bench, noticing no weak links among the substitutes. Reluctantly, he opted to send Pachulia in for Jianlian. Nevertheless, as both teams' reserves took the court, despite Wang Jie urging his teammates to pass the ball to the focused Pachulia, the Thunder's substitutes contemplated double-teaming him. However, Pachulia's somewhat aggressive demeanor deterred them from encroaching too closely, leaving the score unchanged. Thunder's coach, Brooks, wore a scowl, feeling a mix of irritation and frustration as his substitutes struggled to score while appearing hesitant when attempting to defend. In the second game, James Harden made an early entrance, sinking all 3 of his 3-point attempts. Ibaka dominated the paint, converting 3 out of 4 shots, while Curry, guarded by Cephalosha, managed to hit only 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc. Iguodala showcased his mid-range prowess, making 3 out of 4 attempts, ultimately concluding the first quarter with a 3-point deficit. Wang Jie cast a glance at the defensively vulnerable Durant. While Danny Green is renowned for his formidable stealing abilities, Durant, after being intercepted twice in the first match, became hesitant to hold the ball for too long in his presence. Ultimately, Durant managed to exhibit commendable efficiency, while Westbrook's incursions into the paint were barely contained, forcing him to pass the ball. As the second quarter commenced with 5 substitutions, Brooks wiped the sweat from his brow, convinced that the bench players were superior to the starters. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. Upon deploying the second unit, Wang Jie unleashed a dazzling 5 consecutive extraordinary skills. The 5 transformed into league superstars, with Danny Green, Crawford, and Klay Thompson unleashing a torrent of shots from beyond the arc, unimpeded by anyone other than the long-limbed Durant. Even under defensive pressure, the trio boasted a staggering 3-point shooting percentage exceeding 70%. The standout was Danny Green, who achieved an impressive 6 out of 8 from 3-point range, amassing 18 points, while Klay Thompson netted 9 points from 3 of 4 attempts. And Crawford contributed 6 points from 2 of 4 attempts. Most crucially, inside the paint, Butler and Jianlian relentlessly secured rebounds, even if shots did not fall. The duo would ensure they were converted through emphatic dunks. Parkinson and Ibaka found themselves dominated by the physically imposing O'Neal and the center version of Ginobili, rendered virtually helpless, managing to secure only 1 rebound at their location, while the remaining were commandeered by the 2. By the end of the second quarter, not only had the deficit been erased, but a barrage of 3-pointers widened the gap to 12 points. Consequently, the Thunder's momentum was shattered, and by the third quarter, the trio from Oklahoma City appeared utterly fatigued. Once the bench players entered, the collapse was swift and inevitable, leading to their surrender. In 2 matches, Wang Jie's Warriors triumphed over the Thunder with a 2-0 lead. In the third game, Wang Jie again capitalized on the extraordinary skills of the bench in the second quarter, achieving a resounding victory. Wang Jie had not anticipated that in the hypothetical scenario of facing the formidable Thunder, his team, bolstered this year, would perform in such a dismal manner. In the fourth game, Wang Jie took to the court as the starting point guard, alongside Curry, Jamal Crawford, Klay Thompson, and Iguodala. Consequently, in the first quarter of the fourth game, as Wang Jie entered the arena, a considerable portion of the audience erupted in fervent applause. Wang Jie smiled and, after the halftime break, directly passed the ball to Stephen Curry. After Curry took the shot, he swiftly turned around. With a satisfying swish, his 3-pointer found the net, The game continued with both teams exchanging points. Initially, the Thunder intended to double-team Wang Jie. However, they soon realized that he rarely took shots unless he was unguarded, at which point he would attempt a three-pointer. Ultimately, the Warriors, lacking a strong interior presence, maintained a commendable shooting percentage, further bolstered by the Thunder's intense defensive efforts. Nevertheless, the Thunder triumphed with a narrow victory of 127-126, primarily due to the formidable presence of Westbrook and Durant, who proved challenging to contain. Wang Jie, after playing through all 4 quarters, found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the game, he exhibited an active defense and engaged in diligent passing, yet managed to score only a single three-pointer. Remarkably, there was not a single timeout nor any strategic plays whenever he received the ball. His only options were to either pass or attempt a three-point shot, with no alternatives available. Despite this, the Thunder's trio nearly secured a victory. As among the 5 players on the court, only Wang Jie failed to achieve a three-point shooting percentage below 90. Throughout the season, Wang Jie had not played, but witnessing his team on the brink of victory, he relished the opportunity, as it was frustrating for him to remain on the bench without any gameplay. With the Eastern Conference Finals concluded, the finals awaited, and he felt compelled to play now rather than risk being unprepared for the championship, should the opportunity arise. Chapter 91. Selling one more ticket. Moreover, with this match taking place in the Thunder's territory, he hoped to attract more Warriors fans to witness their quest for the championship, thus enabling another ticket sale. If not for the fear of jeopardizing the situation, he would have eagerly sought to sell 2 additional tickets for the Warriors. As anticipated, the final game unfolded without surprises. During the previous match, Wang Jie and his teammates had recklessly attempted shots, yet nearly triumphed. In this game, hosted at the Warriors' Oracle Arena, the Thunder's trio struggled to find their rhythm. Compared to Wang Jie's rookie team, the Thunder's trio was also comprised of newcomers, with only Durant showcasing a commendable performance. However, in the second quarter, Wang Jie's relentless three-pointers left them in disarray, particularly Danny Green's impeccable shooting, boasting an astounding 85% accuracy that devastated the Thunder. Ultimately, the score settled at 132-122, marking a 10-point victory. Following the match, jubilant cheers resonated throughout the Oracle Arena. Eastern Conference champions. The Warriors Dynasty. We won. We are the Eastern Conference champions. My mother inquired why I was kneeling on the ground, engrossed in the television. Oh my God. Will Jack Wang still take the court once the finals commence? I declare, the finals have lost their suspense, with the basketball deity Jack Wang on the court. The outcome will be without surprise. I eagerly anticipate Wang Jie's appearance in the finals. For 13 consecutive years, the NBA championship has been claimed by Wang Jie. Without exception, wherever he goes, he garners the championship, and this year shall be no different. After the celebration, the team returned to the locker room for a shower. Once dressed, the players began to exit the locker room. At that moment, Curry approached Wang Jie with a smile, saying, "Hey, Coach Jack Wang, your strategy was brilliant. I feel that as your player, winning is so effortless." Wang Jie smiled and remarked, "This victory is a collective achievement. Without your contributions and cooperation, triumph would have been unattainable. However, to be candid, I am truly looking forward to the championship final in 2 weeks." Curry settled down, gazing at Wang Jie, and added, "Since joining the team, I have always believed that as long as you, Jack Wang, are with us, we shall secure the championship." Wang Jie nodded slightly, fully aware of the immense expectations resting upon his shoulders. Yet, he harbored no fear of pressure. Rather, he embraced it as a source of motivation. He understood that the championship finals would be a formidable battle, but he had already steeled himself for the challenge. "Rest assured, Stephen," Wang Jie proclaimed, rising with unwavering resolve. "We shall undoubtedly claim the championship title." After the match, Wang Jie accompanied Stephen Curry, Danny Green, Yi Jianlian, and Butler to the press conference. The journalists eagerly posed their inquiries, and one asked, "Coach Wang Jie, what is your perspective on this match?" Wang Jie replied with a smile, expressing his immense satisfaction with the team's performance as the players all showcased their true capabilities. Notably, Curry, Danny Green, and Yi Jianlian delivered exceptional performances. Another journalist then inquired, "Who do you believe will be the greatest opponent in the finals?" Wang Jie pondered for a moment before responding, "Every opponent should be regarded with respect. Yet we shall give our utmost effort. Regardless of the challenges we encounter, we will not waver." At that moment, another reporter posed a question to Danny Green. "Do you consider yourself the savior of the Warriors?" Danny Green shook his head. asserting that the team's success is a collective result of every player's hard work, and he is merely doing his best to assist them. Coach Wang. Many on Twitter are proclaiming you the current deity of basketball, suggesting that no one can hinder you and that the championship is a foregone conclusion. He chuckled. For this season's finals, I have decided to refrain from playing unless there are injuries that leave the team shorthanded. I want to maintain an element of suspense. It would be excessive for me to take the court. Wang Jie burst into laughter, causing an uproar among the reporters, who were inundated with a flurry of questions. After the press conference concluded, Wang Jie departed the venue alongside his players, acutely aware that the forthcoming finals would present the true challenge. In the Eastern Conference, the elderly trio of the Celtics faced off against the Heat's formidable trio. Unlike in previous years, the scoring capabilities of the aging Celtics, with the exception of Pierce, had notably diminished, hindering their offensive and defensive balance. Although they secured victories in 3 games through exceptional teamwork and a cohesive defense against the Heat, they ultimately succumbed to the younger and more robust Heat trio, losing 4 games in the decisive 7th match. The following day, newspapers proclaimed that Jack Wang had decided not to participate in the finals. He would embark on his coaching career. This announcement completely overlooked the subsequent clause regarding potential injuries among teammates. What? It's disappointing to anticipate Jack Wang not playing in the finals this season. Some argued that his absence would render the games less interesting, as each year had seen Jack Wang dominate the finals, consistently claiming the FMVP without any suspense. Ironically, those who had previously lamented the lack of intrigue now found themselves confronted with a genuine sense of suspense. Meanwhile, Stern exhaled with relief upon reading the newspaper headlines. Following the Warriors' championship win last season, numerous team owners had lodged complaints. He had resolved to convene a meeting at the season's end to establish regulations prohibiting team owners from participating as players to restrict Wang Jie from appearing in the finals. This season, Wang Jie has dedicated himself to honing his passing and ball handling skills. Subsequently, he has significantly improved his shot blocking, stealing, and rebounding abilities. Fortunately, the team has an appropriate trainer, allowing Wang Jie to engage in collaborative learning. Ultimately, he has elevated all his attributes to above 80. Wang Jie stands at a height of 198 centimeters and weighs 102 kilograms. His attributes are as follows: strength, 93, speed, 88, agility, 88, jumping, 86, stamina, 96, basketball IQ, 97, dribbling, 90, passing, 92, dunking, 86, layup, 87, mid-range shooting, 87, three-point shooting, 86, perimeter defense, 90, interior defense, 87, shot blocking, 85, stealing, 80, rebounding, 80. Wang Jie gazed at his enhanced attributes with great delight. He often engaged in practice matches alongside his team, experiencing both victories and defeats, which allowed him to maintain a semblance of his competitive edge. With only a week remaining until the grand finals, he granted his players a week of rest, followed by daily training sessions for the remaining week to fine-tune their strategies. As the final day approached, Wang Jie and his team awaited the arrival of the Miami Heat's formidable trio at the Warriors' Oracle Arena, ready to embrace the challenge. At this moment, the Heat's head coach, Erik Spoelstra, unveiled his starting lineup: Mario Chalmers, LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Joel Anthony, and Dwayne Wade. Wang Jie had diligently studied numerous regular season videos, recognizing that the center and point guard positions posed weaknesses for the Heat, as they were indeed a trio, not a quintet, to stave off vulnerabilities in the paint. They had repositioned Chris Bosh, the power forward, to occupy the center role, while LeBron James took up the power forward position. Dwayne Wade remained as shooting guard, and Mario Chalmers held his ground as point guard, with Shane Battier stepping in as small forward. Thus, the deficiencies shifted from ball handling and interior defense to scoring and steals, with the trio sacrificing their individual scoring prowess for the sake of team victory. In the opening match, the starting lineups remained largely unchanged. The Warriors retained their starters: Paul George, DeAndre Jordan, Stephen Curry, Andre Iguodala, and David Lee. The first quarter commenced at a blistering pace, with both teams rapidly accumulating points. Paul George drove through the defense, passing to Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala for three-point shots, while David Lee and DeAndre Jordan guarded the paint. Iguodala's defense against James proved effective, despite acknowledging the challenge posed by James's formidable drives. He managed to withstand the onslaught with his exceptional defensive skills. It can be said that Iguodala and Danny Green are among the few in the league capable of containing James, both of whom are on Wang Jie's team. This presented a significant challenge for LeBron, as the staunch defense made it difficult for him to score, resulting in several missed attempts. Ultimately, he was compelled to distribute the ball to Wade and Bosh for scoring opportunities. Stephen Curry and Paul George also showcased commendable defense. But against the peak performances of Wade and Bosh, they could only manage to limit their effectiveness. With no apparent weaknesses in the paint, James charged toward the basket. While Wade and Bosh vied for rebounds, Bosh took his shots, while James and Wade fought for board control. Although DeAndre Jordan secured a number of rebounds, David Lee, the power forward, struggled against the three elite players, Wade, Bosh, and James. His inability to compete effectively in rebounding against two of them, coupled with his lackluster defense in the restricted area, rendered him incapable of guarding James or Bosh whenever they entered the paint. Wang Jie found himself in a state of helplessness, as David Lee had already demonstrated remarkable prowess in the paint. Except for the elite-level superstars, he could effectively defend against all others. However, when faced with such luminaries, David could only manage a slight disruption, relying on chance. Ironically, the Miami Heat had assembled three superstar-level players who relentlessly assaulted the interior, and David suddenly became a target, succumbing to their relentless attacks one after another. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-28, with the Heat holding a 2-point advantage, primarily due to Stephen Curry and Andre Iguodala's consistent sharpshooting from beyond the arc. In the second quarter, Wang Jie resorted to his old tactics, substituting 5 players at once. At this point, Heat's head coach Erik Spoelstra had observed this strategy numerous times. Regardless of Wang Jie's choices, he favored the 5-in, 5-out approach. Even though the bench's explosive talent often rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the starters, utilized the first strategy. Wang Jie instructed, and the team nodded in agreement. When the Warriors bench took the court, spectators were taken aback. The sequence commenced with the Warriors point guard, Jamal Crawford, passing to Klay Thompson. Thompson, confronted by Dwayne Wade, signaled for Danny Green to join him and executed a smooth catch-and-shoot three-pointer, which swished through the net. Everything appeared routine, but inside, only Jimmy Butler remained to guard the paint. The audience quickly grasped the strategy. It was reminiscent of the one-star and four-shooters tactic first employed by the Orlando Magic under Dwight Howard, which had propelled them into the playoffs on several occasions. However, Howard was heralded as the third greatest center in history, trailing only Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming. What justified Butler's position as a rookie? Soon, the onlookers understood Butler's role in anchoring the defense. Unbeknownst to many, the center, Lian Mei, ventured out from the paint, leaving everyone perplexed, with Bosh sluggishly trailing behind. Shortly into the second quarter, Lian Mei noticed Bosh's lax defense and seized the opportunity, taking possession of the ball. Bosh's defense was lackluster. Although Lian Mei was capable of shooting threes, her accuracy was not particularly high. Yet, having adopted the template of Manu Ginobili, Lian Mei, facing